Chapter 1. Hey, 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 come quick, come quick. A splendid show is about to unfold. Look at that guy Shanks. He must be gearing up to confront Rayia, right? The match is on. The match is on. He'll wager 10,000 berries on Shanks. He'll do the same. You lot are truly insufferable. Have you no regard for Rayya's feelings? The cacophony of voices reached Rayya's ears. His mind, having just begun to recover from a dizzying whirlwind, finally regained clarity. As his vision normalized, he was met with the sight of unfamiliar faces, all adorned with peculiar, radiant smiles. Their expressions were oddly bright, yet tinged with an air of defiance. A gust of wind, carrying a hint of salt, swept by. Rayia glanced to the side and was taken aback to find himself aboard a ship on the open sea. Looking up, he saw a pirate flag fluttering in the sky. "Gold, Roger." Huh? A pirate flag? Am I really on a pirate ship? Rayia was bewildered, utterly unaware of the circumstances that had led him here. Just moments ago, he had been in a completely different realm. Now, it seemed he had arrived in a place shrouded in mystery. Could it be that he was merely dreaming? At that moment, a large hand clapped on his shoulder. "Rayia, what are you dawdling for? Shanks is already right in front of you. Are you afraid?" A man of the sea does not easily back down. A rugged, imposing face materialized before Rayia. The man bore a captivating smile that was infectious, compelling others to join in laughter. The weight of the hand on his shoulder jolted Rayia into the realization that he was not dreaming. He had genuinely arrived at this place, on this ship, amidst the vast ocean. Thus, the individuals surrounding him must be pirates. As he struggled to formulate a response to the seemingly rough man before him, a voice rang out from nearby. "Roger, stop trying to sway Rayia. He is no child and knows how to make his own choices. Are you afraid of losing your last few thousand berries?" The owner of the voice lounged casually on the ship's railing. "Roger? The man before him is named Roger? Am I truly aboard a pirate ship?" Rayia suddenly grasped a startling revelation. He seemed to be situated in a world he had glimpsed in certain places before, yet it was undeniably within another timeline or perhaps a different dimension altogether. The world of pirates. A shiver coursed through him as he realized he had traversed into the realm of pirates. As he scrutinized the men around him, his gaze fell upon the man perched on the railing. He found these faces increasingly familiar. Roger, Rayleigh, the pirate king and his first mate. Then, Roger's words seemed to affirm Rayya's suspicions. "Rayleigh, this is going too far. Rayia is merely a novice who has just boarded the ship. He stands no chance against Shanks." Roger laughed heartily, his voice booming with a jovial spirit, then added with a teasing tone devoid of any reproach. "Shanks is also just a novice aboard the ship." Rayleigh shrugged and remarked, "Shanks? Are you not aware that this kid possessed extraordinary strength even when he first boarded?" Roger scoffed. "All right, mind your business and just watch. I suspect you're merely concerned about your precious berries." As if Rayleigh's words had struck a chord, Roger showed no signs of embarrassment. Laughter echoed across the expanse of the sea, uplifting the spirits of those present. Yet at that moment, Rayia found no joy in the situation. From Roger and Rayleigh's brief exchange, he deduced a troubling fact. It appeared he was to engage in a duel with Shanks. Who is Shanks? He is one of the four emperors. How could he possibly face such a formidable opponent? He was merely an ordinary individual. As chaotic thoughts swirled in Rayya's mind, the sound of footsteps approached the ship. The footsteps drew nearer, seemingly heading straight for Rayia. He lifted his gaze to behold a youthful visage. Huh, is this Shanks? How can he be so young? Wait a minute. Rayia quickly realized another crucial point. He was not in the time after Roger had become the pirate king and was executed. He had not noticed it before, but Roger appeared so youthful, as did Rayleigh. And Shanks looked remarkably juvenile. What did this signify? It indicated that their ship was merely sailing the seas. Roger had yet to discover Raftel, nor had he ascended to the title of Pirate King. Furthermore, the golden age of pirates had not yet commenced. Shanks had not yet claimed his place as one of the four emperors of the sea. Faced with this version of Shanks, Rayia felt a flicker of hope. However, when he glanced down at his own hands, he too found them to be youthful, resembling those of an underdeveloped child. There was no trace of an adult's strength. Was he also in a state of childish innocence? Rayia paused for a moment. Rayia, let's fight. Shanks' voice reached Rayia, smooth and melodious, even though his words bore a hint of challenge. Yet, they did not provoke undue anger. Had it been anyone else, they might have already been embroiled in a brawl. Rayia hesitated, uncertainty washing over him. Even this young Shanks did not seem to be someone he could challenge. After all, his own age should be comparable. Moreover, his current physique appeared somewhat frail. Despite Shanks looking young, his physique was defined with visible muscle, a clear testament to rigorous training. In contrast, Rayia clenched his fists, only feeling a sense of weakness. There was no sensation of power at all. How could he possibly engage in combat? Defeat was all but assured. Rayia, you aren't a coward, are you? Exactly. Rayia, a pirate can't act like that. Rayia, accept Shanks' challenge. Yes, accept his challenge. That is the mark of a true pirate. The surrounding crowd cheered, their voices filled with encouragement rather than mockery. In their gazes lay the warmth of watching a younger generation grow. With so many eyes upon him, Rayia understood that if he wished to remain on this ship, to sail alongside the future pirate king and conquer the vast ocean before them, he must accept this challenge. For it was the very essence of what it meant to be a pirate, to earn the respect of the other pirates aboard. A pirate who fears challenges is no true pirate at all. Moreover, this was not a life-or-death duel, it was merely a friendly contest. Surely, the adversary would not resort to lethal force. Even if he were inclined, Roger and Rayleigh would likely intervene, right? Thoughts raced through Rayya's mind like lightning. His gaze hardened with determination. Shanks, I accept your challenge. After all, it's just a matter of taking a beating. What's so frightening about that? As Rayya's words echoed, the sound of a whistle soared across the ocean like a jubilant melody. Now that's what a pirate should do, Rayia. Be a man, Rayia. Heh, now I can count on my drinking money. You scoundrel, is this how you treat your juniors? Speaking of which, I should be able to buy a sword now, right? You're no different. Hey, don't go too far. What are you saying? Aren't you the one being suppressed by Shanks? Shanks' lips curled into a smile, a hint of amusement gracing his face. Rayia, please. Not far away, Roger and Rayleigh regarded the two of them with smiles. Rayia nodded heavily. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he charged towards Shanks, his fist aimed at Shanks' head. Shanks, unfazed, sidestepped effortlessly just as Rayya's fist was about to connect with his face. Simultaneously, he seized Rayya's arm, pulling him backward with a swift motion. Rayya stumbled, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. However, before he could regain his composure, a surge of force radiated through his arm, and his expression changed dramatically. His body was suddenly lifted. With a loud thud, he was flung backward by Shanks, landing heavily on the ground. Ow. This was a power of an entirely different caliber, wasn't it? Rayia placed his hands on the ground, his face contorted in pain. His fist felt utterly feeble, lacking any semblance of strength. In contrast, Shanks' power was nothing short of terrifying. Rayia felt as though he were facing a wild beast. In such a state, how could he possibly triumph over his opponent? Just as Rayia began to feel despondent, a clear voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding dong! Congratulations, host! You have successfully awakened the strength through adversity system. Strength through adversity system? What on earth is that? Rayia was filled with confusion. At that moment, a radiant light appeared before his eyes. Host information. Strength 2. Speed 1. Stamina 3. Explosive power 2. Is this my data? Rayia was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of despair wash over him. What kind of pathetic data is this? Strength, stamina, and speed all failing to exceed 10. How could one possibly navigate this world with such statistics? When Rayya's gaze fell upon Shanks, he froze in astonishment. What monstrous data was this? Strength, 15. Stamina, 16. Speed, 13. Swordsmanship level. Novice swordsmanthus was a scale 10-fold greater than Rayya's, and he even possessed swordsmanship. This was absurd. The disparity was akin to an insurmountable chasm. How could Rayia ever hope to defeat him? Engaging in combat with Shanks felt like a cruel joke. Ordinary adults typically possess attributes around 10 in strength, stamina, and speed. Yet here was Shanks, with a youthful visage that seemed no older than 10, surpassing even those adults in every regard. In comparison, Rayia felt like a mere weakling. As despair enveloped him, the gentle voice echoed in his mind once more. Due to the host sustaining an attack and successfully enduring it, an opportunity for attribute enhancement has been granted. Immediately, Rayia witnessed changes occurring in his attribute panel. Strength, 1 speed, 2 stamina, 2. No wonder it's called the Strength Through Adversity system. Rayya's lips twitched in disbelief. Though the attribute changes were modest, it was nonetheless a positive beginning. If there truly was no glimmer of hope, Rayia would have surrendered without a second thought. With the existence of this system, as long as he could withstand his opponent's attacks, he could enhance his physical attributes. Of course, that did not mean he would feel no pain during the process. Although his attributes would rise, the sensation of pain would remain undiminished. It seemed that his arrival in this realm was destined to be a trial of endurance. Rayia stood once more, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. This caught the attention of the other pirates present. They had anticipated that Rayia would be unable to rise after Shanks' assault, for Shanks' strikes were far from gentle. Had it been an ordinary peer, they would have already collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. "Well done, Rayia!" Cheers began to erupt from the crowd. "Now that's more like it. This is how we pirates should behave. Come on, show Shanks a bit of retaliation. Go for it, Rayia." They were all comrades aboard the same pirate ship, generally devoid of deep-seated animosities. Their shared presence on the same vessel indicated a common goal. They could be regarded as a group of like-minded individuals. "Rayia, I'm about to use a bit more strength," Shanks said with a grin. Rayya's expression grew serious, having learned of Shanks' attributes. He dared not let his guard down. In the next moment, Shanks spun his legs, his calf muscles taut, resembling a bowstring drawn to its limit. With a leap, he sprang forth like a cheetah. Rayya's vision blurred, and he gasped, so fast. Suddenly, a fist appeared before his face. With a resounding crack, it struck him mercilessly. For a fleeting instant, Rayia felt as if he had been doused in soy sauce. Red, yellow, and black hues danced across his vision. The searing pain on his face felt akin to a layer of mustard being smeared upon it. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Having anticipated Shanks' swiftness, but never imagined it would be to such an extent, he barely had time to react. The burning pain coursing through his body nearly elicited a cry from his lips. Cough, cough, cough. He spat blood from his mouth. Fortunately, a glance at his status board revealed that his initially frail physical data had once again experienced an enhancement. At last, there was a glimmer of solace. Rayia took deep breaths, slowly rising from the ground. Gazing at Shanks, he shouted, again. Upon witnessing this, Shanks' gaze held a newfound respect. "Very well. This time I shall unleash my true power for you to behold." He placed one hand on his chest, and an inexplicable aura began to coalesce around him, weighing heavily upon Rayia as if a great mountain had settled upon his shoulders. Huff, huff, huff. Rayia gasped, feeling as though only the circulation of air within his chest could relieve the torment. With a swift whoosh, Shanks surged forward once more, and Rayia strained to widen his eyes in an attempt to glimpse his movement. Yet, he could only discern a shadowy figure. Just as clarity returned, Shanks' fist was already mere centimeters from his face, leaving Rayia no time to react. Bang! This time, Rayia was propelled away. Crashing to the ground, he emitted a muffled groan. The intensity of the pain was becoming unbearable. This power was nothing short of monstrous. Struggling to rise, Rayia discovered his legs trembling beneath him. Thankfully, the system that enhanced his resilience was steadily improving his physical capabilities. Despite his quaking limbs, he managed to stand. The pirates present looked on in astonishment. They, seasoned as they were, could easily discern the magnitude of power behind Shanks' previous strike. They had presumed that Rayia would remain incapacitated after such an assault. Yet, he astonishingly displayed an unexpected capacity for endurance. Or perhaps it was sheer willpower. This naturally earned him a measure of respect in their eyes. "Hey, Roger, it seems we may have found another gem among our crew," Rayleigh remarked to Roger. Roger let out a hearty laugh. "Which of my crew members is not a gem?" Rayleigh paused, then joined in the laughter. "Your resilience is commendable," Shanks remarked with approval. His youthful demeanor made the compliment seem somewhat peculiar. But those aboard the ship were well acquainted with him and found nothing amiss. Reiya chuckled, though the smile tugged painfully at his injuries. "Bring it on. I will never be defeated by you." "Such ambition, but blocking my attacks will not be an easy feat," Shanks replied with a grin, his expression devoid of malice, though the glimmer in his eyes suggested he would no longer hold back. The respect Reiya earned from Shanks was palpable. "Now, be warned, my punches will not be as they were before," he cautioned. With that, Shanks charged at Reiya once more. "That I must see your movements." Reiya, having endured the previous 2 strikes, focused intently, his eyes locked on Shanks' actions. He saw it clearly. His eyes widened, pupils contracting sharply. This time, he finally perceived Shanks' fist. However, as he attempted to evade, he realized he was utterly incapable of moving. "What is happening?" "Move, body." His injured form was already slow to respond, and with no prior training, he found himself unable to react, even when he could see it coming. Bang! Shanks' fist landed once again, and Reiya felt as if he had been struck by an ocean train. He flew back, crashing against the wall with a cacophony of cracks echoing around him, leaving spiderweb-like fractures spreading across the surface. Shanks looked on in surprise. He had aimed for a different part of Reiya's body and had not anticipated this reaction. Had Reiya truly seen through his movements? Apart from this explanation, Shanks could think of no other. This fellow was honing his skills amidst battle. The serious expression crossed Shanks' face. If that were the case, Reiya was indeed a prodigy in combat, a rarity even in these extraordinary seas. Yet, surely this time he would not be able to rise again. Shanks had utilized 6 or 7 parts of his strength. At that moment, Reiya, who had been silent by the wall, suddenly coughed up blood and trembled as he stood again. That in his current state, onlookers had no doubt that a mere gust of wind could send him crashing to the ground. No longer did anyone watch this duel with a detached perspective. Reiya's tenacity had earned their respect. "I can still go on," Reiya managed to utter, his gaze unwavering, betraying none of the injuries to his body. "Good," Shanks said, his tone devoid of further elaboration. Reiya's resilience ignited a competitive spirit within him. He was eager to discover just how much Reiya could withstand his onslaught. Taking a deep breath, he widened his stance. Fists clenched at his sides. Then, with a mighty roar, he surged forward, his speed surpassing that of before. Reiya's eyes were already swollen. Were it not for his continuously improving physical condition, he would have been unable to endure Shanks' assaults until this point. However, an increase in physical prowess did not equate to a reduction in injuries. The places that needed to bleed still bled, and those that swelled remained inflamed. His eyes resembled those of a frog. His eyelids puffed, giving him a rather disheveled appearance. Nevertheless, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Shanks. He was determined to track the movements of his opponent. "That I must see clearly." His pupils constricted, and his body yearned to move. However, Shanks's fists were simply too swift. In the blink of an eye, they had already struck him. Yet, in comparison to before, his evasion had improved significantly. Although he did not entirely dodge Shanks's onslaught, he at least managed to withstand the attack with the most resilient part of his body. Reiya's form staggered backward, ultimately colliding with the wall before coming to a halt. Shanks regarded him with a hint of surprise, now quite certain that this individual could indeed enhance himself in the midst of battle. However, having endured his attack, he surely wouldn't be able to rise again. Would he? Leaning against the wall, Reiya's legs trembled incessantly, and after a few seconds, he collapsed into a half-kneeling position on the ground. Gasping for breath, "Reiya, concede. You are no match for Shanks. Indeed, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to confront Shanks in the future. It's best to yield now. Your journey lies ahead. Reiya, I believe you will eventually catch up to Shanks." As comrades aboard the same vessel, other pirates called out, unable to suppress their empathy. "It seems he has nearly reached his limit," Roger observed, glancing at Reiya. Beside him, Rayleigh remained silent, his gaze fixed on Reiya, a newfound appreciation evident in his expression. Yet, just as everyone believed Reiya would not rise again, a pirate prepared to announce the outcome of the match. "Wait," Reiya's voice echoed, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. All eyes turned to him as he stood once more, his precarious form appearing almost unbelievable. "Reiya, you mustn't push yourself further. Such strain could leave lasting repercussions on your body. Indeed, Reiya, there's no need to jeopardize your health for a fleeting victory." "No, I can still fight," Reiya declared, lifting his head with unwavering resolve. That a spark of determination glimmered in his eyes. causing the surrounding pirates to shudder. After enduring so many blows, it was inconceivable for anyone else to possess such clarity. Yet, the Reiya before them resembled an indomitable cockroach, his vitality astonishingly resilient. Shanks furrowed his brow. Truthfully, Reiya's ability to withstand punishment exceeded his expectations. However, the repeated inability to fell Reiya was beginning to vex him. "Reiya, are you certain you wish to continue this fight?" he inquired. "I am certain, absolutely certain. I will defeat you," Reiya affirmed, observing his attribute panel, which displayed a gradual increase in data as long as he could endure. He would surpass Shanks in physical prowess. "Very well. I shall not hold back," Shanks resolved, determined to bring Reiya down in one decisive blow. In truth, even if Shanks were to triumph at this point, it would hardly be a glorious victory. Reiya's tenacity had already left an indelible impression on the gathered pirates. Initially, had Shanks swiftly defeated Reiya, it would have merely highlighted Shanks's strength. However, now, few people's attention remained solely on Shanks. The unyielding Reiya had even earned Shanks's begrudging respect. Nonetheless, in the midst of battle, he could not afford to show leniency out of admiration. With that thought, he launched himself forward once more, his fists like the wind, moving with lightning speed. In mere moments, countless punches rained down upon Reiya. Yet, to Shanks's astonishment, he realized that his fists did not strike Reiya with the same force as before. Initially, his blows had felt akin to striking a mere piece of paper. In those moments, Shanks had known that Reiya would surely fall. However, the current situation was entirely different. Reiya's body seemed to have gained considerable strength as Shanks's fists connected. There was a firm sensation, reminiscent of striking solid wood. Of course, such physical resilience could not withstand Shanks's blows indefinitely. The surprise in Shanks's mind flickered away as he continued his assault, Reiya's eyes beginning to cloud over. His vision blurred, and Shanks appeared to him as two figures. "Am I about to fall? Is this the moment I can no longer endure?" Just as Reiya's body seemed on the verge of collapsing, a beeping sound rang out, signaling the system's voice. "The host has once again successfully withstood a powerful attack. Attributes have been enhanced, in an instant." Reiya's attributes surged upward once more, restoring a measure of clarity to his mind. "No, I cannot fall here." A fierce fire ignited within Reiya's chest, stabilizing his trembling legs. "What?" Shanks exclaimed, utterly shocked in such a state, this individual still managed to remain standing. What kind of resilience was this? If one were to assess sheer durability, Shanks believed that none of the pirates present could rival Reiya. "Bring it on," his voice, though weak, resonated with determination once more. The faces of the pirates were etched with astonishment. How long had it been since they had witnessed such a battle? This confrontation was not characterized by fervor or excitement. Nor was it a clash of equals. Instead, it was a struggle between two unequal forces. Yet the weaker side had managed to captivate all present with sheer tenacity. They ceased their pleas for Reiya to surrender. "Reiya, show Shanks what you are made of. Truly, you are our comrade. This resilience is remarkable. Go, Reiya." Most of the pirates had begun to cheer for him, thoroughly inspired by his indomitable spirit. "Rayleigh, it seems you may be losing," Roger remarked with a hearty laugh. Rayleigh shook his head, responding, "Not necessarily. Do not forget that Reiya is merely withstanding Shanks's attacks, and it has proven exceedingly challenging to at this moment. Shanks remains unharmed. Under such circumstances, how could Shanks possibly lose?" "Tisich, you really are no fun," Roger retorted. Clenching his fists, Shanks's fingernails dug into his palms. He exhaled deeply, stating, "Very well. As you wished." In the next moment, his figure appeared before Ray. Fists rained down upon Ray with a cacophony of sound. Despite the onslaught, astonishingly, Ray managed to rise each time. The onlookers were left bewildered, uncertain of when Ray would finally succumb. Perhaps they had begun to believe that Ray would never falter in this battle. He would rise again and again like a cockroach. Even if someone told them that Ray would fall with the next strike, they would likely refuse to believe it. Each time Ray fell, he felt his body growing heavier. Shanks' attacks were not without effect. They merely appeared diminished due to Rei's enhanced physical resilience. However, even so, the human body has its limits. Ray was, after all, a normal man, and he could feel his eyelids growing heavy. The pain coursing through his body had rendered him numb, as if he had grown accustomed to it. Even the agony merely furrowed his brow. Why had he not yet fallen? Shanks continued to swing his fists, each time convinced that Ray would not rise again. Yet, time and again, Ray surprised him. Damn it. With a thunderous impact, Shanks' fist connected with Ray once more. Blood spurted from Ree's mouth, and at that moment, his face was unrecognizable. If someone familiar were to see him now, they would struggle to identify the battered visage as that of Ray. Was he finally unable to endure any longer? Half kneeling on the ground, blood trickling down from his head. The world around him was a blur. He could no longer hear the chatter of those nearby. It was as if the entire world had fallen silent. His body felt immensely heavy. Even the slightest movement seemed impossible. For half a minute, Ray remained half kneeling, unyielding. This brought a sigh of relief from Shanks. Had this man finally been defeated? Just as Ree's world threatened to plunge into darkness, a mechanical voice echoed. Host has withstood the attack. Attributes enhanced. Ray vaguely heard this voice but did not react that moment. Even an enhancement seemed unlikely to save him. That he scoffed inwardly. Yet, after delivering this message, the mechanical voice resounded again. Congratulations, Host has reached level 10. Awarded a milestone reward, basic Conqueror's Haki. A reward, he chuckled bitterly. What use was it now? It seemed certain that he was destined to lose. Ray was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Wait, what did it just say? Conqueror's what? Haki. The mention of Conqueror's Haki sent a jolt through Ray, who was on the verge of unconsciousness. Suddenly awakening with clarity, he had obtained such a power. It was truly remarkable. In the world of pirates, Haki was a formidable weapon. There were 3 types of Haki. The first was Armament Haki, which could enhance one's physical defense and attack, and importantly, could harm those with Logia-type Devil Fruit powers. The second was Observation Haki, a powerful tool for snipers, allowing them to anticipate opponents' moves. Anyone possessing Observation Haki could dramatically improve their evasion abilities, even dodging bullets with ease. The final type, however, was exceedingly rare, Conqueror's Haki, a name that evoked a sense of dominance and royalty. Indeed, this type of Haki was a rarity. Only those with the spirit of a king could possess it. Ordinary individuals, no matter how diligently they trained, could never attain Conqueror's Haki. This form of Haki exuded an overwhelming aura that could intimidate foes, and if sufficiently advanced, could even render opponents unconscious. That moment, Ray had acquired the most elusive of Haki. Hope surged within him. In an instant, Ray felt all his pain dissipate. The gasp of astonishment erupted from the pirates as Ray rose once more. With that sound, the pirates' gazes returned to him. They had almost rushed to carry Ray to the ship's infirmary. But now they halted, captivated by his movement. It's futile. Ray, give up. You can never defeat me, Shanks said, a hint of reluctance in his voice. The bruised and battered Ray appeared almost comical. Yet, not a soul in the crowd dared to mock him. Shanks, I will defeat you. Ree's swollen face cracked a smile, which only exacerbated the pain of his injuries. Shanks shook his head, saying, this is the final blow. If you can stand after this, I will concede. Clearly, Shanks felt a twinge of compassion for Ray, recognizing their camaraderie as crewmates. There was no need to escalate things to such an extreme. After all, they would inevitably encounter each other again, and it would be awkward if things went too far. Rest assured, I will not give up. I will defeat you. Shanks was momentarily taken aback, unsure where Ray found such confidence. Fortunately, he dismissed it and charged forward, his fist charged with immense energy, poised to strike Ray. Ree's red-rimmed eyes sparkled with determination at Conqueror's Haki. A surge of energy erupted from Ree's body. In that moment, Rayleigh, who had been idly swinging his legs over the railing, abruptly stood, astonished by Ree's transformation. Roger's eyes widened in confusion and shock. Meanwhile, across from Ray, Shanks felt as though Ray had transformed into an invincible giant. With a resounding crash, Shanks was sent flying backward, as if struck on the back of the head. Instantly, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. The events unfolded too swiftly for Shanks to process any other thoughts. As for the surrounding pirates, they were left in a daze. What had just transpired? Who was I? Where am I? The shift in the situation had occurred with such rapidity that they were left with no time to react. Shanks was down, unconscious. What had changed in that brief moment? What unknown technique had Ray employed? Why had everything transformed so drastically? Moments after Shanks fell, a resounding thud echoed as Ray collapsed to the ground. The pirates exchanged bewildered glances. Had Ray truly defeated Shanks? This was entirely beyond their expectations. Boss, what just happened? Not understanding is not a crime. Pirates, in this regard, possess commendable qualities. Roger burst into hearty laughter. Rayleigh, did you ever expect this? You have lost. Ha! Rayleigh shook his head and replied, truly remarkable, at such a young age. He possesses such extraordinary talent that as he spoke, his gaze fell upon Reia, evidently praising him. The pirates looked on in confusion, wondering, what are you two talking about? We can't comprehend a word. Could you possibly enlighten us? They blinked with bewildered eyes, eagerly looking to their captain and first mate for clarification. Roger then stated, do you know what that lad just employed? The pirates shook their heads, their expressions clearly suggesting that had they known, they wouldn't need to ask. Roger continued, it's Shiki Haki. He pronounced each word with emphasis. What? The pirates were visibly astonished, their disbelief palpable. Is it true? Reia can wield Shiki Haki. How extraordinary. How old is this lad? My goodness, it's utterly unbelievable. Does he possess such formidable talent? I thought he was merely resilient, but if that's the case, his future is boundless. It seems we are about to gain yet another remarkable individual aboard our ship. As members of Roger's crew, while their strength may not yet be overwhelming, their experiences were vast. After all, their ship had traversed most of the Grand Line. They certainly understood the rarity and value of Shiki Haki. Their gazes towards Reia instantly shifted. Hey, are you all right? The lad is injured all over, and you just stand there gawking? What a bunch of rascals. Step aside. A bespectacled man with golden hair squeezed through the crowd. The pirates, upon seeing him, awkwardly parted ways. This was their ship's doctor. In the vast ocean, offending anyone was ill-advised, particularly the cook and the doctor. If either of those two decided to make life difficult, they would surely regret it. The man approached Reia, crouching down to examine him. The more he inspected, the more astonished his expression became. This is unfathomable. How can this be? Roger walked over. Kuroka's, how is he? Strange, Kuroka's replied. I expected his injuries to be severe, yet he appears to have sustained only minor wounds. If there's not a trace of internal damage, is that true? Just moments ago, I thought this lad was on the brink of death. Roger exclaimed in surprise. Kuroka's glared at him, as if to say, are you questioning my medical skills? Roger quickly realized his faux pas and sheepishly scratched his head. The other pirates were unfazed by the scene. Had this been another crew, the doctor would have been on the receiving end of a beating by now. This lad seems to have grown significantly stronger, Kuroka's remarked, placing his calloused hands on Reia. Easily sensing the power emanating from his muscles, that it's truly astonishing. How did he achieve this? I recall he was not nearly this robust before. Could it be that he grows stronger in battle? It's quite possible. Perhaps Shanks' earlier attack enhanced his physical resilience. Otherwise, with his original strength, he could not have withstood such violent assaults. Rayleigh slowly approached. So this lad is indeed a prodigy. Roger's face was alight with excitement. Indeed, the Shiki Haki he unleashed earlier indicates that his talent is exceptional. Rayleigh nodded in agreement. Hey, don't change the subject. You lost, Roger's words. The pirates suddenly recalled that not long ago, they had been placing bets. Everyone had wagered on Shanks' victory, except for Roger, who had bet on Reia. The pirates exchanged glances and began making their way towards the cabin. Hey, you lot, don't think you can escape. Seeing this, Roger immediately pursued them. Run, or you'll lose all your pocket money to him. Hurry, run. In an instant, the pirate ship was in disarray. Kuroka's could only chuckle at the commotion, turning his gaze back to Reia. Remarkable. We are about to add another future star to our ranks. With that, he hoisted Reia onto his shoulder and made his way towards the cabin. Not far away, Shanks was also being escorted back to the cabin. However, his condition was not too grave. He bore no injuries, having merely fainted from the sudden surge of Reia's overwhelming presence. Yet, when he awoke, it remained uncertain how he would react. The blow to his pride would likely be substantial. After all, nearly everyone aboard the ship had believed that Shanks would surely win. But, as fate would have it, who could have anticipated that the ultimate victor would be Reia? Kuroka's looked at the two young men lying on the beds, a hint of anticipation gracing his features. With the influx of fresh talent aboard their ship, the future voyages seemed destined to become even more exhilarating. Moments later, he commenced Reia's treatment. The task was hardly difficult. For Kuroka's, tending to minor injuries was as effortless as eating a meal. Reia felt as if he had emerged from a bizarre dream, one in which monstrous iron beings loomed and iron boxes sped along the ground. He opened his heavy eyelids to behold a white ceiling above him. Where am I? He pushed himself up with his hands, only to realize that his entire body ached, as if he had been thoroughly beaten. Beaten? Images suddenly flashed in his mind that it seemed he had been engaged in a fierce battle with Shanks. Thus, it was indeed true that he had endured a beating. Rayia couldn't help but smile ruefully. But what had become of the battle's outcome? He had simply relied on sheer willpower to hold himself together. The only thing he vaguely remembered was receiving a reward from the system. What had transpired in the end? His memory was utterly blank. That was no wonder, given that in such a state. Merely maintaining his instincts was a commendable feat. How could he have expected to retain clarity of thought? Awake. Don't move around just yet. A voice interrupted Reia's thoughts. He turned to see a golden-haired man with glasses standing before him. The man appeared quite refined, almost out of place among the rest of the pirates aboard the ship. Who are you? Reia asked, his face a mask of confusion. The golden-haired man, hearing this, slapped Reia lightly on the head. I am Kuroka's. Have you taken a blow to the head? Kuroka's feigned annoyance. Kuroka's? Reia's mind raced to recall information about this individual that last. A look of realization spread across his face. It's you. The ship's doctor aboard Roger's crew. Fortunately, Reia still retained some memories of this ship. Otherwise, he might have raised suspicions among the crew. With these memories in mind, he no longer needed to worry about fitting in aboard the pirate vessel. Hey, how did you manage to do that? In the midst of battle, one could unexpectedly enhance their physical prowess. Kuroka gazed at Reia with a hint of curiosity. This question had plagued him for quite some time. Ever since he had examined Reia's physique, he had been eager to uncover the truth. However, as a physician, despite conducting numerous examinations, he had failed to identify any peculiarities. This only deepened his perplexity, if it wasn't a matter of physical constitution. Then what could possibly be augmenting his bodily abilities? Could it be that this fellow was truly gifted? Naturally, Reia would not divulge the existence of the system. He offered a wry smile and replied, I'm not entirely sure about that. I just feel that I can continue fighting. Beyond that, I haven't given it much thought. As for your mention of an enhancement in physical abilities, I genuinely have no idea. Is it possible that my physical attributes have improved during combat? Reia's rhetorical question left Kuroka somewhat speechless. It appeared that this young man truly was oblivious to his own circumstances. Well, given the situation at the time, it was only natural that he hadn't perceived it. Those who dwell upon the vast seas understand a certain truth. Some matters cannot be traced to their roots in this wondrous ocean. Anything is possible. Reia's ability to elevate his physical attributes during battle hardly seemed extraordinary. Yet, one could not help but wonder if this fellow would continue to do so in future skirmishes. Kuroka suppressed his curiosity. All right, you need to rest properly now. Although your injuries are not severe, at your age, you will recover swiftly. However, you mustn't engage in any reckless behavior during this time, lest you suffer lingering effects. I won't be responsible for you. Though his words were stern, Reia could sense the genuine concern behind them. Warming his heart, in the world of pirates, having someone care for him was indeed a stroke of fortune. By the way, what was the outcome of the battle? Reia suddenly recalled that he was still unaware of the result. Kuroka looked at him oddly. You don't know the outcome of the battle? Reia shook his head and replied, I can only remember that it seems I collapsed. You not recall how you managed to knock Shanks unconscious? Shanks was knocked out? Reia exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, that was no small feat of yours. None of us anticipated that, under such circumstances, you would be able to render Shanks unconscious. Kuroka reminisced about the earlier confrontation between Reia and Shanks, still feeling a sense of wonder. Really? So, does that mean I won the battle? Reia asked, a hint of surprise in his tone. Although he remembered receiving a reward from the system, that initial level of Conqueror's Haki had surpassed his expectations, allowing him to actually incapacitate Shanks. Yes, you won. You have no idea how boastful Roger has been over the past few days because of this. Speaking of Roger, Kuroka shook his head, indicating that it seemed Roger had been stirring up trouble on the ship lately. Is Shanks all right? Of course he's fine. He woke up just a few hours after you fell unconscious. Kuroka paused momentarily before continuing. However, when he left here, he certainly appeared to be quite shaken by the encounter. Reia thought, quickly realizing the implication in that battle. No one had anticipated a victory. The fact that Shanks had lost so inexplicably would undoubtedly have impacted anyone else in the same position. Of course. The most significant factor was that his own strength did not match Shanks. In light of such a vast disparity, Losing the battle was hardly a cause for celebration. Is he really okay? Rayia inquired again. Rest assured, Shanks is not as fragile as you might think. It was clear that Coloca's held a great deal of confidence in Shanks. However, it seems that life aboard this ship is about to become quite lively. With that, Coloca's offered a few more words of advice before departing the infirmary. Rayia remained seated on the bed, taking his time before leaving. His body still bore many aches and pains. Indeed, as Coloca's had advised, it was best to rest for a while to avoid any lingering issues. He had not anticipated that this system, which had made him stronger through hardship, could also yield Conqueror's Haki. Looking at his status panel, he noted, Personal Information Panel Name, Rayia Strength, 11 Stamina, 10 Speed, 12 Special Ability. Basic Conqueror's Haki. In comparison to his self before the battle with Shanks, Rayya's attributes had undergone a dramatic transformation, practically multiplying several times over. Now, his various attributes were comparable to those of an adult. Of course, he still fell short when compared to Shanks. Nevertheless, this gave Rayia a sense of comfort. After enduring so many beatings, he had finally reaped some rewards. It seemed that his journey towards strength would continue to unfold through hardship. With that thought, a bittersweet expression crossed Rayya's face. The pain of being beaten was not a trivial matter. One must remember that all sensory information is genuine, and pain is very real. Even with improved physical attributes, the sensation of pain would not diminish. Recalling his previous battle with Shanks, he felt as though his entire body had gone numb, sending chills down his spine. Never mind, at least I've found a path to becoming stronger. In this vast ocean, one must possess some means of growth. Otherwise, one might soon meet their demise beneath the waves. After all, he was aboard the ship of the future pirate king. Such a vessel would undoubtedly face countless dangers. If he failed to enhance his abilities, Rayia could hardly imagine how he would survive in these treacherous waters. After moving his still sore body slightly, he had to admit that Coloca's medical skills were truly remarkable. The swelling that had once enveloped Rayya's body had nearly dissipated. Gazing through the porthole, he saw his youthful reflection. He truly looked like a mere child. Moreover, that child's face was still swollen, resembling a pig's head. After approximately 2 days, Rayia was finally granted permission to leave the infirmary, a privilege bestowed upon him by Coloca's, the ship's doctor. While he was confined to the infirmary, he had not been entirely isolated. Other pirates had come to visit him occasionally. They either expressed their astonishment or inquired about his thoughts on the battle. Others had come to scold him for his victory, which had cost many of them their pocket money. However, this was not considered resentment, merely banter among comrades. These hardy pirates were not the type to harbor ill will over such trivial matters. Finally, he could step out of the cabin. To speak frankly, this marks the first occasion that Rayia has felt the embrace of the vast azure ocean since arriving in this world. In previous battles, he scarcely had the opportunity to absorb the surroundings or comprehend the realm in which he found himself. The invigorating sea breeze tousled his hair, bringing with it a refreshing aroma tinged with a hint of brine. The sound of waves crashing against the hull was not deafening, but rather crisp and clear, instilling a sense of tranquility rather than distress. This rhythmic melody bestowed upon him an inexplicable sense of freedom. The boundless ocean stretched infinitely, devoid of any land in sight. As he sailed upon the great vessel, an indescribable sense of grandeur washed over him. The ship, with its imposing structure, steadfastly maintained its course despite the tumultuous waves. Normally, being adrift on the ocean would evoke a feeling of instability, yet aboard this mighty ship, Rayia felt an unusual sense of security. It seemed that even in the face of towering waves, the ship would remain resolute, never to be lost nor succumb to the depths. Yaya. Above the enormous sails, several birds, whose names eluded Rayia, circled gracefully. Instead of creating a cacophony, their presence offered a serene contrast amidst the lively atmosphere. Hey, Rayia, Coloca's has released you. Hurry over for a drink. Come on, Rayia, we've been waiting for you. You haven't had a taste of alcohol yet, have you? Hey, enough of that. Rayia is still underage. Don't lead him astray. What is the harm? I learned to drink at 10. Exactly, which pirate doesn't indulge in drink? Fine wine, beautiful women, wealth, the eternal allure. The pirates aboard the ship greeted Rayia with enthusiastic warmth, making him feel as though he had returned home. Surrounded by the affectionate inquiries of family, let us have a few drinks. Suddenly, a hand landed on Rayya's shoulder. He turned to find a familiar face, Shanks. He could hardly believe it was Shanks before him. The broad smile on his face belied any trace of their previous confrontation. Gone was the fierce demeanor. Instead, he radiated a warmth that enveloped Rayia like a gentle spring breeze. "Are you all right?" Rayia found himself surprised at his own words. Upon hearing this, Shanks' smile widened even more. "How could I possibly be unwell? You're not capable of hurting me, my boy, but I must commend your resilience. Your tenacity rivals that of an indestructible cockroach." Shanks chuckled. His demeanor showed no sign of resentment from their earlier encounter, and Rayia felt a twinge of embarrassment that it is your strength that is truly formidable. Shanks that I barely stood a chance. The recollection of Shanks's terrifying power and speed remained vivid in Rayya's mind. "Wasn't I the one who knocked you out?" Shanks rolled his eyes. "That was merely a stroke of luck on your part." Rayia waved his hand dismissively, responding earnestly. His words were not mere modesty. They reflected his genuine sentiment. Even now, despite his attributes being comparable to those of an average adult, he did not believe he could triumph over Shanks. The man appeared to be in his teens, yet his statistics were nothing short of monstrous. An ordinary adult would stand no chance against him. "What was that immense aura you unleashed at the end?" Shanks suddenly inquired. Rayia shook his head, replying, "I'm not quite sure. At that moment, I only had one thought in mind. I don't even know how it happened. Captain Roger mentioned that it seemed to be Conqueror's Haki." "Rayia, you're quite impressive to have grasped it so swiftly," Shanks remarked, a hint of envy gracing his features. Rayia was acutely aware that this man before him was destined to become one of the future 4 emperors. Furthermore, his accomplishments with Conqueror's Haki were exceptional. Having reached an advanced level that in the pirate world, few could truly rival him in this regard. Rayya's fledgling mastery of Conqueror's Haki was but a pale comparison. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Currently, Rayia was uncertain how his presence might influence the course of history in this world. He had already outpaced Shanks, who could say what heights either of them might ultimately reach. "That was merely a stroke of luck," Rayia humbly asserted. "Come now, whether it was luck or otherwise, let us imbibe. You're not going to shy away from a drink, are you?" Shanks draped an arm around Rayya's shoulders and led him into the throng. "Rayia, come, try this. It's delightful. Shanks, hurry here. Cheers, this meat is mine. Don't touch it. Rayleigh, pass me your meat. No way, you have your own. Hey, that's my drink." Other pirates seemed to have long grown accustomed to this maritime life, their demeanor unfazed by such changes as they methodically went about their tasks. Full left rudder, full right rudder. The massive sails had already been lowered in this unpredictable weather. The winds at sea were exceptionally fierce. Such winds could easily alter the ship's navigational course. During these moments, it was prudent to stow the sails to avoid losing direction. Clearly, the Roger pirates were well versed in managing such conditions. Ha. Rayia, did you see that? This is the power of nature, the might of the sea, Shanks declared as he approached Rayia. Rayia nodded, replying, "In the face of such forces, we feel so insignificant. Indeed, even those who have consumed devil fruits feel utterly powerless against nature's wrath." Shanks remarked wistfully, Devil fruits? Have you consumed one, Shanks?" Shanks shook his head, responding, "Of course not. Devil fruits are exceedingly rare and can fetch a price of over 100 million berries. They are not ordinary fruits one can simply eat. Moreover, devil fruits are cursed by the sea. Once consumed, one loses the ability to swim forever, becoming a landlubber. For us pirates, that is hardly advantageous." Shanks rambled on, providing Rayia with valuable insights. Yet, Rayia pondered, isn't it true that consuming a devil fruit grants one immense power? Wouldn't that bestow formidable abilities? While that may be the case, each has its merits. Shanks seemed reluctant to delve deeper into the topic. Rayia wished to learn more, but recognizing Shanks's disinterest, he refrained from pressing further. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the experienced members of the Roger Pirates, they soon weathered the storm and finally departed that treacherous place. The new world is indeed far more formidable than paradise. One pirate remarked, "You're not wrong. I thought I was going to perish." As the pirates expressed their relief, a voice rang out from the crow's nest, where a lookout was scanning the horizon. "Land ho!" The words sent a jolt of excitement through the crew, even Captain Roger's eyes sparkling with delight. "Wonderful! We've finally found an island. At long last, I have managed to log in. It has been several days since I last indulged in alcohol. How I long for that piquant taste. Log in, log in." A jubilant band of pirates, each brimming with enthusiasm. The ship gradually begins to approach the island. The island that could only be glimpsed from the lookout tower is now transforming from a mere black into a distinct silhouette. Upon truly beholding the island, the excitement on the pirates' faces is unmistakable. Their expressions convey an eagerness to plunge into the sea and swim with all their might towards the land, and of course, should they choose to swim, they would not match the speed of the ship. Within Reia's heart, a flicker of anticipation stirs. This marks his inaugural landing on an island, perhaps his first encounter with the local customs and culture. After all, since arriving here, he has resided aboard a pirate ship, nearly forgetting the sensation of solid ground beneath his feet. Soon, the vessel nears the island's shores. The pirate's fortune. This island is not a desolate land, but rather a relatively prosperous place inhabited by residents. How splendid! It would be quite awkward if it were deserted. Where there are people, there is surely a chance to procure some liquor. Hurry, let us make landfall. Hey, everyone, be cautious. What if the Navy is present? What are we afraid of? If the Navy shows up, we'll teach them a lesson. Indeed, indeed. We are pirates. The island's inhabitants, it seems, do not display any surprise at the sight of the pirate ship. Reia ponders this and soon comprehends. Although Roger has yet to ascend to the throne of Pirate King, there are still many who venture onto the seas as pirates in this era. Moreover, they are currently in the New World, where the islanders have undoubtedly encountered their fair share of pirates and have grown accustomed to their presence. However, familiarity does not equate to fondness, and thus it signifies that the residents are unlikely to greet them with warmth. As expected, once Reia disembarks the ship alongside Roger and the others, the gazes of the islanders are laden with wariness. Mothers shield their curious children, ushering them away, while some hastily close their doors and windows. The pirates, however, take this in stride. Roger merely shrugs and calls out, "Brothers, we can finally procure some drinks." Hooray! The pirates cheer, marching towards the town with exuberance that a throng of them. Indeed, Rayleigh stands beside Roger, wearing a benign and harmless smile. Yet, his status renders his smile devoid of any persuasive power. Reia curiously surveys the surroundings. There are no towering skyscrapers. The buildings are modest, reaching a height of merely 1 or 2 stories, perhaps around 20 meters. If one were to find a vantage point, they could surely survey the entire town. The architectural style leans towards a Western European aesthetic. This is what houses look like in the pirate world. After a cursory observation, Reia's curiosity begins to wane. He finds nothing particularly remarkable about these structures. Meanwhile, Roger and his crew have their sights set on the island's tavern. Where there are people, there is bound to be alcohol. As seasoned drinkers, the pirates swiftly locate the town's tavern. The entrance is reminiscent of a Western style, featuring low, double wooden doors that swing outward, allowing easy access. With a forceful push, Roger calls out, "Barkeep, bring us your finest spirits." Thus, the group storms into the tavern. The tavern owner, a middle-aged man, shows no signs of panic at the sight of such a raucous assembly. One glance at these individuals makes it abundantly clear that they bear the mark of pirates. The perils they face may stem from uncharted islands, the depths of the sea, or even the skies above. The mysterious ocean is a realm where anything can transpire, suggesting the potential emergence of various strange creatures, whether hostile or benevolent. Furthermore, in addition to these dangers, they must also contend with rival pirates and their nemesis, the Navy. All these threats loom over the lives of the pirates to survive the uncertainties of their adventurous lives. The pirates' morale is of utmost importance that a robust state of mind enhances their fighting capabilities. For a pirate to thrive upon the seas, an ample supply of food and medicine is essential. Naturally, the food must also be delectable. Otherwise, it would pose a challenge for the pirates to consume. Jabba has a considerable list of provisions to procure. The kitchen is devoid of flour, necessitating a purchase that in his hand. Jabba clutches a lengthy list. Recently, Kaloka's mentioned that the infirmary is out of cold medicine, so that must be obtained as well. Speaking of that fellow Kaloka's, it's rather frustrating. Why can't he procure these things himself? Why must I, an amateur, be tasked with this? What if I make the wrong purchase? Oh, what a headache. And let us not forget about the spices. The kitchen is out of salt and oil. How will we eat otherwise? Good heavens, how many more items are there to buy? Shanks, come help me with this. Reia, lend me a hand with this. Jabba rambles on, resembling a married woman fretting over household errands. The ship's third in command. He has an overwhelming number of concerns. Captain Roger pays no heed to such matters, focused solely on adventure. Wherever danger lurks, he goes. And as for Rayleigh, he is occupied with training, leaving Jabba to bear the burden. Jabba, what else do we need to buy? Reiya inquires, his arms laden with bags that it must be said. Even for a simple shopping excursion, it is exceedingly taxing. Carrying all these items serves as a form of strength training. After all, it is a weighty burden to bear. Reiya has not traversed a great distance before finding himself breathless. In contrast, Shanks beside him appears to be in far better shape. The tinge of envy flickers in Reiya's gaze. Shanks possesses a far superior constitution to this moment. He yearns to be soundly thrashed. After all, only through enduring hardship can one grow stronger. If he were to rely solely on conventional methods, his progress would be agonizingly slow. He wonders when he might ever catch up to Shanks. Reiya does not believe that his previous victory over Shanks was a testament to his own strength. It was merely a stroke of luck. Should he face Shanks in a direct confrontation, even utilizing Conqueror's Haki, Reiya doubts his chances of success. Reiya, you need to train harder. Look at Shanks. Despite carrying the same load, he shows no signs of fatigue. Jabba remarks, setting down his list with a chuckle. Reiya glares at him, retorting, you have the audacity to say that? Look at your empty hands. All the items are with us. Jabba remarked with a serious expression. Isn't this meant to train you both? If you can't even manage to carry such a trifling amount, how can you aspire to be pirates? Humph. Reiya fumed at Jabba's patronizing demeanor. Had he not known he was outmatched, he would have lunged at him to unleash his frustration. All right. Don't be angry. I'll reward you with a piece of candy when we return, Jabba said, speaking as if soothing a child. Reiya rolled his eyes, truly treating them like children. At that moment, Shanks glanced over and nudged Reiya. Upon turning, Reiya noticed Shanks was incessantly winking at him. Instantly, he understood as the words left their mouths. Both flung the items they held toward Jabba. In that moment, it was as if flowers were scattered from the heavens. You too, seeing the newly purchased items about to hit the ground, Shanks and Reiya were taken aback to see Jabba displaying no special actions. With a flurry of swift movements, the scattered items gracefully landed in Jabba's hands. Shanks and Reiya stared in wide-eyed amazement at this miraculous scene. How did he accomplish that? Jabba, you are truly impressive. Jabba, with a hint of arrogance, lifted his chin and said, now you understand the prowess of a skilled hand, don't you? He was about to say more when suddenly his gaze darted to the side, his pupils constricting sharply. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were forcibly swallowed down. Frantically, he signaled to Shanks and Reiya. The two exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily unsure of his meaning. However, when they followed Jabba's line of sight, they stood frozen in shock. There they were, the Navy. Dozens of individuals clad in Navy uniforms strode through the streets. At the forefront was a stylishly dressed woman, her figure curvaceous and striking. Yet, her cloak and the insignia on her shoulder unmistakably revealed her identity, the Navy Rear Admiral. Beside this admiral stood a girl of similar age to Shanks and the others. Her sparkling peach blossom eyes filled with curiosity. With a cheerful smile, she bounced along, radiating vitality. Reiya, Shanks, and Jabba exchanged glances. In the next moment, they all bolted in the same direction. Run. Encountering the Navy is akin to a thief encountering the police. If they didn't flee, the odds of capture were exceedingly high. However, their flight immediately caught the attention of the Navy Rear Admiral. The female Rear Admiral's expression was one of confusion. Yet, her keen gaze could clearly discern Jabba's face from a distance. Just a brief moment of surprise passed before realization struck. Pirates. Pirates. Where are the pirates? The energetic girl beside her inquired. The Rear Admiral pointed at the trio dashing away in the distance. The girl's eyes lit up, and she called to the Navy behind her, quick, follow me to catch them. Saying this, she dashed ahead. Hey, wait, Peach Bunny, the Rear Admiral called out, somewhat helplessly from behind. Yet, the agile Peach Bunny was already a blur. Far ahead, seemingly ignoring her call, the Rear Admiral rubbed her temples in exasperation and instructed her subordinates, you all follow after her. Yes, a small squad of Navy soldiers replied in unison, promptly sprinting after her. Peach Bunny, wait for us, the sailors shouted as they ran ahead. The Rear Admiral remained behind, shaking her head in resignation. She did not immediately pursue but first surveyed her surroundings, scanning the coastline in the distance. Where ships typically docked, her gaze swept along the shoreline, and it wasn't long before she spotted a pirate ship anchored nearby. The flag fluttering above it unmistakably signified their identity, the Roger Pirates. The Rear Admiral wore an expression of as expected. After pondering for a moment, she led the remaining Navy soldiers in the opposite direction of where Peach Bunny had gone. The townsfolk around watched this unfolding scene with curiosity. Were the Navy going to apprehend pirates? Some among them wore expressions of excitement to them. The Navy was always the embodiment of justice, although this particular band of pirates hadn't committed any egregious acts. It didn't mean their perception of pirates would improve. That was utterly impossible that in these waters, especially in the New World, the residents' disdain for pirates was deeply ingrained. Their sentiments were unlikely to change anytime soon. Of course, not everyone felt this way. Some were indifferent or merely viewed it as a spectacle. "Hey, stop right there." Peach Bunny's voice reached the ears of Shanks, Rayia, and Jabba. While running, the three exchanged glances upon hearing her. Without uttering a word, they accelerated their pace. What nonsense! Pirates encountering the Navy. If they stopped, it would be disastrous. Jabba and the others were no fools. "Quick, run to the right." Jabba pointed towards a fork in the road and immediately veered in that direction. This path should lead them to the seaside. Their captain might have already returned to the ship. "We need to hurry. As long as we reach the ship, we'll be safe." As they sprinted, Jabba's stamina and speed easily outpaced the average Navy soldier or even a girl like Peach Bunny. Before long, they had left her and the Navy far behind. The further they ran, the more open their view became. Jabba realized they were nearing the coastline, and the outline of their pirate ship was beginning to emerge in his sight. "Wonderful, keep it up. We're almost there," Jabba exclaimed, turning to look back. He was instantly taken aback. "Huh, where are Shanks and Rayia?" Shanks, panting heavily, was momentarily stunned by the question that he quickly turned to look, only to find Rayia was no longer beside him. But oh no, that guy has fallen behind. Could he have been caught by the Navy? Jabba groaned, rubbing his forehead. "Should we go back for him?" Shanks asked. "That of course we must search for him. We can't abandon our comrade," Jabba replied with a serious expression. "However, before that, we need to inform the captain about the Navy's presence so they can prepare to retreat. Here's the plan. You go relay this news to Roger, and I'll look for Rayia." Jabba contemplated for a moment before speaking. Shanks opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Jabba seemed to anticipate his thoughts and interjected. "You should stay behind. It's more efficient for me to act alone. Besides, if Roger isn't aware that the Navy has arrived, we could all be caught in their net, and that would be disastrous." Shanks' lips twitched slightly, his gaze revealing a resolute expression that he replied, "All right, I'll leave Rayia to you. Make sure to bring that fellow back in one piece." "Rest assured, I will," Jabba responded with a smile. After uttering those words, he began to dash away. Shanks turned his head to glance at him before setting off towards the pirate ship. "Damn it, where did those two scoundrels, Shanks and Jabba, go?" Rayia muttered angrily as he ran. "Could it be that I've lost them?" He strained to search for their figures, but found nothing. "Stop right there, pirates!" At that moment, the voice of Peach Rabbit echoed once again in Raya's ears. With no time to ponder further, he chose a direction and began to sprint fervently. He gasped for breath. Such rapid running demanded an immense amount of stamina, coupled with the earlier effort of assisting Jabba. Rayia now felt his strength waning. "Curse those damned Marines. Why are they relentlessly pursuing me?" Rayia knew well that he was not marked for a bounty by the Navy. However, to abandon his escape at this juncture appeared increasingly implausible. After all, he was a member of Roger's pirate crew, albeit merely an apprentice. Being captured by the Navy would inevitably lead to a stint in prison, a fate he wished to avoid so soon after arriving in this world. As he continued to run, a fork in the road loomed ahead. Rayia was unfamiliar with this town and randomly chose a path to sprint down. Yet, the further he ran, the more he sensed something was amiss. The road ahead seemed to narrow, leading him into an alleyway. "What? Where is this place?" Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt, his expression grim. Before him stood a tall wall, trapping him in a dead end with no means of escape. The sound of footsteps drew near, soon stopping not far behind him. He turned to see a stunningly beautiful girl leading a dozen burly men. "Looks like you won't be able to run away this time. Will you?" Peach Rabbit said, panting, her chest heaving as she glanced at the wall behind Rayia. She hadn't anticipated that this seemingly youthful pirate possessed such endurance. Fortunately, he had now reached a cul-de-sac. Rayia stared at them with a grim countenance. Remaining silent, Peach Rabbit continued, "Yield and surrender quietly. You alone cannot possibly contend with us. She gazed at Reiya with a hint of excitement. This was her first encounter with a pirate, and if she could capture him, it would be an immensely gratifying achievement. Dream on. Have you ever seen a pirate surrender willingly? Reiya scoffed. Then don't blame us for using our fists. Peach Rabbit stepped closer, proclaiming, "TCH, are you Marines truly this shameless? A whole group against a mere 12-year-old pirate?" Reiya retorted with a cold laugh, his mind racing as he devised an escape plan. Taking on so many Marines alone would yield no chance of victory. Physically, he could at best rival an adult. Yet before him stood not one but a small squad of trained Marines, with capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. What? A pirate dares to call us despicable. Peach Rabbit's temper flared as if her tail had been stepped on. Isn't it true? Look at me, a defenseless child, and you send so many to confront me. Don't you feel ashamed? Do you Marines lack even a shred of warrior spirit? Reiya's expression was serious as he spoke, as though Peach Rabbit and her crew had committed heinous crimes. You. Peach Rabbit's chest heaved with indignation, her still-developing figure becoming more pronounced with her agitation. Peach Rabbit, don't let him deceive you. He's just trying to bait you into facing him alone. Warn one of the nearby Marines that I know, she replied casually, her beautiful eyes widening as she glared at Reiya. Gritting her teeth, but do you think I can't handle this guy alone? Do not forget, I am a swordsmanship prodigy. With that, she drew a gleaming knife from her waist, its blade shimmering ominously in the light. Sending shivers down Reiya's spine, his heart raced. It was the first time he had encountered someone wielding a sword in this world. He recalled that Shanks was also skilled in swordsmanship, and his level was no small feat. Hastily, Reiya utilized the system's capabilities to assess Peach Rabbit. Strength, 18, speed, 22, stamina, 20. He was left speechless. How could a girl his age be so vastly superior? Was there no justice or law in this world? Were all those he encountered mere monsters? As a girl, possessing such attributes in speed, strength, and stamina far exceeding that of a typical adult was indeed frightening. From one perspective, it seemed she might even surpass Shanks. Of course, after spending considerable time aboard the ship, Reiya had not checked Shanks' stats since their last battle and was unaware of his current capabilities. He did know, however, that since his defeat, that imposter had been working tirelessly behind the scenes. A fact revealed by the other pirates aboard. As Reiya's gaze fell upon the girl's swordsmanship, he was momentarily stunned. Goodness, is it necessary to be this monstrous? Shanks' swordsmanship had already astounded him, yet the level of the girl before him had reached an intermediate level. What did that signify? It indicated she had made significant progress in her swordsmanship. She was merely a peer who appeared to be his age. Curse it, comparing myself to others is infuriating. I feel like a weakling next to her. He sighed inwardly. Had he not known about his power to grow stronger through taking hits, he might have lost all hope of surviving in this world. Pirate, prepare to experience my swordsmanship, Peach Rabbit declared, her demeanor brimming with eagerness. Under the training of Admiral Crane, she had yet to engage in battle with anyone, let alone someone of her own age. This opportunity was one she would not squander. Reiya, faced with the glinting blade, felt a headache coming on. Oh dear, is it going to be another day of getting beaten up? Others may start at max level, while I have to endure pain to grow stronger. How utterly disheartening. Despite his complaints, Reiya remained resolute, staring intently at the girl before him. Come on, who's afraid of whom? In such moments, one cannot afford to lose momentum. Naturally, the soldiers dared not speak further. Mitsai, after all, was personally trained by General He. Who was General He, you may ask? A significant figure in the Navy, a legendary presence. Surely, the individual she has nurtured cannot be inferior to this small pirate before them. With this thought, the soldiers refrained from obstructing Mitsai. With a commanding shout, Mitsai propelled herself off the ground. In the blink of an eye, she was before Reiya. The sharp blade swept past, creating a gust of wind. Reiya, startled, recoiled, the keen edge grazing his side, resulting in a sudden tear, leaving a fresh cut on his skin, which began to seep blood. How infuriating! This opponent was more formidable than he had anticipated. He had already overestimated the girl's speed. Yet it had far surpassed his expectations. How to combat this? Were it not for the power-up system that granted strength through punishment, Reiya might have considered surrendering at this moment, but a glimmer of pride flashed in Mitsai's eyes. In an instant, she moved her legs with agility. A sharp pain surged through Reiya's abdomen, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. What the? Just as one wave subsides, another rises. the host successfully endures the damage, and their attributes receive a boost that a mechanical voice echoed in Reiya's mind. Yet, despite the enhancement of his physical abilities, the pain coursing through him remained unrelieved. What should I do? Of course, Conqueror's Haki. It suddenly dawned on Reiya that he had recently received a reward from the system. Although he had not witnessed the effects of this Haki firsthand, he had heard of its impact on Shanks from others. This thought instilled a sense of anticipation within him. Conqueror's Haki, Mitsai, noticing Reiya's serious demeanor, sensed he was preparing a formidable technique. Her muscles tensed, yet the aura emanating from Reiya suddenly vanished, leaving her bewildered. It was as if the earlier display had been merely an illusion conjured by her mind. Reiya was at a loss, filled with despair. What had just occurred? Hadn't he activated the Conqueror's Haki? Why had it yielded no results? The legendary ability that could incapacitate foes had not manifested. Was the system deceiving him? As this thought crossed his mind, the mechanical voice resonated once more. The host had just grasped the basics of Conqueror's Haki and had yet to master its control. Consequently, the release of this Haki had resulted in an unstable state. What a cruel twist of fate! Reiya could hardly believe the outcome. He had assumed that mastering the Conqueror's Haki would allow him to wield it at will. After all, to him, distinctions like beginner or intermediate were merely classifications of strength. He believed that possessing the Conqueror's Haki would enable him to unleash it freely. Yet now, without it, he gazed at Mitsai, his heart racing with anxiety. If it were merely a matter of enduring blows, he could withstand it. However, the young woman before him wielded a blade, a weapon that appeared far superior to an ordinary knife. Should he be struck? Reiya doubted the efficacy of the so-called power-up system. He did not believe he could survive being cleaved into 18 pieces. What kind of hero takes advantage of an unarmed opponent? Reiya exclaimed. Mitsai's cheeks flushed crimson at his words. The seasoned soldiers nearby quickly interjected. This lad is doing this on purpose. He clearly cannot defeat you, which is why he resorts to such tactics on the battlefield. There are no heroes to speak of. Upon hearing this, Mitsai's face revealed a hint of hesitation. Reiya, seizing the moment, internally cursed the soldier at Mitsai's tender age. She was particularly sensitive to notions of heroism. Under these circumstances, Reiya might have successfully persuaded her to relinquish her weapon. However, this soldier had ruined everything. The soldier, unfazed, with his experience in combat, certainly possessed a unique perspective. Why not let that lad wield a knife? This way, it won't be considered bullying, he suggested. These words instantly brightened Mitsai's eyes. Reiya silently lamented the situation, wishing he could muffle the soldier's mouth with layers of tape. Such a nuisance. Without waiting for Mitsai's agreement, the soldier drew a knife from his waist and tossed it in front of Reiya. Here, this knife is for you. It seems fair enough that I don't want your knife? I don't know any swordsmanship or knife techniques, Reiya protested. You lot only know how to use your skills to bully others. His words once again put Mitsai in a quandary. The soldier's eyes narrowed ominously. This lad had quite the tongue. Yet, Reiya's words only held sway over Mitsai due to their shared youth. If Mitsai were to mature and gain more experience, she would no longer find herself in such a predicament. Instead, she would likely brandish her knife and glare at Reiya, eager to cut him into pieces. Hey, I know you're skilled with a sword. I concede defeat, but if you have the prowess, let's spar with our fists instead. If you can defeat me here, I will willingly allow you to take me away, Reiya declared once more. This time, he did not wait for the soldier to respond. Mitsai's eyes gleamed with determination. After all, becoming a naval officer as a mere girl was no small feat. She was not an ordinary female. At least not in terms of resolve. Very well, I shall duel you with my fists. With that, Mitsai sheathed her knife at Reiya's heart sword. He had succeeded. However, in that moment, a spark of determination flickered in Mitsai's eyes. With a swift motion of her long legs, she was already before Reiya. Her delicate fist struck directly into his chest. Reiya felt as though a colossal stone had collided with him, causing him to stagger backward. This girl was still incredibly fast. Mitsai pressed the advantage, her long legs sweeping like whips, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Reiya hastily ducked, narrowly avoiding her strike as it whipped past, stirring up a whirlwind. Just as he regained his footing, Mitsai unleashed a black tiger heart-piercing technique, leaving him no respite. With a resounding thud, Reiya was sent reeling once more. The mechanical voice in his mind continued to sound. Host successfully endured the attack, attributes enhanced. With Reia's current state, he was entirely at Meat-Size's mercy. Her attacks came like a torrential storm, while Reia was but a frail vessel adrift in the tempest. On the brink of capsizing, with a powerful punch, Meat-Size sent Reia flying several meters away. She expected him to be unable to continue fighting at this point, having endured so much of her onslaught. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. What? Despite enduring numerous strikes, Reia's legs trembled, teetering on the edge of collapse. However, the defiance in his gaze burned bright. He refused to fall to the ground. All right, let the onslaught intensify. Peach Rabbit soared into the sky, her form resembling that of a great rock spreading its wings. With fists clenched tightly, one of her fists struck towards Leah like a cannonball. In midair, her speed was astonishing that Leah's eyes widened as he attempted to discern the trajectory of Peach Rabbit's blow. Yet, in such a state, how could he possibly perceive her movements with clarity? Bang! The collision of flesh resonated. Leah was once again sent sprawling backward by an overwhelming force, landing in a semi-kneeling position on the ground. Surely, this time, the lad would not be able to rise again, remarked one of the sailors nearby. Initially, when Peach Rabbit engaged Leah, they believed he must possess some remarkable abilities to dare challenge her. However, since the battle commenced, it had become evident that Leah was utterly dominated by Peach Rabbit, exhibiting no capacity for counterattack whatsoever. This realization bred a sense of disdain within them. How could such a pirate possibly stand against Peach Rabbit? Nevertheless, the ensuing scene unfolded precisely as they had anticipated. Time and again, Leah found himself struck by Peach Rabbit. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a clear indication of his injuries. After enduring numerous assaults, the sailors were convinced that Leah would soon be unable to rise. Yet, an astonishing spectacle soon emerged. That very Leah, who ought to have collapsed to the ground, consistently steadied himself, defying gravity with each attempt. Despite having knelt on the ground, he managed to remain upright throughout the ordeal. Moreover, remarkably, he seemed to grow more resolute with each passing moment, as if the wounds he bore had little effect on him. This left the sailors perplexed. Could it be that their judgment had been flawed? Was this fellow merely playing the part of a pig to eat the tiger? However, that burgeoning fighting spirit was swiftly quelled as Peach Rabbit once again forced him back. The sailors soon dismissed their earlier doubts, convinced that they had been misled. Even from a distance, the force of her attacks was palpable, and they held no belief that Leah could still possess any fighting capability after such a strike. The half-kneeling figure on the ground heaved with labored breaths, his face a canvas of varying shades of pale and bruised. Very well. I can now gradually discern her movements. If I can just elevate my attributes slightly, I might be able to hold my ground against her, Leah mused inwardly. Although his injuries appeared quite severe to the sailors, in reality, they were far from critical, merely minor wounds at worst. Through the course of enduring such relentless beatings, Leah had gradually mastered some techniques for withstanding punishment, primarily the art of redirecting force. When struck, he endeavored to dissipate the damage as much as possible, allowing him to endure further assaults. Naturally, the lesser the force he absorbed, the slower his growth would be. After all, this system of taking hits was designed for enduring the most brutal of beatings to achieve the quickest advancement. However, Leah was not yet inclined to pursue that path. Fully aware of his precarious situation, although he faced only Peach Rabbit at present, he knew the surrounding sailors would not remain passive spectators once he triumphed over her. Battling Peach Rabbit alone was already exceedingly challenging. How could he possibly summon the strength to contend with those towering brutes? Thus, he resolved to prolong the fight as much as possible. The longer it lasted, the greater the chance for Jabba and the others to locate him. By now, Jabba must have realized he was missing. Once Jabba's support arrived, Leah would be saved. Leah held great confidence in Jabba's prowess. Nevertheless, to avoid being caught unprepared, he was also exploring alternative strategies, his second plan. The system of gaining strength through taking hits. Previously, he had received a reward for enduring blows, the basic Conqueror's Haki. While this ability seemed unreliable at present, Leah had begun to discern a pattern. This system appeared to grant periodic rewards once his attributes reached a certain threshold. This time, he was betting on such a reward to facilitate his escape from the encirclement of the sailors. Come on, keep going. Is that all the strength you possess to defeat me? Leah shouted, though he appeared rather disheveled. The more he struggled, the more infuriated Peach Rabbit became. This fellow, clearly lacking in strength, dared to be so arrogant. Yet, the tenacity he displayed astonished her. She had not anticipated that this youth, seemingly of her age, could withstand such punishment. The onlooking sailors were at a loss for words, some regarding Rayia with a mix of bewilderment and admiration. If they found themselves in a similar predicament, they certainly did not believe they would rise as repeatedly as Rayia did. However, such an adversary would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to their navy in the future. It would be prudent to capture him now before he could mature into a danger. Some among them resolved that even if Rayia managed to defeat Peach Rabbit, they could not allow him to escape. Of course, the notion of Rayia vanquishing Peach Rabbit seemed utterly improbable at this moment. Peach Rabbit was unscathed, while Rayia bore visible signs of injury and bloodshed, his once handsome visage now marred. The disparity between them was glaringly evident. Your resilience is commendable, but my attacks are far more formidable, Peach Rabbit declared, as she advanced towards Rayia with her long legs in the blink of an eye. She stood before him, transforming her hand into a claw aimed at his chest. Her eyes sparkled with confidence, as she believed her speed had increased beyond measure, rendering her strikes unavoidable for Rayia. Yet, in the next instant, she widened her eyes in disbelief. The Rayia she had previously regarded as sluggish and unresponsive suddenly evaded her attack with a swift sidestep. How is this possible? Did he truly see my movements? Peach Rabbit's face was a mask of incredulity. Not long ago, Rayia had shown no reaction to her strikes. Had he truly not wished to evade? Had he lacked the capacity to respond? In Peach Rabbit's view, this fellow had been unable to perceive her actions, leaving him defenseless against her onslaught. And now, mere moments later, he had managed to evade her attack. This must be a mere coincidence. It can only be a coincidence. Peach Rabbit, in utter disbelief, pursued with long legs that swept through the air like whips. Rayya's expression grew grave. His gaze remained fixed upon Peach Rabbit, just as she had surmised, had Rayia been in his prior state. Evading such assaults would have been impossible. However, under the enhancement of the strength through beatings system, he had begun to discern Peach Rabbit's movements more clearly, and with the increase in his physical prowess, he was naturally able to evade some of the attacks. This was indeed a fortuitous development for Rayia. Were it not for the relentless onslaught, devoid of any respite, even with the system, he would not have been able to endure for long. Confronted with the swift strikes of the long whip-like legs, Rayia opted to execute a backward somersault. Peach Rabbit's legs met only empty air. How could this be? If one instance could be attributed to mere luck, two occurrences signified a more significant issue. This boy might truly be able to perceive her movements. Peach Rabbit's beautiful eyes fixated on Rayia, who had narrowly avoided her attack. She inquired, "Can you actually see my attacks?" Rayia grinned. "Your strikes aren't particularly swift. It's quite normal to see them coming. Isn't it?" Peach Rabbit scoffed, sharp-tongued. "Just moments ago, you were not this fast." She pondered whether Rayia had been concealing his strength from the onset, or if he had genuinely deciphered her attacks during the battle. Possessing formidable combat talent, Peach Rabbit found it easier to accept the former explanation. After all, if this fellow possessed such terrifying innate ability, it would be utterly daunting. She was unwilling to entertain that notion. "Come on, bring it." Rayya's call interrupted her thoughts. Infuriated, Peach Rabbit unleashed a furious punch, her fist seemingly engulfed in flames, aimed to incinerate Rayya's detestable visage. Yet, Rayia remained calm, slightly shifting his body, effortlessly evading her strike. This only served to intensify Peach Rabbit's fury. Her punch descended like an impenetrable wall, enveloping Rayia entirely. The speed of Peach Rabbit's fists was astonishing, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages in the air. However, not all of her attacks could reach their target. Rayya's ability to dodge previous strikes was due to his enhanced physical condition, but improved physicality did not equate to achieving Peach Rabbit's level instantaneously. After all, in terms of combat capability, one's physical attributes must be coupled with rigorous training to foster muscle reflexes. Rayya's enhanced physique would not automatically yield the requisite reflexes, of course. If he practiced those reflexes after attaining a certain level of physical prowess, his progress would be astounding, propelling his combat abilities to a terrifying height in a short span. But that was a discussion for another time. If Rayia were captured now, nothing that followed would matter. The priority was to escape from the clutches of the Navy. Once again, Rayia endured a barrage of punches, each thud echoing painfully against him, leaving him bruised and battered, a sight that was somewhat comical. However, the Navy personnel present did not dare to laugh. Even as adversaries, They were profoundly struck by his resilience. They were indeed part of the Navy. But they held a deep respect for the strong, and this tenacity engendered admiration that it was their first encounter with someone who could endure to such an extent. Under normal circumstances, when a person exceeded their physical threshold after sustaining attacks, the subsequent moments were dictated by willpower. Those with weak resolve would quickly surrender, while the resolute would only grow stronger through adversity. The Navy personnel perceived that this young pirate embodied the latter. Yet, the more they witnessed his tenacity, the less they wished to allow him to escape. Such a person, if they were to grow, would become formidable. Why did someone like him choose the path of piracy? Why wasn't he in the Navy? If Rayia were part of the Navy, the personnel present might willingly impart all their skills to him, that a person with such steadfast will would be perfectly suited for the Navy. Regrettably, this fellow was a pirate. Though he appeared quite young, he had undoubtedly been associated with renowned pirates. They could only feel a profound sense of regret. Damn it, why won't this guy fall? Peach Rabbit seethed internally. The air above the small town echoed with Rayya's anguished cries. Despite being a girl, Peach Rabbit's strength was no jest. Each punch landed firmly upon Rayia. Even if his body were as tough as a sandbag, it would hardly avail him much. Fortunately, the enhancements provided him with some solace. However, continuing in such a manner was not a viable solution. Conqueror's Haki. Rayya's expression turned serious, though his bruised visage betrayed no signs of his determination. Here it comes again. Peach Rabbit instinctively retreated, her beautiful eyes fixated on Rayia with a peculiar intensity. Yet, the outcome seemed to mirror the initial encounter. The ostensibly overwhelming aura dissipated in an instant. Not again. Rayia felt a wave of embarrassment. He had anticipated greater control over this Conqueror's Haki following his enhancements. Yet, nothing had materialized. Where are you, Jabba Shanks? Rayia internally shouted, longing for Jabba's rugged visage, though that fellow often donned glasses and sported a ponytail, giving him a somewhat disreputable appearance. Rayia had never yearned for Jabba's presence as much as he did at this moment. Getting beaten up was excruciating. What a wretched system. This ridiculous setup left Rayia in tears of frustration. Waves of pain coursed through him, with certain areas already numb. Damn it, that woman truly struck with malice. Just as Rayia lamented, the girl, no, woman, charged at him once more, her fists and feet moving with blinding speed. Rayia once again found himself reduced to a human punching bag. Congratulations, host. Successfully resisted attacks. Attributes increased, strength enhanced, speed improved, stamina elevated. If only there were a way to elevate all attributes at once, he wouldn't have to endure so many blows. Alas, such fortune was not to be found. With a sickening crunch, Rayya's nose burst under the force of Peach Rabbit's punch. What the hell? Is this woman intent on ruining my exquisite looks? Pure jealousy. Without a doubt, if my abilities were sufficient, I would surely grab this woman and spank her. Rayia seethed inwardly as he spoke. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on Peach Rabbit's movements. She was moving. She was indeed moving. But why wouldn't his body respond? Dodge, quickly. Rayya's mind screamed in frustration. Although he could perceive her actions, his body failed to comply. His mind understood, but his body lagged behind. With the continued strikes, everything before Rayia began to blur. A chill gripped his heart as he realized he was nearing another limit. Damn it. Rayia cast a glance at his data panel. His current statistics were utterly insufficient for him to engage in combat with Taudu. Merely evading her was already quite commendable. Had the system's rewards not yet arrived? This was intolerable. Were they simply going to watch him perish? Where was the promised protagonist's halo? Just as despair began to overwhelm Rayia, that long-absent mechanical voice finally resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your resilience has reached the novice level. You are now granted a reward. The reward entails an upgrade of your Conqueror's Haki. Woe is me. After enduring so much hardship, this moment felt like sweet relief. Rayia had no specific demands for this upgrade. His gaze was fervently fixed on his attribute paneled IT that moment. A faint blue radiance emanated from it, clearly indicating the system's promised enhancement. What transformation would it undergo? Soon, a pale blue interface materialized before Rayya's eyes. IT resembled the azure of the sky, exuding a refreshingly pleasing aura. The text had transformed into white, akin to clouds drifting in the heavens. Upgrade? Upgrade. Rayia swiftly focused on the section for Conqueror's Haki. Intermediate Conqueror's Haki. It's now intermediate. I wonder if I can control it freely. If not, that would be quite unfortunate. Reiya's heart raced with anticipation. Intermediate Conqueror's Haki activated. A terrifying aura erupted from Reia, akin to the majesty of mountain peaks. Just as Taudu was about to pursue him, she suddenly sensed a lethal threat. Instinctively, she recoiled, staring in shock at Reia. What was happening? Why did she suddenly perceive such a sense of danger emanating from this seemingly insignificant boy? This was inconceivable. Since their confrontation began, she had always dominated the encounter. Could it be a mere illusion? While Taudu pondered this, the surrounding soldiers, who had been watching with amusement, suddenly changed their expressions drastically. In their eyes, Reia had transformed in an instant. Not long ago, they had regarded him as nothing more than a stubborn, bullied ox, yet now he bore the aura of a sovereign, reminiscent of a tiger in the forest. How could this be possible? As they struggled to comprehend the nature of this change, Reia lifted his gaze. His eyes gleaming with intensity, the soldiers felt as if they had been locked onto by a predator. Simultaneously, the pressure emanating from Reia intensified, resembling a colossal mountain pressing down upon them. Taudu gasped for breath. Instinctively retreating, being closest to Reia, she could most acutely sense the terrifying aura radiating from him. Merely this presence instilled in her an inexplicable fear. Her feet seemed to lose their autonomy, yearning to step back. After much effort, she had only managed to retreat a few steps. How could this be? What had happened to this boy? Taudu's eyes widened in disbelief that Reia's previously unremarkable visage now seemed to morph into that of a fierce tiger, leaving no room for resistance. Observing the reactions of those around him, Reia understood. He had once again unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. So, this is what Conqueror's Haki feels like. Indeed, it is quite effective. Reia could even perceive the terror in the eyes of the soldiers who had once looked down upon him. All of this stemmed from the Conqueror's Haki. With a long exhale, Reia finally felt a sense of release. That woman had tormented him for long enough. It was now his turn. His gaze fell upon Taudu. Do not approach. Taudu was struck with panic under Reia's intense stare. Meanwhile, the soldiers, unable to endure any longer, stepped forward to stand protectively in front of Taudu, their expressions serious as they regarded Reia. No longer did they exhibit the previous amusement. Do you intend to obstruct me? Reia glanced at them. Despite his comical appearance, not a single soldier dared to laugh. The overwhelming pressure felt as if an immense mountain bore down upon them. They remained oblivious to the reasons behind Reia's transformation. It is the unknown that truly incites fear. Consequently, the soldiers were tinged with a modicum of trepidation towards Reia. That we will not allow you to harm Miss Taudu. The soldiers affirmed, their resolve unwavering as they brandished their weapons. Upon witnessing this, Reia took a deep breath. The earlier manifestation of his Conqueror's Haki had merely been a test run. He sought to ascertain whether he could wield it with ease. Now, it appeared he had indeed mastered it. Thus, the power he had previously released was not at its full capacity. He had not completely unleashed his intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Reia speculated that a full release would yield even greater effects. Merely releasing a fragment had already instilled such fear in these soldiers. Release it all. Haha. With this thought, Reia felt a sense of exhilaration. After being subjected to prolonged torment, he now had the opportunity to retaliate. Very well, consider you all my first batch of test subjects. With that, Reia's expression hardened. The aura surrounding him grew increasingly potent, as if a torrential force enveloped him. This presence was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The soldiers broke into a cold sweat. The pressure upon them mounting. Taudu's expression was likewise grave. What does it feel like for a meek little rabbit to suddenly transform into a formidable wolf? Taudu realized she was experiencing this sensation firsthand. Reia bellowed, fully unleashing his intermediate Conqueror's Haki. With a thunderous crash, the soldiers felt as if they had been struck at the back of their heads. Their vision darkened and consciousness faded instantly. They collapsed one after another onto the ground. What is happening? Are you all right? Taudu exclaimed in panic, her eyes darting towards the fallen soldiers. Their sudden collapse left her utterly taken aback. She could not comprehend why this had occurred, despite feeling an increasing pressure herself. As a vice admiral meticulously trained by the military, her willpower was significantly stronger than that of these soldiers. Otherwise, she would not possess such extraordinary strength, endurance, and speed at her age. Yet, one by one, the soldiers succumbed to unconsciousness. And no matter how Taudu shouted, she was powerless to prevent this occurrence. Meanwhile, Reia felt a surge of joy. This Conqueror's Haki was truly a miraculous tool for clearing the field, such a sweeping assault, in the future, when encountering a marine of such numbers. Wouldn't it be fearsome no more? Reia pondered within. His gaze fell upon Taudu, who appeared visibly alarmed. Yet Reia was indifferent to her distress. He had just suffered greatly at her hands at this moment. He felt entitled to reclaim some interest. He approached her slowly, each step echoing on the ground as if he were treading upon Taudu's very heart. Taudu's entire body tensed, retreating incrementally. However, under the immense pressure, her movements were barely perceptible. As Reia drew nearer, she shouted, "What do you intend to do? We will not let you off for attacking the Navy." Reia was at a loss for words. "Come on. When you were beating me just now, you didn't seem so righteous. Such childish threats. What does it matter if the Navy won't let me go? As if I would spare you, and you would then spare me. As long as Reia remained a pirate, he would forever be at odds with the Navy, perpetually hunted by them. Thus, such threats held no weight for him. Rolling his eyes, he continued his advance towards Taudu. Seeing her threats yielding no effect, Taudu bared her teeth. "Don't come any closer, or I'll cut you down. My knife is incredibly sharp." She suddenly remembered the blade at her waist. Upon touching it, she felt a flicker of safety. Surely, with a knife in hand, she could withstand this terrifying pressure. However, the next moment, Taudu realized her mistake. As she attempted to draw the knife, she found her movements painfully slow, akin to a turtle crawling on the ground or a slow-motion scene from a film. What should have taken but a second stretched into agonizing seconds, leaving her bewildered. What was happening? Was the pressure too overwhelming? Taudu's face reflected panic. She desperately wanted to unsheath her knife, yet her hand felt immobilized. Under the influence of Reia's Conqueror's Haki, her entire body seemed to move in slow motion. "It's futile. You cannot contend with my power," Reia spoke softly. "Impossible. You must be using some sort of sorcery," Taudu exclaimed. "You monster!" Reia looked at her incredulously. This child had quite the imagination. Was there truly a normal person in the world of pirates? With those massive sea kings and talking pets, who among them was not a monster? The only normal person, it seemed, was himself, now labeled a monster by her. Never mind. Ignorance is no crime, but those who strike me are guilty. Reia had not forgotten how gleefully Taudu had struck him. Her joy had been his torment. Now, it was time for revenge. With that thought, Reia propelled himself forward, thanks to the enhancements from the system. His physique was commendable. His speed was no less impressive. In just a few breaths, he stood before Taudu. She attempted to evade, but in her sluggish state, how could she escape Reia? He seized her wrist. A smooth sensation coursing through him. He pulled her towards him, then locked her hands behind her back, reminiscent of a grappling technique. Of course, there were distinctions from the classic methods. Reia had only ever observed such moves and had never practiced them himself. Yet, given his current physique, the execution was not overly difficult. Under the influence of Conqueror's Haki, Taudu's resistance was not fierce, allowing Reia to subdue her effortlessly. Before mastering Conqueror's Haki, he would never have dared to imagine such a feat. "Let go of me. What do you intend to do?" Taudu's face flushed. When had she ever been so intimately close to a male? Although still young, she understood the distinctions between the sexes. "Let go? Do you honestly think that's possible? You were so delighted to strike me earlier. Now it's my turn," Reia retorted, delivering a resounding slap to her back. The force of it brought her to her knees on the ground. Overwhelmed by shame, she felt utterly humiliated in such a position. "What do you want? If you do anything to me, Vice Admiral Crane will not let you go." At this point, Taudu could only invoke the name of Vice Admiral Crane, hoping to intimidate Reia with this tactic. Unfortunately for her, Reia was unfazed. "I hardly believe your Vice Admiral would chase me, a mere pirate, across the ends of the earth for such a trivial matter." Reia was well aware that the admirals and officers of the Navy had myriad responsibilities. They hardly had time to concern themselves with him. Moreover, even if they sought to pursue him extensively, by then, he would have sailed away with Roger to the vast seas that in the ocean. Even the Navy would find it challenging to locate them. Furthermore, they found themselves in the New World, a realm vastly different from the Paradise. While the Navy held absolute dominion in the latter, it was not the case here. The presence of the Emperors of the Sea and various other unknown entities rendered it beyond the Navy's grasp. Thus, Reia dismissed such threats entirely. "Well, we shall see about that. For now, it is time to teach you a lesson. Allow me to demonstrate that I am not so easily bullied." Rayia completely forgot how pitifully he had been beaten earlier. He raised his hand, striking down decisively. The sharp sound of the slap echoed crisply across the town. Tautu was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she processed the audacity of his actions. He actually dared to strike her bottom. Her face turned crimson with rage, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. If her hands were not bound by Rayia, she would have drawn her blade in an instant, likely intending to dismember him into pieces to quell her fury. "What audacity! You dare strike my backside," Tautu shouted, her voice brimming with wrath, as if it could pierce the heavens. "What is there to fear? What of it? I might just strike you a few more times." A series of crisp sounds echoed through the air. Tautu was utterly bewildered. Not only had that fellow struck once, but he had delivered multiple blows. Her eyes began to well with tears, a look of sheer grievance adorning her face. This sudden shift caught Rayia off guard. After all, Tautu was merely a girl of similar age to him, once perceived as nothing more than an immature child. In such a scenario, she could not maintain the composure expected of an adult. Nevertheless, that sensation... Ugh, Rayia shook his head, hastily discarding those thoughts. This was not the time for such musings. Currently, he had resolved the matter with these Marines, yet he had not forgotten. Besides the Marines led by Tautu, there was another group within this town, an even more terrifying presence, especially that woman known as Admiral Crane. Rayia was fully aware that she was an extraordinarily formidable being, arguably the pinnacle of the Navy's combat power. In her presence, Rayia would likely resemble a mere chick. With just a single finger, she could obliterate him. Rayia dared not encounter Admiral Crane unless he had Roger or Rayleigh by his side. Such a figure could only be contended with by the captain and first mate of the Roger pirates. Of course, perhaps Jabba could manage as well, provided he had allies nearby. As it stood, he had lost track of Jabba and the others in this town. If he were to encounter Admiral Crane alone, the outcome was all too predictable. Even if he endured countless blows, he could never hope to rival such a terrifying entity. A lesson was in order. Next time, don't be so fierce when you meet me. Oh, no. Better yet, just avoid crossing paths with me altogether. As Rayia spoke, he reluctantly delivered a few more slaps. Tautu's gaze was complex, filled with a mix of killing intent, anger, and hatred, a whirlwind of emotions. Rayia could not afford to dwell on it. He released Tautu's hands and made a swift escape. He dashed away while Tautu was still processing the encounter. Fleeing the scene was paramount. Only with Roger and the others could he feel secure. Otherwise, he would inevitably be found by Admiral Crane on this island. As for why he didn't eliminate Tautu. What a joke. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Tautu's status was significant. She had a close relationship with Admiral Crane, akin to sisters. Or perhaps even master and apprentice, or mother and daughter. If Rayia were to kill her, Admiral Crane would likely go into a frenzy, mobilizing the Navy against him. The mere thought sent shivers down Rayya's spine. A few slaps might leave Tautu resentful, but Admiral Crane would undoubtedly intervene if he took her life. Various thoughts whirled in Rayya's mind. The best strategy was to retreat. He swiftly exited the scene. Tautu rose, her eyes filled with resentment as she watched Rayya's retreating figure. Damn pirate! Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. Her cherry lips pressed tightly together, already broken and bleeding without her noticing. The metallic taste of blood heightened her bitterness, yet her shame and fury overshadowed all else. Rayia sprinted towards the harbor, his enhanced physical prowess allowing him to run faster than before. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be the Navy? He remained vigilant. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared before him. "Rayia, are you all right? What happened? You just vanished." It was Jabba, who had returned to rescue Rayia. His eyes reflected a hint of surprise. The news that Rayia had not been captured by the Navy was the best he could hope for. "You bastard. You were so busy running away. You didn't even check behind you." Rayia landed a punch on Jabba, his tone tinged with a sense of grievance. How could he not feel aggrieved? He had faced so many Marines alone. Utterly defenseless, those towering men were no pushovers, nor was Tautu. Had he not broken through at a critical moment and earned a reward from the system, he might have perished there. All right, as long as you're fine." "This is all my fault. I apologize," Jabba replied. Even without Rayia saying a word, Jabba could see the bruises on his face, recognizing the hardships Rayia had endured. Moreover, he was somewhat astonished. There were numerous Marines on the other side. and Leia had managed to break free. It seemed his strength had indeed increased significantly. Furthermore, the power behind Leia's earlier strike was considerably greater than before. This isn't the place for chit-chat. Let us hurry back to the ship, Jabba urged, turning to run back. Leia understood there was no time to linger. He followed closely behind Jabba towards the harbor. The Navy's presence in the town was unexpected. Such an unforeseen event necessitated a swift retreat. Otherwise, they would be embroiled in yet another battle with the Navy. However, as pirates, no one would choose to engage the Navy under circumstances devoid of any benefit. What about Captain Roger and the others? Are they aware of the Navy's presence in the town? Leia inquired as they ran. Jabba, keeping pace with Leia, replied, I've had Shanks inform them that if all goes well, they should be at the harbor by now. Jabba was somewhat surprised to notice Leia's speed had seemingly increased. As well, it appeared that the captain's earlier judgment was indeed correct. Leia had the ability to enhance his skills during battle. However, the increase in speed and strength left Jabba in awe. This was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. While it was common to gain combat experience during a fight or to have revelations, enhancing one's strength and speed in the midst of combat was unprecedented, marking Leia as the sole exception. Although they were unaware of the methods Leia employed, the impact was undeniably astonishing. Naturally, they refrained from asking questions. In this wondrous sea, anything was possible. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and digging too deeply into them was unnecessary. This was an unspoken rule aboard their ship. Leia ran at full speed, while Jabba easily kept up. Their surroundings gradually opened up as they neared the harbor. Were almost at the port. Their pirate ship lay anchored nearby. They wondered if the Marines had discovered it. It is likely that there are none left. Judging by the appearance of these naval officers, they must have arrived here even earlier than the others. Otherwise, after their initial landing on this island, these naval forces would have surely laid an ambush near their vessels. Moreover, there would have been individuals dispatched to the town to search for them. When Jabba encountered the Navy, it was evident that they were somewhat taken aback. Thus, it can be surmised that the presence of these naval officers was merely coincidental and not specifically targeted at them. Now, while these naval officers have yet to fully comprehend the situation, it is imperative to make a swift escape. Who knows how many Navy personnel have arrived this time? If they were to get entangled with them, it would spell trouble. The position of Roger's pirate ship at the harbor is quite conspicuous. Initially, Roger and his crew had no intention of concealing themselves. Pirate ships are rather commonplace in the New World. Of course, even if Roger was aware of the Navy's presence on this island, given his personality, it is unlikely he would choose to hide in this regard. One might ponder whether to describe Roger as straightforward or imbued with a regal aura, or perhaps he embodies both qualities. Jabba and Leia dashed towards the harbor, where a large group of people waved at them in front of their pirate ship. It appeared that Roger and his crew had already received word. Let us go, let us go. Leia, keep up. With that, Jabba's speed suddenly surged, reminiscent of a leaping cheetah. Hey, Jabba, wait for me. Leia exerted himself to catch up, yet he found himself falling behind Jabba, a situation he certainly did not wish to encounter. Regrettably, in comparison to Jabba, his seemingly outstanding speed among peers quickly appeared rather mundane. Hey, Jabba, Leia, are you all right? Roger's head popped out from the ship, grinning widely, displaying an utterly carefree demeanor. Leia smiled back. I'm fine. Upon arriving here, he felt a sense of stability wash over him. These familiar faces made even the prospect of great storms ahead seem trivial. Leia, are you okay? A familiar voice called out from the crowd. Shanks, I'm fine. The Navy is about to arrive. Let us board the ship. With that, the group boarded the vessel. That moment, distant footsteps echoed along the coastline as a squad of naval soldiers appeared at the harbor. Led by a strikingly attractive woman, Rear Admiral Tsuru. She gazed intently at the pirate ship preparing to set sail, her eyes deep with contemplation. Rear Admiral Tsuru, should we pursue them? Inquired a nearby officer. Tsuru smiled lightly before responding. Let it be. Capturing these pirates is not our objective this time. Our presence here is merely coincidental. The Navy has arrived. Let's set sail. Roger exclaimed, breaking into hearty laughter, showing no signs of discontent regarding their hasty retreat. This observation left Leia feeling contemplative. After all, as the future pirate king, Roger's audacity was truly unparalleled. Hey, Jabba, I asked you to procure supplies. How did that go? Roger approached Jabba with a query. Jabba smacked his forehead and lamented. Oh no, I got so caught up in fleeing that most of the supplies ended up on the road. I only have these few bags left. In his hands were merely 3 bags. A stark contrast to the 7 or 8 bags each Rayia and Shanks had carried during their previous shopping excursion, all brimming with goods. What kind of work ethic is that? One pirate remarked. Jabba, with a face full of dismay, replied, wasn't it to avoid the Navy? All right, it's fine as it is. Roger seemed unconcerned, assuring, as long as we have alcohol on board, that's all that matters at that moment. Their ship was replete with an abundance of liquor, suggesting that Roger and his crew had likely emptied the town's tavern of its stock. Inside the tavern, a middle-aged owner leaned against the door. A sign hanging above reading closed. With a cigarette in hand, he exhaled puffs of smoke that obscured his face, rendering his expression indecipherable. Hey, why are you closing so early today? A familiar patron inquired as he passed by. The owner glanced at him and replied in a subdued tone, We've sold out of all our liquor. How can we remain open? We want to be operating for the next few days. What? You've sold out your entire stock of liquor just like that? The patron expressed disbelief, well aware of how much liquor the tavern owner typically had on hand, though. Yes, the owner affirmed, his tone devoid of any dissatisfaction. Seemingly unconcerned about the impending closure. The sea. Rum is the perfect companion. As Roger's pirate ship departed the island, the Navy did not pursue them, allowing them to escape without panic as the ship sailed upon the open sea. The presence of alcohol transformed the atmosphere into a festive celebration. Cheers! The rum-filled cups gleamed in the light, casting a captivating golden huet. Dreams. Cheers! Glug, glug. The pirates gulped down their rumd. Successful evasion of the Navy. Cheers! Glug, glug. Before long, one cup was drained to the bottom. This vast ocean. Cheers! Rayia was already accustomed to such scenes. The words uttered by his comrades were merely excuses to indulge and drink at this rate. Their supply of alcohol would likely not last long. Yet, isn't this what being a pirate is all about? Unrestrained. There's no need to fret over trivial matters, nor to ponder what life would be like without liquor. They simply needed to relish the present moment. This was the life they yearned for. Of course, ideals can be alluring, while reality can be stark. The life they aspired to was one thing, but reality was another. Soon, they would have to confront the issue of insufficient supplies for their voyage. The essentials Jabba had discarded during their escape were indeed crucial for their pirate ship, for the time being. However, their ship would not face any immediate crises due to the lack of these supplies. Yet, if this situation were to persist, it could pose significant risks to their journey. For instance, should someone fall ill, they would lack sufficient medicine. Alternatively, they might soon find themselves without enough fruit to serve as sustenance, depriving them of vital vitamins and trace elements. This vulnerability made them susceptible to illness, for those peculiar individuals who had never fallen sick since embarking on their journeys. They were already excluded from consideration. Such individuals were few and far between in Roger's crew. The remaining individuals, despite their formidable abilities, bear the guise of ordinary mortals. They too are susceptible to illness and fatigue. Thus, their next course of action naturally leads them to seek resources, and upon the vast ocean, the most prudent strategy to procure supplies is to land on the islands, beyond the Sea Kings. Little else emerges from the depths. Their next objective is to find a suitable landing spot. Oh, the pirates responded exuberantly, displaying a carefree demeanor, utterly oblivious to the concerns that troubled Jabba. The burden of both father and mother fell upon him aboard the pirate ship, as the captain proved unreliable and the first mate indifferent. Consequently, the responsibility of managing the vessel and educating the next generation of pirates rested squarely on Jabba's shoulders. Hey, Reiya, come here and train. Shanks, don't even think about slacking off. I know you possess great talent. Blast it, Buggy, what are you doing? The youthful apprentices on the ship never failed to keep him on edge, perhaps pushing Jabba prematurely into a state akin to menopause. What is this menopause? It is a condition that only women experience. Yet Jabba, being no woman, finds himself even more verbose. Agreed. Fortunately, the New World boasts numerous islands. During their voyage, Roger's pirate ship soon stumbled upon yet another island. A brief examination revealed it to be uninhabited. In a state of resource scarcity, they wasted no time in deciding to land. Though devoid of human presence, the island appeared to possess an abundance of resources, fruit-laden trees, mushrooms carpeting the ground, and exuberant grass. Moreover, it seemed to harbor terrestrial creatures. Having grown weary of the ocean's fish, Roger and his crew were captivated by the sight, their eyes gleaming with hunger, almost eager to devour the land's inhabitants whole. Those creatures that once roamed freely on land, be they wild chickens, deer, or rabbits, sensed impending danger. The flesh along their spines tingled with a chill as they bolted in various directions, seeking refuge in the best hiding spots available. However, some audacious humans leaped from the ship as soon as it docked. With a resounding thud, the ground of the island bore fresh footprints, marks that, barring any extraordinary circumstances, would likely remain for some time, perhaps even becoming relics of archaeological interest in years to come. But that was a matter for another day. At present, Roger had dashed forth, causing a commotion among the island's inhabitants, or rather, a frenzy of trembling creatures. Kuralokas, are there any herbs you desire on this island? I could gather them for you, Reia inquired beside the ship's doctor. Meanwhile, Shanks stood by, and Buggy muttered discontentedly at the rear. You wouldn't know until you see them. So there's no need for you to meddle. I'll handle it myself. If you bring back any toxic herbs, it would be a grave problem, Kuralokas replied with a smile, one of the few relatively sensible individuals aboard. How could that be? You're here. After all, even if we return with poisonous herbs, you would surely identify and discard them, Reia insisted. All right, I appreciate your goodwill, but let this old body handle it personally. You all should assist in gathering some wood. Kuralokas waved them off. Indeed, Reia, let Kuralokas take care of that. You lack the expertise, Buggy chimed in unexpectedly from behind. Shut your mouth? Reia shot him a glare. Buggy recoiled slightly, muttering, what else with the hostility? Naturally, he dared not retaliate against Reia, who, like Shanks, possessed an uncanny strength. Upon boarding the ship, she appeared significantly weaker than himself, yet in a remarkably short time, he found himself looking up to her. Her formidable physical prowess grew daily, and the more others attacked her, the stronger she seemed to become, turning each confrontation into a stepping stone for her enhancement. The presence of these two exceptional apprentices overshadowed Buggy's own brilliance. I have no desire to gather wood alongside them. If I go with those two, they will surely find ways to make us do the heavy lifting. Reia expressed her frustration, recalling certain past experiences. Those chosen to sail with Roger, destined to become the future Pirate King's crew, were far from mediocre. Although Shanks and Reia were already remarkably powerful compared to their peers, indeed, they could be deemed unrivaled among their contemporaries, perhaps even surpassing some adults. Yet, every individual aboard the ship was formidable in their own right. Regardless of strength, speed, or endurance, each had attained a level comparable to, or even exceeding, that of an average adult. For these pirates, overpowering them was as effortless as sipping a drink. As the pirates landed on the deserted island, it instantly transformed, infused with the essence of humanity, bustling with activity. The industrious pirates swiftly felled several large trees, as their journey across the seas necessitated ample wood. Timber served two primary purposes. Firstly, as fuel for cooking, and secondly, for repairing the vessel. After all, navigating the Grand Line can easily lead to the destruction of ordinary ships, which are susceptible to the tumultuous sea. Of course, Roger's ship was no ordinary vessel, yet even so, preparations were essential. Should they encounter a tempest, peculiar weather, or assaults from naval forces, their ship could easily sustain damage in the vast ocean. A damaged ship can prove fatal. Without repairs, it would hardly be able to cover any considerable distance. Thus, the importance of the gathered timber became abundantly clear. Yet, amidst all this, some individuals remained unfocused. Hey, Rayleigh, look what I caught, Roger exclaimed, brandishing an oddly shaped creature. It resembled a chicken to some extent, yet bore only a few avian features, while the rest appeared akin to a duck, its beak flattened. Could it be a hybrid of chicken and duck? It looked delectable. Shall we feast on it today? Roger broke into a wide grin. Rayleigh, observing this, maintained a calm demeanor and chose to ignore him. Clearly, he had long since grown accustomed to such antics. The other crew members aboard the ship had also become indifferent to Roger's behavior. After placing down the peculiar creature that resembled neither a chicken nor a duck, he dashed out once more, leaving everyone to wonder what bizarre item he would return with next. Captain Roger truly remained as unreliable as ever. Shanks chuckled. Indeed, having spent considerable time on the ship, Leia understood such occurrences well. So what should we do? Buggy suddenly interjected. The three apprentices found themselves together. Under normal circumstances, they would be collecting supplies alongside the other pirates. However, due to the constant bullying and orders from those pirates, they were naturally reluctant to participate. Of course, perhaps the pirates bore no ill intent. They merely found such antics amusing. Rayia and the others comprehended this, yet this time they simply did not wish to comply. Since this was an uninhabited island, why not embark on an adventure? Shanks proposed suddenly. Upon hearing this, Rayya's eyes lit up. Buggy, too, was similarly enthused an adventure. It seemed like an excellent choice. After all, they had set sail for adventure. And treasures were merely a secondary consideration at their young age. Their interest in treasure was not particularly fervent. Naturally, as they grew older, that might change. All right, let us venture forth, they exclaimed. Uninhabited islands akin to those in the New World often held a plethora of peculiarities, as the absence of human footprints typically led to the discovery of countless oddities that in this enchanting sea. Anything could happen, which was precisely the allure of the ocean. Shanks, Rayia, and Buggy immediately rushed out. Watching their retreating figures, Jabba muttered, "What mischief are these three up to now?" Gripping his axe tightly, he swung it with great force, causing a nearby tree, large enough to be embraced by a single person, to crash down. Upon entering the jungle of the deserted island, the air was filled with the melodious sounds of birds. Towering trees obscured the sky, casting a shadow over the sunlight that still managed to filter through, creating a warm yet inviting ambience. Yet, as they delved deeper into the jungle, the atmosphere turned cool and refreshing. Sunlight trickled through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. "Hey, Rayia, where are we headed?" Shanks called out. At the tender age of 12, his youthful spirit was evident, and it was hard to imagine he would one day become one of the four emperors. "Let us just keep moving deeper into the jungle," Rayia suggested, lacking a clear direction. But since they were adventuring, having a distinct path would hardly constitute an adventure, would it? Observing the dense foliage, they realized they merely needed to press forward. Surrounding them were exotic plants they had never encountered before, vibrantly colored mushrooms, oddly shaped flowers, and peculiar insects. "Buggy, Rayia, look at that enormous radish over there," Shanks exclaimed, pointing to a spot not far away. There, protruding from the ground, was a radish seedling towering at an astonishing height of 3 to 4 meters. A sight they had never witnessed before. As they approached, gazing upward, the radish seedling loomed above them, reminiscent of a colossal pillar. It's truly enormous. Indeed, I wonder if the radish beneath is just as large. Rayia pondered, saliva already pooling at the corners of his mouth. "Let us try to pull it out. If we manage to bring this back, it'll be enough to sustain us for quite some time." Buggy exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. They could envision a delicious dish of stir-fried radish with meat, and Rayia grinned widely at the thought. Subsequently, the trio positioned themselves before the radish seedling, which stood before them like a titan. They placed their hands on it and pulled with all their might. Despite their extraordinary strength, they found it quite the challenge to uproot it. Rayya's muscles strained, veins bulging as he exerted every ounce of his strength. Finally, the radish began to loosen. With one powerful tug, the three of them managed to extract it simultaneously. Yet, as Rayya's gaze fell upon the radish, his pupils dilated in shock. "What in the world is that?" he gasped, noticing a pair of chilling eyes staring back at him. It was a creature reminiscent of a centipede, its body bristling with countless legs that sent shivers down one's spine. It was massive, easily the size of 2 adults combined. With a sudden roar, Rayia instinctively threw a punch. The impact landed with a squelch against the creature's tough exoskeleton. The creature was sent flying, while Rayia staggered back, his hand tingling with numbness. "Run," he shouted as the creature flipped over. Its multitude of legs began to scurry, creating a cacophony of sound. Rayia felt goosebumps erupt all over his body. Shanks and Buggy, having heard the commotion, were already fleeing, and Rayia quickly followed suit. But the creature pursued them relentlessly. It seemed that they would not be able to leave without resolving this predicament. With a steely resolve, Rayia turned to face the creature and threw another punch, channeling all his strength into it. The sound of impact resonated, sending the creature careening backward, while Rayya's feet sank into the ground. Naturally, Shanks and Buggy could not bear to watch Rayia battle the creature alone. They exchanged glances and charged forward together. Though they appeared young, their combined strength was formidable. the creature soon found itself besieged. And under their assault, its mouth, lined with jagged teeth, spewed forth purple blood. The liquid sizzled upon contact with the ground, indicating its toxic nature. Rayia, Shanks, and Buggy felt a chill run down their spines, wary of the toxic blood. After a relentless barrage, the creature appeared to be on the brink of collapse, its once formidable exoskeleton proving inadequate against their combined might. The trio halted, panting heavily, knowing they could not afford to cease their assault until the creature was fully subdued. Fearing a sudden counterattack, "What on earth is that? That was truly dangerous," Rayia exclaimed, still shaken. He had been mere inches away from the creature, and he could vividly recall the foul stench emanating from its maw. Had it managed to bite him, the consequences would have been dire. None had anticipated encountering such a creature. While the radishes were gigantic, matching the size of 2 adults, the prospect of continuing to uproot them was now utterly unappealing. Let us go. This is not worth it," they agreed. After such a harrowing experience, their hearts raced wildly. Yet, intriguingly, they felt an unexpected surge of anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. Perhaps the adventurous spirit coursing through their veins was urging them onward. The island was vast, and merely traversing this jungle could occupy them for the better part of a day. As Rayia and her companions ventured deep into the thicket, they encountered an array of peculiar sights. There were flowers with gaping mouths, seemingly eager to devour. Enormous rodent-like creatures suddenly emerged from the ground. As they continued their journey, the scenery before them abruptly opened up. The sound of flowing water reached their ears, accompanied by a breeze that carried a hint of brine. They exchanged glances, excitement igniting within them at the sight of a river ahead. With abandon, they dashed forward. After running several dozen meters, the sunlight poured down upon them, illuminating the scene. The rushing water appeared before them, its clarity astonishing. However, their sprint had rendered them somewhat fatigued, and they plopped down at the riverbank. "There must be fish in there," Shanks remarked, gazing at the stream. "And what of it? Haven't you had your fill of fish at sea?" Buggy retorted. Indeed, fish had constituted the bulk of their meals while on the ocean, despite the chef's attempts to vary the preparations. Yet, no matter how creatively it was presented, the monotony of the same dish could become tiresome. With that, Buggy leaped into the stream. After running for such an extended period, his body was soaked with sweat, and he felt utterly drained. Unlike his 2 more resilient companions, his stamina had been nearly exhausted. Perhaps, at the onset of their voyage, he could have matched Rayya's vigor, but as the encounters grew more frequent, her physical prowess had outstripped his. The coolness of the stream enveloped him, instantly relaxing his weary form. "Hey, you two, come join me," he called out, then comfortably closed his eyes. Opportunities to relish the joy of water were rare at sea, where most of it was salty and unfathomably deep, fraught with storms or the lurking terror of sea kings. Here, however, the stream was sweet and refreshing, devoid of any briny taste. Yet, after a while of soaking, Buggy realized he had not heard any sounds from his companions. Were they not coming in? Never mind them, he thought. I shall rest here for a moment. "Hey, Buggy, look underwater," came Rayya's voice. "Underwater? What about it?" Buggy replied, sensing a mix of alarm and surprise in her tone. That he opened his eyes and glanced down, only to leap up in shock. The swarm of dark shapes swirled beneath him, surrounding him ominously. Through the clear water, he could make out the grotesque visages of fish, their appearances bizarre and hideous, more so than any he had ever encountered. Yet, it was not merely their unsightly forms that struck terror into him. It was the long, menacing fangs protruding from their mouths, measuring over 20 centimeters in length. Even through the stream, their sharpness was palpable. Suddenly, one of the fish lunged forward, its jaws wide open, clamping down on the tender flesh of Buggy's inner thigh. Narrowly missing a vital area, a piercing scream echoed through the sky. "Are you going to save me, or what?" Buggy shouted desperately. Coming! Rayia and Shanks hurried to his aid, grabbing nearby stones and hurling them into the water. Despite the resistance of the stream, their strength was enough to strike the bizarre fish, drawing forth blood. Soon, the air was thick with the metallic scent of gore. Seizing the opportunity created by the disruption, Buggy dashed towards the shore. Thud, thud, thud. The stones splashed into the water, and at last, with Rayia and Shanks covering him, Buggy scrambled back to land. The fish, their faces twisted in menace, opened their terrifying jaws as if challenging them. The density of the creatures deterred Leah and her companions from engaging further. They had no intention of provoking such a horde. That I'm saved. I'm saved. That was terrifying. Buggy gasped, his chest heaving. His face a mask of shock. Buggy, your leg. Leah pointed at his thigh. Shanks, unable to contain himself, doubled over in laughter, clutching his abdomen. Ha! The sound of their mirth resonated throughout the island. Looking down, Buggy saw the very fish that had bitten him still dangling from his leg. He let out a shout and quickly yanked it off, lacking the water's buoyancy. Its power to bite was diminished, and he slammed it against the ground repeatedly until it was thoroughly pulverized. Only then did he feel a semblance of relief. In his frantic escape, he had entirely forgotten the wretched creature clinging to him, especially in such a sensitive area, had it been just a fraction closer. He dared not contemplate the consequences. What on earth are these abominable fish doing here? I just wanted to rest, he fumed. Hey, stop laughing, will you? Buggy's expression turned sour. Leah and Shanks continued to laugh uncontrollably. Oblivious to the thickening scent of blood wafting through the jungle, the rustling of leaves unnoticed. After their laughter had somewhat subsided, they finally acknowledged Buggy's simmering anger. All right, Buggy, we didn't mean to. Leah reassured him. Indeed, it was not intentional. We are professionals, capable of maintaining our composure no matter how amusing the situation. After a pause, she added, unless we can't help ourselves. With that, Shanks erupted into laughter once more. You too? Buggy's face darkened with indignation. Yet at that moment, he noticed Leah's previously jovial expression shift to one of alarm. Buggy, behind you. She pointed. Shanks, too, appeared to have spotted something behind Buggy, his eyes wide with fear. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Buggy slowly turned to look over his shoulder, but all he found was the dense jungle, the trees standing sentinel, hiding any threat. You fell for it. Ha! Leah laughed again. And Shanks joined in. Realizing he had been duped, Buggy seethed. Damn it, Leah. Just as he was about to lunge at her in a fit of anger, he was oblivious to the fact that he was no match for her. Buggy, there's something behind you. Leah feigned terror once more, glancing back at him. Having been tricked once, Buggy was not so easily fooled again. Are you trying to deceive me again? Leah, you've gone too far. I am going to settle this with you. Buggy, this time it's real. Look behind you. Shanks gazed behind Buggy, swallowing hard. His expression suggested he had encountered something horrifying. However, Buggy seemed to have seen through their performance. Or perhaps he simply refused to believe it. He showed no inclination to charge forward and deliver a punch to each of them. That moment, a faint sound of branches cracking underfoot reached his ears. Simultaneously, a heavy stench wafted above him. Buggy turned around and was immediately struck with terror, his hair standing on end, as if he had lost his soul. There, looming behind him, was a gigantic tiger. Its golden pupils regarded him with the predatory gaze of one eyeing its prey. Saliva dripped from its mouth, splattering onto Buggy's head. In the presence of such a colossal beast, Buggy appeared no larger than a diminutive ant. Run! What are you dawdling for? Reia exclaimed, hastily pulling Buggy forward. With a deafening roar, the massive tiger let out a fearsome growl. The jungle seemed to awaken in response, as various creatures emerged, filling the air with an array of strange sounds. The three of them felt as though they were ensnared in a nightmarish realm. Overshadowed by a multitude of terrifying beings that in reality, there was only one, but even that single creature was enough to instill dread in Reia and the others. The formidable tiger had no intention of letting them escape. Its powerful limbs pounded the ground, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. It moved with astonishing speed, and each stride sent tremors through the earth. The trio dared not look back as they sprinted for their lives. Yet, despite their desperate flight, the distance between them and the enormous tiger did not seem to increase. Instead, it appeared to diminish. What should we do now, Shanks? Buggy turned to him, panic-stricken and devoid of ideas. Relying solely on Shanks' calm demeanor. Fortunately, Buggy was able to run so swiftly thanks to Reia and Shanks pulling him along, each grasping one of his hands. Otherwise, given Buggy's stamina and speed, he would have likely already been caught by the tiger. As for a confrontation with the beast, it was a foregone conclusion. Such a terrifying creature was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to contend with. Even an average adult would be but a mere morsel for the titanic tiger. Let alone 3 children. Although 2 of them were beyond the age of adulthood, it mattered little. Was this creature an ordinary tiger? Clearly not. Its immense form rivaled that of a sea monster. One could only wonder if Reiya or Shanks' punches would inflict even the slightest pain on the beast. It would likely feel no more than a tickle, considering its thick hide. Let us move forward and see what unfolds. Reiya, do you have any brilliant ideas? They continued to run and converse, aware that it was only a matter of time before the colossal tiger caught up with them. Reiya, his expression grave, remained composed despite the dire circumstances. Panic would not solve their predicament. As the enormous tiger drew nearer, they knew that if they could not devise a plan, they might very well meet their doom. Of course, they only needed to reach Jabba and the others for safety, but they had no idea how deep they had ventured into the jungle. Exiting was not an immediate possibility, and the beast would not grant them the luxury of time. Despite their relentless sprinting, they felt an ever-increasing sense of peril, as if a blade were poised at their backs. What to do? What to do? Come on, think of something. We're about to be caught. I don't want to die here. I need to search for treasure on the high seas. Buggy lamented. Shut up, or I'll leave you behind, Reiya retorted. Even in the face of death, Buggy felt unjustly treated, yet he refrained from further protests. Clearly fearing that Reiya and Shanks would abandon him, that if those two ran off on their own, their speed would surely surpass his, and he would be the first to fall prey to the beast. Reiya, what is the plan? Do you have any ideas? Shanks gasped, his breath coming in quick bursts. That if all else fails, we might have to turn back and fight. Dying in battle is better than fleeing to our deaths. Perhaps confronting it will yield a sliver of hope. That Shanks' resolve began to solidify. Reiya furrowed his brow, contemplating, before finally saying, Don't panic. Do you remember the large rock we passed earlier? It might serve as our salvation. The large rock? Shanks paused, quickly grasping Reiya's implication. You mean we should lure it near the rock? Exactly, but we'll need someone to divert its attention while the others make their way to the rock and ultimately draw it over. Upon hearing this, Shanks' eyes sparkled with determination. The plan was feasible. They would proceed with it. However, who would attract the giant's attention? Shanks and Reiya exchanged knowing glances, both landing on Buggy. In no way. You can't be serious. Buggy protested, aghast. If you don't do it, who will? Besides, at your speed, you won't reach the rock in time before the tiger catches you, Reiya pointed out, leaving Buggy speechless. That it was true. He could not reach the rock before the tiger overtook him. But that beast will devour me, Buggy exclaimed, trembling at the thought of facing the hulking creature alone. Believe in yourself, Buggy. You can do this, Shanks and Reiya encouraged him, their expressions filled with faith. All right, there's no time for hesitation. Buggy, go. As soon as Shanks finished speaking, he and Reiya released Buggy, who nearly stumbled from the sudden lack of support. Thankfully, he managed to regain his balance. When he raised his head, he saw that Shanks and Reiya had already sprinted far ahead. Hey, could you at least give me a moment to prepare? I need a chance to talk, Buggy weakly protested. Why can't you both just go together? One person can't possibly move that rock. The voices of Shanks and Reiya drifted through the air. Buggy had not yet found the opportunity to voice his complaints. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground behind him, followed by a thunderous roar that made his heart skip a beat. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a massive figure charging towards him. He took off running, never having felt such swiftness coursing through his limbs. Shanks, Reiya, you two bastards, Buggy cursed under his breath. Fortunately, he had not forgotten to head in the agreed-upon direction. If he had run the wrong way, it would have been disastrous. In a surge of latent potential, Buggy surprisingly surpassed both Reiya and Shanks in speed, momentarily evading the advancing tiger behind him. With Buggy no longer weighing them down, Shanks and Reiya accelerated even further. That boulder should be in this direction. Hurry, lest Buggy truly becomes the tiger's meal. Do not worry. That fellow is tough as nails and not so easily dispatched. Shanks replied with a grin. In the face of such life and death peril, only they, the pirates, could still find humor. From the moment they set sail and embraced the life of piracy, or perhaps when they dared to chase their dreams across the sea, they had inevitably prepared themselves for the specter of death. After all, many had perished in pursuit of their dreams upon the vast ocean, leaving behind a trail of corpses. What they sought now was a large boulder perched on the edge of a ravine. Where they had once rested during their journey, it was a stone that required a person to embrace it fully. If they could lure the colossal tiger beneath the ravine, they could push the boulder to send it rolling down. Given the tiger's massive size, it would be an easy target for the falling stone. The immense weight of the boulder, coupled with gravitational acceleration, would create a tremendous impact capable of vanquishing the thick-skinned beast. Shanks and Rayia ascended the ravine with agility. Shanks soon noticed that Rayia had effortlessly caught up with him, leaving him internally astonished at the noticeable increase in Rayya's speed since their last encounter. This instilled a sense of urgency within him. He was determined not to be outpaced. Yet, this was not the moment for competition. Before long, the pair arrived beside the boulder, both panting heavily from their rapid sprint and climb. Their stamina reaching its limit. Has Buggy arrived? Not yet. Let's push it forward a bit. All right. They placed their hands on the boulder, feet planted firmly on the ground, straining their muscles as veins bulged from their skin. In unison, they shouted and exerted all their strength to push the boulder. The boulder still had some distance from the precipice. Both Rayia and Shanks understood that relying on a single person's strength would be futile. Even with two, if they did not synchronize their efforts, they would be unable to move the stone. 1, 2, 1, 2. Rayia and Shanks chanted rhythmically. The massive boulder began to shift, emitting a deep rumble as it moved. Rumble, rumble. The stone began its journey toward the edge of the cliff. Despite the considerable distance, they could still hear the thunderous footsteps of the enormous tiger racing below. Their hearts raced. It was almost upon them. Whether they could strike the tiger would be determined in this critical moment. As they neared the cliff's edge, Shanks and Rayia instinctively halted their movements. Exchanging glances, Shanks instructed, Rayia, go assess the situation. You call the shot. And I'll push. One among them had to gauge the timing for sending the boulder tumbling. The stone's descent required precision in both speed and timing. Otherwise, they would miss their target entirely, putting Buggy in grave danger. Entrusting this task to Rayia was a testament to Shanks' faith in him. Rayia, not one to hesitate, understood the gravity of the situation without needing to ask if a single person could push the boulder. Just as Shanks believed in him, Rayia held the same trust in Shanks that he approached the ravine's edge, using his keen eyesight to quickly locate Buggy, who was desperately fleeing to its coming. Buggy is getting closer to that enormous tiger. Rayia had to ensure that the boulder did not strike Buggy. With his slight frame, the consequences of being hit would be dire. Sweat began to bead on Rayya's forehead. The stakes were life and death. Closer, closer. Shanks, prepare. A jolt of urgency surged through Shanks as he began to exert himself. Sweat poured from his brow, his face turning a shade of purple. What had been a task manageable by two now proved exceedingly difficult for one. Yet, in a final burst of effort, Shanks managed to get the boulder moving. Perched precariously at the cliff's edge, with just a little more force, it would surely tumble down. With a sudden, powerful push, the enormous rock rolled over the edge. A thunderous crash echoed. Buggy, get out of the way. As Buggy heard the warning, he looked up in terror and hastily sprinted to the side. Damn you, Rayia. Are you trying to crush me too? The stone plummeted rapidly, leaving a shadow in its wake. The enormous tiger, now in pursuit, let out a deafening roar just as the boulder descended upon it. Boom! Before the beast could react, the stone struck with a resounding thud, splattering blood and flesh. The sheer force of the falling boulder was no trifling matter. The tiger could not muster a cry of agony. We did it, Rayia exclaimed, his face alight with joy, relieved that they had struck true. Thank goodness, it's finally dealt with. Shanks collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent after the ordeal. That I'm exhausted. Buggy lay flat on the ground, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. How blissful it was to be alive. Are you all right, Buggy? Rayya's voice floated down from above. If I were in trouble, could I still be here talking to you? Buggy retorted with irritation. You didn't do much this time, did you? Shanks chuckled, flashing a grin. The three sat collapsed at the bottom of the ravine, knowing they would need time to recover their strength. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed, and they exchanged glances. I'm hungry. Let us find something to eat, Rayia suggested, shrugging his shoulders. Shall we eat the radishes we pulled earlier? Shanks proposed. What is so delicious about radishes? Besides, are you not afraid that more monsters might emerge from the ground? Buggy scoffed. Then how about we feast on that tiger? Leah pointed towards the massive tiger, crushed beneath the weight of a boulder. A fierce beast. Its flesh must have been exceptionally taut, making it a rather enticing prospect as a source of sustenance. No, just look at what a state it's in now. Are you actually considering eating it? I certainly won't, Bucky said with resolute disapproval. Shanks glanced at the mangled creature. Indeed, it had been utterly pulverized, its flesh rendered unrecognizable. Let us not. It seems rather unappetizing. So, What shall we eat instead? Leah shrugged, passing the question to Shanks and the others. Well, how about this? Shanks stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. Why don't we head back to the ship? They should be done gathering supplies by now. Once we return, we can enjoy a proper meal, Bucky suggested. That's a splendid idea. Shanks nodded in agreement. Leah then realized they had been in this jungle for quite some time. It seemed their adventurous journey should come to a close. All right then, Before Leah could finish, she noticed the sudden pallor on Shanks and Bucky's faces. What's wrong with you two? Bucky and Shanks, trembling, pointed behind Leah. Behind you. An icy dread gripped Leah as she turned to see a pair of enormous eyes fixated on her, filled with fury. Hiss! Another tiger? What on earth was happening? Run! The three shouted in unison. Immediately taking flight towards the edge of the jungle. Bucky's expression was one of despair. They had barely rested, and yet another colossal beast appeared. Could this be a companion of the tiger we previously dispatched? Leah mused as they sprinted at a companion. I think not. This one appears slightly smaller than the last. Perhaps it's a male and female pair, Shanks speculated. Enough chatter. It's gaining on us. What are we going to do? Bucky exclaimed, his voice quivering. Once again, he found himself being dragged along by Leah and Shanks. What else could they do but run? They needed to reach the outskirts of the jungle, and once they encountered Jabba, they would be safe. Leah's expression was grim. Confronting yet another tiger was clearly beyond their capabilities. Not only was there the question of a suitable battleground or weapon to vanquish the beast, but their stamina was already on the brink of collapse. Though they had rested, their energy was not replenished. It wouldn't be long before they were utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the distance to the coastline was not too great. They had a considerable chance of reaching it before their strength gave out. As long as they could locate Jabba, salvation awaited them. Shanks evidently had no objections to Leah's plan. He couldn't conjure a better solution at the moment. Bucky, call out for Jabba, or the captain, Shanks urged. Bucky, with a forlorn expression, protested. Why is it always me? Who else could it be? Shall we abandon you, and let you run on your own while we shout? Leah replied. No. I'll call. The enraged tiger charged forth, its momentum terrifying. Each footfall left deep impressions in the earth, and its roar reverberated like thunder. The vast majority of the jungle's inhabitants fled in panic at the sound. Amid the cacophony, Bucky's voice rang out. Jabba, where are you? Come save us. Captain Roger, help. Rayleigh, we're going to die. As the tiger closed the distance, they gradually approached the jungle's edge. Keep going. We're almost there. Leah felt her body aching all over, as if it did not belong to her. Her legs began to tremble. Shanks fared slightly better, his superior physical condition granting him an edge. We're nearly out. Don't give up. Shanks gasped, his face flushed and skin reddened. Bucky, pale and weary, muttered, Jabba, please come save us. His voice was hoarse from prolonged shouting, yet they were nearing the coastline. However, the tiger was perilously close. So close that Leah could distinctly hear its heavy breaths, mingled with a foul stench that assailed her senses. Their expressions changed drastically. Without needing to turn, they could imagine the impending doom. Oh no. It's here. Leah stiffly turned around. The enormous tiger was now mere meters away. With a thunderous roar, it leapt, all four limbs propelling it forward with terrifying force. Hungry tiger pouncing, a gust of wind accompanied its charge, and it bared its sharp teeth, glistening ominously in the light. Quick, dodge. Leah swiftly executed a sideways roll, escaping the spot. Shanks yanked Bucky forward, both of them tumbling several meters before finally halting. Fortunately, despite their disheveled state, they had evaded the tiger's attack. However, the beast seemed intent on continuing its pursuit. What strength remained for them to evade again? They had been incredibly fortunate to escape this time. Were they truly destined to perish here? Jabba, why hasn't that guy noticed us yet? Damn it, I refuse to accept this. As despair enveloped the trio, a resounding explosion shattered the air. The tiger, poised to strike again, suddenly halted, bewildered, its gaze shifting towards the distance. The source of the sound was the coastline from which they had arrived. What on earth? Why is there cannon fire? Leah thought, fully cognizant of that sound. Could it be that their pirate crew had encountered foes? They were well aware that on this deserted island, apart from their crew, there was no one else. They would never recklessly fire cannons without provocation. Only if they had encountered another pirate crew or the navy would such cannon blasts occur. Clearly, Jabba and the others were in some sort of trouble. "Hey, why are you all standing there? Hurry up and run," Rayia shouted. The tiger ceased its advance, presenting them with an opportune moment to flee. Shanks immediately reacted, seizing Buggy and sprinting desperately towards the coastline. Rayia did the same. The colossal tiger, witnessing their escape, glared with fury, preparing to pursue them. However, the thunderous roar erupted once more, instilling a palpable fear within the beast. Beneath such cacophony, it hesitated, though hesitation often leads to defeat. Seizing this moment, Rayia, Shanks, and Buggy had already exited the jungle. They had finally emerged. Yet, even upon escaping the thicket, they remained vigilant. Who could say if the great tiger would pursue them again? If it did, they would certainly be in dire straits. They raced onward, the booming sounds of cannon fire growing ever louder. Jabba must be just ahead. Joy illuminated their faces, despite the potential threat facing their pirate crew. Nothing could surpass the exhilaration of reuniting with Jabba. Furthermore, as members of the crew, Rayia and his companions believed that with the formidable Jabba, the enigmatic Rayleigh, and the seemingly unreliable yet extraordinarily powerful Roger, few could pose a genuine threat to them upon these seas. The immense tiger appeared to be intimidated by the cannon fire, opting not to follow, much to Rayya's relief. This allowed them a moment to survey the coastline before them, where fires blazed in several spots, remnants of the bombardment. Who had they encountered? Yet, what did it matter? They needed to find Jabba immediately, Buggy stated. "All right, let's go," Rayia responded, while the tiger may have feared the cannon fire. They did not. Instead, they headed towards the source of the sounds. Soon, a breathtaking scene unfolded before Rayya's wide eyes. What is that? This sight would likely remain etched in Rayya's memory for a lifetime. Two figures soared into the air, indeed, leaping with a grace akin to that of birds in flight. They ascended to a height of several dozen meters, an unimaginable feat for an ordinary person to achieve through mere jumping. It was evident how formidable their strength and leaping ability were. The two figures clashed mid-air, each wielding a blade. One a crescent moon blade, the other a katana. The blades shimmered in the air, the katana adorned with a striking red hue, while the crescent moon blade radiated a brilliant white light. The collision of white and red, or perhaps their fusion, unleashed a tremendous surge of energy that exploded outward from their point of contact. Above them, a thick layer of clouds parted, as if the sky itself had been torn asunder. The energy waves at the center of their combat resembled a colossal hydrogen bomb, detonating with a resounding blast. Nearby, the sea churned violently, bombarding the surroundings. Water splashed upwards, not merely splashed, but rather erupted to heights of over 10 meters. The white mist obscured their vision, rendering the vast ocean invisible, as if the island had been enveloped by the sea. In that moment, they found themselves trapped within a watery cage. The explosions did not cease. The ground along the coastline cracked open, stones propelled into the air. Rayia, Shanks, and Buggy were over 1,000 meters away from the epicenter of the conflict. Yet the tremors caused by the energy waves and the high-speed projectiles hurtled towards them. Their faces were marked with terror. This was utterly horrifying. Such destruction from a single collision. If they continued to clash, these two might very well raise the entire island. Who were these combatants? Unable to discern their faces from such a distance, Buggy recognized the katana's identity. "Captain Roger," Rayia exclaimed, having long known that this future pirate king was no ordinary figure. However, he had not anticipated such an extraordinary display of power. In this raw display of human strength, the devastation was unfathomable. What might his power truly be? Rayia had previously attempted to use a system to assess Roger's attributes, but all he received were question marks. Roger, strength, stamina, speed. Initially, he thought the system malfunctioned, unable to provide a proper evaluation. Yet, he never imagined that Roger was so formidable that the system could not accurately gauge his attributes. Truly, he was destined to be the future pirate king. Who was battling against Captain Roger? Rayia inquired. Shanks, lost in thought, pondered. A crescent moonblade. The only one capable of contending with Captain Roger must be him. "Do you know him?" Rayia asked. Shanks's expression turned grave, his eyes brimming with fervor. "That should be the legendary man, the strongest in this world." This prompted Rayya's mind to conjure an image of a tall man with a white beard. Whitebeard, as expected, the man Shanks referred to was exactly whom Rayia had surmised. Only someone like Whitebeard could stand against Roger, but why were they fighting? Rayia wondered. Under normal circumstances, there should be no conflict between their pirate crew and Whitebeards. Moreover, the disparity in strength between the two was not significant. An impulsive battle would be unwise for both parties, potentially resulting in mutual destruction, although all pirates on these seas share an implicit competitive relationship, as ultimately, only one can conquer the ocean and claim the treasure. Naturally, there exist pirates with a spirit of sharing who may not be overly concerned with the so-called treasures, or who pursue piracy purely for the sake of freedom. Such individuals are rare. However, Ray's impression of Whitebeard suggested he was one of those few. The specifics of the situation, however, remained uncertain, and whether his image aligned with reality was unknown. Undeniably, Whitebeard was immensely powerful. And currently, Rayia beheld a younger version of him, his golden hair serving as a distinct hallmark. The battle between these two seemed poised to annihilate the entire island, with the great tiger no longer pursuing them. Rayia and his companions felt a sense of calm return. What should we do now? The speaker is Buggy, who is distinct from Reiya and Shanks. In the face of such a battle, there is no fervor in his eyes akin to that found in the gazes of the other two. Instead, he displays a hint of trepidation. Given his abilities, participating in such a conflict is undoubtedly akin to throwing oneself against a stone wall. Come on, Buggy, you needn't wear such a countenance, Reiya remarked upon noticing his expression. This isn't a call for you to engage in battles of this caliber. Moreover, you aren't worthy of joining such a fight. Exactly. As one of the crew members, we ought to partake in the battle, Shanks added, his eyes glimmering with excitement. "2 lunatics," Buggy muttered under his breath. Oh, what should we do now? Should we simply head over there? Just look at their fighting stance. If we approach, we might very well be obliterated by the aftermath of their clash. This indeed posed a dilemma, and Buggy's concerns plunged Reiya and Shanks into contemplation. Seeing their expressions, Buggy's face brightened, and he continued, "Our strength hasn't yet recovered, and we haven't consumed anything. If we go now, wouldn't we merely be cannon fodder? Therefore, I suggest we refrain from going." This was Buggy's ultimate objective. Such a terrifying battle was one he sought to avoid if possible. Reiya and Shanks exchanged peculiar glances. "What's the matter? I'm not saying I'm unwilling to engage. It's just that rushing in without a plan serves no purpose. Let me clarify, this has nothing to do with fear," Buggy proclaimed, adopting a righteous demeanor. Were it not for their familiarity with his character, Reiya and Shanks might have been convinced. "Very well then, let's rest a bit before heading over." "Yes, recovering our strength won't take long at all," Reiya and Shanks concurred. "Don't you need to eat?" Buggy inquired. "With the enemy before us, who has time for food?" Reiya replied with a grin, looking at his fists. His system of growing stronger through taking hits was destined to thrive in the midst of battle. Without combat, given his rate of progress, he wondered when he would ever measure up to the likes of Roger. Having arrived in this world, Reiya was determined to achieve something significant. Otherwise, what purpose would his existence serve? "You guys," Buggy lamented, feeling as if he were on the brink of tears. He had just narrowly escaped a crisis and truly wished to avoid another brush with death. "It's easy for me to survive." Buggy's heart roared in frustration. Reiya and Shanks, however, had no intention of granting him the opportunity to flee. Each grasped one of his arms and began to march forward. The closer they drew to the center of the battle, the more desolate the surroundings appeared. The clash between Roger and Whitebeard was, without a doubt, terrifying. Reiya couldn't help but express his thoughts. "Reiya, Rex, Buggy, where have you been?" Suddenly, a voice called out. Turning their heads, they were greeted by a familiar visage, Jabba. At that moment, they had never felt Jabba's rugged face to be so endearing. Entirely forgetting his previous nagging like a mother hen and his tendency to play tricks on them, "It's so wonderful to see you again." "Jabba," Buggy exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears. Reiya and Shanks merely smiled. What on earth had happened to these three? Jabba wondered, his expression one of confusion. However, he had no time to ponder these questions, as a figure with an unmatched aura charged towards him. "We are currently engaged with Whitebeard's crew. Be cautious and protect yourselves. I will deal with this fellow," he declared, brandishing a pair of axes as he dashed forward. With a resounding crash, he collided with his opponent, initiating a fierce struggle. His adversary was a towering figure whose body occasionally transformed into a crystalline diamond form. Just by observing this exterior, it was evident he was a fruit user. Shanks and Reiya exchanged determined glances, both resolute in their intentions. Not far from Jabba, unfamiliar faces were apparent. Undoubtedly, those belonged to Whitebeard's pirate crew. Naturally, The members of Roger's crew were equally unwilling to back down, each embroiled in combat with Whitebeard's pirates. In an instant, the atmosphere became chaotic. Rayia exhaled deeply. "Shanks, I believe I am sufficiently rested." Shanks grinned, replying, "So am I, but I am not prepared yet." Buggy cried out in despair. Nevertheless, he found himself being dragged forward by Rayia and Shanks toward the battlefield. Soon, they encountered members of Whitebeard's crew. The three charged into the throng, their faces betraying no fear. Except for Buggy. "Of course, don't do this. There are so many people here. I'm going to die." Rayya's fists flew like the wind, creating sonic booms as he engaged with the members of Whitebeard's crew. "Are all the little brats on Roger's ship like this? You think you can fight me?" The pirate opposite Rayia laughed. Dismissing Rayya's approaching fist, he casually raised his hand, intending to catch Rayya's punch. "With this strength, I could grasp it with one hand." His words were barely out when Rayya's fist struck down. Bang! The pirate felt his hand tremble violently, an overwhelming force far exceeding that of an average adult coursing through him. He staggered back, barely managing to stay on his feet. What is happening? How does this kid possess such immense strength? His disheveled appearance left him feeling quite humiliated, his face flushing with indignation. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Shanks had stealthily maneuvered behind him, delivering a swift kick that sent him crying out in pain. The pirate immediately knelt on the ground, turning in agony to discover yet another young adversary before him. "You despicable fiends!" To my astonishment, he attempted a sneak attack, seeking to rise once more. Rayia exchanged a knowing glance with Shanks. Their synergy was impeccable as they advanced, one targeting the pirate's upper body while the other struck at his lower half. The coordination was nothing short of seamless. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were certainly not inept. Yet, despite their efforts, the pirate found himself in a dire predicament, besieged by both Rayia and Shanks. Enduring relentless assaults from the duo, unbeknownst to him, he had sustained numerous injuries, his face now swollen and bruised. "Damn it," he roared, his expression hardening as he recklessly charged at Rayia, delivering a colossal fist aimed at his vital areas. However, Rayia, with nimble footwork, evaded the strike with an unusual triangular movement, having no intention of taking on such a furious attack head-on. In the chaos, the pirate found himself on the receiving end of a punch from Shanks, landing squarely between his shoulder blades. Instantly, his vision darkened, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. With their combined efforts, they swiftly incapacitated one pirate, of course, leaving him merely unconscious rather than dead. "Rayia, Shanks, help me. I'm going to die. Why is this guy relentlessly pursuing me? Damn it, am I the only one they think they can bully?" Buggy scurried about in a panic. Hot on his heels was a pirate intent on capturing him. Rayia and Shanks couldn't help but chuckle, but seeing that Buggy was not in any grave danger, they exchanged knowing looks and refrained from intervening. "Rayia, let us have a competition to see who can defeat more enemies this time," Shanks suggested with a grin. "Sounds good," Rayia replied, and in unison, they dashed into the throng of foes. Rayya's speed, strength, and overall attributes had surpassed those of an ordinary adult. Nevertheless, he found himself amidst the formidable Whitebeard pirates. As he plunged into the crowd, he quickly discovered that the path ahead was fraught with challenges, as blood began to mark his face. Yet, for Rayia, receiving blows was a blessing in disguise. Each hit would only serve to strengthen him. Once this battle concluded, he would achieve a new state of attributes, perhaps even garnering additional rewards from the system. Hey, how pathetic are you all, letting this brat linger among us for so long?" One pirate scoffed. "Yes, hurry up and deal with him." The pirate confronting Rayia muttered indignantly, "Why don't you come try it yourself? This kid is tougher than he looks. I've thrown countless punches, and he hasn't even flinched. Kid, you've embarrassed me. I'll defeat you with all my might." With that, the pirate flexed his wrists, his gaze icy. "Why waste words? If you have the guts, come at me." Rayia was undeterred. "All right then." The pirate charged, but Rayia was caught off guard and took a hit to the face. However, his own fist found purchase in the pirate's abdomen. The pirate's expression faltered, realizing the strength behind Rayya's blow was significantly greater than before. Rayia was not inclined to give him any more chances. Attacks that failed to inflict substantial damage were of no utility to him. Even if he could withstand them, the potential for attribute enhancement was negligible. With a swift kick, Rayia struck the pirate's side, targeting his kidneys. The pirate's face contorted in agony as he bent over, half kneeling on the ground. Seizing the moment, Reia delivered a palm strike to the back of the pirate's neck, and he crumpled to the ground. Witnessing Reia dispatch another pirate, the remaining members of the Whitebeard crew looked on in astonishment. "Hey, what is going on with this kid? Dave has been taken down by an apprentice. This is utterly humiliating. Let me handle this." Another pirate stepped forward, seemingly embodying the spirit of a warrior, or perhaps refusing to stoop to overwhelming Reia with sheer numbers. "Leave him to me. You all take care of the other brat." A towering figure emerged from the crowd, a broad grin revealing a few missing teeth and a chest adorned with a thick mat of hair, giving him a rugged appearance. Upon seeing him, Reia's pupils constricted sharply. The conspicuous lack of teeth was unmistakable. It was Blackbeard, Teach. I never anticipated encountering him here, especially not in his youth at this stage. He had likely not yet consumed the Yami Yami Nomi. Had he done so, it was unlikely he would still be with the Whitebeard pirates. "Kid, your opponent is me," Teach cackled. "You, a mere pirate, bullying an apprentice. How shameful," Reia retorted. Recognizing the absurdity of a seasoned pirate targeting a novice, Teach burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Do you really think you can talk about fairness with a pirate?" His expression shifted, growing fierce as he regarded Reia. "There's no such thing as fairness in this world." With that, his gaze sharpened, and he suddenly launched himself forward, vanishing from sight, in the blink of an eye. He stood before Reia, who widened his eyes in disbelief at the speed. Teach's fist descended like a hammer, crashing into Reia's chest. The impact felt as if he had been struck by a freight train, and blood erupted from his mouth as he staggered backward. Teach's grin widened, and in an instant, he pursued Reia, delivering a volley of punches to his abdomen as if he were playing volleyball. Reia hit the ground with a resounding thud, leaving a deep dent in the earth. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully withstood a powerful attack, resulting in an increase in strength attributes in a span of merely 2 or 3 minutes. Reia could scarcely recall how many punches Blackbeard had landed on him. Teach showed no mercy. Every strike brought immense pain. His bones felt as though they were coming apart, with blood saturating his clothing. Some stains already dried into crusty patches. Yet, blood continued to drip from his body onto the ground. Impressive. Without a systematic enhancement of physical capabilities, it is likely that Reia has succumbed to unconsciousness by now. It must be said that even without consuming a devil fruit, Blackbeard far surpasses Reia in martial arts. Of course, this disparity is also largely due to the significant age difference between the two. Had Reia been afforded such a lengthy period for development, he might not necessarily have been outmatched by Blackbeard in a physical confrontation. He could even have proven stronger. After all, Reia possesses a system that enables him to rapidly enhance his attributes. Yet, at this moment, such a gap exists, and the only way for Reia to bridge it is through enduring punishment. How remarkably tenacious this young man is, despite being knocked down time and again. He always rises to his feet. At this moment, Teach finds himself at a loss for words to adequately describe the young pirate before him. The mischievous glint in his eyes has been replaced by a measure of respect. Anyone capable of persevering under such circumstances deserves admiration, even if they stand as an adversary. Yet, this level of strength is insufficient to defeat me. Bruised and battered, Reia declares, "As you wish." With that, Teach lunges forward like a leopard. In the blink of an eye, his fist connects with Reia's abdomen. Instantly, Reia's face resembles a palette of colors, red, white, and black intermingling that a searing pain courses through his body, rendering him nearly oblivious to his limbs. Teach is undeterred, charging in and delivering a kick to Reia's shoulder, causing half of his body to sink into the ground. Immediately, Teach's hand grips Reia's arm, yanking him up forcefully, followed by another punch that lands in his abdomen. Reia feels a spasm in his core, accompanied by a gnawing pain as if his insides have shifted. Blood stains his chin, yet his gaze remains clear and resolute. "Teach, is this how you treat an intern?" Some of the pirates aboard, despite being enemies, cannot bear to witness such brutality. Reia is merely a child of around 10 years. To unleash all one's strength against an opponent is the greatest form of respect one can offer. Teach grins, saying, "Come on, I can continue this." Reia's voice, though intermittent, persists. Even the pirates who might have wished to interject fall silent, their eyes filled with pity for Reia. "Reia, are you all right?" Shanks' voice calls from afar, laced with concern. Given Reia's current state, it is hard not to worry. "I'm fine. I can defeat him," Reia replies, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his expression remains steadfast. "That's the spirit," Teach responds, then delivers another punch that sends Rayia sprawling to the ground like a discarded sack. The ground is soon stained with crimson. Cough, cough, cough. Struggling to rise, the mechanical voice echoes in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully withstood the attack, gaining a boost in strength. Congratulations, host. You have successfully withstood the attack, gaining a boost in endurance. Congratulations, host. You have successfully withstood the attack." Rayya's body visibly strengthens at an astonishing rate. Beneath his tattered clothing, his muscles begin to firm up, as excess fat seems to burn away in that very moment. If those seeking to lose weight were to witness this, they would undoubtedly feel envy and resentment. The sensations of pain and newfound strength intertwine within Rayia. "That I will defeat you." Teach is taken aback. At such a moment, the audacity of this young man to utter such words is infuriating. "Then give it a try." Teach's eyes narrow with irritation. Repeatedly failing to best a mere in turn is a source of embarrassment. In a flash, he charges at Rayia, his fist slicing through the air with a fierce wind, poised to strike. Rayia stands frozen, seemingly unresponsive. Teach, having witnessed Rayya's dire state, is taken aback when, in the next instant, Rayya's body bends backward before his fist can connect, adopting an impossible arch that defies the limits of human flexibility. Only a portion of his feet touch the ground, while his upper body remains parallel to the earth. This fellow's reaction speed has indeed accelerated. Only Teach can truly perceive the transformation Rayia has undergone. A smile spreads across Rayya's bruised face. At last, he has evaded the blow. In an instant, he springs upward, delivering a lightning-fast punch to Teach's chest. Teach is caught off guard. He never anticipated such a swift counterattack from Rayia. With a resounding thud, he is knocked back several meters, a sharp pain radiating from his chest. He is alarmed to discover that Rayya's strength seems even greater than before. Could it be that this young man was concealing his true power? This thought stirs confusion within Teach. However, even if he were to hide his strength, there seems to be no need to endure such prolonged punishment. Teach is left perplexed. Within a short span of time, he will be unable to find answers, as Rayia has no intention of revealing them. With newfound confidence following his successful strike, Rayia propels himself toward Teach, his feet driving against the ground to harness the force beneath him. Teach, still in shock, never expects Rayia to pursue him at this moment. His leg extends like a whip, sweeping toward Teach. The latter hastily dodges, only for Rayia to capitalize on the opportunity, pressing the attack. In an astonishing turn of events, the tables have turned. The once dominant Teach is now being overwhelmed by Rayia. Such a spectacle is nothing short of unbelievable. Nearby, Shanks, still worried, catches sight of this bizarre scene out of the corner of his eye and breathes a sigh of relief. This young man resembles the same one who dueled against him earlier. The pirates from Whitebeard's crew are utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in dynamics. The transition has occurred far too swiftly. Just moments ago, Rayia was being mercilessly beaten by Teach, yet now, he has gained the upper hand. "Hey, Teach, what are you doing?" Unable to handle a mere in turn. "How embarrassing," someone shouts at Teach as he battles. Teach's dark complexion flushes with indignation, yet his skin is so dark that it is nearly impossible to discern. "Kid, enough already." T let out a thunderous roar, exuding an overwhelming force that sent Rayia reeling backward. Rayya's expression shifted slightly as he was propelled several meters away. Gasping for breath, he gazed at Teach. The prolonged assault had pushed his body into an anaerobic state, causing his stamina to deplete rapidly. Fortunately, after disrupting Teach's rhythm of attacks, he became somewhat more manageable. The fact that Teach was already such a formidable opponent before consuming the fruit made Rayia suddenly grasp why the future Blackbeard could ascend to the status of one of the 4 emperors. Such formidable physical prowess was not something everyone could possess. Of course, it remained unclear whether Blackbeard had abandoned physical training after consuming the fruit. Teach shot him a glance and remarked, "Kid, are you hiding your true strength?" Rayia would not deign to answer. "You guess," he retorted, launching himself forward with a punch aimed at Teach's chest. Teach performed a backflip to evade it, regardless of whether you are concealing your strength or not. He paused momentarily, his gaze turning fierce. "I will never be defeated by an intern." With that declaration, Teach surged forward like a rocket, his momentum resembling that of a beast poised to devour Rayia. Taking a deep breath, Rayia faced him head-on. Teach initiated a straight punch, his fist enveloped in a swirling darkness akin to a black cannonball. To everyone's astonishment, Rayia shouted and met him with his own punch. His fist shimmering with a faint light, the collision reverberated with a deafening roar. The two forces clashed, unleashing a terrifying backlash that struck Rayia. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, which hung in the air. Vibrant and striking. Teach merely staggered back, leaving a mark on the ground. Clearly, in this contest of strength, Rayia was at a disadvantage. You cannot defeat me. To overcome me, you would require another century, kid. Teach boasted, grounding himself firmly. Halting his retreat, with a mighty shout, his veins bulged as he summoned another surge of power within his fist. Not good. Rayya's expression changed dramatically as he stared in disbelief at Teach, who had managed to generate more power at such a moment. Rayia immediately propelled himself backward, feeling like a marionette with severed strings, crashing violently onto the ground, creating a massive crater. This time, surely the kid would not rise again. Teach mused, surveying the dust clouds swirling around the pit. He had to admit, this young one was quite a handful. Achieving such prowess at this young age was undeniably impressive. After all, true talent in this world is a rarity, and even geniuses require time to mature. Rayia was merely in his teenage years. Should he continue to grow, he would undoubtedly become a remarkable figure. It is essential to recognize that reaching this level at such an age in the pirate world is typically reserved for those of exceptional lineage. Yet, just as Teach prepared to turn away, the descending dust began to dissipate, revealing a figure that trembled but ultimately stood up. Moments later, the quaking legs steadied, as if sensing something. Teach abruptly turned, astonished to find that Rayia had risen. Emerging from the dust, his silhouette gradually became visible. Nothing could astonish Teach more than this sight. What sort of anomaly was this? How could he still stand after enduring such punishment? Simultaneously, Teach felt a mix of fear and anger well up within him. Fear of the seemingly indestructible little pest made him question his own strength, and anger at the audacity of this mere Intern to rise time and again. Each time Rayia stood up felt like a slap across Teach's face, leaving him stinging. Damn it, he bellowed, charging forward, his eyes ablaze with fury. You will die for this. I will make you stay down. His fist crackled with immense energy, faintly radiating a dark glow, just as he was about to reach Rayia. An overwhelming sense of dread surged from deep within him. What is happening? He stared at Rayia in horror, realizing that the figure before him was no longer the timid little rabbit he once perceived, but a fierce tiger ready to pounce. A tremendous pressure emanated from Rayia, bearing down on Teach like a colossal mountain. Had his body been even slightly weaker, he would have surely collapsed to the ground by now, having seen much in his life. Teach quickly recognized the source of this pressure. Conqueror's Haki. Yet the more he comprehended its significance, the more tumultuous his emotions became. Why would this rare ability manifest in such a young Intern? How could he possibly possess such an extraordinary power? It was known that among the Whitebeard pirates, only Whitebeard himself wielded Conqueror's Haki. Teach did not possess it. This realization ignited a spark of jealousy within Teach. This kid, so young yet endowed with such terrifying talent. While Teach wrestled with his tumultuous thoughts, Rayya's figure darted forward. His fists moved like the wind, gentle yet imbued with a fierce gale that a quintessential blend of softness and strength. His punch struck Teach's chest with a speed that was almost imperceptible. Teach let out a muffled grunt, stumbling back a few steps, lifting his gaze to meet that youthful face. Why? How do you possess Conqueror's Haki? Despite the current manifestation of the Conqueror's Haki, it does not seem particularly advanced. Were it truly of a higher caliber, one could surmise that Teach would be rendered unconscious by its sheer intimidation. Nevertheless, this still attests to the immense potential possessed by Rayia. Consumed by jealousy, Teach's visage contorted into a grotesque mask of rage. Rayia yearned to pursue him further, yet Teach, in a frenzy, charged towards him with reckless abandon. Clearly, while the Conqueror's Haki served a purpose, its efficacy was not as profound as anticipated. Moreover, Rayia had yet to master the intricate art of utilizing Haki, particularly in the context of Conqueror's Haki, rendering him ill-equipped to contend with an adversary of Teach's stature. Soon, Teach's madness plunged Rayia back into a state of being relentlessly battered. Congratulations, host, for successfully resisting the attack. Congratulations, host, for successfully resisting the attack and gaining an enhancement. Congratulations, host, The incessant voice echoed in Reia's mind. Teach, in his frenzy, showed no signs of relenting, as if he would not cease until Reia lay lifeless. Waves of searing pain coursed through Reia's body, although he managed to evade the majority of Teach's onslaught. A fraction still landed upon him that I feel as though I am nearing my limit. Reia's vision began to blur, and he realized that his body could scarcely endure much longer. Even with the system continuously bolstering his physical attributes, it did not equate to effective healing for his injuries. Had this system possessed healing capabilities during combat, Reia would have undoubtedly been invincible from the outset. Yet, reality proved otherwise. No, I cannot fall here. I will not be defeated. Reia roared within, but his body felt increasingly unresponsive. That you're nearing your breaking point, aren't you? Teach, as his opponent, swiftly discerned Reia's physical distress. The sinister grin spread across his face, tinged with malice. Rest assured, this time I will annihilate you. That a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. That a chill ran down Reia's spine. Does he truly intend to kill me? Damn it, reflecting on Teach's notorious character, it was not beyond reason that he could commit such an act. In the realm of pirates, it was common to capture enemies rather than execute them outright. Typically, only in cases of deep-seated enmity would one resort to lethal measures. However, the present circumstances were decidedly different. That I cannot allow this man to kill me. Reia struggled against the mounting odds. Yet, with Teach's formidable physical prowess, escape was hardly a feasible option. Committed to eliminating Reia, Teach struck with brutal precision, each blow leaving a mark upon Reia's body. In that moment, Reia appeared to be little more than a bloodied figure, just as he teetered on the brink of collapse. A mechanical chime resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving a milestone in resistance. Stage rewards are now being granted. Supreme Armament Haki. Huh, what is this? Supreme what? Armament Haki. Reia, his consciousness fading, could only vaguely perceive the announcement. For a moment, he was taken aback. Moments later, a wave of clarity washed over him. Supreme Armament Haki. He had once again acquired Haki, one that enhanced both defense and offensive capabilities. Reia thought to himself. Finally, salvation has arrived. The emergence of this reward revitalized him, sharpening his dulled senses. Armament Haki. With a resounding boom, a peculiar energy enveloped Reia, swiftly coalescing around his form, taking on a metallic sheen that imparted an aura of formidable strength. Just then, Teach's fist descended upon him. The sound of metal clashing filled the air. Teach was momentarily stunned. What was happening? The sensation of his fist striking Reia felt markedly different. Where it had previously felt akin to striking wood, it now imparted the unmistakable solidity of steel. What is this? Could it be? A horrifying thought crept into Teach's mind. Armament Haki. His gaze fell upon Reia, unable to mask his astonishment. Yet, disbelief lingered. How could such a young individual possess not one, but two forms of Haki? The rarity of Conqueror's Haki alone was enough to evoke envy. But now it seemed this individual had another, and of considerable caliber at that. The hardness he felt upon striking Reia was extraordinarily solid. Typically, those newly acquainted with Armament Haki lacked the training to fully consolidate it, rendering their defenses vulnerable to any significant force. Clearly, Reia was not of that ilk. As Teach remained dumbfounded, Reia lifted his head, his eyes radiating a fierce light that pierced Teach's vision with an inexplicable sting. What is happening? Before Teach could process this, Reia propelled himself forward, the ground beneath him cracking under the force of his movement. Like a cannonball, he surged ahead, his fists slicing through the air, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. The wind generated by his advance stung Teach's skin, even from a considerable distance. This guy, with a resounding crash. Reia's fist connected with Teach's abdomen. Teach's expression morphed into one of utter agony, his face a mask of suffering that he staggered back, ultimately careening several meters before crashing to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Blood erupted from Teach's lips, staining the corners of his mouth crimsoned. In the blink of an eye, the tides of battle had shifted once more. Such a bizarre confrontation compelled the surrounding pirates to pause, their attention riveted on the two combatants. Shanks, too, bore a look of astonishment. Reia, the growth of that individual was astonishingly rapid. Shanks felt a surge of emotion, yet a hint of defiance lingered within him. If this continued, he would truly become no match for Reia. He was unwilling to be surpassed by Reia so easily. With a mighty roar, he charged towards the pirates. Reia's newfound strength ignited a fierce determination within him. The members of the Whitebeard pirates across from him gazed in astonishment. It was as if this young man had consumed some stimulant, as his attacks and speed surged dramatically. Above the island's coastline, the anguished cries of Teach began to resonate. That Reia's explosive power overwhelmed Teach, who was already struggling to defend himself. No one had anticipated that Reia would suddenly grow this formidable, but it felt as though he had concealed his true abilities from the very start. And now he was merely unleashing them. Of course, if one were to claim that he had reached this level during battle, few would believe it. Such a phenomenon was truly bizarre. Who in the entire pirate world could experience such terrifying growth amidst combat? This was beyond mere breakthroughs. If it were a matter of gaining insights during battle, the sudden eruption of accumulated strength could be understood. However, the sheer speed at which his power soared was simply unbelievable. Moreover, both the Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki were not skills that could be honed overnight. Thus, the members of the Whitebeard pirates preferred to believe that Reia had concealed his strength. Yet, for a trainee of such tender years to hide his power was another extraordinary notion. When they were trainees, encountering fierce opponents would have left them trembling in fear, unlike this audacious young man before them. Naturally, compared to the two possibilities, they found the latter more acceptable. However, Shanks, who was well acquainted with Reia, would not be so easily convinced. "How did you acquire Armament Haki?" Teach questioned, his face battered and bruised, reflecting a state not dissimilar to Reia's. It was astonishing that a seasoned pirate like him could be brought to such a state. The revelation would undoubtedly leave others in disbelief. "Guess," Reia grinned, though the movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Nevertheless, his hands did not cease their motion, having finally managed to hold his ground against Teach. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. "You." Teach attempted to say more, but Reia's fist had already arrived, prompting him to raise his hand in a desperate attempt to block. With a thunderous impact, a force akin to a massive mountain crashed down, accompanied by a sensation of explosive power, all converging upon Teach's hands. He was sent flying several meters away. Reia pushed off the ground, causing the earth to crack, the fissures spreading like a spider's web. His fists came crashing down onto Teach's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Teach was embedded into the ground, as if he were being set into the earth itself. Reia descended from the air, gazing into the pit where Teach lay that moment. Teach's head had slumped to one side, his eyes darkened, unconscious. Reia let out a long breath. This battle had indeed been arduous. The vast chasm between his physical prowess and Teach's had been bridged after gaining the reward of Armament Haki. Fortunately, the young Teach, while powerful in physical combat, had not yet matured to his full potential. Lacking the dark fruit, he found it exceedingly difficult to contend with Reia's sudden outburst. Reia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stepped forward, raising his fist, intent on delivering more blows to the unconscious Teach. To strike at someone already incapacitated would leave Teach utterly defenseless. Just as Reia's fist was about to descend, a shrill cry echoed behind him. Startled, he quickly turned. With a swift whoosh, a vividly colored figure soared through the air. The atmosphere erupted with a series of explosive sounds. As if it were on the verge of shattering, Reia's expression shifted in alarm as he spun and performed a backflip. The figure zipped past him, tearing through his clothing. Reia's gaze followed the airborne figure adorned with brilliant, perhaps even resplendent wings, leaving trails of light behind. Were it not for the immense lethality it exuded, it would indeed be a sight to behold. With golden hair and glasses, the unmistakable features revealed his identity. Marco, the phoenix of the Whitebeard pirates, the rare user of a flight-type devil fruit. It was unexpected that he would intervene. "Hey, kid from the Roger Pirates. You're quite impressive," Marco remarked with a smile. "That I would like to test your abilities." The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Who was Marco? Infamously known as the Phoenix, he was the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. For an ordinary pirate, he was nothing short of legendary. The notion that such a figure would engage in battle with a mere trainee was, in normal circumstances, enough to leave one speechless. Yet, even in this moment, it was sufficient to astonish those pirates. It was well known that Teach still had a considerable distance to cover compared to Marco. The gazes of the pirates turned towards Reia, their astonishment beyond mere words. Reia's expression, however, bore an inscrutable gravity. He could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Marco. certainly far more powerful than Teach at present. Moreover, with the ability to fly, engaging Marco would be an exceptionally troublesome endeavor. Not to mention, those wings held the capabilities of a devil fruit that Reiya's body trembled. But it was not from fear. For reasons unknown, facing such a formidable opponent stirred a thrill within him. Perhaps it was the blood of battle coursing through his veins. Let the storm intensify. The expression on Reiya's face did not go unnoticed by Marco, who regarded him with surprise. This young man possesses a certain intrigue. However, true gold fears no fire. One must test to know. Marco began to gather an immense force around him, the pressure building as if it could pierce the heavens. With a resounding boom, he transformed into a blur, leaving behind a dazzling trail in the air as he charged towards Reiya. Reiya's youthful visage betrayed no special emotion, yet within, a tempest of excitement brewed. This momentum, this speed, it was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far. Of course, the earth-shattering Whitebeard was an adversary he was not yet qualified to challenge. And even if he were to engage, he would likely be subjected to a one-sided thrashing. As Marco descended from the air, extending a leg. In that fleeting moment, Reiya perceived it as the talon of a crane. Crane's talon, the legs resembled two sharp claws, lunging directly at Leia's heart. Faced with such a rapid and ferocious assault, Leia's body seemed to lose all momentum, rendering him motionless in place as he witnessed those feet descending upon him. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. With a sudden backflip, he finally sprang into action, rolling backwards several times just in time to narrowly evade Marco's attack. As Marco's legs struck the ground, a thunderous sound erupted, causing the earth to shatter beneath him. Debris flew into the air, infused with a surge of energy that seemed poised to pierce through everything in its vicinity. The sheer force of that strike reached a terrifying magnitude. Could such power truly be wielded by a mere human? At that moment, Leia's body was tense with fear, dreading another onslaught from Marco, as he knew he would be utterly incapable of dodging it. His previous escape had been sheer luck. Marco's speed was beyond what his eyes could comprehend. However, having anticipated the aerial attack, he had prepared to retreat in advance, even with his body braced for impact. The sensation of being targeted rendered him momentarily paralyzed. Fortunately, the haki enveloping him provided significant assistance, allowing his stiffened body to regain its agility. Otherwise, had he been struck by that previous attack, Reiya would likely have been left bloodied and severely injured. After all, the assault of the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates was no trifling matter. He dodged. Marco regarded Reiya with newfound admiration. It was a rare feat to evade his attack at such a young age. Marco's speed was not something an ordinary person could match. The acceleration of his descent, combined with his inherent strength, reached an astonishing level. Nevertheless, Marco was not disheartened by the miss. If he had landed a direct hit, it would have rendered the battle utterly mundane. I shall attack again. Be cautious, Marco declared, forewarning his opponent of his next move. It was unclear whether this stemmed from Marco's confidence or a sense of disdain for Reiya, or perhaps a combination of both. However, Reiya leaned more towards the former. Marco was no ordinary pirate. His confidence was entirely justified. Even before Roger became the Pirate King, his strength commanded respect. Reiya assumed a battle-ready stance, fully prepared for what lay ahead. However, he understood that if he attempted to withstand the attack in this manner, he would likely find himself cornered. Gradually, a surge of power radiated from him, just as Marco was about to strike. His expression shifted abruptly, his gaze fixated on Reiya with an air of incredulity. What is this? With a resounding explosion, Reiya's aura erupted forth. Conqueror's Haki. Marco gasped in astonishment. He was all too familiar with this formidable presence. To possess Conqueror's Haki at such a young age, what a prodigy, Marco mused, beginning to understand how Reiya had managed to defeat Teach. Under the influence of Conqueror's Haki, Marco's speed noticeably diminished, albeit relatively speaking. For Reiya, that speed remained tantalizingly out of reach. Yet, utilizing Conqueror's Haki granted him the invaluable advantage of having sufficient time to react when Marco's attack approached. Blue Flame Goose, a sphere of fire materialized in Marco's grasp, swiftly transforming into the shape of a phoenix's tail feather. His gaze then locked onto Reiya, a flicker of flame igniting in his eyes, instilling a sense of trepidation within Reiya, whose heart raced at the sight of such aggression. Take this! Marco charged down from the sky, fists extended, enveloped in flames as they hurtled toward Reiya. With a fierce shout, Rayia activated his Armament Haki, enveloping himself in its protective embrace. The two fists collided with a resounding impact. Bang! Armament Haki. Marco's face was once again struck by shock. He had initially believed that possessing Conqueror's Haki alone was remarkable, yet he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Rayia wielded another form of Haki as well. Were these two powers truly attainable by someone in their teenage years? Marco reflected, convinced that he had not possessed such a terrifying talent at that age. This young man was destined for greatness. Where their fists collided, a wave of energy surged outward like a colossal vortex, causing ripples of energy to ripple through the surrounding air. Other pirates, witnessing this spectacle, were left in astonishment. What was happening? The rookie from Roger's crew was actually engaging Marco in combat. It was almost beyond belief. Surely, this must be a dream. Am I imagining things? How could such a phenomenon occur? That young lad aboard Roger's ship must be a hidden monster. Indeed, he likely appeared youthful, but in reality, he could be several decades, or even a century old. Yes, he must belong to a unique race, perhaps even a giant. That would explain the immense energy he possessed at such a tender age. Yet, his physique hardly resembled that of a giant. You all misunderstand. It merely seems inconspicuous on the surface. The blood coursing through his veins must certainly be that of a giant. The pirates chattered among themselves, clinging to explanations that aligned with their understanding of the world. After all, the notion of Rayia battling Marco at such a young age was utterly preposterous, so much so that it made them question the reality around them. Even their own beliefs. However, as pirates, how could they easily abandon their confidence? Thus, they chose to embrace their imaginations and the fantastical notions that accompanied them. With a sudden burst, after the collision, Rayia expelled a mouthful of blood, which sparkled ominously in the air. His form staggered backward, clearly overpowered by Marco's strength. Yet, despite this, if word of this encounter spread, Rayya's reputation would undoubtedly soar across the seas, quickly becoming that of a renowned pirate. Few could fathom the extraordinary feat of achieving such notoriety at such a young age. In the vast ocean, individuals of his caliber were exceedingly rare. You truly possess remarkable talent. Have you considered joining the Whitebeard pirates? Marco chuckled as he spoke, his tone imbued with sincerity. Rayia, however, was taken aback by the unexpected invitation to board the ship at this moment. Yet, he could not deny his curiosity regarding the Whitebeard pirates. Nevertheless, his current role as an apprentice in the Roger pirates was paramount. Roger, as a future pirate king, was undeniably a figure worth following. Of course, Whitebeard also possessed his own merits. He was indeed a uniquely formidable presence upon these seas. Unlike many who were driven mad by treasures, Whitebeard's singular focus lay in seeking his sons across the ocean. Should Rayia choose to join them, he would merely become one among many of those sons. Rayia shook his head and stated, "Our Captain Roger is exceptionally powerful." His words immediately made Marco comprehend his intent, prompting him to relent. As the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, extending an invitation was already a significant gesture. Yet, Marco harbored his own sense of pride. One invitation sufficed, for a second would render him somewhat embarrassed. "Let us proceed," Marco said with a smile, his wings behind him fluttering magnificently, radiating a dazzling brilliance that imbued him with an almost ethereal allure. Were such wings possessed by a woman, they would surely captivate many, but on a man, they bore an awkwardness. Yet, this was merely a manifestation of Marco's devil fruit powers, something others could not replicate. "Come, let the storm intensify," Rayia declared, summoning forth an indomitable aura. Having reached this juncture, what was there to fear? Even should the battle culminate in death, it was but an end. Marco soared into the sky once more. Yet this time Rayia did not intend to wait for Marco to strike. With a powerful push from his legs and the support of Armament Haki, the ground erupted beneath him, cracking like a spider's web in every direction. Simultaneously, he raised his gaze, locking onto Marco with a piercing stare. Marco hesitated for a moment before witnessing Rayia launch himself into the air like a rocket, his form resembling a great bird in flight. Though small in stature, he exuded an overwhelming presence. "Take this," Rayia shouted, his fist, enveloped in Armament Haki, hurtling toward Marco. Marco's expression shifted slightly as he extended his hand to block. With a resounding thud, the punch landed, unleashing a tremendous force that coursed through Marco's entire being, causing his airborne figure to plummet. With a thunderous crash, he collided with a comparatively tall hill, leaving behind a gaping human-shaped cavity. No one anticipated that Rayia would retaliate at such a moment. In truth, he had not foreseen it either. However, the pain he endured, coupled with an enhancement of his physical attributes, facilitated a remarkable leap in his jumping ability. Otherwise, with his prior capabilities, reaching such heights would have been impossible. Only from this elevation could he strike Marco, enabling him to counterattack rather than remain a mere target for Marco's onslaught. After all, as a wielder of a flight-based devil fruit, Marco's aerial prowess was nearly invincible. Most would struggle to even graze his attire. Fortunately, Rayia possessed a modicum of strength. Debris tumbled from the hillside as Marco's figure gradually emerged, his vibrant wings incessantly beating behind him at this moment. A swirling mass of azure flames enveloped him, cascading over his wounds and hastily mending them while reducing swelling. Such formidable regenerative abilities caused Rayya's pupils to constrict sharply. Was this the power of the Phoenix? No wonder. This astonishing self-healing capacity rendered defeating him a task akin to reaching the heavens. It was as though he fought with a healer constantly at his side. Any injury would swiftly be treated. Yet Rayia lacked such advantages. His only recourse was to enhance his physical prowess through enduring blows. But even with an increase in resilience, the reality of his injuries remained unchanged. His body's capacity for endurance was finite. Surpassing that limit would inevitably lead to his downfall, or even death. Marco, however, was vastly different. Were he to possess Rayya's abilities, it was likely he could dominate the seas single-handedly. But such a scenario was impossible. Just as it was improbable for Rayia to acquire the Phoenix's powers, that was a commendable attack, Marco remarked, undeterred by his own setback. Instead, he regarded Rayia with newfound admiration. Rayia grinned. There are even more impressive feats to come. Is that so? I shall look forward to it, Marco responded. Gradually amassing a formidable aura, he ascended to a height that Rayia could not have reached through mere jumping. It appeared that after their recent exchange, Marco had developed a newfound caution regarding Rayya's leaping capabilities. Behold my technique, Marco declared, unleashing a torrent of azure flames before him. The flames blazed fiercely in the air, their appearance distinct from the typical crimson flames, exuding an ominous heat. Yet, despite this, Rayia felt an undeniable pressure in an instant. The azure flames surged toward him at that moment. Rayia felt as though he had been transported to a mountain of flames. Surrounding him was an inferno. However, the temperature of these azure flames was not as excruciating as he had anticipated. This did not imply that their potency was diminished. On the contrary, these seemingly innocuous flames inflicted a sharp pain upon contact with Rayya's skin, evoking cries of agony. It was a torment akin to countless ants gnawing at him, the intensity of which only escalated. Congratulations, host, for successfully resisting the attack. The mechanical voice echoing in his mind was the sole reason Rayia persisted amidst the excruciating pain. It was a torment beyond comprehension. His body contorted, trembling uncontrollably. With a desperate scream, he collapsed to the ground, attempting to extinguish the flames with the sand from the nearby beach. Fortunately, the sand, having been long immersed in seawater, bore a hint of coolness. However, this was but a fraction. The majority remained searingly hot. Regardless, Rayia could not afford to ponder such details as he rolled on the ground, yet the azure flames seemed undeterred by his efforts. It hurt so much. At this moment, Rayya's complexion had turned ashen, and the force of his presence had diminished by an unfathomable degree. Indeed, it was evident that he was still leagues away from being able to contend with pirates of this caliber. Even with the system at his disposal, and despite having acquired the power of Armament Haki, or even Conqueror's Haki, he found himself woefully outmatched by these seasoned marauders. Moreover, facing a legendary pirate like Marco only underscored his inadequacies. With no other recourse, Rayia began to channel his Armament Haki, endeavoring to extinguish the azure flames that assailed him. This was all he had left at his disposal, and he could only hope that this power would prove beneficial. Armament Haki was renowned for its ability to bolster both defensive and offensive capabilities. In such dire circumstances, would it serve any purpose? To be frank, Rayia was not entirely certain. Armament Haki was essentially a latent potential extracted from one's very cells. Within Rayya's body, a mysterious energy flowed, the very essence of what was known as Haki. His outer cells suddenly became resilient, as though infused with vitality. Remarkably, the azure flames began to diminish in size. Effective, Rayia exclaimed, a surge of joy illuminating his face as he hastily summoned more of his Armament Haki. Gradually, the once agonizing flames receded into nothingness. Exhaling a long breath, Rayia found himself drenched in sweat. With certain areas even carrying the scent of singed hair, he slowly rose from the ground. It extinguished, Marco observed, astonishment etched across his features. Indeed, to resolve my attack in such a brief span was no small feat. Rayia, panting heavily, struggled to regain his footing. Impressive, Marco noted, having unleashed merely a few techniques that left Rayia feeling somewhat overwhelmed. However, surrendering so easily was not in Rayya's nature. He lifted his gaze to the airborne Marco, whose aerial prowess was undeniably vexing. Yet, there was a way forward. Drawing a deep breath, he steadied his chest, and with his legs bent, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Marco squinted, making no immediate moves. As Rayia surged upward to a higher vantage point, he planted his feet firmly and leaped into the air, his fist enshrouded in Armament Haki, amplifying its pressure and creating sonic booms in the air. Come down. As his fist ascended toward Marco, the latter swiftly extended his hand, conjuring azure flames that formed a shield before him. With a resounding clash, Rayya's fist struck the shield, reverberating loudly and crisply in the air. The sound alone conveyed the tremendous force behind Rayya's blow. After all, with the combination of his natural strength and the augmentation from Armament Haki, Rayya's might had reached an almost superhuman threshold. Though Marco's shield absorbed the impact, the powerful recoil nonetheless affected him. Well done, Rayya's explosive power seemed to invigorate Marco. In truth, encountering a worthy opponent on the high seas was a fortunate occurrence. Furthermore, facing someone as promising as Rayia was a rare delight. While Marco could not guarantee that Rayia would one day become a sovereign of the seas, he was certain that, given time, Rayia would emerge as a formidable force. In an instant, the two became enmeshed in a fierce struggle. Rayia, embodying boundless strength, continued his relentless assault, while Marco, despite his agility in the air, found himself somewhat subdued by Rayya's overwhelming presence. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. This young man is truly formidable. The members of the Whitebeard pirates looked on in sheer astonishment at Rayia. If they were previously surprised that Rayia could hold his own against Marco, witnessing him engage him now was nothing short of shocking. Of course, it was possible that Marco had yet to unveil his full strength. As a seasoned pirate, the Phoenix Marco possessed far more capabilities than he had demonstrated thus far. Yet, what did that matter? How many among these pirates could claim they could stand against Marco in his current state? None. If they could, then Marco would not be the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. Hey, you're overextending yourself, Marco remarked, unable to suppress his concern as he observed Rayya's ferocity. Indeed, Rayia was, in fact, straining his vitality. While Armament Haki could enhance his defenses, it relied fundamentally on one's physical potential. Having only just acquired the top-tier Armament Haki, it was manageable under normal circumstances. However, after his recent battle with Teach, Rayya's body was already in a state of extreme fatigue. Now, engaging Marco was pushing him beyond his limits. Rayia was fighting on sheer willpower alone. Yet, no matter how strong one's will, the body has its limits. The dual exertion of Armament and Conqueror's Haki had only exacerbated Rayya's pre-existing injuries. Rayya's repeated leaps placed immense strain on his leg muscles, further compounding his physical burden. As a battle-hardened pirate, Marco immediately recognized Rayya's precarious situation. But so what? I will not be easily defeated. Rayia grinned, a smile that radiated both carefree defiance and an unyielding spirit. In that moment, he appeared a stark contrast to his usual self, embodying two utterly distinct extremes. At this juncture, even Shanks, who knew him well, might struggle to envision Rayia in this light. Yet, recalling the initial challenge Shanks posed to Rayia, it was clear that the stubbornness displayed back then had evolved into this current resilience, given the trajectory of his development. It was scarcely surprising. After all, if it were anyone else, even with a system that empowered them through adversity, it would be difficult to maintain such tenacity as Rayia had. The pain endured from those encounters was not something the average individual could withstand. It necessitated a will of iron. Well done, indeed. Marco did not hide the admiration in his gaze. He truly wished to recruit this promising intern into his crew. Such individuals embody the very essence of piracy. As a pirate yearning for freedom, if one's heart is perpetually shackled by rules and conventions, What meaning does piracy hold? If one fears exhausting their vitality and refrains from fighting, what kind of pirate would they be? Such pirates ought not to exist. Now, be warned, I shall begin to fight seriously. For such an opponent, the utmost respect lies in exerting all one's strength. Marco said solemnly. Come on. Rayia, brimming with valor, responded with unwavering resolve. His disheveled appearance doing nothing to conceal the indomitable spirit that radiated from him. Although they stood as adversaries, at this moment, Rayia harbored no resentment towards Marco as a rival. Marco was indeed a worthy opponent. Had he faced some despicable pirates, Rayia would have long been brought to his knees by various underhanded tactics. After Marco forcefully broke free from Raya's assault, he took flight, soaring into the sky. This time, he ascended to a height far beyond what Rayia could reach. From this altitude, Rayia had no means to touch him. What was he planning? High above, Marco's aura was steadily intensifying, as an abundance of azure flames manifested around him. In that moment, he appeared as an embodiment of fire. Rayia, his expression grave, recalled the agony inflicted by such flames and understood their terrifying nature. At this juncture, Marco seemed to be preparing a formidable move. Even if Rayia wished to interrupt him, he found himself unable to do so that he lacked the ability to ascend to the skies, his combat style having relegated him to the ground. Thus, against the technique Marco was now concocting, he could only passively defend. The energy Marco was gathering also captured the attention of Roger and Whitebeard, who were not far off. What's happening? Why are those fellows fighting so fiercely? Roger's gaze flickered as he focused on the source of the energy. Soon, he spotted Marco in the sky. When he recognized Marco's opponent, he was taken aback. How could it be him? Roger, no matter how hard he thought, could never have imagined that Rayia would be pitted against Marco. A profound shock was etched on his face. However, he quickly regained his composure. He turned to Whitebeard and said, Hey, Whitebeard, why is your man bullying someone? A dignified phoenix is actually taking on our apprentice. Whitebeard, having noticed the scene, snorted softly. Although Roger did not explicitly state it, it was evident to all that a sense of pride lingered on his face. You have indeed found a remarkable apprentice. His voice resonated like a deep bell. And who do you think I am? Roger replied with a grin. Their battle had already descended into chaos. Given their strength, they were likely to end up destroying the entire island without a clear victor emerging. They were well aware of this reality, which is why neither had fought with their full might. Yet, even so, the devastation wrought by their clash was enough to leave onlookers in a this moment. Numerous fissures had formed along the coastline of the island, resembling deep chasms that obscured the ground beneath. Fortunately, their battle was taking place by the sea. Otherwise, if it had been in a town, most buildings would have likely been reduced to rubble. Even so, the waters beside the coastline had erupted countless times due to their skirmish. In comparison, the conflict between Rayia and Marco seemed trivial. However, your apprentice seems to be nearing his limit, Whitebeard remarked to Roger as they exchanged blows. His keen eyes discerned Rayya's deteriorating condition. Roger chuckled, unfazed, and what of it? To hold his ground against Marco like this is already quite impressive. Just don't blame Marco if he ends up killing him. Whitebeard casually replied. Roger scoffed. You needn't worry about that. You're not capable of that As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze and continue battling Whitebeard. However, at this point in their fight, continuing to clash held little significance. Meanwhile, Marco had become akin to a radiant sun with the power he had amassed. If it were to strike Rayia, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Yet, the stubborn Rayia had no intention of conceding. He unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, striving to elevate himself to his utmost condition. Only in such a state would he have a chance of enduring Marco's onslaught. Of course, this remained an uncertainty. Rayia had little confidence in his ability to survive Marco's impending attack. Yet, as the saying goes, one must do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. That if he ultimately could not endure, then there was nothing to be done. With intense focus, he fixed his gaze upon Marco. Marco grinned as he plummeted like a falling star, ready to collide with Rayia. Just as it seemed Marco would crash into him, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared, gracefully appearing between Rayia and Marco. The other pirates looked on in utter astonishment. Who could it be? Intervening at such a critical moment, Rayia and Marco were locked in a peak confrontation, poised to unleash immensely powerful attacks that could not easily be retracted. After all, many techniques, especially those of great energy, could not be casually controlled. Yet, The figure in the air exhibited no signs of panic. With a hand extended to each side, those seemingly ordinary hands effortlessly halted Marco's momentum. Reia, throwing a punch, felt as though his fist had struck a mass of cotton, causing no harm whatsoever. "Rayleigh," he exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer. He never anticipated that Rayleigh would appear at this moment. "Enough, you two, cease your fighting," Rayleigh said, smiling at Reia. Marco, familiar with Rayleigh as Roger's first mate, felt a twinge of trepidation as he realized his attack had been so easily thwarted. Nonetheless, he maintained an air of defiance. He had no intention of conceding to Marco. However, under Rayleigh's intervention, he ultimately refrained from further assault. "Reia, you are doing exceptionally well. Leave the rest to us," Rayleigh said gently. Hearing this, the battered Reia managed to smile, but soon felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him. During the fight, his body had been taut, and he had not perceived the toll it had taken. However, once he relaxed, a torrent of sensations erupted within him. His vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. As Reia fell, Roger's voice rang out across the island. "Hey, everyone, stand down. Young ones, this battle ends now," Whitebeard loudly proclaimed, as well as the captains of 2 pirate crews. Their words undoubtedly held great weight. Almost immediately after he spoke, everyone ceased their activities. Roger and Whitebeard approached side by side, their demeanor completely devoid of the tension that had characterized their earlier battle. "How about it, Whitebeard? My crew members are clearly superior," Roger laughed heartily. "Nonsense. Clearly, my son is far more formidable." Whitebeard was evidently unwilling to concede defeat. "Heh, Reia has gone up against your Marco and achieved commendable results. P.S. Just an apprentice on our ship." Roger's mention of this left Whitebeard momentarily at a loss for words. This was indeed a fact. To engage in combat with the second-in-command of a pirate crew as a mere trainee and emerge undefeated was an extraordinary accomplishment. However, for Whitebeard's crew, it was somewhat of an embarrassment. Noticing Whitebeard's darkening expression, Roger laughed heartily, undeterred. "Our Reia has truly brought us honor." The exuberant Roger and the somber Whitebeard walked together into the midst of the pirates. "Cease hostilities. Prepare for a feast," Roger called out, fully aware of what he needed to do next. "Tonight, we shall enjoy a hearty drink with the fellows from the Whitebeard pirates. Oh ho!" After a moment of astonishment, the members of both pirate crews erupted into cheers. The previously charged atmosphere transformed into one of unexpected camaraderie. One could not help but marvel at the peculiar nature of this sea, inhabited by such extraordinary pirates. Of course, such occurrences were not unprecedented for either crew. The Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates shared a long-standing acquaintance. While they might be rivals or competitors, Whitebeard had little interest in treasure. Even when Roger stood as his opponent, there was no direct conflict of interest. Having clashed numerous times, they had come to respect one another, fostering a relationship that was somewhat adversarial yet friendly. Pirates, being inherently free-spirited, quickly transitioned from fierce combatants to companions, linking arms. "Cheers to our freedom," on the shoreline. A bright bonfire flickered to life, accompanied by barrels of rum and beer. The pirates began to dance around the fire, the atmosphere of celebration vividly manifesting along the coast. Naturally, a feast would not consist solely of drinks. A multitude of roasted meats adorned the bonfire, and nearby, other pirates prepared various dishes. The chefs from both crews engaged in a silent competition, showcasing their culinary specialties. Before long, the mingling aromas of meat and spices filled the air, tantalizing the senses and bringing smiles to every face. They feasted heartily, reveling in the life befitting pirates. Reia, bandaged yet smiling, observed the scene before him, having just regained consciousness after receiving treatment from Kurokas. He felt a surge of vitality, his physical condition remarkably improved compared to his previous injuries. However, upon waking, he could not escape Kurokas' scolding. "Young man, you ought to stop recklessly endangering your health. I understand you're young and full of vigor, but do you think it's wise to exhaust your life force? If you do this again, I won't treat you. You'll have to fend for yourself. Really, you must not do this again. Do you understand?" In response to Kurokas' lengthy admonishment, Reia could only smile and nod. Yet, recognizing the expression on his face, Kurokas understood that Reia had not truly absorbed his words. Muttering to himself, he remarked, "What reckless individuals," and allowed Reia to leave. Upon stepping out of the medical room, Reia quickly realized that the battle had ceased. The members of both pirate crews were now preparing for the festivities on the beach, which left him quite astonished. However, after a moment of surprise, he comprehended the situation. Did Roger truly harbor any animosity towards Whitebeard? Their relationship was not so deeply adversarial as equally matched opponents. There existed a mutual appreciation between them. "Hey, Reiya awake. Come over, we're getting ready for the feast." Shanks's voice rang out. Looking down, Reiya spotted a familiar smiling face alongside a man with a red nose. "Reiya, you're quite the slacker. Sleeping so long and not helping out." Buggy complained. "I'm on my way." Reiya chuckled, leaping off the ship and stepping onto the sandy shore. Shanks threw an arm around his shoulder. "Heh, who would have thought? We actually having a feast." "Indeed, it was unexpected," Reiya replied with a wry smile. What had he fought so fiercely for? Perhaps it was the boiling blood within him, or perhaps an innate penchant for battle. Regardless, Reiya felt no regret at this moment. "Hey, I hear your name is Reiya, that I'm Marco. You're truly impressive," a voice called out. Reiya turned to see a golden-haired figure with glasses. "Marco, it's not that I couldn't match you. Our skill levels are simply too disparate," Reiya said with a bitter smile. He knew that although it appeared he had fought back against Marco, the latter had been holding back significantly. Otherwise, he would likely not be standing there at all. "Don't say that. For someone your age to have mastered both Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki is remarkable," Marco said, unreserved in his admiration. His words instantly left the surrounding pirates in shock. "What? Reiya has already mastered Conqueror's Haki. Not only that, but he seems to have mastered Armament Haki too. My goodness, please tell me this isn't true. Are we about to be surpassed by Reiya? Is this fellow even human? While I was merely idling at this age, he has already reached such heights. Truly, people surpassing others is disheartening. Comparing goods leads to discarding the inferior." Even the members of one's own pirate crew were taken aback, let alone the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Although they witnessed the battle between Reiya and Marco, they were unaware that Reiya had mastered both Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. The previous encounter with Shanks had hinted at such prowess. But these pirates lacked the discerning eye that Roger possessed to immediately recognize what Reiya was demonstrating. Thus, their astonishment was akin to a bomb being dropped into a tranquil lake, sending waves splashing in all directions. For pirates, aside from treasure, nothing could bring greater joy than indulging in hearty feasts and copious libations. After a brief moment of shock, the revelry among the pirates commenced in earnest. "Come, sing along with me." Naturally, at a banquet, dancing and singing were indispensable. Roger took the lead, and the crowd gathered around, linking arms and embracing one another. Just a moment prior, they had been locked in a fierce struggle, and now they were celebrating as if they were long-lost friends. Perhaps only these pirates could experience such a transformation. Reiya, cheers. Shanks, out of nowhere, produced 2 cups of rum, handing one to Reiya. The flames reflected off Reiya's youthful visage, making it glow a vibrant red. "Cheers." The two grinned widely as their cups clinked together. With Jabba absent, they relished the freedom to drink to their heart's content. "Where's Buggy?" Reiya inquired. "Probably hiding in some corner, stuffing his face," Shanks replied, somewhat indistinctly, while holding a platter of meat. This did indeed align with Buggy's character. Nodding, Reiya seized a large piece of meat from Shanks' plate as he spoke. "Hey, Reiya, if you want some, go get your own. Don't touch my plate." "No, I want this one," Reiya declared, reaching for it again. Shanks, seemingly anticipating the move, quickly turned away. "You scoundrel!" Reiya dashed forward, swiftly snatching a piece of meat. Without hesitation, he shoved it into his mouth. "Reiya, you rascal," Shanks grumbled, astonished by Reiya's speed, which had only increased since their last encounter. "I won't let you succeed this time," Shanks proclaimed, clutching his plate and making a run for it. "Hey, Shanks, don't run. I still want to eat." "You scoundrel, get it yourself. I'm the injured party. You should care for the wounded," Reiya shouted. "What kind of injured party are you?" "No one is as lively as you," Shanks retorted. Indeed, after enduring 2 battles, Reiya should have been resting in bed, yet his abnormal recovery capabilities had allowed him to rise and even join the festivities. At this moment, he could probably swim a few laps in the sea without issue. As they chased each other, they soon spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. "Hey, Buggy, what are you doing hiding here?" Reiya called out. Buggy appeared startled, looking at Reiya with wide eyes and signaling for silence. This only deepened Reiya's confusion. Meanwhile, Shanks calmly continued eating, spitting out a bone. "That guy is definitely looking for some treasure map or something." Upon hearing this, Buggy's expression shifted dramatically. Everyone, be quiet. Don't let anyone else hear. Ha, Buggy, why so secretive? Rayia laughed, patting him on the shoulder. Buggy whispered, I heard there are many treasure maps among the Whitebeard pirates. We could snag a few. They won't need so many. Indeed, Shanks had hit the nail on the head. Hey, Buggy, how can you take someone else's things? Shanks said while gnawing on a piece of meat. This is not someone else's stuff. Treasure maps belong to everyone, not just one person. In this vast ocean, they are considered unclaimed property, Buggy declared with righteous indignation. Since they are unclaimed, it's only fair that I take them. Buggy's twisted logic left Rayia momentarily speechless. Buggy, you always act this way when treasure maps are mentioned. Shanks chuckled, clearly well aware of Buggy's nature. Don't let me be disturbed. I will surely find their treasure map, Buggy said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. At that moment, he was inching closer to the ships of the Whitebeard pirates, clearly intending to board and investigate. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates was preoccupied with their banquet, leaving the ship almost deserted. Buggy had chosen the perfect moment. Just as it seemed Buggy was about to scale the Whitebeard pirate ship alone, Rayia asked, Shanks, should we go with him? No. Let that guy stir up trouble on his own. We wouldn't want him thinking we're interested in sharing the treasure, Shanks replied, his mouth full of meat, a grin on his face. Rayia nodded and said, Then let us head back. It seems the captain and the others are engaged in something interesting. Let us go. Shanks turned to look, and indeed, near the bonfire, many pirates had formed a circle, seemingly engaged in some sort of performance. Shanks' eyes lit up. The two of them made their way back. Hey, take him down. Go. This time, victory will surely be ours. Before they even arrived, Shanks and Rayia were already greeted by a cacophony of fervent shouts. They pushed through the crowd to find the source of the commotion. It turned out that two pirates were engaged in a contest of strength. Both men, their faces flushed and veins bulging, seemed to be exerting every ounce of strength they possessed. Their clasped hands trembled incessantly, as neither was willing to concede. For a brief moment, it created an atmosphere of perfect parity. Not far away, Whitebeard and Roger observed the spectacle with amused expressions. Moments later, one of the pirates grit his teeth and gradually forced the other's wrist downward. However, just as it seemed he would triumph, the other pirate let out a ferocious roar, causing the momentum to shift dramatically in his favor. With an intense grimace and bulging veins, he summoned all his strength. And with a resounding thud, his opponent's wrist slammed down onto the wooden bench. This spectacle instantly ignited excitement among the surrounding pirates, who erupted into cheers, expressing their exuberance vocally. Some even began to place bets on the outcome of this contest. The victor's face radiated joy, while the vanquished erupted in curses as the other pirates celebrated. Roger and Whitebeard clinked their cups in a toast in the hands of Whitebeard. His cup resembled a barrel to ordinary observers. A fitting sight given his massive stature. Roger, on the other hand, held a considerably smaller cup. After downing a generous gulp of his drink, he said with a grin, Hey, Whitebeard, I've heard there's a legendary samurai aboard your ship? Whitebeard glanced at him and replied, Oh, indeed. Let him come forth for a duel. Roger exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Teach. Whitebeard shot him a sidelong glance. You call him yourself. Despite his position as captain, Whitebeard refrained from issuing orders to his crew to TO him. Each crew member was family, and their actions were typically driven by their own volition. Stingy, I truly wish to meet this legendary samurai, Roger mused. Scanning the crowd, before long, he spotted a distinctive figure, a tall man with phoenix-like eyes and thick eyebrows. Most striking were his long, jet-black hair, styled into a circular topknot that set him apart. Dressed in an orange kimono, he bore two sheathed swords at his waist. That must be him, Roger remarked. Noticing Roger's gaze, Whitebeard casually nodded in acknowledgement as Roger appraised the figure. The man seemed to sense his scrutiny and turned to meet Roger's eyes. Sparking a moment of electric tension. A samurai escaping from a closed nation, Roger murmured. After a brief exchange of glances, both averted their eyes. At that moment, one of the pirates engaged in the contest produced a stone tablet, instantly startling everyone present. That the Poneglyph, the assembled pirates, seasoned veterans of the sea, had surely encountered such artifacts before. However, they had heard tales of its value, though its meaning eluded them. What's the use of something so precious if we can't read it? One lamented. Among the members of Whitebeard's crew, most displayed indifference toward the Poneglyphs. After all, Their captain had little interest in such matters. For Whitebeard, the mysteries hidden within these historical texts held no allure. His singular goal was to create a home upon the ocean, a wish he had largely fulfilled. His focus was on safeguarding his family, with treasures and secrets of the past holding no significance to him. Yet amidst the crowd, one individual's gaze was markedly different. Upon the appearance of the stone tablet, his eyes gleamed with excitement and fervor, a curious sight indeed for someone to exhibit such passion for a mere stone. "May I have a look at that?" He approached the pirate holding the tablet. Yamato, the members of Whitebeard's crew immediately recognized him. Although Yamato was a recent addition to their ranks, they were still unfamiliar with him, save for the fact that he was a samurai from Wano. "Here, take it." The pirate tossed the tablet toward Yamato. He caught it and began to scrutinize it closely. The onlookers watched with intrigue. Could he possibly decipher the inscriptions? Those cryptic symbols were beyond the comprehension of most. Yet, Yamato's demeanor suggested he was not bewildered at all as he examined the tablet. His expression grew increasingly serious, his brow furrowing deeper. "Can he really understand this?" Roger asked, astonished. Whitebeard shook his head. "That I'm not sure." The emergence of Yamato within their crew had indeed been a curious occurrence. When they first encountered him, he had charged at Whitebeard with 2 swords drawn, a display that left the crew in shock. His reason for battling had been simple: "Fight me. Let me aboard." No other crew member had ever made such a bold request, making Yamato truly unique. Given that he had not been aboard for long, their understanding of him was limited to his identity as a samurai and his courageous spirit. If he can decipher these inscriptions, it would be a stroke of fortune. "After all, there is no one else aboard who possesses such skill," Roger said with a smile. However, his latter remarks caused Whitebeard beside him to furrow his brow as he nearly reached for the crescent blade beside him to strike. Fortunately, Whitebeard understood Roger's character well. In the Grand Line, successfully completing a voyage is exceedingly difficult without adequate provisions. Among the crew of a pirate ship, those who can comprehend the historical texts are of paramount importance. After all, they serve as historians, seeking to uncover ultimate treasures through the accounts of predecessors, or perhaps to fulfill their voyages. These elements are essential to grasp, for only through them can they find their way and avoid being lost amidst the vast sea. Navigating aimlessly across the ocean makes discovering the ultimate secret treasure nearly impossible. Roger was evidently aware of this truth. Yet, what secrets lie hidden within this so-called historical text? To be honest, Roger was quite curious. However, their ship had lacked someone capable of deciphering these inscriptions. Now that they had finally encountered such a talent, how could they let this opportunity slip by? Roger's gaze upon Kazuki Oden reflected unabashed admiration. Were it not for Whitebeard's customary respect for his crew's choices, it was likely that these two would have clashed once more. "If you wish to invite him aboard, it is not impossible. But it must depend on his personal desire. Should you attempt to coerce him?" As he spoke, Whitebeard's demeanor shifted abruptly, resembling a beast awakening from slumber. Upon witnessing this, Roger burst into hearty laughter. "Rest assured, if he is unwilling, I shall not press him," he declared, his eyes sparkling as he pondered how to approach Kazuki Oden. Meanwhile, Kazuki Oden, engrossed in examining the historical texts, remained blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of a rather unreliable captain. How he longed to uncover the secrets concealed beneath the inscriptions on this stone tablet. Kazuki Oden seemed to suddenly fall into a trance. Observing this, a nearby pirate could not help but inquire. "Hey, Oden, have you discerned anything?" "Yes, what exactly is inscribed on these stones?" Right. I want to know why this stone tablet is so significant." The pirates regarded Kazuki Oden with eager curiosity. It was only then that Kazuki Oden returned to his senses. Responding, "These inscriptions are still insufficient. I cannot deduce what is hidden merely from one stone tablet." His words momentarily disappointed the other pirates. However, they understood that there seemed to be more than one stone tablet in this world. If they truly wished to uncover the secrets beneath the stone tablets, they would need to gather them diligently. Perhaps only upon collecting a sufficient number of these tablets would the hidden truths gradually come to light. Of course, it was also possible that these elements were closely related to the fabled treasure. Many who set sail as pirates were ultimately in pursuit of treasure. To discern the whereabouts of such treasures through these stone tablets would be the most advantageous outcome for them. Naturally, as free-spirited pirates, they did not linger on these matters for too long. Come, let us continue to toast. Cheers to our freedom." After a round of hearty drinking, they fell back into a competitive spirit, a trait inherent among these pirates. What kind of competition shall we engage in next? We've played arm wrestling for quite some time. Perhaps we should try something different. What kind of competition? Is there anything entertaining? Nearby, the sizzling sound of grilled meat filled the air, the golden brown morsels glistening with grease, rendering them irresistibly tempting. Hey, Rayia, what are you thinking about? Shanks nudged Rayia, who was gazing at Kazuki Oden in the distance, pondering what manner he would board their ship. That fellow played a crucial role in Roger's ascent to becoming the Pirate King. Of course, the most significant aspect was that he possessed formidable strength and was a warrior. By the way, Shanks, isn't your swordsmanship quite impressive? How do you compare to him? Rayia suddenly inquired. Upon mentioning swordsmanship, Shanks's face lit up with enthusiasm. Of course my swordsmanship is exceptional. Why don't you challenge me to a duel? I am uncertain how I would fare against that fellow. However, I have heard that he hails from the Paradise of Warriors. Paradise of Warriors? Rayia looked at him, puzzled. Indeed, the Paradise of Warriors, commonly referred to as Wano Country. Shanks explained. Wano Country is a renowned nation across the seas, a closed-off nation in the New World. Here, no one enters, and virtually no one departs. The fact that Kazuki Oden emerged from within is astonishing in itself. However, that is not the main point. The focus lies in the multitude of warriors residing in Wano. These individuals possess exceptional swordsmanship, and Kazuki Oden stands as one of the finest among them. Discussing swordsmanship, Shanks could not help but feel a surge of competitive spirit towards Kazuki Oden. After all, engaging with skilled opponents is the fastest path to growth. Kazuki Oden, I hear your nation's swordsmanship is incredibly formidable. Why don't we have a demonstration? The pirates, who had been deliberating on what activities to engage in, suddenly recalled Kazuki Oden's other identity. Yes, I've long wished to witness the swordsmanship of Wano's warriors. I wonder how it compares to the outside world? Pirates, by nature, are a rowdy bunch who relish in spectacle. Once someone brought up the subject, others were quick to join in the excitement. Kazuki Oden then exchanged the stone tablet back to the pirate. Realizing that the significance of a single stone tablet is quite limited, despite the immense value of the tablet in the pirate world, it is merely a part of an entire set. Only with a complete collection of tablets can one truly uncover the secrets hidden behind them. Thus, at this moment, the importance of these tablets diminished in the eyes of the pirates, largely due to Whitebeard's own disregard for such matters. Swordsmanship? Upon hearing this, Kazuki Oden's face radiated with pride. Swordsmanship is the greatest strength of Wano Country. His tone brimmed with confidence, exuding an inherent sense of pride. That sounds splendid. Let's have a contest. A pirate exclaimed with a smile. For those who have become pirates, it is a given that they are a group of individuals who refuse to back down. They are eager to challenge the legendary swordsmanship of Wano. And of course, the most vital aspect is that without some form of activity, the feast would become rather dull. All right, let the challenge commence. Kazuki Oden casually picked up a wooden stick from the side. In an instant, the stick seemed to transform into a wooden sword, leaving most of the spectators in awe at his swift motion. Using a true sword is reserved for adversaries. For you all, I shall wield a wooden sword instead. Excellent. Those who wished to challenge Kazuki Oden among the pirates promptly armed themselves with wooden swords. The two faced each other, tension palpable in the air. The pirates, witnessing this confrontation, erupted into cheers, reveling in their libations and feasting upon meat, as they beheld what they believed to be the quintessential life of a pirate. The expression of the pirate was tinged with anxiety. After all, the swordsmanship of Wano Country was renowned far and wide. The intensity of both combatants escalated simultaneously, yet the pirate appeared increasingly impatient. With a swift motion, he thrust his wooden sword directly at Oden's chest. However, Oden remained unperturbed, for a true warrior knows that impatience is the enemy of discipline. The more one rushes, the more likely they are to expose their weaknesses. A perilous folly indeed. As the pirate made his move, Oden's gaze sharpened. Just as the wooden sword seemed poised to pierce his chest, the pirate's face momentarily lit up with triumph. Whoosh! The sword made contact, yet the pirate's expression soon shifted to horror. There was no tangible resistance. In the next instant, the figure of Kazuki Oden began to fade away. An illusion. The pirate's pupils dilated in shock as a profound sense of danger surged behind him. He turned to see Oden's sword already poised at his side. With a resounding crack, the pirate's hand, which clutched the wooden sword, was deftly disarmed. The sword flew from his grip, landing on the ground with an unmistakable thud. The noise reverberated through the air, drawing the attention of the previously raucous pirates, who now gaped in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Some even found grease from their meals dripping onto themselves. Utterly oblivious to the mess, such was their astonishment. What transpired? Although they were aware of Kazuki Oden's formidable swordsmanship, they could hardly fathom its magnitude. In a mere exchange, the pirate had already been vanquished. It was clear that no mediocrity dwelled within their ranks, and under such circumstances, leniency was out of the question. Remarkable, truly remarkable, and no wonder he was a samurai of Wano country. Moments later, the pirates expressed their admiration. While the defeated pirate wore a look of respect, he would not dismiss the outcome as mere happenstance. After all, encountering such an unexpected turn of events only highlighted his own inadequacy. These pirates were not of petty disposition, and so they took their defeat in stride. Meanwhile, others among them were already eager to take their turn. I shall go. Soon after, another pirate stepped forward. Those who dared to challenge Oden in such a scenario harbored a certain confidence in their swordsmanship. Otherwise, they would surely have wilted in the face of such overwhelming skill. Regrettably, despite his readiness and due reverence for Oden's prowess, this pirate too was swiftly defeated after several exchanges. Yet, this outcome was far more palatable than that of the previous challenger. "Curse it," one pirate exclaimed, "I refuse to believe that none among us can best him. I shall go." Another pirate stepped forth, only to meet the same fate. The swordplay exhibited by Kazuki Oden was undeniably exquisite, showcasing techniques the likes of which they had never encountered on these seas. It was no wonder they faltered. With each successive defeat, the pirates found themselves once more in awe of Oden's strength. Nevertheless, their stubborn spirits drove them to continue challenging him, though they were still far from capable of besting him. After sipping from his drink, Whitebeard chuckled, reminiscing about the first time he laid eyes on Kazuki Oden, the man who dared to draw his sword against him. Oden's accomplishments in swordsmanship were such that even Whitebeard could not help but admire. Of course, if it were merely a contest of swordplay, Whitebeard might not easily triumph over Oden. However, Whitebeard's other abilities were simply too formidable. No matter how skilled Oden was, he could not hope to defeat someone of Whitebeard's comprehensive prowess. To be hailed as the strongest man in the world is no empty boast. The more I watch, the more I wish to recruit him, Whitebeard mused, though his expression betrayed a hint of irritation. "You braggart," he let out a cold snort, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, amidst their banter, several more pirates fell to Oden's blade. It became evident that those skilled in swordsmanship aboard the ship were being systematically overwhelmed by Kazuki Oden. That moment, a small figure stepped forward. "Allow me to challenge you." The voice was somewhat childish, causing the other pirates to freeze in astonishment. Upon recognizing the individual, they exclaimed, "Shanks." Naturally, the Roger pirates were no strangers to this face. "Shanks, are you certain you can defeat him?" one of the crew members inquired. Astonished that Shanks would even consider such a challenge, this prompted a few raised eyebrows among Whitebeard's crew. Was this not merely an apprentice? How could they allow an apprentice to take the stage? Indeed, this is utterly embarrassing. From a certain perspective, permitting an apprentice from the Roger pirates to face Oden seemed rather disgraceful, for it implied a lack of capable challengers. If there had been others from Roger's crew who had not yet stepped forward, it might have been acceptable. However, the majority had already been vanquished, leaving only the apprentice to compete. Hey, don't underestimate our apprentice. He might just defeat you," a member of the Roger pirates shouted. "Yes, indeed, if he manages to best an apprentice." Well, Shanks is no ordinary apprentice when it comes to swordsmanship. The crew of the Roger pirates decided to let Shanks proceed with his challenge, recognizing it as a mere entertainment. Even if he were to fail, it would serve as valuable experience. After all, opportunities to battle a warrior of Kazuki Oden's caliber were rare. Shanks beamed with excitement as he regarded Oden, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. Oden, in turn, looked at him with surprise. This young man exuded an aura more akin to that of a samurai than any of the previous challengers. "Then let us engage." Certainly, Kazuki Oden is not a man prone to hesitation. With the opponent approaching, he readily accepted the challenge. Shanks, filled with excitement, seized a wooden sword discarded on the ground by a fallen pirate. The two adversaries stood poised, neither making a move, their gazes locked with sparks seemingly emanating from their eyes. Even as an observer, Reia could sense the formidable aura coalescing around them, as if their very presence was clashing through sheer force of will. This was a development unexpected by all. considering Shanks' youth contrasted sharply with Kazuki Odin's evident experience. Achieving such a state of intensity was indeed remarkable, highlighting Shanks' prodigious talent in swordsmanship and perhaps even his innate combat prowess. The standoff persisted for an extended period, with neither party yielding an inch. The surrounding pirates displayed no signs of impatience. Rather, they watched Shanks with a newfound admiration. Merely demonstrating such patience was enough to earn their respect, for few among them possessed the fortitude to endure. Most would rush into combat without a second thought, knowing that those who struck first often found themselves at a disadvantage, perhaps revealing a fatal flaw or succumbing to other unforeseen circumstances. Of course, should a combatant of sufficient strength mask their vulnerabilities, initiating the attack would not necessarily spell disaster. In such instances, the priority of action became somewhat irrelevant. The clash of wills was of utmost importance. Should one falter in this regard, they would easily fall prey to their opponent's rhythm in the ensuing battle. After a few tense minutes, it was Kazuki Odin who finally broke the stalemate. With a mighty shout, he launched himself off the ground, his wooden sword slicing toward Shanks with an unearthly speed that rendered it nearly invisible. Shanks' expression hardened as he remained stilled, in the blink of an eye. Odin's sword was poised above Shanks' head, ready to strike, and then he moved. At long last, he reacted, raising his wooden sword just in time to clash against Odin's, producing an astonishing spark upon impact. The two swords swiftly separated after their brief encounter, and it was clear that Odin was not utilizing his full strength to overpower Shanks. This was merely a contest of swordsmanship. To exert excessive force would be tantamount to bullying, as the disparity in their physical capabilities was significant. With a cacophony of clashes, their wooden swords collided repeatedly, leaving behind traces in the air. Initially, Odin pressed the attack, while Shanks defended with fervor. After several exchanges, Shanks appeared to seize an opportunity for counterattack. His pupils dilated as he thrust his sword upward while bending to evade Odin's strike. Aiming directly for Odin's throat, Odin's expression shifted to one of surprise. This opponent's swordsmanship was no trifling matter, far surpassing that of those who had come before. This realization only fueled Odin's excitement further, his eyes glinting as he faced the incoming strike with apparent nonchalance. Just as the wooden sword was about to connect, he broke into a smile, causing Shanks' heart to skip a beat. Unbeknownst to Shanks, Odin had seamlessly switched the sword to his other hand. With a swift turn, he aimed his weapon at Shanks, effortlessly evading Shanks' attack in the process. Shanks hastily retreated, but Odin pursued relentlessly, swiftly gaining the upper hand. Despite Shanks' current predicament, the onlooking pirates were mesmerized. The prowess of both swordsmen was astounding. Who would have thought Shanks could reach such heights? This battle was nothing short of spectacular. Well done, Shanks. You truly bring us honor. Rayia, captivated by the duel, could not help but admire Shanks' skill, though it was evident that Odin was even more formidable. Yet, the potential for growth in Shanks was unmistakable. Regrettably, he lacked any swordsmanship of his own. If only he could engage in battle as well. Watching such a contest ignited a fervor within him, a thrilling rush coursing through his veins after countless exchanges. The two had yet to determine a victor, perhaps owing to Odin's restraint in not unleashing his full strength. Should he choose to do so, Shanks would likely have crumbled under the pressure from the very first round. Your swordsmanship is impressive, but to defeat me, you will need a decade of training, Odin declared with a grin, sensing the moment was ripe for a declaration. Is that so? I won't be so easily vanquished. Shanks replied, his gaze unwavering. Now, prepare to witness my signature technique. With those words, Odin's stance transformed drastically. Additionally, unbeknownst to Shanks, Odin had produced a second wooden sword in his other hand. Stunned, Shanks found himself momentarily speechless. Two-sword style, Odin proclaimed. Indeed, the true nature of his prowess lay in dual wielding. With both swords in hand, Odin's aura shifted entirely. If he had previously appeared to Shanks as a famished wolf, he now resembled a ferocious tiger unleashed. Not only did he possess immense strength, but his speed was equally extraordinary. Be careful, Odin warned, and in an instant, Shanks found himself disoriented as Odin vanished from view. Straining to locate him, Shanks was startled to discover Odin had already closed the distance. Standing a mere 10 centimeters away, his wooden sword poised against Shanks' throat. The sharpness of the blade sent a jolt of terror through Shanks. I concede, he admitted, fully aware of his defeat. Yet, rather than despair, his expression bore a semblance of awe. Odin's might had illuminated a new path for him, unveiling horizons he had never envisioned. Swordsmanship could indeed reach such heights. Truly, there are always greater talents beyond one's ken. This man had triumphed once more. How infuriating! Is there no one capable of besting him? Every swordsman among our crew has fallen to this individual. What of our captain? Should he step in? What could ensue? In the eyes of the crew of the Roger Pirates, Gold Roger is an invincible entity. The only one capable of prompting his involvement would be the formidable Whitebeard. If Kazuki Odin were to compel Roger to act, it would reflect poorly on the competence of his subordinates. Of course, it is not to say that there are no individuals aboard who might rival Kazuki Odin in strength. The first mate, Silver's Rayleigh, is indeed a powerful presence. With his prowess, it is believed he could certainly defeat Odin. However, the current contest is one of swordsmanship, not overall strength, and since Rayleigh does not wield a sword, he cannot participate. Such a pity. The members of the Roger Pirates seem somewhat reluctant. Yet at this juncture, reluctance serves no purpose. After all, a loss is a loss. Just as someone was about to announce the conclusion of the match, a figure suddenly leapt forth. "Let me challenge you," a youthful voice rang out. "Rayleigh, why have you come out?" "Hey, don't jest, Rayleigh. That guy is a grand swordsman." "Indeed, Rayleigh. Return. You cannot wield a sword. Moreover, you are still injured. Kurokas will be furious." Clearly, the members of the Roger Pirates are aware that Rayleigh has never handled a sword. Just let me challenge him. Rayleigh's gaze was unwavering as he looked at them, causing the crew to momentarily fall silent. Their tone lost its earlier conviction. "But do you truly know how to use a sword?" Rayleigh broke into a wide grin and replied, "How can I know without trying?" Seeing Rayleigh's resolute demeanor, the other pirates were at a loss for words. "Very well. As a pirate, one should embrace such boldness," a voice echoed. All eyes turned to the speaker, their captain, Roger, who wore a broad smile while observing Rayleigh. "Rayleigh, go for it. I support you." With that, he burst into laughter. Rayleigh felt a surge of exhilaration. Having support, especially from the captain, was the most fortuitous of circumstances that I too wished to engage with such a formidable opponent. Perhaps influenced by the previous battle, Rayleigh found himself unperturbed by the prospect of combat. Moreover, as the possessor of a system that strengthens him through taking hits, he understood that he must proactively face challenges. Only by leaning into adversity could he truly grow stronger. Otherwise, relying solely on his own efforts would yield painfully slow progress, akin to a tortoise's crawl. Thus, after enduring a few bouts of punishment, Rayleigh had grown accustomed to the pain that accompanied battle. This time, he need not fear for his life. Rather, it was better to unleash himself in combat. After all, suffering blows would facilitate his growth. Of course, to defeat Kazuki Odin effortlessly under the current circumstances seemed an insurmountable task. Such ambition. "I admire your spirit, young man," Kazuki Odin remarked with a smile. "Since you are here, having fought so many battles, one more is inconsequential. Yet I have heard that you are not proficient with a sword." "Sword? Who says I cannot?" Rayleigh declared, calling out to Shanks. Understanding the cue, Shanks tossed his wooden sword to Rayleigh. Grasping the wooden sword with both hands, Rayleigh struck a pose reminiscent of a swordsman, albeit somewhat novice-like. "Very well then. Let us begin." Odin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. As the battle commenced, his expression was markedly different from before. The overwhelming pressure was palpable. Previously, Rayleigh had not been able to sense the true might of Kazuki Odin from afar. Now, standing so close, he comprehended the immense pressure Shanks had previously endured. Shanks chuckled and remarked, "Rayleigh, now you understand the weight of a true warrior's presence." However, his words were audible only to himself. Rayleigh shouted, charging forward with his sword. Odin was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head as he observed Rayleigh's approach. Making no immediate move, with a swift motion, Rayleigh felt a sharp sting in his arm. Looking down, he discovered that the wooden sword had pierced his skin, blood seeping forth. What incredible speed! Rayleigh was astonished. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, a flicker of joy crossed his face, and he pressed on. Odin looked at him in surprise. Has he adapted so quickly? However, as Rayleigh attempted to strike, upon witnessing his flawed swordplay, Odin could not help but shake his head. Every move was fraught with openings. After deftly evading Rayleigh's sword, Odin swiftly countered with a series of thrusts. Rayleigh found himself retreating. His clothing punctured in several places, blood oozing from the wounds. This was still a result of Odin's deliberate restraint. Had he not held back, Rayleigh would have been far more grievously injured by now. Truly, he was a master of swordsmanship, Rayleigh mused. Though he was utterly inexperienced with swords, he had at least observed enough to recognize the disparity in skill, as a novice. Rayleigh was immediately overwhelmed by Odin's prowess. Rayleigh, that is not how one wields a sword. Hey, Rayleigh, you must lower your grip. As pirates of the Grand Line, these individuals possessed an extraordinary level of insight. They easily discerned that Rayleigh was merely a beginner with a sword. Despite his courage in challenging Kazuki Odin, some things cannot be overcome simply by bravery. Rayleigh gripped the sword tightly, fearful that Odin might disarm him. The thought of such an outcome was unacceptable. His already injured body now bore additional wounds, yet his gaze remained resolute, unaffected by the pain. Within his mind, a mechanized voice echoed, akin to a healing elixir that dulled his suffering. You cannot defeat me. You should concede. After several exchanges, Kazuki Odin was convinced that Rayleigh was indeed a novice with the sword. While Rayleigh's tenacity had impressed Odin, it was clear that skill was paramount. I will not concede so easily, Rayleigh proclaimed with unwavering conviction. With that, he charged once more at Kazuki Odin. After several more exchanges, he began to grasp the nuances of swordplay, yet mere understanding was far from sufficient for Kazuki Odin. Even those who had wielded swords for decades might not match his strength, let alone a newcomer like Rayleigh, who had only just begun to wield a sword mere minutes ago. Yet, at this moment, Rayleigh persevered, drawing upon his resilience to hold his ground. If you possess the ability, then bring me down, Rayia bellowed as he thrust his wooden sword forward. The speed of the sword was astonishing, seemingly on the verge of striking Kagetsu Odin directly. However, at that moment, Kagetsu Odin sidestepped effortlessly, his demeanor remarkably relaxed, devoid of any hint of tension. Perhaps the pressure from Rayya's attack was non-existent. Was he truly attempting to hit me with such sluggish speed? Kagetsu Odin mused, shaking his head. That was utterly impossible. As his words fell, his wooden sword suddenly lunged forward, leaving a fleeting afterimage in the air. Fast, incredibly fast, Rayia felt a blur before his eyes, and an intense pain surged in his chest. Simultaneously, a tremendous force propelled him backward. It was only after flying several meters that he finally crashed to the ground. With such an assault, Kagetsu Odin had evidently exerted only a fraction of his strength. Surely, he would not rise again. Contemplating this, Kagetsu Odin turned to leave that moment. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Kagetsu Odin spun around abruptly, witnessing a figure slowly rising amidst the throng. The sight caused his pupils to constrict violently. This individual had withstood such a blow. Typically, most would be unable to rise after such an impact, let alone Rayia, who bore evident injuries. Impressive. This apprentice from Roger's ship could endure such punishment. If it were me, I would have fallen. Remarkable. I am truly in awe. I can still continue. Rayya's eyes blazed with fervor, brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. Kagetsu Odin paused, taken aback by the fierce resolve emanating from the withstanding Rayia. Very well, this time I shall defeat you using my own techniques. With that, he produced another wooden sword in his other hand. This scene mirrored his earlier confrontation with Shanks. Kagetsu Odin was a dual wielder. In their previous battle, he had relied solely on one blade. What did this signify? It indicated that he was finally taking this seriously. Moreover, most importantly, Rayya's current predicament was akin to that of Shanks. This evoked a sense of reflection in the nearby Shanks. This what talent looks like. You are something else, Rayia. Rayia took a deep breath and stepped forward. Meanwhile, Kagetsu Odin charged at him with great force. Odin's dual-wielding technique. As he exclaimed, the two swords left a trail of afterimages in the air. The next moment, he had darted past Rayia at breakneck speed. However, Rayia, standing firm, held his wooden sword before him. With several sharp sounds, fresh wounds appeared on his body. Puffed, Rayia spat out a mouthful of blood, just as he was about to collapse to the ground. He propped himself up with the wooden sword, stubbornly refusing to let his body fall. He gasped for breath, the pain coursing through him momentarily numbed. Perhaps it was due to the rapid onset of his injuries, rendering him devoid of sensation. Maybe after the battle or in a few minutes, once the numbness faded, he would be engulfed by an overwhelming agony. Yet, at that moment, Rayia could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. In the face of not succumbing to this strike, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully resisting the attack. The achievement of withstanding an assault has been unlocked. Reward. You haven't fallen yet? Kagetsu Odin turned to gaze at Rayia. Then let us do this again. he declared, gripping both swords, one above, one below. At that moment, a faint glow enveloped his wooden swords, causing the surrounding pirates to gasp in astonishment. Odin, utilizing that wooden sword, had reached such a remarkable level. Truly a master of swordsmanship, in this vast sea, few could rival him. Was this move against the apprentice not a bit excessive? You know nothing. This is a mark of respect towards one's opponent. That apprentice is formidable, having endured for so long without faltering. Roger and his crew not fear that this apprentice might perish at Odin's hands. Keigetsu Odin's serious demeanor was undeniably fearsome. He was a man who could stand against Whitebeard. Even in defeat, there is honor. Rayia took a deep breath. Conqueror's Haki, a powerful aura erupted from him, overwhelming the surrounding pirates as if a colossal mountain had descended upon them. They turned pale with shock. Conqueror's Haki. Keigetsu Odin's face reflected surprise. He had not anticipated such formidable Conqueror's Haki from someone so young. Excellent. This makes things even more interesting. With that, he vanished in a flash. Rayya's pupils dilated as he suddenly swung his sword at the air beside him. With a sharp sound, Keigetsu Odin's figure materialized precisely where Rayya had struck. How is this possible? Odin could hardly believe that his strike had been anticipated, or that Rayya could perceive his speed. Perhaps it was the influence of the Conqueror's Haki, yet such an effect could hardly slow Odin down. He could not fathom that the individual before him was growing stronger in this combat. Furthermore, he had recently received a system reward, great swordsman techniques. Rayya felt an exhilarating rush. This reward was indeed invaluable. His previous combat style had been rather simplistic. Now, with the acquisition of swordsmanship, his combat capabilities had significantly expanded. In due course, his fighting would blossom like a kaleidoscope. Take this, Rayya shouted. Thrusting his wooden sword, Keigetsu Odin instinctively prepared to block with his wooden sword, though a tempest raged within him. Yet, his body reacted on instinct. However, just as Rayya's wooden sword seemed poised to strike him, he abruptly altered his attack. What? Odin was taken aback. Rayya's wooden sword danced gracefully in his hands. In the next instant, the sword changed direction, striking Keigetsu Odin's chest. With a tearing sound, Odin's clothing shredded, revealing faint crimson marks on his skin. This unexpected turn of events sent the surrounding pirates into a frenzy. Incredible! How did that boy achieve this? Why do I sense that his swordsmanship has improved so drastically? He actually wounded Odin. Is this real, or am I dreaming? After so many battles, it is the first time anyone has injured Odin. Are we truly inferior to this boy? Moreover, the fact that he possesses Conqueror's Haki alone places him above us. Is there truly such a genius in this world? Is this something a human can accomplish? We have toiled for so long, yet he has only recently begun to master swordsmanship. We cannot even graze Odin's hymn. While he is utterly heartbreaking, the truth has brought that young man over for study. What manner of being is he to achieve such extraordinary feats? Rayia has continually astonished these pirates. Initially, his resilience alone was sufficient to leave them in awe, yet this latest outburst has rendered the onlookers utterly speechless. Among the crowd, Shanks gazes intently, his eyes glinting with admiration. Rayia, you truly live up to your reputation. Having battled Rayia before, he cannot deny that Rayia possesses remarkable talent in combat. Perhaps, as the captain suggested, Rayia is a prodigy rarely seen in this vast ocean over the span of a millennium. Of course, their captain, Roger, is a genius in his own right, albeit one who has never regarded himself as such. Shanks muses that perhaps Roger, in his youth, was even more gifted than Rayia is now. Otherwise, he could not have attained his current formidable strength. Remarkable. I never anticipated encountering a swordsmanship prodigy here today. Keigetsu Odin, despite being injured from an attack, expresses a sense of exhilaration as a master of the sword himself. What could bring greater joy than meeting a fellow swordsman of exceptional talent? Is not Rayia a swordsmanship genius? Not long ago, Odin could clearly sense Rayya's clumsiness with a blade. Yet, after enduring numerous rounds of combat, Rayya's swordsmanship has undergone a qualitative leap, a transformation most palpable to Odin. Grasping his sword with both hands, he fixes his gaze upon Rayia, and in that look, Rayia perceives a spark of excitement, two-sword style. Keigetsu Odin's wooden sword suddenly shimmer with a layer of dark light, imbued with tremendous energy. Even from a distance, Rayia can distinctly feel the waves of power emanating from that glow. The air around it begins to distort, in the next instant. Keizuki Odin lunges toward Rayia with astonishing speed. A shiver runs through Rayia. He reacts swiftly, leaping to evade Odin's assault. With a thunderous crash, Odin's two wooden swords strike the ground, causing the earth to crack as if it were a spider's web. Spreading outwards, these are, after all, solid stones, and Odin wields merely wooden swords. Yet, his attack has achieved such devastating results. This leaves everyone present utterly astounded at Rayya's evasion. 2. Is a source of wonder, for Odin's speed is indeed remarkable, difficult for the pirates to comprehend. Yet, against all odds, Rayia manages to dodge, demonstrating that his swordsmanship has undeniably ascended to a terrifying level. However, the pirates cannot fathom how Rayia seems to have transformed entirely. Just recently, he was a novice with a sword, and now he exudes the air of a master swordsman. Rayia, however, is unconcerned with their opinions. Even with the advantages provided by the system's rewards for a grandmaster swordsman, he dares not be complacent against Keizuki Odin, a renowned grandmaster with extensive experience. His own battle experience pales in comparison to Odin's that at this moment, caution is paramount. So you were able to evade my strike, Keizuki Odin exclaims with a grin. His excitement palpable. Rayia, unwilling to be outdone, descends from the air, thrusting his wooden sword at Odin, who deftly sidesteps before countering with a double strike. Rayia spins aside to evade, and thus, both warriors find themselves locked in a fierce contest. The surrounding pirates can only hear the rhythmic clash of wooden swords, their eyes catching mere glimpses of fleeting shadows. Their speed accelerates, and at this moment, both Rayia and Keizuki Odin unleash a simultaneous battle cry as their swords collide with tremendous force. A deafening explosion reverberates outward, the energy waves radiating like a bomb detonating at the epicenter. The surrounding pirates recoil in shock. Rayia, you have grown so powerful, Shanks murmurs, astonished by the extent of Rayya's development, which far exceeds his expectations. That it appears I must intensify my training. Meanwhile, aboard the Whitebeard ship, a figure stealthily lurks. The sudden roar from the coastline jolts him, nearly startling him to death. That eye in the light. A distinct red nose comes into view, atop which is a face marked by disbelief. None other than Buggy. This fellow has indeed infiltrated the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates. What is happening? What could that sound be? Has my presence been discovered? His mind races with questions, his gaze directed towards the source of the explosion. But he is not on the deck and cannot simply peer through the ship's structure to see the shoreline. Could it be that Captain Roger and Whitebeard have clashed again? That is the only conclusion Buggy can muster. However, he would never suspect that the one responsible for such a ruckus is Rayia. If only he knew, he would surely be left speechless. Alas, Buggy's thoughts are consumed solely by the treasure map. Having arrived at the Whitebeard ship, he has no intention of leaving empty-handed. Taking a deep breath, he steadies himself. Discovering the treasure map is of utmost importance. Even if a battle breaks out, it would provide the perfect opportunity to seek the treasure map. Otherwise, such a chance may never present itself again. Rayia and Keizuki Odin both retreat momentarily. How is this fellow's strength greater than before? Keizuki Odin wonders, perplexed. He distinctly recalls that when they first clashed, Rayya's strength was nowhere near this formidable. Should he consider augmenting his own power? Odin contemplates that if he continues to suppress his strength, he may indeed find himself at a disadvantage in this duel. Yet, he ultimately dismisses that notion. This is a contest of swordsmanship, and to win by sheer power would be a travesty. Let us continue, he declares, confident that he will not be outmatched in swordsmanship by someone who has only recently begun wielding a sword. With a mighty shout, Rayia charges forward once more. Their wooden swords clash again. Keizuki Odin moves with remarkable agility, employing techniques that catch Rayia off guard. Fortunately, bolstered by the system's grandmaster swordsmanship, Rayia, despite his hurried responses, is continuously absorbing Odin's combat techniques. That is he learning from me. Keizuki Odin soon realizes that Rayya's swordsmanship displays traces of his own style. That it is not that he is unwilling for Rayia to learn, rather, to imitate his techniques in battle. What does that signify? A genius, a swordsmanship prodigy. The more the battle raged on, the more Keizuki Odin felt that the young adversary before him, though still in his youth, possessed a terrifying potential and an alarming prowess in combat. I am a great swordsman, Keizuki Odin bellowed. With a fierce strike of his dual blades, he sent Rayia staggering back several dozen meters, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Almost immediately, The bandages wrapped around Reia's body burst open with a resounding crack, revealing fresh signs of reopening wounds. Reia, perhaps it's time to reconsider, a pirate from the Roger Pirates voiced with concern. Indeed, there's no need to jeopardize your future for the sake of a fleeting victory. That's right, you are still young. Kazuki Oden is already in his 20s. This remark caused Oden's lips to twitch in irritation. What does it mean that Kazuki Oden is already in his 20s? It sounded as if he were ancient, when in fact he was merely 18. That the pirates were oblivious to the internal monologue of Kazuki Oden. Their gazes shifting to the ship's doctor, Kurokas. Whether Reia could continue the fight was entirely in his hands. What are you looking at me for? Do you think I can stop him? Kurokas scoffed. Rolling his eyes, you are the ship's doctor. If you say he cannot go on, then he certainly cannot. Does what I say hold any weight? If it were you, would you willingly halt your fight at this moment? Kurokas countered. This retort left the pirates in contemplative silence. Indeed, putting themselves in Reia's shoes, they would hardly wish to relinquish such a rare opportunity for a sparring match. After all, such chances were few and far between. They were not all part of the same pirate crew. Who knew when they would meet again? Isn't this what being a pirate is all about? Let him continue. If he falls, I'll just heal him afterward. Kurokas declared, a hint of gentleness flickering in his eyes. Kurokas, the pirates gazed at him with heartfelt admiration. Look at this doctor, a truly unparalleled physician of the seas. Stop, stop, stop. Don't look at me with those eyes. Reia coughed a few times, tasting the metallic tang of blood in his throat. With a sudden spurt, he spat out a mouthful of crimson, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Otherwise, the pressure of the accumulated blood would have stifled him, hindering his performance. Moreover, the exhilaration that combat brought him was unparalleled, perhaps akin to the significance of a treasure map for Buggy. Kazuki Oden, I will defeat you. Reia roared inwardly. He then propelled himself forward with the agility of a cheetah. With the enhancements provided by the system, his physical capabilities had surpassed those of many adults. Still too slow. Kazuki Oden shook his head. Is that so? A smile crept across Reia's face as he thrust his wooden sword, which had somehow found its way into his hands. Oden's expression shifted to one of alarm as he instinctively retreated, aware that the wooden sword was poised dangerously close to his neck. Should this strike land, the battle would surely conclude here. However, Kazuki Oden was no ordinary swordsman. He braced one foot against the ground and launched the other upward with tremendous force. Seeing this, Reia had no choice but to retract his wooden sword. For allowing Oden's kick to connect would spell disaster. Truthfully, Reia was not yet adept at wielding Conqueror's Haki. Had he mastered it, his struggle against Kazuki Oden would have been far less arduous. With a resounding clash, the two engaged once more. Thankfully, their wooden swords were sufficiently sturdy. Otherwise, they would have shattered by now. This was not due to the peculiar quality of the wood, but rather because they had expended most of their strength in their strikes. Rather than the swords bearing the brunt of the force, this indicated a remarkable level of control over their power. It was no surprise that Kazuki Oden could reach such heights. Yet Reia's prowess at such a young age was truly astonishing. Perhaps from another perspective, one could argue that Reia's current output still fell short. On the other hand, Kazuki Oden was likely not exerting his full strength in this exchange. The two were not of the same caliber in terms of age and experience. As the intensity of the battle escalated, Reia's swordsmanship sharpened, evoking in Oden a sensation akin to facing a grand swordsman. What was happening? Oden certainly did not believe he was misinterpreting the situation. At this level, one seldom doubts their own abilities. Rather, they rely heavily on their instincts, which typically help them evade numerous dangers. Yet, they were merely engaged in a contest, a sparring match. In such circumstances, what danger could possibly arise? Oden chided himself for his timidity. Here he was, confronting a mere child, and yet he felt this way. It was no wonder he had seen little advancement in his swordsmanship. With a deep breath, Kazuki Oden declared, "Young one, it is time to bring this absurd battle to an end." As he spoke, Reia perceived a crimson glow emanating from Oden, an aura that instilled within him a profound sense of peril. Oden's two-sword style. With a whoosh, Reia's vision blurred, and in the next moment, Kazuki Oden was upon him, the two wooden swords mere half a meter from him. As the blades descended, a confident smile appeared on Reia's face. Seeing this unexpected grin, Oden's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, Reia leapt into the air, causing Oden to lose sight of his target. Looking up to pursue, he found Reia descending rapidly, moving with extraordinary speed. In the blink of an eye, Rayia had reached Odin. Odin's expression shifted to one of shock as he prepared to block the incoming strike, only for Rayia to change his attack. Not this move again. It won't work on me twice. Odin instinctively retracted his blocking motion. This maneuver was indeed formidable. Generally, once a stance is taken, altering it is a challenging feat, akin to attempting to halt a fully drawn bow. Odin wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated Rayya's next move. However, Rayia remained unfazed. Odin soon realized that his actions had shifted once again. That I have anticipated your anticipation. In a vacant space, Leia's sword plunged into the body of Kazuki Odin, following his initial injury. Kazuki Odin found himself wounded once more by Rayia. The pirates gasped in astonishment. Yet, the battle was far from over. After piercing, Kazuki Odin launched a counterattack, directly deflecting Rayya's wooden sword. His gaze was as cold as ice, and his other wooden sword seemingly aimed straight at Rayia. With a swift thrust, the wooden sword struck true, creating yet another wound. To everyone's surprise, Kazuki Odin opted for this method of trading injuries. Rayia was forced to retreat, aware that continuing in this manner would only lead to his subjugation by Kazuki Odin. Indeed, without a moment's pause, the impaled Kazuki Odin charged forward. The clash of wooden swords echoed as Rayia, striving to create distance, found a bit of space for resistance. The sound of their swords colliding filled the air once more, escalating the intensity of their duel. At this juncture, Rayya's stamina was nearly depleted, while Kazuki Odin's endurance far surpassed his. As Rayia gasped for breath, Odin remained unfazed. I will not lose, Rayia shouted, striving to steady himself as the two engaged once more in fierce combat. In an unseen moment, cracks began to appear in the wooden swords. They were, after all, not forged from precious materials. Even with careful handling, their limitations became evident. At that moment, Kazuki Odin recognized the state of his sword. As a master swordsman, he was acutely aware of its condition. That he had never anticipated it would deteriorate to such an extent. Had someone informed Kazuki Odin before the battle that he would find himself in such a predicament, he would have scoffed in disbelief. After all, in this vast sea, few could match their swordsmanship against someone of his caliber, particularly not a mere youth like Rayia. Yet, the sea was indeed wondrous, beyond Rayia. He had never encountered anyone capable of such remarkable growth in battle, especially in swordsmanship. Mastery of the sword was not attained overnight. It required years of rigorous practice to develop muscle memory. Rayya's presence exuded a formidable aura, as if he had become one with his sword, an embodiment of the concept of sword and man as one. That the astonishment within Kazuki Odin was beyond words. It was utterly terrifying. Take this. Rayya's wooden sword thrust forth at an unusual angle. Just as Kazuki Odin had parried a strike, he found himself momentarily dazed by the time he regained his senses. The wooden sword had already struck him again. With a soft thud, a new hole appeared in his body. Damn it! Kazuki Odin staggered back a few steps, only for Rayia to pursue him relentlessly. The sound of wooden swords clashing resonated repeatedly. Yet, at that moment, a sharp crack echoed. One of the wooden swords in Kazuki Odin's hand shattered. His expression shifted dramatically as he wielded another wooden sword to fend off Rayya's relentless assault. However, Rayia had seized the momentum, firmly entrenched in his rhythm. Unperturbed by Odin's remaining wooden sword, Rayia unleashed a series of swift strikes, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in the air. Then, with a terrifying force, his wooden sword collided with Odin's, resulting in another resounding crack. Both wooden swords splintered into pieces. Kazuki Odin stood frozen, stunned by the abrupt turn of events. In truth, Rayya's explosive performance had transpired in mere moments. Their clash was a fleeting spectacle of light and sound. By the time the pirates comprehended the situation, they realized that both of Kazuki Odin's wooden swords had been shattered. Is this real? Am I dreaming? Did that little brat truly defeat Kazuki Odin? Odin lost. The shock rippled through the crowd. My heavens, can anyone confirm this isn't a mirage? This young lad is destined for greatness. I have lost, Kazuki Odin uttered, a hint of dejection in his voice. He could hardly believe that after years of honing his swordsmanship, he had been bested by a mere child. The blow to his pride was immense. Meanwhile, Rayia, despite a grin spreading across his face, remained motionless. Once the battle concluded, his taut body relaxed, and in the next instant, he collapsed to the ground, his vision fading to black. Rayia! The crew of the Roger pirates rushed to his side. When Rayia finally regained consciousness, the celebration they had organized was already over, and to his astonishment, Kazuki Oden was now aboard their ship. During Reia's unconsciousness, Roger had conferred with Whitebeard and then personally sought to recruit Oden. After all, someone of Kazuki Oden's caliber was not to be overlooked in the Grand Line. Historians held immense value. Roger had not expected Kazuki Oden to resist this arrangement. Reflecting on it, it was evident that Oden was not one to shy away from adventure. Otherwise, he would not have engaged Whitebeard in combat before boarding the ship. During their exchanges, Roger quickly discerned Oden's keen interest in the Poneglyphs inscribed with the true history. This made matters considerably simpler. Unlike Whitebeard, who perhaps sought not treasure but rather a different kind of ambition, Roger's crew aimed to conquer the Grand Line, searching for the ultimate treasure. Thus, from a certain perspective, Kazuki Oden was more suited to Roger's crew. However, it was inconceivable that Oden would depart from Whitebeard's crew without hesitation. Consequently, after negotiations among the three parties, it was ultimately decided that Kazuki Oden would join Roger's crew for one final year of adventure. This led to the scene Reiya encountered upon awakening. "Hey, Reiya, you're awake," a pirate shouted. "Reiya, you truly are a hidden gem. Well done. Reiya, you've brought glory to our crew." Kazuki Oden approached Reiya and inquired, "Truly? No one ever taught you swordsmanship?" Reiya shook his head, indicating that he had not. Although Oden had already gleaned information from the surrounding pirates after boarding, he still felt a pang of disbelief. "Really? You never learned swordsmanship before battling me?" Reiya nodded affirmatively. Oden exhaled deeply, a wry smile crossing his face. "That I never imagined you could reach such heights in such a short time. That it is truly remarkable. It seems that in comparison to your exceptional swordsmanship, my own talents appear almost laughable, though. Please don't say that. Truth be told, my victory this time was merely a stroke of luck. Moreover, you have not yet unleashed your full potential. If you were to exert all your strength, I would surely be no match for you." Reiya is not being modest. The two renowned blades at Kazuki Oden's waist have yet to be drawn. Additionally, Kazuki Oden is deliberately restraining his own power to engage in this duel. If Reiya naively believes he can defeat Kazuki Oden in such circumstances, that would indeed be a jest. Regardless, a loss is a loss. Kazuki Oden shakes his head, demonstrating a commendable acceptance of his defeat. "By the way, since you have no formal training in swordsmanship, why not allow me to teach you?" "Wait, that doesn't seem right. You are already far superior to me in that regard. It would be rather absurd for me to instruct you." As Kazuki Oden speaks, he scratches his head, seemingly feeling somewhat unqualified. "Please, do not think this way. It would be a wonderful opportunity for you to teach me swordsmanship that I would be immensely grateful, as my understanding of the art pales in comparison to yours." Reiya sincerely states. This, Reiya's words offer Kazuki Oden a measure of comfort. "Very well. Then, let me impart my swordsmanship to you. It is a rare opportunity to encounter such a gem, and Kazuki Oden has no reason not to refine it." With a touch of excitement, Kazuki Oden begins to prepare his training regimen. Reiya then ascends to the deck, gazing into the distance. They have returned to the vast ocean. The waves crash tumultuously, and the sky is a brilliant blue. The sea breeze wafts by, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of salt water. Reiya finds solace in this natural aroma, realizing he must have been unconscious for quite some time. The Whitebeard pirates have vanished from the vicinity, and they are once again navigating the Grand Line. It is uncertain when they will reach their ultimate destination. "Hey, Reiya, what are you looking at?" Suddenly, a large hand claps down on Reiya's shoulder. Startled, he realizes he had sensed nothing. Under normal circumstances, he would have felt some presence as someone approached. Turning around, he is greeted by a familiar face, and he breathes a sigh of relief. Had it been Roger, such an occurrence would not have surprised him. To be honest, even now, Reiya remains uncertain about the true extent of Roger's strength. Perhaps it can only be described as unfathomable. "Nothing, Captain, you rascal, you've truly surprised me this time." Roger laughs heartily, his jovial smile infectious. Lifting Reiya's spirits. "How do you feel now?" "Not too bad. My ability to defeat Kazuki Oden was simply a fortunate happenstance." Reiya replies with a wry smile. "Don't be so modest. I've watched you grow since you boarded my ship. Your rate of progress is the fastest I've ever seen. I remember when you first joined us, just a helpless little brat bullied by Buggy. Now, that fellow is no match for you. In fact, I wonder if even Shanks could hold his own against you. I can hardly fathom how you achieved such astonishing growth." Roger reflects, unable to contain his admiration for Reiya's remarkable development. Indeed, Reia's progress seems almost dreamlike to anyone who knows him. Such transformations, where one's abilities and physical prowess enhanced through battle, are virtually unheard of. It is as if Reia was born for combat. What are your plans for your upcoming training? Roger inquires. Now that Odin is going to teach me swordsmanship, I intend to learn diligently from him. Swordsmanship. That fellow's skills are truly formidable. Having him as your instructor is certainly advantageous. Roger ponders for a moment before continuing. However, your rapid advancement poses potential risks. Therefore, I shall have Rayleigh accompany you. Really? Reia looks at Roger in surprise. Rayleigh is the first mate, often elusive and seemingly too busy to offer guidance. Of course, could that fellow possibly refuse? As the shining star of our crew, it is only natural that I nurture your talents. If he is unwilling, I shall compel him to comply, Roger asserts, a hint of mischief in his voice. Reia cannot help but chuckle at this prospect. Yet, training under Rayleigh promises to be an excellent opportunity. As the second-in-command, Rayleigh's strength is equally enigmatic. Moreover, Reia is well aware that Rayleigh is capable of standing firm against future emperors or marine admirals. Soon, this sea will become the stage for his legend. In fact, he is already quite renowned. By the way, Captain, where are we headed now? Reia asks. They find themselves in the new world, yet the vessel's course seems to lead them away from further exploration. Haha, we are returning to the starting point of the Grand Line. Roger responds with a smile. We are about to embark on a new voyage. What? We're going back. Why? Reia queries, puzzled. There is a reason for this. But you need not worry. Even if we retrace our route, it will not consume much time, Roger assures him, confidence radiating from his tone. Is this the self-assuredness of the future pirate king? Reia feels a sense of awe. However, Captain, isn't the Grand Line supposed to be impassable for return journeys? That applies to others. Who are we, the illustrious Roger pirates? What is there that we cannot accomplish? Very well, I shall heed your command. Captain. Thus, on this day, their ship sets sail in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Reia begins his new training regimen. Upon hearing Roger's directive, Rayleigh surprisingly exhibits little resistance, instead welcoming the challenge with enthusiasm. Henceforth, Reia embarks on a grueling regimen of training. Rayleigh tosses him directly into the sea, where formidable sea kings reign supreme. In this aquatic realm, he, an ordinary mortal, stands little chance against these mighty creatures. Thus, the only option was to flee for dear life. Meanwhile, Rayleigh merely watched from the sidelines, displaying no intention of intervening, allowing Reia to be relentlessly pursued by these fearsome sea kings. Swimming in the ocean inherently demands a tremendous amount of stamina. And facing these terrifying creatures, Reia felt as if he were living on the edge of a blade. In the absence of Rayleigh's assistance, Reia naturally had to devise his own strategies to confront these sea kings. Fortunately, fortune does not entirely forsake the desperate. The Conqueror's haki he possessed proved somewhat useful. Against sea kings of lesser strength, he could intimidate them with his haki. However, if confronted by those of formidable prowess, he would still have to embark on a journey of escape. Just as Reia began to acclimate to the oceanic environment, Rayleigh unexpectedly instructed him to submerge. This was an entirely different concept. Humans cannot breathe underwater, and the maximum time one can hold their breath is merely a few minutes. Should he encounter a sea king while submerged, before considering whether these creatures would consume him, the mere act of fleeing while holding his breath would leave Reia gasping for air. Beyond this rigorous training, upon returning to the ship, Reia had to endure swordsmanship lessons from Kazuki Odin. Already fatigued, he had to muster the energy to engage with Odin, who seemed to show no mercy, perhaps driven by a desire for vengeance. Each day, Reia emerged with an array of new scars adorning his body. Yet, his proficiency in swordsmanship was rapidly improving, a painful yet joyous process. Each day, he found himself most frequently visiting the infirmary, where Dr. Kurokas would lament, Reia, how did you manage to get into such a state again? At this rate, you'll deplete our supplies. Rayleigh, too, seemed oblivious to moderation. Goodness, why are your injuries so severe today? You should refrain from training for the next couple of days. Hey, I'm the ship's doctor. You must heed my words. Reia, don't run away. Next time, I want to treat you that you'll have to fend for yourself. During Reia's grueling training, Shanks and Buggy lounged on deck in reclining chairs, sipping beverages and snacking, gazing at Reia with unabashed leisure. This sight sparked a fierce resentment within Reia as he gritted his teeth. Buggy, having failed to find a treasure map while with the Whitebeard pirates, initially felt disheartened. However, Witnessing Reia's plight inexplicably lifted his spirits. Observing Reia's disheveled state while they indulged in juice and meat was sheer delight. Hey, Reia, care for a refreshing drink? This meat is exquisite. Their culinary skills have truly improved. The soup today is also quite delightful. This roasted meat is delicious. Isn't it, Shanks? Buggy, this flavor is remarkable. You should try some. Such remarks echoed in Reia's ears, nearly driving him to storm over and silence these two gloating fools. Yet, amidst the vast ocean, they were not without their encounters with fierce storms. However, the crew aboard Roger's ship had grown accustomed to such tempests. They had faced countless storms at sea, amassing a wealth of experience that in such moments. Even when confronted with a tempest, their roles were clearly defined, allowing them to swiftly navigate away from danger. Even within the storm's embrace, they could quickly devise methods to evade peril, showcasing their exceptional navigational expertise. That was no wonder Roger boasted that his ship would inevitably return to the starting point of the Grand Line. Although Reia remained oblivious to Roger's reasons for returning to the Grand Line's beginning, the crew held unwavering faith in him. If Roger declared they would return, then return they would. This instilled in Reia a sense of admiration for Roger's charismatic leadership. Truly, he was destined to be the future pirate king. Reia firmly believed that Roger would complete this journey. Gradually, their pirate crew overcame numerous hardships and was poised to return to the point where the Grand Line began. On one rare occasion, Roger entered the infirmary, spending an extended period there. Reia tended to his injuries from that day's training. He noticed that Kurokas appeared unusually preoccupied. What could be troubling him? Reia pondered, unable to contain his curiosity. Kurokas, what's wrong? Kurokas seemed to snap back to reality, glancing at Reia before shaking his head, indicating that nothing was amiss. Not wishing to pry further, Reia let the matter rest. This peculiar demeanor seemed to have emerged only after Roger's arrival in the infirmary. Was Kurokas' state related to Roger? Various thoughts swirled in Reia's mind, but lacking concrete information. He found it challenging to ascertain what had transpired. After Reia exited the infirmary, Kurokas, unusually, stepped out as well, gazing at Roger standing on the deck. Memories flooded back to him. Your current physical condition is quite poor. I can only stabilize your state at its peak, but this illness is beyond my capabilities. The shadow of despair crossed Kurokas' face. A renowned ship's doctor in these waters. Such an expression would surely astonish those familiar with him. It's nothing. Just being like this is already quite good. Roger's hearty laughter echoed within the infirmary. Kurokas could detect no trace of sorrow in his countenance. That man seemed to regard such matters with indifference, even regarding his own life. Perhaps this was why Kurokas had chosen to serve as the ship's doctor. 2 years is ample time for me to navigate the Grand Line. This time, I am confident we will accomplish it swiftly, Roger declared with a smile. Yet your health, there's no yet about it. Kurokas, when did you become such a coward? I'm not doing this for your sake. You rascal, Kurokas exclaimed, slapping Roger on the back. Roger, unperturbed, received the blow without flinching, as it posed no discomfort to him. Every life must come to an end. Haven T, we already prepared ourselves for death when we set sail. Besides, I still have a couple of years to spare. What's there to be sorrowful about? Accomplishing so much, I am already quite content, Roger replied with a grin. All right, Kurokas, don't speak of my affairs to anyone. With that, Roger departed the infirmary. Kurokas stood there, momentarily stunned that it wasn't he until Reia pushed the door open that he regained his senses. You will undoubtedly become the Pirate King. We will surely find the final island. Kurokas declared, his eyes now filled with determination. I will give it my all. On the path of return, there exists only the world marred by Leia's injuries. The sea, seemingly unchanged, does not alter for the sake of any individual. Even in this realm, where countless souls have sunk beneath the waves, it continues to churn and surge relentlessly. Logue Town, the very genesis of the Grand Line, is nestled in the east-s, yet it marks the inception of innumerable pirates' dreams. It is also known as the gateway to hell. Beyond Logue Town lies the Grand Line, a perilous expanse fraught with the unknown. For the sake of treasures hidden within the sea, countless pirates venture forth from here towards the fabled Grand Line. This is also the birthplace of Roger. On this day, a colossal pirate ship emerged near the waters of Logue Town. Hey, it seems a pirate ship has returned from the Grand Line, remarked an astute onlooker to his companion. Nonsense. After such a long time, very few have managed to return from the Grand Line. came the retort. Typically, a pirate seeking to enter the Grand Line must navigate the perilous reverse mountains situated on the Red Line. A treacherous ascent where water flows upwards. This implies that under normal circumstances, vessels can only ascend, not descend to venture downstream against such a current demands confronting immense force, a feat beyond the capabilities of an average person. Consequently, it is rare for pirates to return from the Grand Line. Truly, take a look for yourself, insisted the first individual. The second turned to gaze, his initial skepticism giving way to astonishment as the outline of a ship gradually materialized on the horizon. How can this be? Could they be the failures returned from the Grand Line? While it is not entirely true that no one returns from the Grand Line, those who do are often those who encounter peril at the entrance and, gripped by fear, choose to turn back, or are swept away by mysterious currents back to the Grand Line. Such occurrences are indeed rare, but not unheard of, for in this enchanted sea, anything is possible. There truly is a ship. Quickly, let us discern which pirate crew it belongs to, urged another, rubbing his eyes. Most vessels heading towards the Grand Line are pirate ships. Ordinary fishing boats seldom venture there. It appears to be Roger. The Roger Pirates, came the excited exclamation. What? The Roger Pirates? Have they returned? As a pirate hailing from Lobetown, Roger's name has long been renowned throughout the town, for he is the most wanted pirate there. What could their purpose be in returning? Have they completed their voyage? Surely not. They were meant to be in the New World, were they not? Indeed, how could they return? What is the meaning of this? The crowd's eyes brimmed with confusion at this moment. The Roger pirates had already docked, quickly halting their ship. The arrival of Roger's vessel drew the attention of the townsfolk, not because they were unafraid of pirates. After all, most pirates in these waters are ruthless marauders, known for their brutal methods. Yet, there are always exceptions, and the Roger pirates are among them, if one were to consider any particularly heinous deeds committed by the Roger pirates. The townspeople would struggle to recall any. With a resounding thud, the ship's gangplank was lowered, and a throng of individuals descended with flair and defiant expressions. At the forefront stood Roger, the very pride of Lobetown. Roger, why have you returned? Inquired a familiar face from the crowd. With a broad grin, Roger replied, Of course, I have come back to prepare for another voyage. His words sent a tremor through those present. The ease with which Roger spoke of returning from the New World was striking. Though they could not fully grasp how he had managed to return, their awe for his capabilities was unmistakable. Everyone knew the immense difficulty of returning from the New World. Traversing Reverse Mountain was akin to scaling the heavens. Alternatively, there exists another route for vessels to return, yet this path carries far greater risks than the infamous Reverse Mountain. This perilous passage is the Calm Belt, a region that separates the four seas from the Grand Line, serving as a formidable barrier to pirates seeking direct access to the Grand Line. Within this calm belt, the absence of wind renders sailing impossible, and the waters teem with sea kings. Without exceptional skill, survival in this treacherous realm is exceedingly challenging. Generally, only the Navy possesses the expertise to navigate through these calm belts and enter the four seas. However, those pirates with extraordinary strength may also seize such opportunities. Regardless of the method Roger employed, it underscored his formidable prowess. His declaration of embarking on another voyage unmistakably indicated his intent to return to the New World in search of the ultimate island, the elusive endpoint of the Grand Line, a place no one has ever reached. Should Roger succeed in such a monumental endeavor, he would undoubtedly claim dominion over these waters, potentially becoming the Pirate King. The thought of the Pirate King possibly emerging from their town left the residents' expressions a tapestry of emotions: excitement, fear, exhilaration, and pride. Yet, at that moment, Roger was unconcerned with their sentiments. After disembarking from the ship, he greeted the townsfolk with a warm smile. Many among them had watched him grow. Soon after, Roger gazed upon the place of his upbringing, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia. This was his birthplace, the very site where his dreams began. Less than 2 years remain. That is ample time. Roger strode purposefully ahead, with Rayleigh and the others trailing closely behind. Rayleigh continuously surveyed the surrounding environment, a town situated in the four seas. It bore significant differences compared to those in the New World, whether in architectural style or in the attire of its inhabitants. Unlike the people of the New World, those here exuded a certain simplicity and sincerity. Perhaps this was due to the contrasting environments they inhabited. Despite existing in this chaotic era, The pirates of the New World were undeniably far more ruthless than those here. Furthermore, the naval forces in the Four Seas maintained a formidable grip on power. Here, any pirate found committing misdeeds or even merely appearing would swiftly attract the attention of the Navy. Consequently, the lives of the common folk were not fraught with tension. In the New World. However, the Navy struggled to exert control and was comparatively weak, compounded by the presence of various strange and powerful creatures, making it a realm of sheer brutality. The Roger pirates did not linger long in this town. After a brief sojourn, it seemed that all supplies aboard their vessel were finally prepared. With Roger's command, the massive pirate ship departed the port once more, sailing towards their dreams, or perhaps embarking on an adventure into the unknown. On the day of their departure, countless residents stood at the port, gazing at the grand ship. "Roger, you must conquer this sea," shouted a young voice among the crowd, as many in the younger generation idolized Roger as a hero. And rightly so. The Grand Line has long been renowned for its perils and mysteries. Although they called themselves pirates, one might also view Roger and his crew as adventurers, exploring uncharted territories. Perhaps one day, this expanse of ocean would no longer hold secrets for them. Of course, whether they would witness that day remained uncertain, yet many hoped that Roger would accomplish this unprecedented voyage. The imposing ship appeared diminutive against the vastness of the sea. As colossal waves crashed against its hull, producing resounding thuds, Roger seemed to hear the shouts of those behind him. He turned to gaze at the outline of Logue Town, grinning widely as he declared, "I certainly will. I will conquer this sea." Nearby, Kazuki Odin and the others looked up, seemingly inspired by Roger. Their spirits lifted with newfound bravado. "The sea? We are coming," they proclaimed, having already traversed the first half of the Grand Line. The Roger pirates felt that, apart from sudden weather changes that could pose some threat, few things would impede their journey. Guided by the compass, they sailed forth, and the Sea Kings trembled in fear at the sight of these formidable beings. Yet, some foolish creatures dared to assault their ship. Alas, the massive forms that might instill terror in the hearts of ordinary folk were merely commonplace to the Roger pirates. When a giant Sea King appeared before them, they did not even bother to glance up. The creature roared furiously, seemingly demanding acknowledgement. "Hey, what do you mean? Can't you see me? Where is your fear? I am the king of the seas. Show me some respect." Annoying, came a voice, and a figure leaped onto the deck, soaring like a great rock. With swift precision, he drew his blade, and in a flurry of motion, the Sea King's threats were silenced. In the next moment. With a tremendous splash, the creature plunged back into the ocean, staining the waters crimson. "Hey, Odin, don't waste food." A voice rang out above the ship. The crew was all too familiar with this voice. In an instant, Roger appeared before them, saliva dripping as he eyed the Sea King beneath the waves. "This will make for a fresh meal. We shall feast on fish tonight. Jabba, go haul that beast aboard." Before long, the ship was graced with the presence of this enormous creature, which was swiftly butchered into countless pieces. In the kitchen, the meat was prepared and transformed into a sumptuous feast. The once mighty ruler of the seas had tragically become sustenance. The first half of the Grand Line, often referred to as Paradise, was swiftly traversed by Roger and his crew. Within a month, they found themselves once more in the New World, this realm of uncharted waters. However, not all areas of the New World remained unknown. At least a small portion of islands had been explored. Currently, one of the goals of the Roger pirates was to seek out the Poneglyphs. With Kazuki Odin aboard, a man capable of deciphering these ancient texts, Roger hoped to uncover clues from these historical inscriptions that would lead them to the ultimate destination of the Grand Line. The Poneglyphs represented a crucial link to understanding the world's past, which had been shrouded in a century of obscurity. To unravel the true nature of their world, the crew needed to locate these historical texts. Odin, armed with the information he had gathered, explained to the other members of the Roger Pirates. Where can we find these Poneglyphs? Someone inquired. "Excellent question," Odin responded, his expression shifting to one of feigned innocence. "Unfortunately, I do not know." "Well, that was rather unhelpful," someone muttered. "Captain, where exactly are we supposed to find these?" A pirate turned his gaze toward Roger. Roger burst into hearty laughter, leading the crew to believe he had a clear direction in mind. However, he suddenly remarked, "It all depends on luck. If we encounter them, we will find them." This elicited a collective eye roll from the crew. Nevertheless, according to the information they had gathered, there were 30 Poneglyphs in total. Odin's words brought a sigh of relief to those present. Thank goodness it's only 30. If there were many more, who knows when we would find them? let us not get ahead of ourselves. Even with just 30, locating all the Poneglyphs will require a significant investment of time. Odin warned, his demeanor serious. How many have we found thus far? You'll have to ask your captain, Odin shrugged, looking toward Roger. Noticing the gazes fixed upon him, Roger, perhaps to mask his embarrassment, let out another round of boisterous laughter. After a moment, he stuck out his tongue and said, "We haven't found any yet." This left the assembled individuals momentarily speechless. Where could one possibly find such an unreliable captain? It seems that in the vast seas of this new world, there is but this solitary figure. However, my esteemed companions, let us not despair. The historical texts are merely supplementary. What is paramount in our voyage? The essence lies in the journey itself, in the exploration of those unknown existences. Do you not find these matters immensely intriguing? Roger insisted, yet at that moment, the crowd had grown disinterested in his discourse. Roger shrugged helplessly. Surely we cannot scour the entire ocean in search of these 30 historical texts. We must have some direction, Keizuki Odin inquired. Fortunately, he did not dampen the spirits of those present. He continued, in truth, of these 30 historical texts, 9 specifically document valuable information. Moreover, for are of utmost significance, he paused, his expression suggesting the gravity of his words. The attention of the crowd was captivated. What? They leaned in, eager for Keizuki Odin to reveal the answer. They record the location of our journey's ultimate destination. Raftel. A collective gasp resonated among the gathered, as they realized this meant that if they were to locate these 4 stones, they could indeed find Raftel. Theoretically, this assertion held merit. Keizuki Odin nodded, affirming, as the endpoint of the Grand Line, it is likely that none present have not aspired to reach it. Raftel has always existed within the realm of legend. Previously, Roger and his crew had indeed endeavored to seek out this so-called Raftel, yet they had no leads. The information Odin possessed was derived from some of the historical texts. Otherwise, they would still be utterly in the dark. So, if we find those 4 stone tablets, we will be able to locate Raftel. The pirates' breaths became noticeably heavier. Ha! Roger laughed heartily, exclaiming, then let us seek out the historical texts. But where do we search? Captain, do you know where the historical texts are located? Of course, they are where the historical texts exist. The crew regarded Roger with exasperation, as if he were stating the obvious. It was absurd that they would even inquire. Fully aware that nothing of value could be gleaned from Roger's words. Historical texts, the blank century? Reia fell into deep contemplation upon hearing Keizuki Odin's words. He was aware of Odin's ability to decipher the historical texts and had some knowledge regarding the information contained within them. However, understanding was one thing. Being able to utilize those clues to find something was another matter entirely. For instance, Reia knew that one of the historical texts was located on Skypiea, but the question remained, how could their ship reach Skypiea? Reia was no navigator and was woefully ignorant of maritime matters, incapable of predicting where an upward current might occur. Of course, even a seasoned navigator would struggle with such a task. Only an elite navigator, armed with sufficient knowledge, might have a chance to ascend. Nevertheless, Reia understood that Roger and his crew would inevitably reach Skypiea. He simply did not know when or under what circumstances that moment. Their ship sailed steadily along the permanent record pointer. This voyage would undoubtedly differ from the previous one, particularly as they had yet to find Raftel, while Keizuki Odin and the others were engrossed in strategizing how to locate the historical texts. A pirate suddenly shouted, "There's something ahead." The other pirates perked up, bracing themselves. Their demeanor remained calm. After all, they were seasoned adventurers. However, Roger was an exception, eagerly rushing to the deck to survey the horizon. The other members of the Roger pirates exchanged bemused glances, their captain embodying the essence of a troublemaker, likely to grow bored if nothing of note occurred on the sea. Hey, there are several ships ahead," Roger exclaimed excitedly. Finally, they had spotted other vessels. The monotony of the ocean was wearing on him. It seemed that his recent routine at sea had thoroughly exhausted his patience. The silhouettes of several ships became discernible. Yet the specifics remained obscured by distance. Soon, as they drew closer, the situation became clear. Alongside the familiar sound of crashing waves, the thunderous booms of cannon fire reached their ears. Clearly, a battle was underway upon the ocean. Before Roger's ship lay a decrepit pirate vessel, surrounded by several imposing ships. It's the Navy. The presence of the Navy in these waters was unexpected. "Quick, look, whose pirate ship is that?" The lingering fog over the sea obscured the flag on the pirate ship, rendering it indistinct as they closed the distance. The flag's design finally came into view. It was an ordinary pirate ship, seemingly devoid of crew. How could such a vessel warrant such a spectacle? It seemed plausible, given that a solitary pirate ship alone would not provoke such a response from the Navy. What should we do now? Should we intervene? Intervene? To assist with what? Do you even know if the crew of that pirate ship are foes or allies? But the Navy must certainly be the enemy. I know that, but the pirates aboard that ship might not be any better. All right then, what do you propose we do? This matter should be left to the captain. Huh? Where's the captain? The pirates soon realized that one of their own was conspicuously absent. Hey, where did the captain go? What happened? Wasn't he just here? No way. The pirates exchanged glances before their gazes shifted to the nearby pirate ship. It was now alarmingly close. They could still leave if they chose, given the precarious state of the vessel. A familiar figure appeared aboard the pirate ship. Upon seeing that recognizable silhouette, the pirates couldn't help but twitch their mouths in disbelief. As expected, their captain had dashed off without a word. Is that truly our captain? He does this every time. At this point, the pirates had no choice but to follow suit, especially since their captain had already charged ahead. The warships loomed behind them, equipped with cannon turrets. Explosive projectiles erupted from the turrets, filling the air above the ocean with a cacophony of thunderous noise. Prepare. Fire. At this juncture, the Roger pirates naturally had to open fire. Otherwise, they would inevitably sink into the depths of the sea amidst the barrage of cannonballs. Such an outcome was not something they wished to witness. Moreover, relying solely on the counterattack from their single vessel posed little threat to the opposing navy. Aside from the pirate ship's artillery response, the crew of the Roger pirates began to charge towards the enemy warship. Rayia, are you ready? We are going up, Rayleigh stated, casting a glance at Rayia. His expression revealed no trace of fear, as if the multitude of Navy personnel before him was of no concern whatsoever. I'm prepared. Since spending time under Rayleigh's tutelage, Rayia felt his abilities had significantly improved. Having previously battled the Sea Kings, he now relished the opportunity to test the fruits of his training against the Navy. Excitement surged within his veins. All right, let us go. With that declaration, Rayleigh leaped into action. His jump was astonishingly high, reaching over 10 meters. The distance between their ship and the enemy vessel was similarly vast, yet for Rayleigh, it was merely a trivial matter. His body was light, soaring through the air like a majestic bird. With a swoosh, he landed atop the Navy's warship. Witnessing this, Rayia took a deep breath. He pushed off the deck with a resounding thud, utilizing the board's support to propel himself upward. His leg muscles tightened, and upon release, he leaped impressively high, ultimately landing on the Navy ship not far away. The Navy personnel aboard erupted in panic. The pirates are here. Prepare for battle. It's the Roger pirates. Damn it. How did they get here? We must eliminate these scoundrels. Few among the Navy were unfamiliar with the Roger pirates. Even before becoming the Pirate King, Roger was a renowned figure among pirates, a legendary name that could stand alongside Whitebeard and Shiki. The ordinary sailors trembled in fear, yet their responsibilities prevented them from retreating. Faced with Reiya and Rayleigh on the enemy ship, they resolutely chose to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bullets whistling through the air filled the atmosphere. Rayleigh exhibited no signs of panic. In the face of the overwhelming hail of bullets, he seemed to harbor no intention of evasion. Instead, he continued to stride forward, moving with a nonchalant grace as though he were strolling in his own home. Reiya, following closely behind, couldn't help but be awed. This was perhaps the demeanor and confidence of a true warrior. Just as the storm of bullets was about to strike Rayleigh, his body suddenly sprang into action. His movements were not exaggerated evasions. He maneuvered through the rain of bullets as if he possessed an uncanny foresight of their trajectories. With subtle shifts of his body, he effortlessly dodged the incoming fire, the bullets seeming to veer away from him as if guided by an unseen force. This astonishing spectacle sent chills down the spines of the opposing navy, their faces reflecting a mix of shock and disbelief. Reiya quickly grasped that Rayleigh was employing the ability known as Observation Haki, which allowed him to anticipate the movements of his adversaries. With this power, it was likely that he could easily predict the path of the bullets. Coupled with Rayleigh's already extraordinary speed, evading the onslaught was a trivial matter. However, for Reiya, the situation was far more challenging. Despite possessing Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, he lacked the ability of Observation Haki. It was impossible for him to evade bullets with the same effortless flair as Rayleigh. Nonetheless, Rayia had his own method of countering the threat. A golden sheen enveloped him, a manifestation of his Armament Haki. With this enhancement, his defensive capabilities surged. Yet, even with this boost, it did not mean he could withstand the barrage of bullets unscathed. The Armament Haki merely ensured that, should some bullets strike him, they would inflict minimal damage. In some respects, he could even harness the bullets to bolster his strength. However, the potential enhancements from such powerful bullets were quite limited for Rayia, so he still managed to evade the majority. With only a few landing upon him, when the bullets struck, they produced a resonant metallic clang, illustrating the formidable strength of Rayia's Armament Haki. Ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to achieve such a feat. Especially those with less substantial Armament Haki would likely be perforated by the bullet's formidable penetrating power. The Navy, realizing their ammunition was ineffective, descended into chaos. Many of them relied heavily on their firearms for combat. With their primary means of fighting rendered useless, they found themselves vulnerable and exposed. Naturally, it wasn't that the Navy possessed no other capabilities. Some among them were adept in hand-to-hand combat, and there were indeed quite a few skilled fighters. After all, physical combat was part of their training regimen, albeit with varying degrees of accomplishment. Faced with the two approaching pirates, they hastily drew their sabers. The gleaming blades, reflecting the light, provided a semblance of reassurance. As if their weapons could instill confidence amidst the chaos. After all, they were confronting two unarmed foes. Charge, eliminate these pirates. For justice, the Navy shouted in unison as they surged forward. Rayleigh turned to Rayia. Are you afraid? Rayia shook his head, smiling as he replied. Compared to the Sea Kings, these Navy personnel are nothing. Indeed, for Rayia, the strength of these sailors paled in comparison to that of the Sea Kings. Moreover, during his training, he had faced the unforgiving sea, where survival was a constant struggle point. One had to master their breathing, for failure to vanquish the Sea Kings within a limited time or being ensnared by them could lead to a watery grave. Now, standing firmly on the deck of a ship, he felt a greater sense of security than he ever did in the depths of the ocean. That's good. Let us go. I wish to witness the results of your training. As he spoke, Rayleigh unexpectedly took a step aside. Behind him, Rayia found himself exposed before a multitude of Navy officers. The officers were initially taken aback, but soon joy spread across their faces. The second in command of the Roger pirates had exerted immense pressure on them. Frankly, had it not been for their ranks, they would have been unwilling to confront such a formidable pirate. Thus, Rayleigh's passive stance only served to heighten their spirits. Rayia, appearing no more than a mere child in his teens, seemed hardly a threat. How formidable could a young pirate truly be? Without a moment's hesitation, the Navy drew their swords, advancing towards Rayia. Taking a deep breath, Rayia lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the approaching officers. His eyes shimmered with a fierce intensity. Conqueror's Haki, he unleashed this powerful aura first, confident that nothing could be more effective against so many adversaries as expected upon the activation of his Conqueror's Haki. The expressions of the Navy officers shifted dramatically. They felt as though an enormous weight had descended upon them, suffocating their very breath. Those with slightly weaker constitutions even collapsed, their vision fading to black. What was happening? Many of the officers were still bewildered by the unfolding events. The sounds of thuds echoed as, in the blink of an eye, a significant number of Navy personnel lay sprawled on the ground. Yet, despite this, the sheer volume of the Navy remained daunting, with many still advancing toward Rayia, their faces contorted with malice, swords brandished as if they were moments away from witnessing Rayia drenched in blood. As countless blades descended upon him, Rayia bent low, akin to a nimble cat, allowing the blades to slice through the air above him. With a powerful punch, he struck one officer squarely in the abdomen. The officer's face contorted in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his stomach and releasing a pained wail. Amidst the crowd, Rayia navigated the onslaught with remarkable agility, reminiscent of a fish gliding through water. The relentless barrage of slashing blades failed to land a single blow on him. Instead, beneath the force of his fists, Navy officers continued to fall, some even propelled backward from the impact. In a fleeting moment, the metallic scent of blood began to permeate the air aboard the ship. Though Rayia wielded no weapon, his extraordinary strength far surpassed that of an average human, pushing these officers to their limits. Coupled with the enhancement of Armament Haki, each collision of his hardened fists felt as though they were struck by a colossal boulder. How could mere mortals withstand such force? Crack. In less than a minute, the number of officers before Rayia had already diminished drastically. Rayleigh, leaning against the railing, nodded slightly. It was not that no officers dared to approach him. Rather, those who did found themselves paralyzed by the overwhelming aura he exuded. They could barely discern his movements. All they heard was the sound of slicing air, followed shortly by many of them collapsing to the ground. This bizarre turn of events left the advancing officers too intimidated to approach, compelling them to swarm towards Reiya instead. However, Reiya was no pushover. The speed, endurance, and explosive power honed through rigorous training burst forth in that moment. He unleashed a torrent of punches, yet his expression remained largely unchanged. In the past, such exertion would have necessitated a break, as this high-intensity activity was a form of anaerobic exercise that quickly led to muscle fatigue. Yet, after several minutes, Reiya felt only mild fatigue. Appearing as if he could continue for another 100 rounds without issue, damn pirates, an officer clad in a military uniform sprinted towards him. Among the sea of ordinary Navy personnel, there were indeed officers. Distinguished by their decorated shoulders, these individuals possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, they could not have ascended to such ranks. Observing Reiya's prowess amidst the chaos, a sergeant scoffed, "Truly useless. You can't even handle a mere brat from a pirate ship. Allow me to take over." With that, he produced a massive weapon from who knows where, a hammer of considerable length, reminiscent of a halberd. The weapon appeared formidable, as though a single strike could incapacitate a person. The sergeant roared, charging at Reiya, the hammer slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. Reiya effortlessly kicked aside a nearby officer, having anticipated the attack. Confronting the hammer with his own fist, he was indeed courting death. "My hammer is not so easily dealt with," the sergeant mocked, envisioning Reiya's imminent defeat as the hammer approached. Yet, in an instant, a thunderous crash resounded as Reiya's fist met the hammer, stopping it dead in its tracks. As if it had encountered an immovable force. What is happening? The sergeant's face was a mask of disbelief. Was this something a human could achieve? His hammer, forged from a special metal, was heavy enough to pulverize stone upon impact. With his own strength augmenting it further, the weapon was immensely powerful. Yet, here stood a mere boy from the pirate ship, thwarting his assault with nothing but flesh. He refused to believe it, veins bulging. He gripped the hammer with all his might, but Reiya showed no signs of yielding. In fact, he noticed a faint smile flicker at the corner of Reiya's mouth, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Suddenly, Reiya shouted, and with a mighty force, his fist exploded forth, sending the sergeant's hammer flying. The sergeant felt a jolt in his hand, pain radiating through him, but before he could fully comprehend the sensation, Reiya's figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, Reiya reappeared, his fist already hurtling towards him. Faced with the overwhelming force of Reiya's blow, the sergeant's eyes widened in terror, his mind blank, unable to react in time. With a resounding crash, he was sent sprawling backward, colliding violently with the ship's wall, which shattered upon impact, cracks spiderwebbing outward. "Sergeant," a Navy officer gasped in shock. "Damn it, why is this pirate so strong? He is merely a little rascal aboard a pirate ship. What is there to fear? Charge forth." Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, though their identity remained unknown. The Navy continued to surge forward like a relentless tide. Within the throng, Reiya unabashedly exhibited the full extent of his prior training accomplishments. Meanwhile, on other warships or perhaps on that dilapidated pirate vessel, the sounds of fierce combat erupted. The surrounding waters appeared as if bombarded, exploding violently, with white spray surging upwards. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds filled the air above the sea, the thunderous roar of cannon fire, the cries of battle, and the howling of the waves. The scene was overwhelmingly chaotic. The other crew members aboard Roger's ship gradually disembarked onto the naval vessels. What had once been relatively intact warships now bore various signs of damage in a remarkably short time. Decks pocked with craters, walls partially collapsed, and even sails teetering on the brink of failure. The anguished screams of the Navy echoed incessantly. Perhaps, against ordinary foes, these sailors could still muster a fight, with one man capable of taking on several commoners. Yet now, they faced the members of the Roger Pirates, none of whom could be measured by ordinary standards. The situation was decidedly one-sided. "Roger, must you really meddle in this affair?" A furious roar emanated from that rickety pirate ship. Before Roger stood a Navy officer clad in a cloak of justice. The rank insignia on his shoulder indicated he was no lowly officer, the Vice Admiral. No one had anticipated that at this juncture they would encounter a contingent led by a Vice Admiral. Such strength was not to be trifled with upon the vast ocean. Ha ha ha. Why should I not be involved in this matter? Roger responded with a laugh, his demeanor betraying no hint of tension. Clearly, even before a vice admiral, he felt little apprehension. That fellow has little to do with you, does he? Hand him over to us, and I shall pretend not to have seen you this time. The Navy officer proposed. Behind Roger stood a man of approximately 20 years, his body marred by numerous scars, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet, the gleam in his eyes resembled that of a lone wolf in the forest. Devoid of any semblance of despair, it was only natural to consider that someone pursued by so many Navy officers would not be easily subdued. Moreover, this was a contingent led by a vice admiral. Such a formation could easily deal with an entire pirate crew, let alone a single individual. The deeds of your Navy are certainly not commendable, Roger grinned, implying that whatever the Navy was up to, he would likely intervene. Such audacious remarks were likely uttered only by Roger himself, especially when it concerns you, Sakazuki. Roger added, referring to the Navy officer known as Akainu.at this. Sakazuki's lips twitched in silent exasperation. Roger was truly impervious to reason. Were it not for the pressing task of capturing that man, he would have pursued Roger with fervor. Such notorious pirates as Roger typically warranted relentless capture. The world would know peace only when every pirate was eradicated. Since you refuse to be reasonable, then I shall simply take him back by force, Sakazuki declared, a hint of murderous intent creeping into his expression. His inherently strong character was evident. Allowing Roger to depart had been a struggle. If diplomacy failed, then confrontation was inevitable. I eagerly await your attempt, Roger replied, exuding a sense of mischief as Sakazuki's words fell. He propelled himself forward with a force akin to a hunting hound, radiating an overwhelming aura. His fist ignited with a fiery hue, reminiscent of molten lava. Astonishingly, a phantom resembling a dog's head appeared before his fist, emanating a searing heat that distorted the surrounding air. Magnum. Roger looked up, grinning widely. Come at me. Stepping forward, he drew a sword from his waist, resembling a European blade, its edge glinting coldly in the light. Upon drawing it, a crimson glow enveloped the blade, energy spilling forth as if a stone were cast into still waters, creating ripples in the air. Divine avoidance. A terrifying energy radiated outward. The collision between Sakazuki's dog-headed fist and Roger's crimson glowing sword resembled two colossal ships colliding upon the sea. An explosion of monumental force that felt apocalyptic. The surrounding waters erupted with a thunderous roar, bursting apart, while white spray cascaded down like celestial flowers, accompanied by a symphony of crackling sounds. Those engaged in battle momentarily paused, astonished, turning their gazes towards the unfolding spectacle. What an awe-inspiring sight it was. Two massive orbs of energy clashed in the sky. After several moments, the already battered ship seemed destined to sink beneath the waves. The other warships were not spared either, swaying perilously as their crews struggled to maintain balance. Reia turned to observe, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, yet the thrill in his eyes remained undiminished. What an extraordinary display of power! Rayleigh leaned against the ship's railing, seemingly unfazed by the cataclysmic chaos surrounding him. He resembled a solitary vessel amidst a tempest, appearing on the verge of capsizing while remaining steadfast as a rock against the relentless waves. That fellow is at it again, he muttered, having grown accustomed to Roger's antics. Hey, what are you all staring at? Reia bellowed at the Navy officers, snapping them from their stupor. Their gazes towards Reia had shifted dramatically. Initially, they might have underestimated him before the battle, even as he displayed his Conqueror's haki, causing many to fall. They had still believed they could overpower him. Yet as time passed, he seemed to possess boundless stamina. Resembling a tireless automaton, his strength and speed showed no signs of waning. In fact, they felt as though he were growing even more formidable. What is wrong with this guy? Curse him, fall already. This level of assault should incapacitate him. Is he even human? He is a monster, simply a monster. As the battle raged on, these naval officers found themselves unable to resist the urge to retreat. They were outnumbered by dozens, while Reia stood alone. The sight of a single individual repelling so many was beyond their wildest imaginations. These were not mere civilians. They were seasoned sailors, trained professionals who had participated in operations to capture pirates. If they had been fresh recruits, it might have been somewhat excusable. Yet, these were veterans. Do not fear, he is but one man, shouted a sergeant who had just risen from the ground. The long-handled hammer he had wielded had fallen to the side, and his face was smeared with blood. clearly a testament to the damage inflicted by Reia's recent assault. However, as the commanding officer, he could not afford to show fear first. The other sailors, seeing his determination, steeled themselves and advanced. "Come on!" Reia charged into the throng once more. With nimble footwork and fists like the wind, he soon left several more adversaries sprawled on the ground. Naturally, he was not without his own injuries. It was nearly impossible to evade attacks amidst such overwhelming numbers. Yet, for Reia, these strikes served as a source of exhilaration that in his mind. A mechanical voice echoed repeatedly. "Congratulations, host. Successful defense against attacks." While the enhancements to his attributes were minimal, any improvement was better than none. The relentless onslaught of soldiers, if they had been ordinary individuals, would have undoubtedly succumbed long ago. There was no conceivable way anyone could endure such a barrage for so long. Only someone like Reia, blessed with a perverse system that allowed him to grow stronger through punishment, could continue fighting in such an environment. Nearby, Rayleigh's expression was tinged with astonishment. He had initially believed Reia's limits were nearing, having gained a general understanding of his physical capabilities during training. However, this time, Reia had once again surprised him. "This fellow is truly a combat genius," Rayleigh mused, finding himself alone amidst the chaos, which lent him an air of effortless grace. Meanwhile, on other vessels, members of the Roger pirates were also shining in their own right. Their usual brilliance had often been overshadowed by Rayleigh, Jabba, and Roger, but now, in the face of the Navy, their strengths were vividly apparent. Nearly every member possessed the ability to contend with multiple sailors, effortlessly securing victories. Even Shanks, a mere apprentice aboard the ship, wielded a sword while a dozen naval soldiers lay defeated at his feet. In stark contrast, Buggy appeared to be in dire straits, surrounded by a throng of attackers, screaming and darting about in a frantic escape. "Shanks, come save me. I'm going to die. Why are there so many chasing me?" "You all go after Shanks instead. That guy is far more formidable than I am." "Not far off." Shanks seemed oblivious to the cries, focused solely on the foes before him. Occasionally, he would glance back, delivering strikes that sent those pursuing him crashing to the ground. After all, those who could claim membership in the Roger Pirates were no slouches, Buggy included. Meanwhile, the relentless waves continued to churn on that decrepit pirate ship. The first clash between Roger and Sakazuki had come to a conclusion. Sakazuki was sent hurtling back, crashing into the ship's cabin. How could he be so powerful? Sakazuki thought, his face a mask of astonishment amidst the debris. He had heard tales of Roger's legendary status as a pirate, yet to him, he was merely another pirate. He had assumed that upon encountering him, he would easily capture him. However, it was becoming clear that his expectations had been naively optimistic, as Roger's strength far exceeded his imagination. Nevertheless, surrendering and fleeing was not in Sakazuki's nature. Rising from the wreckage, splinters falling from him, he let out a furious roar and charged toward Roger once more. His arms transformed into magma, radiating an intense heat capable of incinerating everything in proximity. Roger observed this spectacle with a smile, positioning his sword before him, red light beginning to coil around its blade. In an instant, the red glow resembled lightning, bestowing the sword with an eerie energy. Even onlookers would have felt a tremor of fear at the sight. Sakazuki's molten fist crashed toward Roger's head. Roger, with a sudden surge of strength, swung his sword, meeting Sakazuki's blow. The sound of metal colliding echoed as the immense force unleashed a vortex that ravaged the surroundings, causing the already dilapidated ship to sink several feet into the sea. It felt as though they were all shrinking in stature. Yet, at that moment, none paid heed to such trivialities. Veins bulged on Sakazuki's forehead, his face flushed, clearly having exerted all his strength. In contrast, Roger appeared utterly at ease, showing no signs of strain. The disparity in their states was stark. Roger grinned widely, causing Sakazuki's heart to sink. In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from Roger's blade, as if it sought to engulf his entire being or annihilate every cell within him. Terror gripped him as he attempted to muster strength to resist, but found himself utterly drained. With a resounding thud, Sakazuki was sent flying. Meanwhile, amidst the fray, Reia seemed to sense something amiss. He turned to glance at the battered ship, where a dark figure hurtled toward him with incredible speed, poised to collide with him. Reacting swiftly, he leaped, and the figure crashed into the naval soldiers before him, eliciting cries of pain. The impact was evidently overwhelming. As they finally recognized the identity of the flying figure, most were left in stunned silence. The Commodore, their commanding officer, had been sent hurtling into their midst. This revelation ignited a sense of dread within the sailors, as they contemplated the sheer terror of their adversaries. After all, if their enemies vastly outmatched them, continuing the fight would serve little purpose. It would merely be a relentless barrage of blows. Cough, cough, cough. The fallen Sakazuki rose, blood staining his lips. How dare that bastard treat me this way? He realized he could no longer ignore the humiliation of being cast aside twice by Roger. Fueled by indignation, he prepared to return to the decrepit ship to confront Roger once more, determined to reclaim his honor. How long had it been since he had experienced such disgrace? Since he joined the Navy, it has truly been rare for anyone to achieve such a feat. A furious blaze ignited within him, burning fiercely. However, just as he prepared to charge forward, a figure obstructed his path. Sakazuki glanced at the silhouette with palpable impatience. Leave this place. One must first pass through me. Reia gazed at Sakazuki, his countenance displaying hints of excitement. It was the exhilarating sensation of encountering a formidable adversary that sent shivers down his spine. He had long grown weary of battling ordinary naval officers, whose attacks scarcely inflicted any significant harm upon him. In essence, the attributes he could enhance were exceedingly limited. This stagnation would undoubtedly impede the improvement of his physical prowess, a scenario he was loath to witness. Rayleigh, who had been leaning against the ship's railing, couldn't help but squint at the unfolding scene. He had sensed something amiss when Sakazuki propelled himself forward. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of some individual. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that this person would regard Reia with such importance. Upon reflection, however, it was hardly surprising. If not for the regard held for him, he would not have been entrusted with leading this young lad. This young one had proven himself time and again, delivering unexpected surprises. Yet, one could only wonder if he would astonish him once more, considering the opponent was a rear admiral, even before the battle commenced. The very courage Reia exhibited in confronting the rear admiral was sufficient to fill Rayleigh's gaze with admiration. Truly, he was one of our crew members. Kid, do not obstruct my path. Step aside. Sakazuki was evidently irked. If he were to face Roger, it would be one thing, for the latter was a legendary pirate. But now, a mere child stood in his way. What was this? He felt his dignity being challenged. A rear admiral. This is my first encounter. Allow me to experience just how formidable a rear admiral truly is, Reia exclaimed with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Sakazuki, seething with rage, thought, if you seek death, then I shall oblige. With that, his fist transformed into molten lava, resembling a colossal fist composed of magma. Great eruption. In an instant, his fist launched forward like a rocket, an immense force radiating a sense of overwhelming pressure. Reia's expression grew grave. Even at a distance, he could feel the searing heat that moment. It felt as though a colossal falling star was bearing down upon him. Under such a formidable assault, one would naturally be fearful. Yet, inexplicably, Reia felt a surge of exhilaration. Armament Haki. Faced with such an onslaught, it was imperative to employ Armament Haki. Previously, when contending with ordinary sailors, there had been no need for it. That had merely served as a warm-up for him. Now, however, this battle was precisely what he craved. In the blink of an eye, a metallic sheen enveloped his fist, energy swirling around it. His fist transformed into a spear-like extension. Launching forth with a thunderous impact, a resounding boom echoed as the entire warship trembled. Sakazuki's molten fist collided with Reia's, and astonishingly, the searing heat did not immediately scorch Reia's hand. Nevertheless, his face betrayed a flicker of pain. Even with Armament Haki, the intense heat was somewhat discomforting. Yet, that was the extent of it. Sakazuki, momentarily taken aback that this young boy could withstand his attack, quickly adopted a cold smirk. Did you think my assault was merely at this level? As his words fell, the fist that had clashed with Reia suddenly erupted. Like fireworks soaring into the sky, they burst apart, surrounding them with numerous volcanic projectiles. These projectiles fell upon Reia like a shower of celestial bodies. His expression shifted, but there was no time for further thought. Instinct took over as he swung his fists, striking the incoming volcanic projectiles with a series of sizzling sounds. Each projectile was sent spiraling away. Yet, for every one he deflected, countless others followed, coming at him relentlessly. With a deep breath, Reia planted his feet firmly on the ground, adopting a stance. His fists transformed into a blur of afterimages as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Each blow sent the volcanic projectiles scattering in all directions. However, he was but one man. After successfully deflecting a dozen projectiles, one struck him, the intense heat instantly reducing his shirt to ashes. The force of the explosion propelled Reiya backward, crashing into the ship's interior. Sakazuki scoffed coldly, turning to leave. Yet, just then, a shadow burst forth from the cabin. The sound of rapid footfalls echoed as it approached Sakazuki once more. He turned in surprise, astonished that this boy had not yet succumbed. "Take this," Reiya exclaimed, launching a punch aimed squarely at Sakazuki's head. Sakazuki furrowed his brow and extended a hand, attempting to catch the blow, with a resounding impact. His expression shifted slightly. The familiar sensation surged within him. Armament Haki, and it appeared to be at a rather low level. Something a mere pirate brat could possess. The flicker of murderous intent flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. If such a brat were allowed to grow, how many lives would be endangered across these seas? No, he must be crushed in his infancy. With a thunderous shout, Sakazuki's molten fist collided with Reiya's. Upon impact, Sakazuki found himself pushed back several meters. Was this boy's strength truly so great? He had anticipated effortlessly overpowering his opponent, yet he was taken aback by the boy's unexpected might. This only intensified the murderous aura within Sakazuki. Sensing this as his opponent, Reiya smirked defiantly. "You wish to kill me? Then come and try," he declared, his grin radiating an uncontainable audacity and confidence. Perhaps, at this moment, Reiya had already cast aside his own mortality. Of course, it was equally possible that he possessed unwavering self-assurance. Boom! As the fists of the two combatants parted, in the blink of an eye, Sakazuki surged forward. His molten fist appeared to be engulfed in flames, emanating an oppressive heat that made Reiya feel somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, this sensation remained within the bounds of what he could endure at this moment. However, there was no room for Reiya to entertain any further thoughts. Everything he had learned from Rayleigh was unleashed in full force. Bang! The sound of fists colliding, feet clashing to in the span of an instant. They had exchanged blows for dozens of rounds. This young pirate was actually capable of holding his own against a rear admiral. Could this be real? Someone please strike me, to confirm that I'm not dreaming. Was this the monstrous opponent we just faced? The remaining Navy soldiers, witnessing the duel, could not help but swallow hard, their faces etched with expressions of dread. Given Reiya's displayed prowess, it was evident that he had not utilized his full strength during their earlier confrontation. Otherwise, it was likely that none of them would be standing here now. They exchanged glances, reading the trepidation in each other's eyes. From his position by the railing, Rayleigh observed the clash between Reiya and Sakazuki with a calm demeanor. His gaze was deep and contemplative, though the tension in his posture betrayed an inner turmoil. Reiya gasped for breath, bewildered by the turn of events. Failing to defeat Roger was one thing, but now he found himself unable to best one of his crew's younger members. Where would his pride reside? Sakazuki, seething with rage, thought, "What, you wish to kill me? You seem ill-equipped to do so." Reiya replied with a smile, and he had to admit that after just this brief encounter, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Engaging with a formidable opponent was far more satisfying than the earlier encounters, which had merely served as warm-ups. "Come again," Reiya declared, charging forward. The infusion of Armament Haki granted him formidable defense and offensive power. The explosive force he unleashed sent Sakazuki staggering backward, unwilling to be subdued by this young pirate. With a roar, he summoned a layer of lava around his arms, and Reiya felt as though he were striking a solid rock. Bang! As their fists separated, even with the protection of Armament Haki, Reiya could not escape the intense heat, as if he were on the verge of combustion. This sensation was unlike merely facing flames. It bore a visceral impact, akin to confronting actual lava and magma. "Die, you little brat," Sakazuki bellowed, his fist igniting into a brilliant, blinding crimson. Reiya narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. So close to this attack. His immediate impression was singular. Strength. Incredible strength. After all, he was a Navy officer capable of clashing with Roger. Confronting Sakazuki's onslaught, Reiya summoned his Conqueror's Haki without hesitation. The formidable aura exuded by Sakazuki's powerful strike began to influence Reiya's movements. Without the means to break through this pressure, his actions would inevitably be hindered. The only way for Reiya to overcome this force was through his own Conqueror's Haki. As anticipated, when his Haki collided with Sakazuki's offensive aura, Reiya's body became less rigid. Sakazuki was momentarily stunned. This young pirate possessed Conqueror's haki. He could no longer afford to let him live. No one understood better than Sakazuki what it meant for a pirate to wield Conqueror's haki. Should he be allowed to grow, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force. With a surge of murderous intent, Sakazuki pressed on. Reiya, unperturbed, stated, "It won't be so easy to kill me." He then enveloped himself in Armament Haki. Bracing for Sakazuki's strike, Hellhound, the massive canine maw opened wide, intent on devouring Reiya whole. Planting his feet firmly, Reiya engaged his leg muscles, channeling all his strength into his fist. Astonishingly, he shattered the dog's head with a single blow, dispersing the flames in an instant. Bang! Their fists collided once more. This time, the encounter was markedly different. If their previous skirmishes had been mere warm-ups, now both combatants had fully unleashed their powers. Initially, they may have been testing one another, but now they were truly in the fray, neither willing to yield. Reiya understood that retreat was not an option. Otherwise, Sakazuki would seize the momentum. In battles of this caliber, one must never show weakness, for to do so would lead to disadvantage. Both fighters were resolute in their determination to continue. Boom! Their clash resembled two cannons firing at one another, or perhaps even something far more powerful. The energy waves emanating from their battle caused the sea to churn violently. Echoing with a furious roar, the wooden structures surrounding the warship began to splinter and fall away. If this continued, the vessel would surely sink. What do we do? This is terrifying. It was unimaginable that such a young pirate could contend with a rear admiral to this extent. Leaning against the railing, Rayleigh remained unfazed, steadfast as the ship rocked under the force of Reiya and Sakazuki's duel. "It seems your training has yielded remarkable results." A voice reached Rayleigh's ears. He did not turn to acknowledge the speaker, replying, "So it was you who orchestrated this? Was it not to give Reiya a chance to engage with such powerful adversaries?" A figure settled beside Rayleigh, perching on the railing. It was none other than Roger, who had previously battled Sakazuki. He wore a grin, relishing the spectacle. Could this opponent be pushing him beyond his limits? Rayleigh mused, observing Reiya's struggle against Sakazuki. "Not at all. You've trained him for so long. You must be aware of the potential he possesses," Roger countered, exuding confidence in Reiya's abilities. "True, but the pressure he faces is immense." Roger rolled his eyes, retorting, "Didn't you often toss him into the sea during training? Did you ever see him falter under pressure? Besides, without pressure, how can one improve?" "Fair point. But still, I've never seen you hesitate like this. I know what you're thinking. Rest assured, everything will be fine. With us here, what could possibly happen to him?" Rayleigh has ceased to speak at this moment. All that remains is to quietly observe the unfolding events. After all, if Reiya is not allowed to experience certain things, he can never attain growth. This truth is something Rayleigh comprehends as well. Unbeknownst to him, Sakazuki has unwittingly become a stepping stone for Reiya. Perhaps, should he become aware of this fact, he would be filled with indignation. His aim is to confront Roger, not to engage in battle with a mere boy from Roger's crew. Unfortunately, he does not have the luxury of time to contemplate such matters. The rumbling sounds resonate incessantly above the sea. The clash between Reiya and Sakazuki causes a tremor in the surrounding environment. Naturally, the devastation here pales in comparison to that wrought by Roger. However, it instills a deep sense of fear within the Navy aboard the warship. How infuriating! How can this guy not be defeated? Sakazuki soon realizes a troubling issue. Even when his attacks strike Reiya, the latter can swiftly rise to his feet, as if his assaults are utterly ineffectual. This sensation is profoundly frustrating, akin to punching a marshmallow. After such a long time in the field, this is the first time Sakazuki has encountered such a dilemma. His stern visage is now etched with disbelief. Since joining the Navy, he has perhaps exhibited more expressions today than in the entirety of the past few years. Delightful. "Keep going," Reiya shouts, exuding an unmatched aura that is truly fearsome. This is the genuine reflection of the Navy's inner turmoil. Sakazuki's countenance darkens. "Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't take you down." With that, Sakazuki charges once more. Hellhound. Volcanic eruption. Countless volcanic projectiles plummet into the sea, transforming the once frigid waters into a simmering cauldron of heat. In the eye of the storm, Reiya is drenched in cold sweat. Yet, his expression betrays no hint of fear. Rather, he appears somewhat exhilarated. Throughout this battle, he has been able to apply much of what he trained in at sea. Had it not been for the time spent training alongside Rayleigh, Reiya would have been incapable of reaching such heights. Back then, His mastery of Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki was nowhere near what it is now. While his physical prowess has undeniably strengthened under the getting stronger by taking hits system, there remains a vast chasm separating him from the top-tier powerhouses. This gap is comprised of various combat techniques and the ability to wield one's strength effectively. Such elements are of utmost importance, often determining the victor in a battle. Armament Haki. Rayia has indeed acquired top-tier Armament Haki through the getting stronger by taking hits system. One could assert that he has surpassed 99% of others right from the starting line. Regrettably, Rayia has yet to unleash the full extent of this formidable power. After such intense combat, he has finally begun to apply it with a degree of proficiency. The intensity has multiplied several times over. This realization is most evident to Sakazuki as the barrage of volcanic projectiles descends upon Rayia. He deftly swats them away as if playing volleyball, sending them crashing into the sea. This terrifying maneuver results in not a single scratch upon Rayya's person. Sakazuki's expression darkens considerably. Taking a deep breath, he contemplates that in a few years, no, perhaps even sooner, this individual before him will undoubtedly become a top figure upon the seas. He cannot allow such a pirate to live. Sakazuki's form transforms into a fiery crimson, radiating an aura of searing intensity, as if he aims to incinerate everything in his path. Meteor volcano. In an instant, Sakazuki's fists become molten, and with a mighty swing, he unleashes a barrage of colossal lava fists into the air. The size of these fists rivals that of ordinary sea kings. The cold smirk spreads across Sakazuki's face as the immense lava fists cascade down upon Rayia like a meteor shower. Their speed unparalleled. Rayya's expression shifts slightly. He senses an unfamiliar aura emanating from these molten fists. While he could easily deflect the previous volcanic projectiles, these lava fists present an entirely different challenge. Contact with them could instantly reduce objects to ashes. The heat emanating from them is terrifyingly high. Should it come into contact with a person, it would likely result in instantaneous carbonization. Yet, at this moment, Rayia finds no means of evasion. The dense barrage of lava fists has effectively sealed off all avenues of escape. What now? Thoughts race through Rayya's mind, but instinct takes precedence over contemplation. In short order, Rayia makes his choice. Armament Haki. He envelopes his body and fists in Armament Haki, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Of course, his offensive power also receives a boost. However, this alone is far from sufficient. Rayia draws a deep breath. Propelling himself forward with the ferocity of a cheetah, let us see where you think you can run. You cannot escape. Sakazuki squints his eyes. Instead of charging directly ahead, Rayia approaches a fallen Navy soldier. With a swift kick, he sends a sword soaring into the air. Grasping it with one hand, he contemplates. A sword? What use could this ordinary weapon possibly serve? Sakazuki's face reflects surprise, but it quickly morphs into disdain. Rayia lifts his gaze, stating, "What use? You'll find out soon enough." With that, he raises the sword, gripping the hilt with both hands, positioning it before him. In that fleeting moment, onlookers perceive Rayia as if he has merged with the blade itself. Demon Slash. A wave of blue sword energy materializes in the air, immense and swift, causing a series of explosive sounds as it cuts through the atmosphere. With a thunderous boom, the blade's energy collided violently with the falling magma fists, creating an explosion in the air akin to a bomb detonating. The terrifying waves of energy rippled outward, causing the warship they occupied to feel precariously unstable, as if it might sink into the depths of the ocean at any moment. The radiant light above was blinding, a dazzling interplay of red and blue hues. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the horrific energy began to dissipate gradually, the brilliance fading slowly from view. The once overwhelming magma fists were suddenly reduced by more than half under the influence of a single strike from Leia's blade energy. The remaining fists were now significantly easier to manage. A grin split Leia's face, his figure agile as he leaped about the warship like a nimble monkey in the trees, deftly avoiding the remaining magma fists that crashed down upon the vessel. Creating a gaping hole, the sailors were thrown into a panic. Sensing the ship sinking several centimeters beneath them, "It's my turn," Leia declared, refusing to be merely a target. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Sakazuki's expression turned grave as he suddenly swung his fist at the empty air beside him. With a resounding crack, Leia's fist appeared, colliding with Sakazuki's. In the next moment, they were once again entangled in combat. Leia's punches moved like the wind, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake, striking Sakazuki repeatedly with explosive force. Sakazuki found himself overwhelmed, forced into a defensive position, unable to retaliate. The sheer power of Reia's assault made his hands tremble from the impact. Reia showed no signs of halting his relentless attack. "Let us see how you handle this." Before Sakazuki could react, a phantom-like figure of Reia reappeared. Bam! His abdomen was struck unexpectedly, and as he looked down, he realized Reia had delivered a kick to his midsection. His face contorted with agony. He attempted to raise his hand to send Reia flying. However, Reia, having landed his blow, retreated a few steps to evade Sakazuki's counterattack, then bent low and lunged upwards, delivering a punch cloaked in the power of Haki directly to Sakazuki's chest. With a splutter, Sakazuki coughed up blood, momentarily stunned. After such a prolonged battle, he had been injured by a mere boy. Enraged, he charged forward, disregarding Reia's attacks, adopting an exchange of injury approach. Reia felt a chill run down his spine, yet surprisingly, he did not choose to retreat. Bam! Sakazuki's magma-infused fist collided with Reia's abdomen simultaneously as Reia's fist struck Sakazuki's face. Both were pushed back a few steps by the force of their blows. Reia's clothing was burned away by the intense heat, revealing his well-defined muscles beneath, his body shielded by Haki, sustaining only minor burns. Meanwhile, Sakazuki's face was already swollen and bruised. Reia's punches were no jest. Neither combatant could recall how many times they had exchanged blows, their bodies accumulating numerous injuries. After yet another clash, Sakazuki stepped back, creating distance between them. Reia refrained from pursuing immediately, both of them gasping for breath. Despite their extraordinary physical abilities, such intense anaerobic exertion demanded a moment of respite, lest they deplete their stamina entirely. At this juncture, their endurance was nearly at its limit after such a grueling series of exchanges. Sakazuki's eyes reflected a hint of trepidation. During their clashes, he had noticed that Reia seemed remarkably resilient. Any ordinary person would have perished long before from such an onslaught. Meanwhile, onlookers Rayleigh and Roger observed the battle with a sense of amusement. Point one leaned casually against the railing, a gentle sea breeze tousling his hair, exuding an effortless nonchalance, while the other lounged atop the railing, swinging his legs and watching the fight with keen interest, embodying the essence of a spectator. "It's about to conclude," Roger remarked, grinning that he is performing even better than I anticipated. "Who do you think is mentoring him?" Reia's face bore a hint of pride. His progress brought a glow to Roger's countenance. Upon witnessing this, Roger paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Rayleigh, who would have thought I'd see that expression on your face one day? Ha!" As they conversed, Reia and Sakazuki stood apart, a distance of 20 meters between them. It was not due to a lack of desire to continue fighting, but rather that both had reached the pinnacle of their limits. No one would have expected a Marine Vice Admiral to engage in such an intense struggle with a mere pirate. Sakazuki panted heavily as he regarded Reia, whose body bore numerous injuries, his face flushed and swollen, clearly having suffered at Reia's hands. However, Reia was not in a much better state. He appeared transformed, his upper clothing entirely absent, likely melted away by the extreme heat. Thankfully, his trousers had escaped the flames, or else he might have found himself battling in nothing but shorts. A rather comical sight. Reia's legs trembled, his fists flickering with the remnants of Haki. Unable to maintain their previous intensity, his arms felt leaden, the prolonged exertion resulting in an overwhelming fatigue that had finally set in. This moment, his strength had diminished to less than half of what it had been at the onset of the battle. Nevertheless, his attributes had significantly improved throughout this encounter. Despite the multitude of injuries adorning his body, his fighting spirit remained undiminished, radiating an unwavering determination. This unwavering resolve left Sakazuki feeling increasingly frustrated. "Are you even human? You in this state, and still wish to continue fighting?" It wasn't that Sakazuki lacked the desire to eliminate Reia, but he found himself unable to do so aboard this warship, where he was not alone in facing Reia. If it were solely Reia, Sakazuki would have been prepared to risk everything to extinguish him here. Yet, his peripheral vision kept straying towards the two individuals nearby, engaged in lighthearted banter. "Damn it," Sakazuki silently cursed under his breath. He glanced at the soldiers on his side, his subordinates, whose eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Reia. There was no sign of fighting spirit to be seen. Meanwhile, on the other warships, the ordinary sailors were also terrified by the members of the Roger pirates. The saying goes, A defeated army collapses like a mountain, stripped of their momentum. The prospect of victory in this battle seemed as elusive as finding a needle in a haystack. Perhaps retreating would be the wisest choice. Sakazuki thought that if they did not withdraw now, the casualties on the Navy's side would only increase. Yet, the very idea of retreat left a bitter taste in his mouth. After all, to let a potential threat slip away right before his eyes, the thought of encountering Reiya again in the future, or facing him once he had grown stronger, filled him with dread. Even the Navy might find it difficult to act against him then. Sakazuki would surely regret it, wishing he could strike himself down. However, some things are destined by fate. If only he had an admiral or more vice admirals by his side at this moment. Perhaps there would still be hope to capture Roger and his crew. Of course, capturing Roger might be an exaggeration, while Roger and his crew were focused on the battle between Reiya and Sakazuki. The tattered pirate ship being pursued by the Navy held a pair of aggressive eyes, watching the ongoing conflict. The gaze flickered, lost in thought, and when it landed on Roger, a hint of battle intent, or perhaps a competitive spirit, was evident. The thought of retreat lingered in Sakazuki's mind, refusing to dissipate. As the saying goes, once the initial momentum is lost, it is hard to regain. They had already been beaten down by these formidable pirates, losing the majority of their fighting spirit. Alone, Sakazuki stood no chance against such numbers. Just as Reiya was about to charge forward to continue his battle with Sakazuki, the latter made an unexpected move. Turning to retreat into the ship's cabin. What's this? Reiya was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. He dashed forward. How could he let Sakazuki escape at such a crucial moment? But Sakazuki, unwilling to engage, moved with remarkable speed. It would be no easy task for Reiya to catch up in a short span of time. Sakazuki made his way directly into the cabin, halting at a certain spot where a din mushy lay. He reached out, picked up the receiver, and swiftly dialed. In no time, the call connected. The Roger pirates have appeared, requesting support. The message was straightforward, and soon a commanding voice resonated from the other end. Vice Admiral Sakazuki. May I ask your location? After Sakazuki reported their position, hurried footsteps could be heard on the line as the warships prepared to provide immediate assistance. Before Sakazuki could hang up, Reiya had already followed him in. He had overheard most of the conversation. This guy is calling for reinforcements. What? Trying to escape. This is not the behavior expected from a vice admiral. Reiya stepped forward, saying, "Don't worry, I will capture all of you." Sakazuki retorted defiantly, "Is that so? Then let us see you try." Just as Reiya was about to charge once more, a figure suddenly darted out with incredible speed. Seizing hold of Reiya, he turned to throw a punch. But his fist was caught mid-air by a large hand. Upon recognizing the owner of that hand, Reiya was taken aback. "Why are you stopping me?" The newcomer was none other than Rayleigh, who had been accompanying Reiya. "That's enough. If we wait for their reinforcements, it will become troublesome," Rayleigh said, shaking his head. "But we have the opportunity to eliminate them now," Reiya replied, puzzled. Indeed, given their current situation, with the Roger pirates holding the upper hand, if Roger and Rayleigh joined the fray, they could easily destroy these warships. Should that happen, the Roger pirates would undoubtedly gain greater fame among pirates. Reiya, the Navy is not to be trifled with. Roger's voice interjected as he stepped out from behind Rayleigh, his demeanor calm and composed, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier chaotic battle with Sakazuki. Reiya looked at him, speechless. What does it mean that the Navy is not to be trifled with? He couldn't forget how excited Roger had been at the start. Moreover, they were pirates, inherently targets of the Navy's bounty. The idea of worrying about offending the Navy seemed irrelevant, sensing the confusion in Reiya's eyes. Rayleigh spoke. "Reiya, the sea is vast. There is no need to take things to the extreme. Our mission at sea has never been about annihilating the Navy." These words sent a jolt through Reiya. He murmured, "Our purpose at sea?" Yes. It seemed he had forgotten why pirates ventured into the ocean. It was for freedom, for the exploration of uncharted waters. Certainly, some pirates sought treasures hidden in the sea, while others indulged in plunder and violence. Yet, without a doubt, the Roger pirates aimed to conquer these waters, to explore the unknown, and achieve feats unparalleled in history. As for the annihilation of the Navy, that had never been their goal. Furthermore, if they were to eliminate these warships, navigating the seas would become exceedingly difficult. Perhaps they could drift on the ocean, evading the Navy for a time, but eventually they would need to resupply. How could they sail without provisions? During resupply, they would inevitably face fierce pursuit from the Navy. At that moment, It would be a true fight for survival. After all, the Navy is one of the three major organizations known as the Great Powers of the Grand Line, and its strength is no laughing matter. However, it wasn't as if encountering the Navy meant they should always flee. If the Navy were to come across them, they would still attempt to capture them, albeit with less intensity. As long as the target was not them, the pursuit would not be relentless, just as they had experienced on the island. When they encountered Vice Admiral Tsuru, the latter had only pursued them to the coastline before giving up. Rayia, being perceptive, took Rayleigh's words to heart and ceased to cling to his previous thoughts. Meanwhile, Sakazuki watched Roger from a distance, feeling an immense pressure weighing down on him. Just dealing with that young man was already challenging enough. Now, with Roger and Rayleigh also present, he knew that if all three were to come at him together, he would surely meet his end here, gloriously sacrificing himself. Fortunately, it seemed these three had no intention of pursuing him relentlessly, which offered him a small sense of relief. Nevertheless, his tension did not wane. At the very least, he could not afford to relax completely until reinforcements arrived. Hey, Navy, why don't you hurry up and leave this time? Roger stepped forward, grinning widely. Sakazuki's expression darkened. The outcome of this encounter was far from what he had anticipated. Otherwise, we shall be forced to obliterate your warship. Amid the dialogue, there lingered a hint of jest. However, Sakazuki discerned no trace of fear in Roger. It was evident that the latter was indeed required to undertake this task. He possessed the audacity to do so. Sakazuki fell silent, casting a glance at the surrounding Navy personnel. Upon hearing Roger's command to allow them to depart, expressions of relief washed over their faces, as if to convey, at last, we shall not perish here. Perhaps, for them, the notion of justice was significant. Yet their own lives seemed to hold even greater importance. Prepare to retreat. Sakazuki finally gritted his teeth and spoke. The other Navy officers promptly returned to their posts. As for the pirates aboard the ship, they dared not provoke them further. Every individual within this pirate crew was a formidable being. It was likely that, following this skirmish, many Navy personnel would develop a profound psychological aversion to Roger's pirate crew. Let us return, Rayleigh urged as he guided Reiya toward the deck, with Roger bringing up the rear. Once their figures vanished from sight, numerous Navy officers collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. It had indeed been a nightmare. For them, it was nothing short of a waking nightmare. The overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within them, as they faced an adversary they could not hope to vanquish, leaving them feeling deeply frustrated. With a resounding thud, Sakazuki's fist struck the nearby wall, causing it to shatter with a cacophony of cracks that spread like a spider's web in all directions. Damn it! His face was etched with resentment. For one who upheld absolute justice, nothing was more distressing than witnessing pirates escape right before his eyes. Gather around, everyone. Roger's voice echoed across the sea's expanse. Upon hearing this, the pirates on the other ships ceased their actions and prepared to return to their vessels. Soon, all members of Roger's pirate crew were back aboard their ships, though one individual stood apart from the rest. Captain, it seems the Navy is pursuing this young man, a pirate remarked, pointing toward a man in his 20s who had been brought along. The man's gaze toward them was unsettling, his eyes radiating aggression, suggesting that even though they had saved his life, gratitude would not be forthcoming. Indeed, when all eyes fell upon him, he remained silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Roger, as if he were confronting an enemy. What's the deal with this guy? We save him, and he doesn't even say thank you, a pirate frowned. Exactly, I knew we shouldn't have interfered. I think we ought to have left this fellow to his fate. Another chimed in. Now that the captain has intervened, what can you do about it? The pirates exchanged banter. Were this to reach the ears of others, it would surely evoke a profound sense of shame. Yet, to the young man, it was as though he were impervious to their words. Hey, what's your name? Roger inquired with a smile, seemingly unfazed as he stepped forward. The man's expression shifted to one of pride as he replied. Barrett. Barrett? Why are you being pursued by the Navy? A pirate asked. Some of the nearby pirates appeared lost in thought. Barrett, that name sounds familiar, one suddenly exclaimed, snapping his fingers in realization that I remember now. Captain, this Barrett is known as the Demonair. Demonair? Roger looked at the pirate quizzically. It's said to be due to his actions. The pirate began to explain. Previously, a report had surfaced in the newspapers detailing this so-called Demonair. In truth, Barrett had once been a soldier, having entered the battlefield at a young age. Due to his formidable strength, He had been hailed as a hero by many. However, after a certain incident, he resigned. Given such a background, it seemed improbable for him to be labeled as the demon heir. Yet, whispers circulated that the reason for his resignation was far more sinister. He had obliterated his own nation and army at the tender age of 14. It was no wonder he had earned such a notorious title. After hearing this, the pirates regarded Barrett with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. They had never anticipated that the man they had casually rescued was of such a notorious caliber. However, it also raised questions about the Navy. How could a former soldier like Barrett find himself in a position of being hunted? It was indeed a lamentable circumstance. Truly, being a pirate is the better path. Full of freedom, Barrett paid no heed to their gazes, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Roger. He had witnessed the earlier confrontation between Roger and Sakazuki and recognized that this seemingly jovial man possessed unfathomable strength. At present, he knew he stood no chance of defeating him. "You are Roger?" At last, Barrett spoke again, his voice bearing an unexpected maturity, deep and resonant, hard to reconcile with that of a 20-year-old. "Indeed, that is I," Roger replied with a broad smile. Upon hearing this, Barrett's face lit up with an expression of excitement, even bordering on mania. "If I kill you, then I shall become renowned across the seas," he proclaimed, his demeanor twisting into something quite unsettling. "What an ungrateful wretch. We just saved him." A pirate voiced his discontent. "Exactly. I knew we shouldn't have rescued this guy. Let us toss him back into the sea. How dare he threaten our Captain Roger?" Surprisingly, despite the fury directed at Barrett's blatant disrespect, not a single pirate believed he had the capacity to challenge their captain. However, Barrett was entirely unfazed by their sentiments. He licked his lips, suddenly dashing forward with astonishing speed. This unexpected shift caught everyone off guard. Barrett's fist aimed squarely at Roger's face. Roger's expression remained unchanged, his smile intact, as if he had not even registered the incoming blow. Just as Barrett's fist was about to connect with Roger's face, a figure surged forward, and with a resounding impact, Barrett was sent flying, crashing against the railing. "If you wish to challenge the captain, you must first contend with me." Suddenly, an unexpected figure emerged. It was Rayleigh. Barrett rose from the floor in silence, diving toward Rayleigh with ferocity. His fists were massive, nearly double the size of an average person's hand. As he swung, the air crackled with explosive sounds. Unfazed, Rayleigh extended a hand and effortlessly grasped Barrett's fist. Barrett's expression shifted slightly as he lifted his leg to kick, aiming for Rayleigh's chin. In a swift motion, Rayleigh sidestepped and seized Barrett's ankle with his other hand. With a sudden forceful tug, Barrett was lifted off the ground. Bang! In the next instant, he was hurled onto the deck. Yet, he did not linger for long. With the agility of a carp leaping, he charged forward once more. His speed had noticeably increased. His fists left trails in the air, exuding an overwhelming momentum that even Rayleigh did not dare to underestimate. With a triangular footwork, Rayleigh maneuvered while occasionally retaliating. Each blow that landed on Barrett felt as though it were striking steel. This was no ordinary adversary. It was no surprise that he boldly declared his intent to eliminate Roger upon their first encounter. Barrett was indeed formidable. The clash between Rayleigh and Barrett escalated into a fierce contest. The air reverberated with the sound of explosions, and the sheer force generated by their fists was astonishing. The prowess of both fighters left onlookers in awe. "Hey, what is up with this kid?" one wondered aloud. "Who knows? To hold his ground against Rayleigh is no small feat." It seemed that every random encounter could lead to such extraordinary individuals. No wonder they referred to him as the Devil's Heir. Reia observed Barrett's struggle with a grave expression, acutely aware of the pressure he emanated. If he were to face this adversary, what would his chances of victory be? Reia was uncertain and could not draw comparisons, yet he knew it would require immense effort, if not an outright stalemate. The notion of defeat had never crossed his mind. He always fought with his utmost strength. The system that empowered him through taking hits infused his battles with unpredictability and boundless potential. Roger, meanwhile, watched with a broad smile, his eyes reflecting a newfound interest in Barrett, seemingly unfazed by the latter's earlier boasts. Such a character must indeed be intriguing. The fighting styles of Rayleigh and Barrett were polar opposites. Rayleigh moved with grace and elegance, a sight to behold, while Barrett embodied raw strength, his fists and legs brimming with explosive power. Capable of shattering mountains, his exposed muscles were a testament to his formidable physique, clearly defining contours that suggested he was no ordinary individual, especially at such a young age. As Barrett engaged Rayleigh, A flicker of frustration crossed his face. His true target lay not far off. Roger, not Rayleigh. This anger fueled his assault. Yet unfortunately for him, Rayleigh's strength was second only to Captain Roger's, a deep abyss of power. Just when one might expect to witness the full extent of Rayleigh's abilities, he would suddenly unleash an even greater speed or strength, or surprise with an unexpected technique that in a sense. He was like a kaleidoscope of aggressive tactics. Each move varied and potent as the battle progressed. Barrett found himself accumulating numerous injuries. While his explosive power was undeniable, his endurance paled in comparison to Rayleigh's. After all, Rayleigh had mastered the control of his own strength. Ensuring he did not overexert himself, in other words, his command over power had reached a pinnacle of mastery. Before long, Barrett was gasping for breath. If I can't even defeat you, how can I hope to kill the captain? Rayleigh's words seemed to ignite a fire within Barrett. Undeterred, he lunged forward, aiming a punch at Rayleigh's head. Rayleigh appeared to strike casually, yet the impact resonated with a bone-crushing sound that made the ship shudder. Hey, be careful, Rayleigh, don't damage the ship. Roger's voice echoed with discontent, but my apologies. I'll be cautious, Rayleigh replied, his tone light. Suddenly, his movements shifted. The previously gentle onslaught transformed into a fierce barrage, akin to hail on a clear day. Caught off guard, Barrett was struck in the abdomen, sent flying, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Remarkably, in the next moment, he sprang back to his feet. His resilience rivaled that of Reia, another tough opponent. One could only wonder what would happen if Reia faced him. They would likely transform into two bloodied bulls, the battle dragging on for at least half an hour. Hey, I can't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Many pirates began to imagine. Step aside. I wish to challenge Roger, not you. Despite being knocked down twice, Barrett appeared unscathed, his gaze fixed intently on Roger, disregarding Rayleigh completely. If you can't even defeat me, how do you expect to challenge the captain? Rayleigh regarded Barrett with bemusement. Yet Barrett was undeterred, declaring, defeating you brings me no benefit, but defeating him will earn me renown across the seas. His face radiated arrogance. Very well, I accept your challenge. Roger suddenly interjected with a smile, leaving those around him momentarily stunned. What just happened? He agreed after Barrett declared that. Didn't he just struggle against Rayleigh? They murmured, confused yet quickly realizing that if they could decipher Roger's actions, he would cease to be the enigma he was. Just then, a pirate shouted, why not let Reia face him instead? Instantly, others chimed in. Yes, they both can take a beating. It sounds like it could be quite entertaining. Roger stroked his chin, contemplating. At that moment, Reia approached Roger, saying, Captain, let me handle this guy. The formidable strength of Barrett successfully captured his attention. The previous skirmish with Sakaski hardly qualified as intense. Moreover, just as the fight reached a thrilling crescendo, the opposing party was already seeking to retreat. This moment, no trace of the warships could be seen surrounding their pirate vessel. Remained a mystery where those individuals had withdrawn to, or whether they were merely lying in wait for reinforcements before launching a concerted effort to annihilate them. Naturally, Roger and his crew would not remain idle. As the naval ships retreated, their own vessel set sail towards an entirely different direction. A divergence of paths that could not have been more pronounced. Step aside and let Roger through. Barrett cast an irked glance at Reia. The interruption from Rayleigh had already ignited a flicker of fury within him. Although he had not been defeated by Rayleigh, he certainly did not consider himself inferior. Rayleigh was not his target, and neither was Reia standing before him. Only Roger was worthy of his pursuit. I refuse to yield. What will you do? If you have the skill, surpass me and seek out our captain, Reia retorted provocatively. Engaging with someone of such demeanor required a sharp tongue. Subtlety was not an option. You are courting death. With that, Barrett vanished in an instant, unleashing a colossal fist aimed directly at Reia's head. Should such a powerful blow land, it would surely result in catastrophic consequences. Reia looked up and retaliated with a punch of his own. Enveloped in the protective aura of Armament Haki, in the heat of battle, his instinct had seamlessly integrated the use of Haki into his very being. It was a testament to the training he had undergone with Rayleigh. In earlier days, when he first acquired this technique, it required considerable preparation to utilize. Yet in the midst of combat, every fraction of a second mattered, and hesitation was akin to a gaping vulnerability. After all, what if a powerful adversary struck during that brief moment of vulnerability? Even the time taken to harness such a skill was minuscule, Yet battles between masters often unfolded in the blink of an eye, where mere seconds could dictate the outcome to an adept fighter. Rayleigh could easily discern Reia's weaknesses that if he were to engage Reia in combat, it would likely take mere minutes before Reia lay defeated upon the ground. However, during their previous training sessions, Reia had indeed faced Rayleigh. While he excelled in his use of Haki and could arguably match Rayleigh in certain respects, a critical flaw remained. He left himself exposed to numerous openings. With a resounding impact, an explosion of energy erupted from the point where Reia's and Barrett's fists clashed, radiating outward like ripples across a tranquil lake disturbed by a bomb. Yet these ripples were infused with formidable energy, prompting several pirates nearby to instinctively take a step back. These two are monsters. Their strength surpasses even ours. How terrifying. Barrett had not anticipated that not only could Rayleigh withstand his assault, but now even a mere trainee from Roger's crew could thwart his attack. That it felt like an affront to his pride. His primary target had always been Roger, and yet he found himself repeatedly obstructed. How could he not feel enraged? "You will perish," Barrett roared, veins bulging with fury. Reia, unwilling to back down, charged forward with equal fervor. Their fists collided in a rapid exchange, creating a flurry of strikes that left trails of afterimages in the air. The other pirates of the Roger crew watched in exhilaration. The clash of their powers represented the most primal form of combat that as pirates. Few could resist the thrill of such a brawl. Barrett's speed, strength, and endurance were unparalleled, and gradually, Reia began to find himself at a disadvantage, or rather, trapped in a position of pure defense. It was not that Reia lacked strength. Rather, Barrett had established a commanding presence from the outset. Bolstered by this momentum, Reia could only retreat. Each time he sought to counterattack, he found Barrett's strikes coming at him with even greater swiftness. As Reia braced against Barrett's onslaught, his arms began to feel numb. Even with the protection of Armament Haki, he could not ignore the backlash from Barrett's formidable strikes. "Hey, Reia, fight back. Take this guy down," urged his crewmates, their voices filled with urgency. "What's wrong? Reia, you started off strong, but now you've faltered. Don't disgrace us. Show that brat what you're made of." "Exactly. Reia, you're our shining star. I believe in you. Pull yourself together, Reia." As fellow members of the same crew, the other pirates rallied to bolster Reia's morale. However, in the midst of battle, Reia was oblivious to the external voices. His mind was consumed solely by Barrett's fists and the clash of combat. Perhaps, echoing through his thoughts, was the mechanical voice that served as the source of his strength. Each time it resonated, it fortified Reia's resolve. As long as he had that voice, he would not easily falter. "Congratulations, host. Successfully withstood the attack. Attribute enhancement acquired." Reia was not incapable of retaliating. He simply deemed it unnecessary at that moment. After all, encountering a formidable opponent like Barrett was a rare opportunity to enhance his physical prowess. Such chances to endure punishment were few and far between. Given his current state, if he were to withstand ordinary attacks, the enhancement to his attributes would be minimal. If Reia aspired to rival the likes of Rayleigh and Roger in terms of strength, speed, and other aspects, it would take many years at his current pace to achieve such growth. He was unwilling to accept such a sluggish trajectory. In the world of pirates, every second was precious. "Submit." Barrett's fists hammered relentlessly against Reia, yet the latter stood firm as if he were a resilient weeble, showing no signs of yielding. This unyielding stance only served to amplify Barrett's growing irritation. To him, it felt as though Reia was mocking his attacks, rendering his efforts an insult to his prowess. Damn it! Barrett's fury intensified, and the force behind his punches grew ever stronger, while his speed unexpectedly increased as well. Clearly, what he had unleashed moments ago was not his full strength. It was hardly surprising, given that he was facing someone like Reia, who merely appeared to be a novice in a pirate crew. Naturally, Barrett would not reveal his entire might from the outset. However, with the augmentation of his power, he could only force Reia to continuously retreat, leaving him with a sense of frustration. A purely defensive opponent is a challenging puzzle to crack, as vulnerabilities often emerge during the act of attack. Nevertheless, Barrett was not one to succumb to despair. His fists thundered against Reia's form. Reia had already retreated to the edge of the pirate ship's railing, perilously close to colliding with it. "How long do you intend to defend yourself?" Barrett began to employ both hands and feet. His fists were like the wind, and his legs struck like whips. This fellow truly was formidable. Reia, in the midst of his defense, could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. Under such a powerful offensive momentum, he dared not let his guard down for even an instant. His nerves and body remained taut. Simultaneously, Barrett showed no signs of fatigue despite the prolonged anaerobic exertion. What did this signify? This man was indeed exceptionally abnormal in terms of stamina, at the very least. Until now, Reia had not encountered many individuals capable of maintaining such an unrelenting barrage of punches for so long. The previous Sakazuki was an exception, as he had not fought in such a manner at that time. Of course, if one were to compare Barrett's strength with that of Sakazuki, Reia felt that Sakazuki was superior in all aspects. That man's devil fruit ability, combined with his martial skills, was truly terrifying. Barrett's eyes glowed crimson as he fixed his gaze upon Reia. Suddenly, Reia felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Moments later, a formidable aura erupted from Barrett. Radiating outward, the surrounding pirates were struck with astonishment, feeling an unexpected pressure descend upon them. A Conqueror's Haki. Who would have thought this man could wield Conqueror's Haki as well? This was no mere rudimentary skill. How does it feel to stand before a harbinger of death? Barrett said, his expression cruel. Do you think you are the only one with Conqueror's Haki? With that, Reia unleashed a powerful aura of his own. Resulting in a thunderous clash, the two forces collided in the air, akin to two bombs detonating simultaneously, filling the surroundings with the sound of air bursting. What? Barrett's face was a mask of astonishment. He had never anticipated that this younger opponent before him could also possess Conqueror's Haki. Intriguing. However, you are still far from stopping me. In the next moment, Barrett's figure vanished in an instant. Reia's expression hardened as he maintained his defensive stance, clearly intending to hold his ground until the right moment to counterattack, a moment known only to him. Above, Reia suddenly looked up as Barrett descended from the sky, his fists resembling two colossal hammers, aimed to crash down upon Reia's head. Reia raised his gaze to block the strike. With a resounding thud, his body sank into the deck, creating a gaping hole in the ship. Hey, you can fight. But why destroy the ship? Naturally, it was Roger who expressed dissatisfaction first, gazing at his beloved vessel with concern. Unfortunately, neither Reia nor Barrett could hear his protests amidst the tumult of battle, with Reia embedded in the deck. Splinters of wood had already lacerated his legs. Barrett roared, veins bulging on his fists, evidently intensifying his strength. Reia felt as if he were confronting an insurmountable mountain. He planted his feet firmly, stabilizing his stance, while also exerting his own strength to counter Barrett's assault, preventing himself from being further overwhelmed. Yet Barrett was determined not to relent. The two remained locked in a stalemate for several seconds. Get out of my way. Barrett's body twisted mid-air, executing a hook kick that struck Reia squarely in the chest. Instantly, Reia was sent flying, skidding across the deck for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Barrett exhaled deeply, turning his back on Reia as he strode toward Roger, his eyes brimming with provocation and exhilaration. He clearly did not believe that Reia could rise again after enduring such a blow. Just then, a gasp erupted among the pirates. Barrett abruptly turned, a shadow hurtling toward him. A fist, propelled by a burst of air, came rushing in. He quickly raised his arm to block, but the speed of the attack was astonishingly swift. Before he could fully brace himself, he was struck by a punch, sending him stumbling backward for several meters. Reia pursued, his fists leaving a flurry of afterimages in the air, forming a wall that effectively sealed off all of Barrett's escape routes. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. Within a mere few seconds, Barrett had absorbed countless blows, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Even the mightiest of bodies could not withstand such relentless assaults without injury. Enough, he bellowed, launching himself forward with all his might, akin to a rampaging bull. Reia was knocked back 2 steps, his rhythm of attack interrupted. In the realm of pirates, physical prowess and experience are of paramount importance. Additionally, the development of one's physical potential, commonly referred to as haki, plays a crucial role. Simultaneously, there exists an aura of momentum in battle, or perhaps one might say, a form of conviction. Each individual possesses a unique understanding of their own offensive capabilities, and their interpretations of combat or belief may differ significantly. That a person can only unleash unimaginable strength when fighting with unwavering faith. Such steadfast belief must be supported by a formidable will. The pain inflicted upon the body during combat significantly impacts an individual. Naturally, different people react differently when confronted with such agony. Some may endure for an extended period, while others might surrender after mere seconds. In terms of withstanding pain, both Rayia and Barrett evidently rank among the strong. Barrett's fists are imbued with a powerful conviction of victory, a reflection of his self-assurance, which Rayia sensed upon contact. He had heard Rayleigh speak of this conviction, yet given his current state, he lacked a personal aura in his fists. However, were it a matter of swordsmanship, he would undoubtedly possess that momentum. The prowess of a grand swordsman is no jest. Though granted by the system, it remains formidable to an astonishing degree. Nevertheless, in their current confrontation, Rayia had no intention of employing sword techniques. Barrett swiftly rose from the ground and charged at Rayia. Clearly already in a frenzied state, at this juncture, regardless of who fell, both would rise swiftly to continue the battle. Rayia shifted from a defensive stance and once again engaged Barrett in fierce combat. The sky resonated with the thunderous sounds of fists colliding and energy exploding, reminiscent of a clash between two titans. The surrounding pirates winced at the sight, feeling echoes of pain themselves, as the battle between the two had persisted for several hundred exchanges. Barrett's robust physique was marred with scars, some swollen, some bruised, and others stained with blood. Conversely, Rayia appeared no better, his clothes already soaked in crimson. His handsome visage had swollen, resembling that of a pig, as he had sustained injuries from Barrett's relentless onslaught. Despite his previous defensive posture, most of his wounds were superficial, however, posing no significant threat. The two combatants had been engaged for nearly 10 minutes. Rayleigh remarked. Suddenly, he heard a slurping sound and turned sharply to see Roger. Unbeknownst to Wynn, had procured a bowl of noodles and was slurping them down. Noticing Rayleigh's gaze, he mumbled, "Hey, Rayleigh, this noodle is truly delicious. Want some?" Rayleigh's lips twitched. Was this truly the time for noodles amidst a battle? He glanced at Reiya and Barrett, who were evidently far from their limits. It would be quite some time before a victor emerged. Consequently, moments later, another noodle slurper joined the onlookers. Were Reiya to discover the antics of these two, he would likely be infuriated to the point of bloodshed. Nevertheless, in the current moment, he had no mind to dwell on such trivialities. Reiya felt his blood boiling, a consequence of the battle's intensity. Barrett's formidable presence indeed evoked a peculiar sensation within him, simultaneously deepening his understanding of combat. In this vast ocean, one need not rely solely on devil fruits to rapidly enhance one's strength. Powerful physical techniques can achieve the same end. Unlike Reiya, Barrett was seething with frustration. He felt as though Reiya regarded him merely as a stepping stone, continuously growing stronger in their exchanges. He could perceive that when Reiya first engaged, there were clear openings in his attacks. Yet, as time passed, those openings became increasingly elusive, with both power and speed vastly improved. "Are you treating me as a sparring partner?" Barrett's eyes glinted with a cold light, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Reiya met his gaze and suddenly grinned. "Bingo, you got it right. You're courting death." Enraged, Barrett retorted, "If you have the ability, then come and try." Reiya showed no signs of fear. Barrett, in turn, felt a tinge of helplessness. After all this time, he had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet his opponent seemed akin to an indestructible cockroach, rising again and again. That would surprise Barrett if Reiya ever fell and failed to rise. "It seems you are nearing your limits. Now it is my time to shine," Reiya declared, suddenly creating distance and fixing his intense gaze upon Barrett. Barrett was momentarily taken aback, but his pupils constricted in the next instant. With a whoosh, Barrett vanished from his sight. Having acclimated to Reiya's speed, Barrett was unprepared for the sudden and significant increase in his velocity. When he finally caught sight of Reiya again, a fist the size of a cauldron loomed before him. With a resounding thud, just as Barrett prepared to block, the fist descended upon him. Instantly, his face resembled a palette of soy sauce, a chaotic blend of black, red, and yellow that a searing pain shot through his nasal bridge. This was a blow infused with haki, a solid strike. Moreover, the energy accompanying that haki was terrifyingly potent, surpassing any previous attack. How could Barrett maintain his peak condition against an opponent capable of enhancing themselves mid-battle? This is clearly an impossible feat after all. It is inconceivable for an ordinary human body to remain in a state of peak performance indefinitely. Throughout the course of battle, both physical stamina and mental fortitude are depleted and require time to recuperate. In such a brief interval, it is simply implausible to recover at such an accelerated pace. Therefore, from a certain perspective, regardless of how formidable Barrett may truly be, as long as he fails to decisively defeat Rayia in one fell swoop. The ensuing moments will inevitably see him fall to a disadvantage, especially as Rayya's resilience to punishment increases. Moreover, the disparity in strength between them is not as vast as one might imagine. Seizing the opportunity while Barrett is propelled backward, Rayia plants his feet firmly on the ground, leveraging the surface's support to surge forward. Pursuing victory in such a manner is fundamental. One must not let this opportunity slip away. With his fists clenched together like two hammers, he brings them crashing down upon Barrett's abdomen. Barrett emits a muffled grunt, and in the next instant, he is driven into the ground, his form seemingly embedded within it. A sight that is utterly pitiful. However, just as Rayia prepares to continue his onslaught and finish Barrett off in one decisive rush, a shadow bursts forth from the crater. What? Rayya's face registers surprise. He had not anticipated that Barrett could emerge from such an assault with such swiftness. Just how resilient is this man? Of course, as these thoughts cross his mind, Rayia fails to consider that he himself is no different, a veritable tank. Perhaps even thicker-skinned than Barrett. Yet now is not the time for such reflections. Barrett launches into the air like a cannonball, his body descending with a faint glow emanating from his fist. This radiance appears exceptionally dazzling in the air, almost aesthetically pleasing. Naturally, Rayia has no time to appreciate such beauty. The moment that immense energy is unleashed, he senses the terror contained within that fist. Far more formidable than Barrett's prior ordinary attacks. Furthermore, Barrett's complexion now appears somewhat pallid, evidently indicating that executing this move has significantly drained his physical or mental reserves that I in this moment. Rayia is resolute and fearless. With a mighty shout, he charges directly to clash with that fist. With a resounding boom, it is as if two forces of energy collide midair, akin to two colossal ships crashing into one another. The entire pirate ship begins to tremble, an utterly astonishing occurrence. It is important to note that it is exceedingly difficult for a mere human force to shake this pirate vessel. After all, the ship utilized by the Roger pirates is no ordinary craft. Its size far surpasses that of typical vessels, and its abundant equipment ensures that its weight and draft are truly formidable. Yet, this immense weight is momentarily disturbed by the clash of these two titans. Rayia has truly inherited my former style, Roger remarks with a laugh, slurping on noodles as he observes the scene. Seemingly unfazed by the ship's tremors, this reaction is quite understandable. After all, as a seasoned sailor who has braved countless tempests, Roger is no stranger to tumultuous seas. Moreover, he is someone who revels in chaos. In contrast, Rayleigh furrows his brow, recognizing that the battle between these two has surpassed his expectations. He had initially thought it would conclude moments ago, yet the duration has stretched from mere minutes to over 20. Given the current trajectory, it seems the conflict will continue unabated. Meanwhile, the surrounding pirates have grown somewhat numb to the spectacle. Forget it. These two are monstrous beings. We cannot compare. Let us find a spot to sit and watch. They collectively decide, settling down to observe the latter stages of Rayia and Barrett's confrontation. At this juncture, the clash between Rayia and Barrett takes on an almost performative quality. However, Rayia remains oblivious to such notions. Opposing him, Barrett suddenly reveals a peculiar smile, causing Rayya's heart to skip a beat. In the next moment, the power that seemed to wane resurges, as an additional force emanates from Barrett's fist, with a thunderous impact. Rayia is sent hurtling away, blood erupting from his mouth, painting the air with a vivid crimson. As the blood splatters to the ground, it creates a ghastly spectacle. Cough, cough, cough. Rayia struggles to push himself up from the ground, laboriously rising to his feet. Meanwhile, Barrett gazes at him with a grave expression. What was that technique? Rayia inquires, bewildered by the emergence of new strength in Barrett's punch after the initial power had dissipated. Humph, if you wish to know, defeat me first, Barrett replies, no longer regarding Rayia with the same disdain he once held. Initially, he may not have taken Rayia seriously, confident in his impending victory despite Rayya's formidable display of power. However, as time passed and he knocked Rayia down multiple times only to see him rise time and again, Barrett's attitude has gradually shifted. At the very least, he now recognizes Rayia as a worthy adversary. Very well, then let me be the one to defeat you, Rayia states with fiery determination, though his battered visage belies his conviction. With a thunderous roar, he unleashes his Conqueror's Haki. Barrett, unwilling to yield, responds in kind. And the clash of their Haki ignites once more, accompanied by the fierce manifestations of Armament Haki, Upon the fists of both combatants lay a formidable layer of haki, radiating power, with a resounding battle cry. They surged forward once more, their fists colliding with force against one another. Neither fell. Instead, they launched counterattacks amidst the onslaught, as if the strikes they exchanged had become inconsequential to them. Yet, perhaps it was not so simple. It could be that they had grown accustomed to such overwhelming assaults, or that their physical fortitude was sufficient to withstand the barrage. In the realm of combat, physical prowess is indeed paramount. Both were undeniably individuals of exceptional muscle density and resilience. Barrett, with his imposing physique, boasted an abundance of well-defined muscle, devoid of any excess fat. His mastery over his own body was remarkable, making muscle resistance to attacks a natural occurrence. On the other hand, while Rayia may not have initially matched Barrett in physical capability, the preceding minutes of defense had significantly enhanced his attributes, leading to a remarkable transformation that a keen observer would note that with each blow received. His muscles gradually morphed, akin to tearing and healing anew, resulting in the formation of stronger muscle fibers. His physique had become incredibly resilient, imbued with an impressive tenacity. To put it bluntly, the two were like machines of war at that moment. Absent any extraordinary intervention to disrupt the current stalemate, their battle could easily extend for another half hour. As Rayia and Barrett exchanged blows, a familiar voice echoed in Rayya's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully enduring attacks. Your attributes have increased, reaching a new stage. Reward obtained. The reward was none other than the would-release technique. Upon hearing this announcement, Rayia nearly questioned his senses, yet the voice reverberated continuously in his mind, affirming its reality. However, this revelation seemed absurd. Would release? He understood fully what this entailed. Yet he had never anticipated acquiring such a skill in the world of pirates. It was far more astonishing than winning a grand prize in his previous life. Yet, upon glancing at his attribute panel, he was astounded to find the addition of a new skill. Would release. He comprehended that he truly possessed this technique. Soon, he reconciled himself to this fact, realizing it was a cause for celebration. In this vast ocean, numerous individuals wielded the powers of devil fruits, each displaying an array of peculiar abilities. Many of these powers effectively countered martial artists, and those relying solely on physical prowess without the augment of a devil fruit often found themselves at a disadvantage against such abilities. This meant that when facing devil fruit users who shared a similar martial approach, it was all too easy to fall behind. However, possessing the wood release technique changed everything. From a certain perspective, it was akin to a glitch within this world of piracy, at the very least. Such an ability would be regarded as akin to that of a devil fruit power. Yet, had Rayia ever exhibited such capabilities previously? If he were to suddenly employ the wood release technique now, would it raise suspicions in the minds of Roger and his crew? This conundrum caused Rayia to hesitate. Given the current circumstances and Barrett's condition, should Rayia unleash the wood release technique, he could swiftly conclude the battle. Indeed, the wood release technique was far superior to most of his current repertoire, but how could he execute it without arousing suspicion? He did not wish for Roger and the others to suspect he had secretly consumed a devil fruit. What if they thought he had concealed this from them during his time with Rayleigh, especially since he had been able to swim in the ocean? If he had indeed consumed a devil fruit, how would he explain his ability to swim? Yet, as Rayia grappled with uncertainty, Barrett's eyes lit up, and his fist collided with Rayya's face, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. Fighting me, and allowing your mind to wander. The searing pain jolted Rayia back to reality. Caught off guard, he was sent sprawling, blood streaming from his nose. Barrett's attack had been anything but gentle. Rayia, already battered and bruised, felt his legs tremble beneath him. Struggling to rise, he left a trail of blood on the ground. Barrett paused, astonished. You can still stand. Very well, I'll give you one final blow. With that, he moved with blinding speed, appearing before Rayia. Rayya's legs continued to quiver, as if he were oblivious to the fist hurtling toward him. Barrett's face twisted in a fierce grimace, his massive fist propelled by a powerful gust of wind. Rayia, a pirate nearby, gasped, unable to contain his alarm. If Rayia failed to defend himself at that moment, he would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. Injuries that could damage his internal organs. Such harm differed markedly from superficial wounds. The healing process for internal injuries was far more complex, and the internal organs were inherently fragile. Aside from requiring extensive recovery time, the most severe consequence could lead to lasting repercussions, hindering future advancements. However, just as one of the pirates prepared to intervene, Rayia turned his gaze. Upon locking eyes with him, the onlookers were struck dumb. What kind of eyes were they? A crimson hue, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Rayia positioned his hands before him. Palms pressed together, assuming a peculiar stance. Would release. Double Rashomon. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. From the deck of their ship, several colossal wooden gates materialized from thin air. Each gate was intricately carved, the patterns far too complex for the pirates to comprehend. The massive wooden doors stood directly in front of Rayia. As Barrett's fist descended, it was abruptly halted by these formidable gates. Bang! The first gate shattered into fragments. Boom! The second door. There are a total of 6 wooden doors, and the shattering of each one diminishes the potency of Barrett's fists. After Barrett's fists have smashed through these doors, their power has almost completely dissipated. Additionally, his aim has veered off course, rendering him incapable of reaching Rayia. As Rayia lifts her gaze to meet Barrett's, he feels a shiver run down his spine, and goosebumps rise on his skin involuntarily. In the next moment, an eerie smile spreads across Rayya's face, causing Barrett's heart to skip a beat. He has yet to comprehend why those strange wooden doors appeared out of thin air. Rayia begins to chant incantations, and a tremendous energy envelopes her. Even more unsettling is the emergence of a shadow beside her. As the dark figure slowly reveals itself, all present are left utterly bewildered. What is happening? What kind of ability is this? Why has it manifested in this manner? Before their eyes stands a colossal figure, towering over 10 meters high, as if it were reaching for the heavens. The appearance of this figure is strikingly similar to Rayya's own, yet it seems to be constructed entirely of wood. Wood release, wooden clone. The moment this wooden giant appears, Barrett feels an overwhelming pressure. It feels as though that gigantic wooden figure could effortlessly swat him away with a single hand. However, Barrett is not one to easily yield. Faced with this imposing wooden giant, he is undaunted and chooses to charge forward. The haki enveloping him is visibly potent, making his fists appear formidable and incredibly resilient. The wooden giant opens its mouth wide and lets out a thunderous roar, shaking the entire ocean. My goodness, what has Rayia conjured? Roger's eyes also reflect a hint of astonishment. Evoke such a reaction from a captain known for his nonchalance speaks volumes about the spectacle before them. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Rayleigh furrows his brow, fixated on the giant. Yet, during their training, he had not noticed that Rayia was incapable of swimming. This leaves Rayleigh perplexed. If it is not a devil fruit ability, then what could it possibly be? They have never encountered a situation like this before. Regrettably, no matter how hard they ponder, they cannot fathom that this giant is a phenomenon from another world. As the massive wooden figure is about to collide with Barrett, his fist comes crashing down. Yet, he feels as though he has struck a colossal slab of steel. His fist trembles and numbs. He cannot break through this wooden giant with a single blow. Barrett is left in shock. That moment, Rayia, standing behind the wooden giant, grins widely. The wooden giant suddenly lowers its head, its vacant gaze illuminated by a glimmer of light. A massive hand materializes, moving with alarming speed and leaving afterimages in its wake. With a resounding smack, the gigantic palm descends upon Barrett, though Barrett's stature is already considerable, standing several meters tall. The wooden giant dwarfs him immensely. In that instant, the comparison between the two is akin to that of an ant versus an elephant. Of course, in the world of pirates, while physical size may somewhat correlate with strength, it is not an absolute rule. Some individuals, despite their slender frames, harbor immense power within. However, the juxtaposition with this wooden giant is starkly different. As the giant's colossal hand descends, Barrett seems to possess no resistance whatsoever, as if he were mere parchment, easily torn apart. With a thunderous crash, Barrett's body plunges into the ground, creating a massive crater. Moments later, the wooden giant dissipates into the air as if it had never existed. This scene feels almost surreal. For a long while, Barrett remains motionless in the crater. The pirates present stand agape, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Though they have seen much in their travels across the sea, they find themselves at a loss when attempting to explain the events that have just transpired. Is this a devil fruit ability? It appears to be, yet it also seems not to be. Many of the pirates are aware that Rayia can swim in the vast ocean. Everyone knows that those who can swim cannot possess a devil fruit. This leaves them in a state of confusion that if it is not a devil fruit ability, then what could it be? Of course, if Rayia were one who could swim even after consuming a devil fruit, the news would undoubtedly send ripples across the seas, attracting formidable foes from all corners. Should this phenomenon be thoroughly understood, it could enhance the survival capabilities of future devil fruit users in the ocean. However, the current situation remains unclear. The pirates dare not voice their thoughts that Barrett's defeat signifies the official conclusion of this challenge. Yet, at this moment, no one seems to care about Barrett in the crater. All eyes are fixated on Rayia, as if they wish to scrutinize him to the very core. Rayia, faced with their intense stares, chooses not to respond. After unleashing such formidable attacks, he collapses onto the ground. At this juncture, what could be easier than feigning unconsciousness? The pirates exchange glances, each reflecting astonishment tinged with a hint of sorrow. Their sorrow stems from the fact that Rayia has so thoroughly damaged their ship. The numerous holes in the vessel will take them quite some time to repair. As for why Rayia can execute such bizarre techniques, an unspoken understanding prevails among them, and they refrain from discussing it. Rayia is subsequently transferred to the infirmary. "Hey, kid, that's enough. Why are you still pretending?" Coloca's voice reaches Rayya's ears. Rayia opens his eyes, offering a wry smile to Coloca's. He never expected that his charade of unconsciousness could fool Coloca's. After all, in his eyes, Coloca's is a man of exceptional medical skill. Coloca's gazes at him with an expression of bewilderment. "I wonder how our ship ended up with a monster like you. We already had enough monsters aboard, and now one even more formidable has appeared." As he speaks, Rayia finds himself at a loss for words. He can only feign ignorance. All right, I'm not interested in your affairs. You take care of yourself," Coloca says nonchalantly. Indeed, in his perspective, while Rayya's transformation might astonish outsiders, they would likely exhaust every means to uncover his secrets, perhaps even desiring to dissect him for analysis. Yet, in Coloca's eyes, the only priority is the patient. Healing the patient is his foremost duty. "Thank you, Coloca's." Rayia gazed at him with profound gratitude. If Coloca's were to press for further inquiries, Rayia found himself uncertain whether he should divulge the truth. Alternatively, he grappled with how to conceal such matters. The existence of a system that enabled one to grow stronger through enduring beatings was certainly not something that should be disclosed in this vast ocean. The majority of individuals who possessed such abilities were still limited in their understanding, primarily attributing such prowess to the consumption of devil fruits. Regrettably, if Rayia claimed that his newfound skills stemmed from eating a devil fruit, he would be at a loss to explain his inability to swim. Unless, of course, he chose to refrain from displaying his swimming capabilities in front of others. Another potential explanation could be that he had inadvertently consumed a fruit during this period or on that deserted island, suggesting that his inability to swim had begun from that moment onward. This explanation might barely suffice, but if someone were to scrutinize it closely, it would undoubtedly fall apart. "Stay here in the infirmary for the next couple of days. If you go out, it may be difficult for you to face them," Coloca's remarked after conducting a brief examination of Rayya's condition. Turning to leave the infirmary as he departed, he left behind those words, and Rayia looked at him with immense appreciation. However, unbeknownst to Rayia, the calm demeanor Coloca's had once exhibited had evaporated. What a peculiar situation. During his examination, Coloca's had been taken aback to discover the rapid healing of Rayya's injuries. Moreover, Rayya's physical condition had improved significantly compared to before. The rate at which his abilities surged was akin to that of a rocket, something Coloca's had never witnessed before. It seemed that even Roger did not exhibit such extraordinary traits. Yet, Coloca's only knew of Roger's later accomplishments. Few on the ship were aware of his journey or the extent of his powers. By the time they boarded, Roger's strength was already unfathomable, though he often appeared unreliable. When he chose to strike, no one could predict the magnitude of his formidable techniques. Most crucially, no one had yet witnessed Roger unleashing his full potential. If Roger were to be likened to an iceberg, then the strength he displayed in everyday life was merely the tip. Even during his encounter with Whitebeard, the battle had not been a do-or-die confrontation. Rayia remained alone in the infirmary, the small wooden door abruptly severing his connection to the cacophony outside. For reasons unknown, no one came to visit him, perhaps out of consideration for his circumstances. This, of course, brought a sigh of relief to Rayia. Faced with the probing questions of those individuals, he was uncertain how he would respond. Aside from some mild discomfort, he was not in dire straits. Hence, Coloca's had only provided him with minimal treatment. Despite his appearance being rather disheveled, Rayia could distinctly sense a surge of power coursing through him, a force so explosive that it felt as if it could detonate at any moment. The ordeal of enduring the blows from Barrett for those fleeting minutes had not been in vain. His attributes had nearly doubled since before the battle, augmented by the powers of Busashoko Haki, Haushika Haki, and the recently acquired would release ninjutsu. Now, Rayia believed that he could at least manage to survive in these waters. He was not naive enough to think that these abilities would allow him to dominate the seas. That was entirely implausible. Even aboard their ship, merely the presence of Rayleigh and Roger would easily overshadow him, for Rayia had yet to fathom the true extent of their powers. Even attempting to assess their strength through the system yielded countless question marks. Reminiscent of facing those ultimate bosses in video games, where every attribute appeared terrifying and limitless, days passed, and Rayia lingered in the infirmary. During this time, apart from Kalokas occasionally bringing him sustenance, no one else visited. Not even the captain, who typically reveled in the company of others. Gradually, Rayia began to feel a sense of ease. The injuries he had sustained were becoming inconsequential. In the infirmary, he dedicated each day to stretching his body, striving to relieve the tension in his muscles. The rapid growth of his strength, speed, and endurance had placed additional strain on his muscles, as his body had yet to adjust to these newfound powers. Thus, he endeavored to help his body adapt to these changes. Stretching his muscles alleviated the pain and discomfort he experienced. Should his muscles remain in a state of tension, it could adversely affect his future combat efficacy. Even if it did not lead to any lasting repercussions, with steady breaths echoing in the infirmary, Rayia recognized that during this recuperative phase, he need not continue training under Rayleigh. However, once he left the infirmary, it was likely he would resume training in the depths of the ocean. Yet, Rayia remained uncertain whether Rayleigh would still take him into the deep sea following his demonstration of wood manipulation abilities or if he would implement a different training regimen. Fortunately, Rayia did not dwell excessively on these uncertainties. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. The situation was as it was. He could only take it one step at a time. After concluding his stretching routine, Rayia stood before the mirror in the infirmary. He could clearly see his reflection. The youthful visage that once appeared somewhat naive now bore a newfound resoluteness. His gaze sharp and filled with determination. The contours of his muscles were strikingly prominent, with the increased mass in his arms, chest, and thighs unmistakably reflecting his enhanced physical condition. Previously, Rayya's physique had leaned towards a lean build. But after this period of training and system enhancement, he had transformed into a muscular figure. Not only had his muscles grown, but his entire frame seemed to have expanded considerably, surpassing even Shanks. It was worth noting that Shanks was his senior by several years. After gazing at himself in the mirror for some time, Rayia wiped the sweat from his brow, donned his clothing, and approached the infirmary door. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the handle. He understood that after spending such a lengthy period in the infirmary, there were certain matters he must confront. With a creak, he pushed the door open. As the door of the infirmary swung open, a cacophony of raucous sounds immediately flooded in. It was evident that the rascals aboard their ship were once again indulging in a grand feast. For pirates, the ability to revel freely upon the vast ocean must surely be the epitome of happiness. Naturally, such merriment comes at a cost, as the libations and various provisions require financial expenditure. Perhaps the only resource that could be had without monetary exchange were the fish from the sea. Regrettably, mere fish would hardly suffice to meet the extravagant demands of their banquet. The clinking of glasses, the sounds of conversation, and the occasional caress of the sea breeze transported Rayia back to a familiar world, a smile gracing his lips. Upon his emergence, several pirates turned their heads, exclaiming, "Hey, Rayia, you finally decided to join us. Come, dance with us. Hurry up, Rayia, we've prepared plenty of rum for you to enjoy." "Heh, Rayia, were you hiding in there on purpose? If you had delayed any longer, we would have devoured all the meat and drink." Amidst their jovial banter, no one inquired about the previous skirmish, warming Rayya's heart. "Bring me a glass of rum and a hefty portion of meat." Rayia grinned. "Go on, you're still a minor. Thinking about drinking. Off you go to play. Rayia, if he wants to serve you, I will. You lot are really something. Enough is enough. All the hard-earned coin is being squandered by you fools." It was Jabba who worried ceaselessly for the crew aboard this ship. While a certain unscrupulous captain cared little for such matters, in fact, this very feast had been initiated by him. That rascal held a large goblet brimming with rum in one hand and a colossal piece of meat in the other. A grin plastered across his face. "Rayia, come over and dance with me." Roger's voice rang out to Rayia. He was quickly pulled into the fray, joining in a bizarre dance that lifted his spirits. The joyous atmosphere washed away all his previous worries, leaving them seemingly vanished. However, one thing did leave him somewhat perturbed: the presence of an unfamiliar individual on their ship, who was now gazing at him with an intense stare. As if he were some exquisite beauty, this sent a chill down Reia's spine. Perhaps that individual harbored resentment for his prior defeat. Wishing to regain face, Reia merely curled his lip in disdain, leaving that individual momentarily stunned. That moment, someone nearby clapped the stranger on the shoulder. "Barrett, what are you dawdling for? Drink up." With that, a pirate presented Barrett with a full glass of rum. Joyful moments are always fleeting. And soon their revelry concluded. Various cups and barrels lay strewn across the deck, as the pirates seemed to forget they were still amidst the perilous sea. "These rascals have truly made a mess of things," Jabba muttered, observing the swaying pirates. Barrett, for reasons unknown, had temporarily remained aboard their vessel. However, the duration of his stay depended on Roger's wishes. Most aboard were oblivious to why Roger had allowed Barrett to remain. Reia, too, was perplexed, well aware that Roger seldom acted within the bounds of reason. They had long since grown accustomed to ITAS as captain. The only option was to follow his lead. For Roger's strength was unfathomable. Even in the face of danger, they were assured of his protection. "Reia, you're growing stronger by the day," Shanks remarked as he approached Reia, a hint of mirth in his eyes. This left Reia uncertain of the intent behind his words. Unlike the others, they had not indulged themselves to the point of inebriation. Instead, they leaned against the railing, gazing out at the encroaching night over the sea. Apart from the rolling waves, silence reigned. The sky resembled a dark tapestry, adorned with countless stars that dazzled the eyes, revealing a unique beauty. Aside from the ship's lanterns, the only illuminations upon the sea were the reflections of those stars. The salty sea breeze offered an inexplicable sense of tranquility. "Shanks, you've grown quite formidable yourself," Reia replied with a smile. No. I fear I might not stand a chance against you now." Shanks shook his head. A touch of melancholy in his gaze, he recalled the vast disparity in strength when Reia first boarded. It had seemed like an insurmountable chasm, indicative of Shanks' own prowess. Yet, with time, even Shanks had been growing. While Reia skyrocketed forward, unleashing Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, culminating in his current peculiar ability to manipulate wood. Such a collection of extraordinary talents in a single individual was truly terrifying. It was likely that even the most renowned pirates would find themselves outmatched by Reia. Barrett served as a prime example. Despite being hailed as the offspring of demons, his defeat at Reia's hands did not signify weakness, but rather underscored Reia's might. Shanks wore a rueful smile, having witnessed the battle between Barrett and Reia. From various perspectives, even if he stood in Reia's shoes, he doubted he could have performed better, perhaps not even as well as Reia. Barrett was undeniably powerful, older than both Reia and Shanks, larger in stature, and with more extensive training. Not to mention, he had served in the military since childhood, amassing a wealth of combat experience. Initially, Shanks had never anticipated that Reia could defeat Barrett. Yet, Reia seemed to be a natural at conjuring miracles, consistently emerging victorious against seemingly stronger foes at times. Shanks even thought Reia was feigning weakness to deceive his opponents. However, had it not been for their prolonged interaction, Shanks might have genuinely believed it. "Reia, your rate of growth is astonishing, so rapid that I find it difficult to keep pace," Shanks finally said after a moment of silence. As a fellow shipmate, no one felt this more acutely than he. Experiencing an overwhelming sense of pressure, Shanks often appeared carefree, treating every situation with nonchalance. But that did not mean he lacked competitiveness, especially when it came to peers. Barring that treasure-obsessed fool, Buggy, those victories were earned through hardship. "I would gladly trade my experiences for yours, Shanks," Reia remarked. The enhancement of Shanks' strength is indeed terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people. After all, a mere teenager possesses such formidable prowess. It is hard to find anyone on the ship who can rival his innate talent. Aside from the now unfathomably powerful figures like Roger and Rayleigh, who belong to an entirely different era, if they were contemporaries, the outcome of their encounters would be rather uncertain. In fact, when it comes to talent, Shanks believes Reia is the strongest among all the individuals he has encountered. Even he himself pales in comparison. His current combat abilities are nothing short of extraordinary, a product of sheer luck. Without the getting stronger by taking hits system, Reia would undoubtedly have been mercilessly beaten by Shanks. Upon hearing this, Shanks paused for a moment. As he reflected, he realized it was indeed true. From the very first battle with Reia, to every subsequent encounter. Rayia had sustained injuries that only grew more severe with each fight. This was certainly noteworthy. Shanks couldn't help but shiver at the thought. If he were to endure what Rayia had, he felt he would be utterly incapable of doing so. However, your ability is truly formidable. With the weight in his heart suddenly lifted, Shanks smiled and said that Raya's achievements today were entirely due to his relentless effort. Enduring blows, what reason did he have to lament his progress? Just because he trained hard, did Rayia not exert himself? Rayleigh's grueling training was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The mere fact that Rayia persisted spoke volumes. By the way, Shanks, what is your dream? Rayia had long pondered this question. It seemed Shanks had little interest in treasures, nor did he exhibit any desire for dominion over the seas. Instead, he appeared to be a pirate in pursuit of freedom. Unencumbered by desires, simply wanting to drift upon the ocean. Shanks chuckled, pausing before answering. He then turned the question back to Rayia, asking, "What is your dream?" This inquiry left Rayia momentarily speechless. What was his dream? To be honest, since arriving in this world, he had never contemplated such a question. Initially, he had merely sought to survive in this unfamiliar place, following the Roger pirates without any particular direction or goal. He had never considered what he needed to accomplish in this world or the life he wished to pursue. Lost in thought, he found himself deep in contemplation. Seeing this, Shanks quickly understood. Rayia, while it may seem that we pirates enjoy great freedom upon the seas, not all pirates share our ideals. There are many who engage in pillaging and destruction. Perhaps their actions have little to do with us, but as long as we maintain our pirate identities, we will inevitably face the disdain of the populace. Suddenly, Rayia asked, "But even so, Shanks, would you choose not to be a pirate?" A bittersweet smile crossed Shanks' face, tinged with pride. "No, I will certainly become a pirate." Being a pirate does not equate to mere slaughter and plunder. Like our captain, we aim to conquer the seas and explore uncharted territories. That, too, is a dream, a goal. A newfound determination glimmered in Shanks' eyes. "So what kind of pirate do you aspire to be, Shanks? What is it that you pursue?" Rayia swiftly returned the question to him. Shanks smirked and replied, "You haven't even told me your own dream yet." Rayia laughed heartily, declaring, "In truth, what one pursues in this world is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is to live. It is only through living that one finds meaning, is it not? Finding meaning in life." "Your perspective is rather novel," Shanks mused, surprised by Rayya's response. "Of course, from a certain viewpoint, it could be considered a commendable answer. And what about you, Shanks? Perhaps it is the pursuit of freedom," Shanks offered, providing a somewhat vague response. Not wishing to pry further, Rayia shifted the topic. "Weren't you with the captain when you arrived in the New World? Tell me, what is the New World like? How does it differ from the previous paradise?" Curiosity shone in Rayya's eyes. He had often heard other pirates discuss the New World aboard the ship, igniting an inexplicable longing within him. Shanks chuckled, saying, "Ah, the New World. It is a wondrous seed." He paused for a moment before continuing. "If we consider the paradise we were in before to be an entry-level challenge, then the New World is akin to a more advanced voyage. A more advanced voyage." Rayia looked at him in confusion. "To put it simply, the waters of the New World surpass paradise in every aspect. For instance, while we may encounter dangers in paradise, such as tumultuous currents and unpredictable weather, these threats, though seemingly lethal, can be navigated safely if we are sufficiently skilled. However, the New World is different. In terms of climate, currents, peculiar islands, and the formidable sea creatures, the level of danger is far greater than what we faced in paradise. While an ordinary pirate might easily survive in paradise, the same cannot be said for the New World. Without adequate strength, venturing into the New World is akin to seeking death. In this realm, the creatures are exceptionally powerful. Just imagine a giant towering over you, standing several dozen meters tall. What kind of sensation would that evoke?" Rayia couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Indeed, if such a terrifying giant appeared before him, he could easily be crushed underfoot. In the New World, various races coexist. Beyond the giants, there are other races with peculiar abilities, which can be quite daunting. Thus, the survival difficulty in the New World has increased significantly due to the presence of such beings. Of course, there are ways to contend with these formidable foes. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, the crew on their ship is already exceedingly powerful. The man known as Whitebeard, who was touted as the strongest in the world, was merely their rival. To completely defeat them would be an impossible feat. Perhaps only after 3 days and nights of fierce combat would a resolution be reached. Naturally, they would avoid such measures unless absolutely necessary. However, Rayia, the new world also presents a challenge for us. Shanks grinned at a challenge. Yes, but one that is exhilarating. Rayia pondered for a moment before speaking. I never expected you to express such sentiments, which are quite contrary to your character. Indeed, it is precisely because of the myriad unknown dangers that exist. We must embark on our voyage to conquer these vast seas. Should we succeed in navigating the Grand Line, it would indeed be unprecedented. Our names will echo throughout the world. Among pirates, there are many who seek renown, driven to piracy for the sake of fame. Simultaneously, they will wield power, capable of dominating a region in a remarkably short span of time. To conquer these seas, Rayia knows that Roger will soon complete the journey along the Grand Line. Perhaps, having accompanied the ship, Rayia will also witness the grandeur at the journey's end. Of course, all of this remains uncertain. Rayia is unaware if Roger's expedition has been altered by his arrival, or if the unfolding events have been influenced by his crossing into this world. Nevertheless, contemplating such matters serves little purpose for Rayia at present. He can only take one step at a time. Only when his strength is sufficiently formidable can he hope to survive in these treacherous waters. In the days that followed, it was rare for Rayleigh to permit Rayia to train in the depths of the sea. Perhaps Rayleigh was considering Rayya's abilities, for regardless of whether Rayia could still swim after employing that would release technique, Rayleigh chose not to have him demonstrate it in such circumstances. It is best to attribute Rayya's capabilities to the powers of a devil fruit. Rayia felt immense gratitude for this. What does it mean to have a master? This is what it means, thoughtfulness in every aspect. Having been under Rayleigh's guidance for so long, calling him master is hardly an exaggeration. However, Rayleigh's decision to withhold deep-sea training did not mean he would simply let Rayia be a rising star within Roger's crew. Rayya's future is filled with promise. Perhaps he is destined to become the next Roger, and Rayleigh will undoubtedly nurture him with care. Thus, on Roger's ship, a peculiar scene unfolded. Nearby, someone lounged in a chair, while not far away on the deck, another person was seen trudging forward, a massive barbell hoisted upon his back. Sweat pouring down his face, his complexion flushed. This created a stark contrast between two extremes. Hey, Buggy, don't take it too far, Rayia remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he glanced at Buggy, who reclined comfortably in his chair, drink in hand. Savoring a meal of ribs, he looked utterly content. Look at you, Rayia. If I were you, I wouldn't have chosen to train with Rayleigh. That guy really pushes you to your limits. Buggy mumbled through a mouthful of food. It's much better to be like me. Finding treasure maps doesn't require excessive strength. Buggy's obsession with treasure maps was significant, yet his aspirations for personal strength were not as lofty. Perhaps he believed his current abilities were sufficient to uncover hidden treasures. Rayia could not fathom where this confidence stemmed from, but now was not the time for such considerations. Whoa, Rayia exclaimed, narrowly avoiding having the enormous barbell crash onto his foot. If he were to injure himself in such a manner, Buggy would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. What further irked Rayia was that Shanks was nearby, lounging with his legs crossed, watching him train with apparent amusement. Hey, Shanks, what happened to your promise to work hard, to become stronger? Just recently, Shanks had expressed pressure over their training, yet now he casually observed Rayya's exertions. It was infuriating. Fortunately, a flicker of solace appeared as a figure suddenly burst forth from the depths of the sea. Crashing onto the deck of the ship, water cascading off him, his robust muscles were immediately evident. It was Barrett, the one they had rescued earlier. It remained uncertain whether Barrett lingered on the ship to surpass Rayia or Roger. Simultaneously, while Rayia trained, this individual was also engaged in rigorous exercise, employing a training regimen that could rival even Rayleigh's. In the depths of the ocean, it seemed that Rayleigh was not the only one who trained in such a manner. Unlike Rayia, however, Barrett did not confine himself to shallow waters. He typically dove deep into the abyss. It is important to note that the sea exerts pressure, making movement difficult for humans unaccustomed to underwater life. And they must also contend with the fearsome sea kings, the sovereigns of the ocean, who find it all too easy to deal with a mere human. Of course, some exceptionally gifted individuals are exceptions to this rule. Barrett's underwater dives not only reached remarkable depths, but he also managed to hold his breath for increasingly longer durations. What was even more astonishing was his ability to confront sea kings barehanded, and not merely to confront them, but to emerge victorious. From a certain perspective, this ability eclipsed even Rayya's prowess. While Rayia could indeed slay Sea Kings, it was under arduous conditions, far from the ease with which Barrett accomplished this feat. This glaring contrast only accentuated Barrett's formidable talent. The surrounding pirates marveled at the spectacle. Ever since Barrett had joined the ship, they had inexplicably gained a monster among them, leaving even the seasoned pirates at a loss for words. The younger generation of pirates seemed to surpass each other in their extraordinary abilities at that moment. Many were likely aware that they had been overtaken by the rising tide of new talent. Truly, the waves of the sea push forward the next generation. While the previous one succumbs to the sands of time, the pirates pondered. Barrett's gaze settled upon Rayia, even amidst his training, his eyes radiating a hint of challenge. Clearly, this individual was brimming with competitive spirit. Rayia could only disregard such a gaze. Initially, he may have felt unsettled by Barrett, but as time passed, he grew indifferent. Let him watch. I won't easily engage in a fight with him, he thought, while simultaneously feeling disinclined to compete. Yet, despite his mental resolve, Rayya's body remained honest. With a resounding effort, he hoisted the massive barbell effortlessly. Presenting a relaxed demeanor that astonished those around him, it is essential to recognize that the barbell Rayia lifted was specially crafted, its weight comparable to that of an ordinary Sea King. For an average person, merely lifting it would pose a significant challenge, let alone raising it with one's body. The sheer force required, coupled with the strength of his back, allowed him to control such an immense weight. Was this not the epitome of abnormality? Thus, the two prodigies continued their silent contest. Buggy cast a glance at the ongoing rivalry between Barrett and Rayia, recognizing that since Barrett's arrival, the atmosphere aboard the ship had transformed dramatically. Shanks shrugged his shoulders. But Shanks, my friend, why aren't you joining them for training? Buggy chomped down on a sizable piece of meat as he spoke. Shanks merely shrugged again and replied, "What's the joy in training when one could be drinking and feasting?" It seemed to resonate with some truth. That Rayia is just too foolish. Why toil so hard in training? Is he aiming to conquer this vast sea? As long as we follow Captain Roger, we'll be just fine. Captain Roger is an invincible force upon these waters. As long as we're aboard the ship, there's little to worry about. Besides, I will accumulate more treasure maps. At the mention of treasure maps, Buggy's eyes sparkled with excitement, oblivious to the grease that dripped onto his clothes. Were a treasure map to appear, Buggy, currently indulging in his meal, would surely lose his composure. Life upon the sea can sometimes be monotonous and dreary. After all, they would not encounter an island anytime soon in the Grand Line. Reaching the next island relies heavily on the Eternal Log Pose. The Eternal Log Pose is an essential navigational tool for pirates and the Navy alike. The weather and ocean currents in the Grand Line are notoriously capricious. A conventional map is utterly useless for locating the next island. The so-called Eternal Log Pose, however, consistently points towards the next island, regardless of the shifting currents and weather conditions. This greatly enhances the chances of survival while at sea. Yet, relying solely on the Eternal Log Pose does not guarantee a safe arrival at the next island. Numerous dangers lurk in the waters ahead. Sea Kings, turbulent currents, and unpredictable weather at such times. A highly skilled navigator is indispensable, but a typical navigator can adjust the ship's course in response to the weather and currents, ensuring that the direction toward the next island remains unchanged. Otherwise, reaching the next island would be left entirely to chance, a gamble that only those who have consumed the luck fruit could survive. Moreover, having a navigator capable of predicting the weather while at sea would be akin to having wings. Talented navigators are rare, and those with the extraordinary ability to forecast weather are even more so. Of course, even with a skilled navigator, survival on the seas cannot be assured that a navigator's combat prowess is ultimately limited. As the saying goes, each profession has its specialization. If a navigator excels in combat as well, their unique talent would make them a prized possession among countless pirates and even the Navy. Possessing such talent is the most crucial condition for conquering the seas. Take, for instance, Kazuki Odin from the Roger Pirates. Not only does he possess extraordinary combat skills, but he can also decipher the Poneglyphs. This makes him an exceptional talent in their quest to find the final island on the Grand Line. The content of the Poneglyphs is of paramount importance. This explains why Roger sought to poach members from the Whitebeard pirates. Naturally, combatants are also vital. Without sufficient fighting power, they stand little chance against rival pirates or their sworn enemies in the Navy. Why haven't we reached the next island yet? I'm nearly bored to death, Buggy exclaimed, tossing aside the remnants of his meal and resting his chin on the table, his gaze fixed on the droplets of water dancing upon its surface. Beside him, Shanks remained remarkably calm, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Nearby, the other pirates were engaged in clandestine wagers concerning the ongoing contest between Reiya and Barrett. Meanwhile, their captain and first mate sat on the deck, each on a small stool, fishing rods in hand. However, their rods had been idle for quite some time, seemingly devoid of any action. Damn it, after all this time, not a single fish is bitten, Roger cursed vehemently. Is something wrong with the bait? He yanked up his fishing rod, only for Rayleigh to notice the oddity dangling from it, causing his lips to twitch in amusement. What do you expect with that thing? It's a miracle if any fish would bite. Hanging from Roger's rod was a piece of rubber. What is this? I thought it would taste good. Taste good, my foot. Rayleigh rolled his eyes in exasperation. You haven't caught any fish either, have you? Roger retorted with a smirk. That moment, beneath the water, a massive shadow stirred. Soon, it approached beneath their vessel, and the surrounding waters darkened as if ink had been spilled. The atmosphere around the ship shifted dramatically. With a sudden splash, the sea erupted, and a colossal creature surged forth from the depths that a sea king. Its two lantern-sized eyes gazed dispassionately at the crew aboard the ship, its gaping maw resembling a black hole eager to consume everything in its path. The length of its fangs could rival that of an adult human, casting an eerie and unsettling presence. Under the light, the fangs glimmered coldly, exuding a chilling aura. Moreover, amidst those sharp teeth, an array of smaller fish could be seen. This sea king bore a serpentine form, yet was not quite a serpent. It had two long whiskers resembling those of a catfish, but even that comparison fell short. Its tongue split like a snake's fork, and its lower half resembled that of a lizard. This bizarre amalgamation of features left one at a loss for what to call it. Thankfully, such odd yet gargantuan creatures are collectively referred to as sea kings at sea. The sea king scanned the ship's crew with a detached gaze, its pupils reflecting a flicker of human-like astonishment. Shouldn't these individuals be trembling in fear? Shouldn't their faces be painted with terror? It recalled how previous pirates it had encountered would collapse in abject horror at its mere appearance, some even losing control of their bladders. It relished the sensation of instilling fear in others. Hey, you! Is this the reason I can't catch any fish? You've devoured them all. A voice rang out, followed by a figure looking up at the creature. Before the immense sea king, that human seemed insignificantly small. With a mere opening of its mouth, it could easily tear him apart. Such a diminutive human dared to act so brazenly before it, truly a provocation to its dominance as the Sea King. The colossal creature let out a roar, its mouth agape, releasing a torrent of foul-smelling saliva. It appeared poised to swallow the entire ship whole. Yet, at that moment, none aboard the vessel exhibited any signs of panic. They continued their jovial banter, seemingly unfazed. Hey, what are you all doing? Hurry up and deal with this beast. It's about to swallow us whole. As Baki's voice resonated, his eyes widened in astonishment upon encountering the colossal sea creature. Having never before laid eyes on such a magnificent marine beast, he sprang up from his reclining chair. Yet, the individual beside him cast a fleeting glance and remarked nonchalantly, Baki, it has been quite some time. Have you yet to acclimatize to such sights? There is no need for us to fret over these things. With that, the person broke into a smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. At that moment, a figure leaped into the air. You scoundrel! Eating my fish was one thing, but now you wish to consume my ship. Have you even considered my feelings? Roger soared into the sky, his height utterly absurd, resembling a great rock in mid-flight. Before the massive sea creature, he appeared as diminutive as an ant, yet his expression bore no trace of fear. Divine escape, he cried, drawing his blade from his waist. A crimson glow emanated from the blade as an energy surged outward. The flash of the sword cut through the air. In the next instant, the immense sea creature's movements halted abruptly, as if a pause button had been pressed. Mere seconds later, a fountain of blood erupted from the creature, which astonishingly split in two. Even in its severed state, the creatures have still loomed large, akin to small hills. Yet, despite its size, it succumbed to Roger's strike. Its life extinguished. One could only imagine the creature's bewilderment at meeting its end at the hands of a mere human. Of course, it had no time to react. It simply departed this world in tranquility. The crew aboard Roger's ship could only marvel at their captain's formidable strength. They quickly regained their composure, for seasoned sailors had long grown accustomed to such displays of power. Only Barrett's pupils constricted sharply. his mouth agape. Had it not been for his typically stern demeanor, one might have expected his jaw to drop to the ground in astonishment. This, of course, spoke volumes about the shock that gripped Barrett's heart. Could he ever achieve such might? Could he wield such power with such ease? Having long desired to challenge Roger, he was painfully aware of his own limitations, at least for the moment. However, this did not preclude the possibility of future growth. Thus, he plunged once more into the depths of the sea, training with renewed fervor. Reia, witnessing this, was not one to be outdone. How could he allow Barrett to outpace him, even with the strength through beating system? One could never afford to become complacent. While this system did enhance physical attributes, mastery over one's body required extensive training to ensure every ounce of strength was harnessed effectively. Only then could he aspire to become a more powerful version of himself. Meanwhile, Roger and Rayleigh paid little heed to such concerns. In the absence of fish, the enormous sea creature had become their sustenance. As time flowed by, they found themselves adrift at sea for nearly half a month. Just as ennui began to settle in, a pirate stationed at the lookout suddenly shouted, "Land ho! I see land." His voice brimmed with excitement, akin to a husband eagerly awaiting the birth of his child. The other crew members, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of energy surge through them. Many rushed to the deck, gazing towards the horizon, where the outline of land materialized before their eyes. They were on the verge of landing on another island, one that appeared significantly larger than any they had previously visited. At last, land. Thank the heavens, they exclaimed. After such a long time at sea, I was about to go mad. Finally, I can replenish my supplies. I must hurry to purchase some goods that I want to see some beauties. Being surrounded by men aboard this ship makes even a sea creature seem handsome. You pervert, but do include me in the adventure. In the midst of the pirates' fervent excitement, the ship seemed to sail with renewed vigor. Soon, they arrived near the land. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was even larger than they had anticipated, likely home to a vast and powerful nation. As their pirate ship approached the coastline, they beheld the flag flying over the territory. Alabasta. They had arrived in Alabasta. From the shoreline, the view revealed a landscape dotted with numerous buildings, densely packed and seemingly countless. Even from a distance, Reia and his companions could discern the bustling throngs of people. Viewed from above, their figures resembled ants scurrying across the ground. Yet, as pirates, they cared little for the nature of this place. As long as it provided them with supplies, it was a favorable destination, especially if it held tales of historical significance. Prepare to disembark. Roger's voice rang out across the ocean. Aye, the crew responded in unison. Under normal circumstances, had they wished to land in such a nation, they would typically seek an unguarded location. In large countries, docks and coastlines were usually heavily fortified. However, this time, Roger and his crew found it peculiar that, despite evident signs of stationed guards along the coastline, not a single soul was in sight. It was as if the soldiers had utterly neglected their posts. What is going on? Where is everyone? How strange, Roger mused, scratching his head in confusion. Never mind. Let's just land first. In this country, where no one seemed to pay them any mind, Roger and his crew quickly found a suitable spot to anchor. Smoothly executing the necessary maneuvers to disembark, a throng of them boldly set foot on the land. They walked several dozen meters forward, yet not a single figure was visible in the clearly fortified areas. This left Roger and his crew exchanging bewildered glances. Should this happen to ordinary folk, they might be gripped by unease, perhaps even retreating in fear. After all, such a scenario typically hinted at something sinister lurking nearby. Even if nothing was amiss, it surely indicated that something significant was afoot. In the face of potential danger, self-preservation would be paramount. However, they were the Roger pirates, and their captain was a man who thrived on adventure. Rather than inducing fear, this scene sparked a thrill within him. The other pirates, equally bold, felt no trepidation in the face of the unknown. Thus, they began their journey into the kingdom, traversing freely without a single inquiry. Before long, they found themselves on the streets of this kingdom, flanked by houses constructed of packed earth. Despite its somewhat shabby appearance, there were still exquisite elements to be found. It seemed to possess a certain charm reflective of the local customs and culture. However, it did not take long for Roger and his companions to sense something amiss. The houses lining the streets were not only tightly shut, but the vibrant scene of bustling crowds they had witnessed before landing appeared to be nothing but an illusion. Here, there was nothing. an overwhelming emptiness that evoked a sense of desolation. What could be the reason for this? Why did everything seem so strange? Rayleigh voiced his confusion. Could it be that the locals have all vacated? Roger chuckled and replied, even if they have left, it shouldn't be that everyone is gone. Besides, didn't we see people on the streets earlier? It does seem that way. Perhaps they have hidden themselves upon seeing our pirate ship dock. Such scenarios were not unheard of. Generally, when pirates land, the inhabitants of the area become exceedingly vigilant. Particularly in places that have frequently suffered under pirate raids, the locals would be especially wary, often retreating into their homes. Yet, this did not seem typical of such a large nation, Rayleigh remarked in confusion. Indeed, in smaller locales, encountering pirates might leave the residents feeling helpless, but a vast country like Alabasta would not react in such a manner. Such nations typically possess their own armed forces. Moreover, even if things were dire, the king of this land would not easily submit to pirates. Who knows? Regardless, as long as we can find what we seek. It matters not. One pirate interjected. That's a fair point. Rayleigh mused, deciding not to dwell on these concerns any longer. They had arrived at this place and could only proceed step by step. Surely they wouldn't just return to their ship? Even the Navy would not act so rashly. They began their search for taverns and other places of commerce within the country. Yet, after several minutes of wandering, they found no such establishments. Perhaps the shopkeepers had all taken refuge, or perhaps something else was afoot. What should they do now? Just as the group was engulfed in perplexity, Rayleigh abruptly turned his head. Simultaneously, he raised one foot and delivered a swift kick into the air. A sharp attack materialized seemingly from nowhere, hurtling into the distance with a resounding thud. The impact suggested it had struck something solid. The speed of the action was so rapid that the others only reacted after it had occurred. They turned in unison to witness a figure collapsing to the ground, evidently knocked down by Rayleigh. Perhaps to spare the individual, Rayleigh had held back his strength, for the figure appeared to be only slightly injured. Finally, there was someone. A pirate dashed forward, eager to interrogate the person. Suddenly, the pirate froze. What is this? His face paled. What's wrong? The others inquired, hastening to catch up. Soon, they understood the reason behind the pirate's alarm. The figure struck by Rayleigh was not a human at all. To be precise, it was a zombie. Its emaciated form bore no trace of color, its head wrapped in white bandages, and its mouth was a grotesque sight, with only a few decayed teeth remaining. The pale violet hue of its skin sent shivers down their spines. This is a zombie. To be honest, it was Rayleigh's first encounter with such a being since arriving in this world. The withered body, combined with its eerie wounds, left no doubt regarding its identity. But why would there be zombies here? After all, this was Alabasta. Be careful, Shanks's voice rang out. Rayleigh snapped back to reality and looked up. Surrounding them were numerous shadows rushing toward them. Instinctively, he kicked out, sending one of the figures flying. However, it felt as though he had struck not a living being, but rather a structure, perhaps one made of bones or some other material. The sensation was distinctly odd. As they finally discerned the true nature of these shadows, a collective gasp escaped from most of them. Zombies. They were utterly surrounded by a throng of the undead. Wow, so many zombies. Where did they come from? Roger's voice echoed, not laced with fear, but rather tinged with excitement. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the zombies. Had he not been so puzzled by the situation, he would have already begun to dissect them for study. Roger boldly stepped forward and seized one of the zombies, leaving it bewildered. Hey, I'm a zombie. Aren't you supposed to be afraid of me? The creature grimaced, attempting to showcase its ferocity. Slap. Roger struck the gaunt face with a resounding smack. The zombie's head spun in response to the force, stars dancing before its eyes. What was happening? Under the immense power, its head performed a full 360-degree rotation. As this unfolded, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Roger's eyes. Akin to a child discovering a fascinating new toy. With a series of slaps, the zombie's head spun uncontrollably, resembling a top. In that moment, the vacant eyes of the zombie conveyed a sense of helplessness. As if pleading for rescue from its fellow undead, the sudden appearance of these zombies left Roger's crew astonished, but they quickly regained their composure. The zombies shrieked and charged toward Roger and his companions. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to engage in battle just after their arrival. The pirates stretched their muscles, observing the horde of zombies charging towards them. With a fierce determination, they unleashed their fists, sending one zombie flying with a single blow. Among the pirates, some wielded their feet, Others brandished guns, and some brandished knives as they plunged into the mass of undead. The zombies were sent sprawling. Showing no signs of resistance whatsoever to Roger's crew resembled a tiger unleashed among sheep, as zombies continued to fall one after another. This was Reia's first encounter with such creatures, and to be frank, these zombies were not particularly formidable. Their strength lay solely in their overwhelming numbers. Ordinary attacks failed to inflict any significant harm upon them. Even what would be considered fatal injuries to an average person seemed to have little effect on the latter. These creatures were indeed a nuisance. Reiya furrowed his brow, pondering the predicament they found themselves in. Upon landing, he enveloped his fists in the armor of Haki, striking the zombies with a punch that elicited anguished cries. The impact of Haki-infused attacks was entirely different from regular assaults. If typical attacks merely struck the zombies' physical or magical defenses, only those with sufficient power could cause real damage. Haki, on the other hand, represented genuine harm. Regardless of the defenses the zombies might possess, it could directly inflict injury. Under Reia's onslaught, a significant number of zombies quickly fell. Beside him, Barrett refused to be outdone, determined not to lag behind Reiya. Together, their relentless assault caused the zombies to collapse in droves. The other pirates were not far behind, for they were members of Roger's crew after all. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the zombies surrounding them lay incapacitated. "Goodness, there are far too many zombies here," exclaimed one pirate, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Something must have gone awry in this country." Rayleigh frowned, voicing his concerns. At that moment, the creaking sound of a door opening resonated from a nearby residence. The door cracked open slightly, and those present, not being ordinary folk, could sense the tension in the air. Peering through the gap was a pair of cautious eyes, observing them intently. So there are people here. I was beginning to wonder where everyone had gone. Roger's figure suddenly appeared before the door, startling the person behind it. Shortly after, several more individuals emerged from within, their gazes wary as they scrutinized Roger and his crew. "Rest assured, do not be afraid. We mean you no harm," Roger said with a broad smile, revealing 2 rows of pristine teeth. Behind him, the other pirates couldn't help but smirk at his audacity. Whoever claimed to be a good person, especially in the guise of a pirate? Fortunately, the occupants of the house seemed to have noticed the fallen zombies, and their scrutiny of Roger softened. "You aren't allied with those people, are you?" inquired a young man. Roger shook his head, chuckling. "How could we possibly be associated with them?" Upon hearing this, the creaking of doors filled the air as more individuals stepped outside, revealing a distinct foreign charm. This was hardly surprising, as Roger and his crew had already discerned that they had landed in a desert kingdom, characterized by sweltering heat that left one drenched in sweat just from walking. The ground was strewn with sand, the temperature of which made it unmistakably clear just how scorching it was. These individuals were evidently locals, having taken refuge inside their homes, likely due to some recent upheaval. Reiya, recalling the earlier zombies, deduced that this place had likely suffered an invasion. "We have been invaded," confirmed the young man, validating Reia's suspicions. The expressions of the other residents were marked by indignation and despair, hinting at the severity of their plight. "What on earth has transpired here?" Perhaps seeing the strength of Roger and his crew, or perhaps out of sheer desperation, the young man divulged the entire situation. Not long ago, a band of pirates had descended upon Alabasta, a significant nation along the Grand Line. The appearance of pirates was not particularly remarkable. Typically, their National Guard could handle ordinary marauders. However, this time, the pirates were anything but ordinary. Upon disembarking from their ship, they began clamoring to seize control of the kingdom. Naturally, a nation with its own armed forces would not submit easily, leading to escalating tensions that swiftly erupted into conflict. Initially, Alabasta dismissed the pirates as inconsequential. After all, as a large nation, they had encountered countless pirates before. Even if their guards were outmatched, their sheer numbers could overwhelm many high-bounty criminals. Yet, this time, Alabasta miscalculated. Although the number of pirates appeared limited, their leader seemed capable of manipulating shadows. During the battle, a horde of zombies emerged, quickly turning the tide against Alabasta. Perhaps before the onslaught of the undead, they had still possessed a fighting chance against the pirates. However, with the overwhelming tide of zombies, they found themselves at a complete disadvantage, suffering defeat after defeat. Thus, the pirates advanced triumphantly to the gates of the Alabasta Palace, while throughout the kingdom, the streets were overrun with these non-human creatures. The citizens dared not venture outside, each one sealing their doors and windows tightly. Fortunately, the zombies showed no inclination to break in. Otherwise, Alabasta would surely have been awash in blood. For ordinary people, confronting these zombies was akin to lambs facing a tiger, with no capacity for retaliation. Nonetheless, even under such circumstances, many residents were caught unawares, falling victim to the zombies. Once deceased, it appeared that the residents transformed into zombies themselves, causing their numbers to swell. Now, Alabasta was perilously close to becoming a kingdom of the undead. In their despair, the arrival of Roger and his crew sparked a glimmer of hope among the residents. Although they were unaware of Roger's true identity as a pirate, the mere ability to vanquish the zombies imbued them with a sense of salvation. However, had the citizens of Alabasta known that Roger and his crew were also pirates, one could only speculate whether they would have mustered the courage to confide in them. As Roger absorbed the gravity of the situation, his smile gradually faded. It was evident they had encountered a band of nefarious pirates, starkly different from themselves. These marauders were notorious for their brutality, capable of commanding the undead. Could it be that they were dealing with that infamous newcomer? Gecko Moria? Jabba exclaimed in astonishment. The crowd simultaneously turned their gazes towards him. Among those aboard their ship, if anyone possessed a profound understanding of the other pirates roaming the vast seas, it would undoubtedly be Jabba. As the third in command, he had to cultivate self-reliance amidst an unreliable captain and an indifferent first mate, striving diligently for the survival of their pirate crew. Jabba was clearly a paragon of this endeavor. He elaborated, stating that he was the captain of the fearsome three-masted ship, a supernova with a bounty of 200 million. As his words settled, the nearby residents gasped in shock. They could hardly fathom that they had encountered such a terrifying pirate. A bounty of 200 million implied immense power. Could Alabasta truly withstand such a force? How could such a pirate possibly appear here? Little did they know that the pirate before them was even more formidable. A figure with a bounty surpassing that of Roger. Had they been aware, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear. Ha ha ha, Moonlight Moria, how intriguing. He can manipulate these zombies. Roger laughed heartily. Jabba cast a glance at him. Understanding immediately what Roger was likely contemplating, it was evident that he intended to involve himself in the forthcoming battle for Alabasta. Initially, they had received word that the king of Alabasta seemed to know the whereabouts of the Poneglyph. Upon boarding, aside from acquiring supplies, they could also inquire about the Poneglyph from the king. However, they feared that approaching him might be futile, given their identities as pirates. Moreover, it was unlikely that he would divulge such information without reason. Now, an opportunity lay before them that if they could drive away Moonlight Moria, they believed that the grateful king of Alabasta would most likely share the information regarding the Poneglyph. This Moonlight Moria was capable of controlling zombies due to his devil fruit ability. Oh, so he is indeed a devil fruit user. Jabba continued. His ability is the shadow fruit, which allows him to steal other shadows. By injecting these shadows into corpses, he creates zombies. This explains why he commands such a formidable zombie army. Following Jabba's explanation, the crowd quickly grasped the situation. Undeniably, Moonlight Moria's powers were formidable. The ability to manipulate shadows posed a significant challenge. After all, in conventional combat, one could still engage in direct confrontation. However, shadows were not something one could easily control. Let us confront this fellow, Roger declared with excitement. Disregarding the apprehensions of the other pirates exchanged uneasy glances. Hey, Jabba, is there any effective method to deal with Moonlight Moria? Jabba shook his head, responding, not at the moment, but we must be vigilant of our shadows and ensure he does not seize them. What happens if we do? Well, just take a look at those zombies over there. Jabba pointed at the nearby undead. I certainly do not wish to end up like that. The situation was indeed precarious. While the other pirates grumbled, Rayleigh wore a relaxed expression, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. Rayleigh, given how formidable Moonlight Moria's abilities are, perhaps we should reconsider, Buggy whispered to Rayleigh. Rayleigh glanced at him, asking, What? Are you afraid? Afraid? How could I, Buggy, possibly be afraid? Buggy feigned calmness as he laughed. But Buggy, do you truly wish to abstain from this encounter? Suddenly, Shanks interjected. Of course, a character like that doesn't require my intervention. You all can handle it without me, Buggy asserted with conviction. However, Buggy, I've heard that Alabasta possesses a plethora of treasure maps. Upon the mention of treasure maps, Buggy's expression instantly changed. His breathing grew heavier. Shanks, are you serious? Absolutely, why would I lie? Just think about it. Alabasta is such a vast nation. It's improbable that it wouldn't have a single treasure map. Buggy contemplated this, realizing the logic behind it. That despicable Moonlight Moria dares to bully the innocent. I, Buggy, cannot stand for such cowardice. This time, I shall take it upon myself to confront him. Remember, I am not doing this for treasure, but to uphold justice. Moonlight Moria, the villainous pirate, deserves to be brought to justice, Buggy declared with a stance of righteousness. But Buggy, aren't you a pirate as well? That's different. We are pirates who represent justice. We are not like them. I believe that the King of Alabasta will graciously provide us with the treasure maps. Buggy spoke. Shanks exchanged knowing glances with Rayleigh, who bore a smile. Only the allure of treasure could provoke such fervor in Buggy. Alabasta, a grand nation along the Grand Line, boasted vast lands and a populous citizenry. Its royal palace was equally magnificent. Yet, on this day, the palace's exterior was besieged by a horde of grotesquely moving zombies. A sight most macabre. At the forefront of this legion stood a tall man clad in peculiar attire, a shirt with a bat-like collar and Gothic-style garments. His appearance was strikingly unusual, reminiscent of a demon. Capable of terrifying even the youngest of children. Two horns protruded from the sides of his forehead, and his ears and teeth were sharp. He let out a strange laugh. Cobra, have you yet to surrender? You cannot hope to defeat my army of zombies. Surrender this nation to me, and I shall lead you into a new era. His shrill voice echoed throughout the palace. At the entrance of the palace, an abundance of guards in uniforms stood resolute, yet they were vastly outmatched by the dense throng of zombies. Within the grand hall of the palace, a man paced restlessly, his face etched with worry. What shall we do now? We cannot allow that fiend to prevail. However, you have witnessed the might of those zombies firsthand. How can we possibly contend with such overwhelming numbers? Our forces have already suffered heavy casualties. If this continues, all of Alabasta's decades of effort will be in vain. Your Majesty, please devise a plan. Indeed, we are running out of time. Not far from the man, a group of individuals clad in ministerial attire were engaged in animated discussion, their voices overlapping in a cacophony. This only served to deepen the furrows of concern etched upon the man's brow as he paced restlessly. The garments he wore unmistakably signified his rank. He was none other than Kabura, the reigning king of Alabastan. Silence, all of you. Is the chaos not already sufficient? Kabura's voice thundered, resonating with authority. In such tumultuous circumstances, the more anxious one became, the more disarrayed their thoughts. Regrettably, amidst this extreme turmoil, the ministers found themselves at a loss, momentarily stripped of any coherent strategy. Even in response to Kabura's commanding shouts, their reactions were tepid at best, infuriating. What a useless lot. Kabura silently berated them. In calmer times, these ministers had been eager to showcase their capabilities, yet when the moment of truth arrived, they shrank back like turtles retreating into their shells. Alas, it seemed that there were no further options available. All possible reinforcements had already been summoned, leaving uncertainty as to whether they would arrive. Regardless of their potential arrival, Alabastan possessed its own inherent glory. We cannot remain idle, waiting for so-called reinforcements. We cannot afford to linger indefinitely. Kabura was acutely aware of the dire situation they faced. I have made my decision. His voice cut through the clamor, instantly silencing the ministers. They looked up earnestly, hoping he would devise a plan to salvage their nation. Alabastan shall not capitulate without a fight. Should those pirates refuse to withdraw, we will have no choice but to battle to the bitter end. His words resonated with conviction, but with our current forces, it is impossible to defeat those zombies. Indeed, are we not courting death? Perhaps surrender would be our wisest course. As these words escaped one minister's lips, Kabura's piercing gaze fell upon him. If you are so eager to surrender, perhaps you should lead the way. The minister trembled, realizing his error. He quickly bowed his head, muttering, "It is my foolish tongue to blame." With that, he struck his own mouth in a self-reproachful gesture, a display of fortitude. Kabura, however, had no desire to dwell on such trivialities at this critical juncture. Alabastan has endured numerous hardships throughout its existence. Countless heroes have sacrificed themselves so that we might attain our current status. We cannot allow what our forebears fought for to fall into the hands of others. In the face of such ferocious pirates, Alabastan shall never bend the knee. Even in death, we shall do so for the sake of our honor. His voice echoed throughout the palace, resonating with the guards standing vigilant. Trained rigorously, both physically and mentally, These soldiers embodied the glory of Alabasta, unwilling to let their honor dim, even at the cost of their lives. With Kabura's resolute decision, a newfound determination flickered across the faces of the soldiers, as they now stood poised for a fight to the death. "Let us battle for our honor. To arms," they cried. Their voices united against the accursed pirates. "Fight!" The entire guard surged with a formidable vigor, causing Moria outside to shudder. "If these fools are so intent on their demise, I shall oblige them, turning them into members of my zombie legion." His face darkened as he commanded, "Prepare the onslaught. Kill." The throngs of zombies surged towards the palace, while the guards brandished their weapons to repel the approaching horde. In truth, the professional guards of Alabasta were not inferior in combat prowess to the zombies. In fact, they surpassed them significantly. Yet, the zombies, though inflicting minimal damage, possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Even when pierced by the guards' blades, they would not succumb. Indeed, they were already dead, and in their current state, their bodies remained unscathed. Even if the guards succeeded in decapitating them, the zombies could merely retrieve their heads and reattach them. A most exasperating predicament for the guards. They wished fervently that those formidable pirates lacked the ability of Haki. If they possessed such a skill, the zombies would hardly pose a threat. However, if they were capable of wielding it, Haki would not be so rare in this world. The two sides clashed fiercely. The air filled with cries of battle, mingled with the sounds of clashing metal. Occasionally, the sickening sound of blades piercing flesh could be heard. Yet, the razor-sharp weapons failed to draw blood from the zombies. They had long since ceased to possess any. They fought merely with their decaying shells, relying solely on the shadows that enveloped them. The vicinity of the palace had become a veritable hellscape. With guards falling one after another, Alabasta's guard was indeed vast, numbering upwards of 600,000. Regrettably, the opposing zombie legion commanded by Moria could perpetually increase in number, whenever a shadow was stolen or a soldier perished on the battlefield. Injecting the shadow into the corpse would spawn yet another zombie. Thus, the ranks of their army dwindled, while Moria's undead forces multiplied. In light of this grim reality, it was truly a wonder that Alabasta could perceive any hope. Of course, the notion of capturing the leader first had crossed their minds. However, contemplating it was far removed from executing it. Moria's position remained ensconced amidst the throng of zombies to reach him. They would have to traverse through the dense mass of undead. Furthermore, they were uncertain whether they could even defeat Moria. His demonstrated abilities thus far had solely involved controlling the zombies, yet none present believed that was his only power. Otherwise, his bounty would not have reached 200 million. Ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that Alabasta lacked particularly formidable individuals. Had there been any capable of matching Moria, the pressure on their forces would have significantly eased. As long as the zombies ceased to multiply, a glimmer of victory remained within reach. Yet now, they were akin to a machine, expending their last vestiges of strength to combat the relentless undead. As the zombies drew ever closer, threatening to breach the palace, the ministers within displayed expressions of despair and terror. Suddenly, at the periphery of the zombie horde, a multitude of zombies began to ascend into the air. Crackling sounds erupted as large clusters of zombies collapsed, accompanied by a surge of energy rippling through the edges of the battlefield. Moria was the first to sense this anomaly, quickly turning to investigate. "What is happening?" He gazed at the levitating zombies with a mixture of bewilderment and apprehension. His eyes fell upon the cause of this chaos. His pupils constricted sharply. He beheld a group of over a dozen individuals charging towards the horde of zombies. Their expressions remarkably relaxed and at ease. In the face of what would ordinarily be considered formidable adversaries, these zombies appeared to be nothing more than mere chickens before a hawk, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Who on earth are these people? The distance was too great for Moria to discern their faces clearly. However, the sight of his own zombie legion being vanquished ignited a fierce rage within him. "All of you advance, stop them," he bellowed. A throng of zombies surged towards the group of individuals. That moment, the foremost among them suddenly lifted his head, fixing his gaze upon Moria amidst the sea of zombies, and broke into a wide grin, revealing gleaming white teeth that shone conspicuously in the light. A chill ran down Moria's spine, leaving him horrified. Who is this person to evoke such a sensation in him? Meanwhile, within the palace, the once despondent Cobra and his entourage suddenly noticed that the relentless advance of the zombies seemed to have slowed. To their astonishment, a significant number of zombies began retreating. What on earth is happening? The zombies obstructed their view, rendering them unable to ascertain the unfolding events behind them, thus leaving them oblivious to the unexpected turn of events. Fortunately, the palace was not a single story. Cobra hurriedly ascended to the second floor, where he was met with a shocking sight. Amongst the throng of undead, the group of over a dozen individuals stood firm, as if they were boulders amidst a raging river. The oncoming tide of zombies was effortlessly repelled, crashing against them like waves against rock. Who are these people? Cobra pondered, a mixture of confusion, excitement, and relief flooding through him. Regardless of their identities, their presence had alleviated the tension for Alabasta, at least momentarily. Other ministers, arriving shortly thereafter, too beheld this remarkable scene. Wonderful. At last, someone is dealing with this terrifying foe. Who could they be? One could only hope they would be able to subdue Moria, regardless of their identities. As long as they could eliminate these zombies, they would be hailed as heroes of Alabasta. The ministers were positively ecstatic, with some even kneeling upon the ground, weeping with joy. No one could fathom the terror an ordinary person felt in the face of such monsters, akin to a taut string suddenly released from tension. Indeed, there are a great many zombies. Reia, your speed appears rather sluggish. Humph, Reia scoffed, shooting a disgruntled glance at Jabba after plunging into the throng of zombies. Jabba was exhibiting extraordinary prowess, wielding his dual blades with remarkable efficiency in dispatching the undead. Reia, however, had no desire to compete with him. He had chosen the path of growth through adversity. If he were too fierce, the zombies would never lay a finger on him, hindering his progress in enhancing his physical capabilities. Amidst the horde, Reia allowed the zombies to strike him occasionally retaliating with minimal effort. The zombies' assaults, at this stage, were little more than a mere nuisance to him, yielding scant improvement in his attributes. Yet, even the smallest of mosquitoes is still flesh. Relying solely on training for advancement would prove to be a slow endeavor. His physical resilience had reached a plateau, necessitating a more adept control over his current power. Roger and his companions swiftly made their way to the center of the chaos. Where's Moria? Roger's voice rang out. Who are you? Why are you attacking my zombies? A sharp voice retorted. Suddenly, a man towering nearly 6 meters appeared amidst the throng of zombies. Upon his arrival, the surrounding zombies parted to create a path. You are Roger? Moria exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing Roger's face. Even prior to completing his voyage along the Grand Line, Roger's renown was already immense. Among pirates, few were unfamiliar with him. It was hardly surprising that Moria could recognize him at a glance. Roger, we have always maintained a respectful distance. Why now do you attack my zombies? Moria inquired, his tone contemplative that he refrained from immediate aggression. Had it been anyone else, he would have already unleashed his zombies to swarm them. However, Roger's reputation preceded him. Few pirates who reached such a level were merely for show. Their strength was undeniable. Unless absolutely necessary, Moria had no desire to clash with such a formidable adversary, especially given that there was no benefit in doing so. Haha, Roger chuckled, responding, we seek the king of Alabasta to inquire about the Poneglyphs. Poneglyphs? Moria gasped in disbelief. Everyone recognized the significance of the Poneglyphs, yet, understanding them required the ability to read. Was it possible that someone among Roger's crew possessed that skill? Moria's gaze involuntarily drifted to the surrounding pirates, but it was futile to ascertain their abilities based solely on appearances. Roger was known to have ventured farther than any pirate of his generation. His quest for the Poneglyphs might indeed lead him to the ultimate secrets of the Grand Line. Moria's mind began to race with possibilities. If he could reach the final island of the Grand Line and unearth its treasures, it would be a monumental achievement. His eyes gleamed as he proposed, Roger, how about this? Once I capture the king of Alabasta, I will permit you to inquire about the Poneglyphs. However, until then, you must not interfere with my affairs. Moria's proposition was evidently advantageous. Should Roger inquire about the Poneglyphs after Moria captured the king, he could glean information himself. Both sought to conquer the seas, and Moria was eager for a contest of strength. Perhaps he would be the first to reach the final island of the Grand Line. Moreover, he believed his suggestion would benefit both parties. Roger could obtain information without conflict while Moria focused on securing Alabasta. No, I must defeat you. Roger decisively rejected the proposal. Moria was taken aback. Could it be? He had already lowered himself, and this suggestion posed no loss for Roger. Why refuse? I believe we need not resort to violence. Moria said, his emotions fluctuating. Roger, grinning widely, replied, "Only by defeating you and saving Alabasta will the king divulge the secrets of the Poneglyphs." His dazzling white teeth pierced Moria's heart. "Do you truly believe I am an easy opponent? Do not assume that your bounty surpasses mine means you can triumph over me." As he spoke, the aura surrounding him shifted dramatically. "Very well, I shall use you to elevate my bounty. I am indeed curious to witness the legendary Roger and discern just how formidable he truly is." Moria, being a formidable pirate himself, would not persist in vainly pressing Roger to acquiesce to his suggestions after the latter's resolute refusal. For a pirate, combat is the least daunting of endeavors. If Roger desires a fight, then let it be so. With such a meager assembly, they aspire to vanquish my army of zombies. How utterly delusional, Moria declared, issuing a command. The surrounding zombies immediately closed in, and he melded into the throng of the undead. Hey, Captain, you are truly ill-suited for negotiations," Rayleigh chuckled. Roger smiled in return, responding, "What could possibly bring more joy than a good brawl?" The other pirates behind him wore expressions brimming with mirth, entirely devoid of any concern regarding their current predicament. Perhaps this is the essence of a strong man's confidence. The zombies surged forth, a relentless tide akin to the ocean's waves, threatening to engulf them entirely. Yet, in that moment, a tremendous energy erupted from their position. Akin to a bomb detonating amongst the zombies, the undead were sent flying in all directions. "Onward, let us have some fun with these little zombies," the pirates shouted, and as their voices faded, they plunged into the horde of zombies. Among them, there may have been some with commendable abilities, but upon encountering Roger and his crew, they fell to the ground almost instantly, proving to be no match for them. Their movements were swift and imbued with power. In an instant, the tide of battle turned overwhelmingly in their favor. The zombies collapsed in droves, as the strength of these mere dozen individuals rivaled that of an entire army. No, it would be more accurate to say they surpassed a mere army. After all, the soldiers of Alabasta were utterly incapable of contending with such foes. "What?" Moria gasped, utterly taken aback by the rapid defeat of his own zombies. That moment, a figure burst forth from the throng of undead. Moving with the speed of lightning in the blink of an eye, it had reached Moria's side. Moria's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the figure. Roger chuckled, saying, "Let us conclude this battle, you and I." With that, he charged toward Moria, one hand resting on the sword at his waist, his aura coalescing with palpable intensity. Moria, intimidated by this presence, stumbled back a few steps, perhaps incensed by the affront to his pride as a powerful adversary. He steeled himself and advanced. Shadow box. Moria's shadow transformed into a flurry of bats, which swarmed towards Roger in an instant. They enveloped him, forming a structure reminiscent of a black box. Roger felt the surroundings plunge into darkness. Yet his expression remained unfazed. Observing Roger ensnared, a smirk crept onto Moria's face. "Let us see how you extricate yourself from this predicament. My technique has ensnared many, and countless have perished within its confines." From within the black box, a deep and resonant voice echoed, "God's avoidance." A brilliant red light erupted from within the darkness, dazzling and eclipsing the black box entirely. "What?" Moria exclaimed in shock, as Roger's voice re-emerged within his line of sight. Roger lifted his head and smiled at him. Moria's heart sank. That moment, Roger had drawn his sword, which now shimmered with a red light akin to lightning. With a swift motion, Moria's vision blurred. And when he regained focus, he found the sword had already struck him. His eyes widened in terror as a tremendous force slammed into his body, propelling him backward like a cannonball. His feet left the ground as he was hurled into a nearby building with a resounding crash. The structure splintered, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. A second later, those fissures expanded outward, culminating in another thunderous roar as the once sturdy edifice crumbled into rubble. Moria found himself buried beneath the debris. With sword in hand, Roger advanced towards the pile of rubble, and the surrounding zombies dared not approach him. Step by step, he moved closer. Just as he was about to reach the debris, it suddenly stirred, and countless stones flew into the air as a shadow darted in a specific direction. Trying to escape? Roger was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Moria would choose to flee after such an assault. However, in my presence, escape is far from easy. As Roger prepared to pursue Moria, a figure surged forth from the horde of zombies, chasing after Moria. Upon recognizing the pursuer, Roger halted. "Really now? Just when I finally get to engage. That little one is meddling again." Roger scratched his head, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Well, I suppose I'll allow this opportunity for him. It is essential to give the youth some chances to hone their skills. Moria had never before experienced such terror from a single individual. One attack had unleashed a level of energy so formidable that it left him incapable of mounting any resistance. To speak bluntly. Had someone told him before encountering Roger's techniques that a single person's strength could effortlessly overpower him, he would have scoffed at the notion. Yet now, he felt his heart race with fear. Without a moment's hesitation, the impact of that blow was etched into his mind. He would likely never forget it. Even if he managed to flee this place, that it was truly terrifying. This was the very reason Moria opted for flight. Cough, 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 he wheezed as he moved swiftly, covering his mouth as blood stained his hands. That it appeared his internal organs had sustained injuries. That man truly was a monster. No one is pursuing me. What splendid news. Moria exhaled in relief upon realizing that Roger remained stationary, not giving chase. Had Roger pursued him, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. However, he soon noticed that while Roger did not follow, another figure was in pursuit. Who was that? Out of the corner of his eye, Moria quickly discerned that the one chasing him was, astonishingly, a child, no older than 10 years. How amusing. A mere child dares to pursue me. Does he truly believe Moria, am made of clay? He surveyed his surroundings. At this moment, he had already escaped several kilometers away. For the time being, there was no need to worry about Roger pursuing him. He arrived at the entrance of a narrow alley and came to a halt. Turning, he glanced back at the figure trailing behind him. The speed of that little brat was not to be underestimated. Almost within seconds of Mariah stopping, the boy had closed the distance. Just one of you dares to chase me? Surely Roger does not believe his pirate crew is truly invincible. Such arrogance. If he cannot contend with Roger, how can he not handle a mere child aboard his ship? Mariah, fueled by rage from his altercation with Roger, found it most fitting to vent his frustrations on this brat. It would also serve as a lesson to Roger about the consequences of crossing him. Mariah mused darkly. Deal with you? I need no one else. I am sufficient on my own, Reia remarked with a smile. In truth, during the battle amongst the horde of zombies, he had been the closest to Roger. The direction in which Mariah fled was precisely where he was positioned. A single blow from Roger had nearly taken half of Mariah's life. Clearly, at this moment, Mariah's strength was still rather lacking. Reia had no intention of letting such an opportunity slip away. Now, faced with these ordinary zombies, they offered little room for his improvement. He needed to find a formidable opponent. An adversary that Roger could dispatch with a single strike would serve as an excellent sharpening stone for him. Thus, Reia, without a moment's hesitation, charged forward. Well, a little brat from Roger's ship dares to be so brazen, Mariah seethed, his chest heaving with indignation. Perfect. I'll take your head and show Roger that I, Mariah, am not to be trifled with. Enough of your prattle. If you have the ability, then come at me. Reia scoffed. Arrogant. I shall soon render you unable to laugh. Mariah fumed. Suddenly, a pair of scissors appeared in his hand, with a swift snip towards the air. A shadow materialized in his grasp. Now your shadow is in my possession. As long as Mariah's words were cut short as he stared in astonishment at Reia, who appeared completely unfazed. How could you possibly be unscathed? Typically, those whose shadows he claimed would lose their consciousness, yet the brat before him. What was the meaning of this? Could it be he had grasped a false shadow? Mariah examined the shadow in his hand. That it was undeniably the boy's shadow, but why did it have no effect on him? Cursed be it, he had lured Reia to this spot solely to sever his shadow. After all, Reia was entirely ignorant of his own abilities. Once the shadow was cut, the battle would be essentially over. Unfortunately for him, Reia was no ordinary individual. He was a soul from another world. Even if his shadow were severed, the impact on him would be minimal. His soul was inherently far more powerful than that of an ordinary person. Mariah's attempts to treat Reia as he would an average person were evidently futile. Is that all? Reia said with a look of disdain. Very well, allow me to take charge. With that, Reia propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a blur akin to a leopard in an instant. Mariah blinked, and suddenly Reia stood before him. Such speed. A golden gleam enveloped Reia's fist as it crashed into Mariah's abdomen with a resounding thud. Reia was perplexed to find that he felt no solid contact. He looked up to see Mariah slowly vanishing from view. It was merely a shadow. Whoosh! Mariah's figure reappeared a short distance away, his complexion pale. That boy's punch was terrifyingly powerful. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and used his shadow to absorb the blow. It seems that must be your power. However, how many times can you utilize such an ability? With that, Rayia charged at Reiya once more. Boy, do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Reiya exuded an aura of darkness as he drew a blade from his side. The blade glittered with a cold sheen under the light as he lunged at Rayia. Unfazed, Rayia met him head-on with his armed Haki-infused fist. Boom! The fist, gleaming like metal, collided violently with the knife engulfed in darkness, creating a tremendous vortex of energy that surged outward, shattering the surrounding structures with a resounding crash. You are still far from my level, Reiya's voice echoed, his veins bulging with exertion as his strength surged dramatically. Rayia was sent careening backward, crashing into a building. I told you, with your capabilities, you might as well summon Roger, Reiya laughed heartily. Yet, in the next instant, his laughter abruptly ceased. The Rayia who had fallen amidst the rubble sprang back to his feet with a nimble motion, brushing off the dust. Moonlight Reiya is hardly impressive. What? You can still stand, Reiya exclaimed in astonishment. Very well. You are merely a slightly tougher brat. To dare mock me. Reiya, you must be unaware of how to write the word death. With that, countless shadows erupted from his form. Those shadows ascended into the air, transforming into a swarm of bats, their grotesque faces contorted in rage. With lightning speed, they lunged at Rayia, descending upon him to bite and claw. Rayia took a deep breath, his armed Haki swirling around him. The black bats found themselves unable to penetrate his defenses. His fists moved like the wind, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. The shadowy bats disintegrated under the force of his strikes. Suddenly, Rayia glanced to his left, eye in the distance. Reiya's figure had vanished, reappearing mere inches away from Rayya's left side, the tip of his blade barely a meter from him. Without hesitation, Rayia struck out, attempting to intercept Reiya's blade with his hand. Reiya, seeing this, sneered. His razor-sharp blade was not something just anyone could deflect. Clang! Reiya froze, his knife clashing against Rayya's fist with a metallic sound. What is happening? Why is his fist so hard? As Reiya's gaze fell to Rayya's hand, he gasped, exclaiming, Armed Haki. He could hardly believe that such an ability would manifest in this brat. No wonder this little imp dared to be so audacious. It appeared that his level of armed Haki was not insignificant. Otherwise, his blade would have long since severed the boy's hand. However, even with armed Haki, what could it accomplish against him? After all, he was a devil fruit user. Moria let out a thunderous roar, deflecting Rayia with his blade. Immediately, shadows enveloped him once more, and countless bats ascended into the air, swiftly encircling Rayia to form a shape reminiscent of a black box. Rayia instantly felt the world around him plunge into darkness. He struck the obsidian wall with his fist, attempting to shatter it, yet the bat-constructed box proved to be remarkably resilient. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Rayia unleashed a punch imbued with Haki, striking without hesitation. The black box dimmed in an instant. Observing this, Moria snorted coldly and charged forward, intent on exploiting Rayya's momentary entrapment. He swung his blade downwards. And if struck by that razor-sharp edge, Rayia would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries at that moment. However, Rayya's eyes radiated a dazzling light. Moria was jolted, as an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, akin to facing a ferocious tiger. The sovereign of the forest, the Conqueror's Haki. How could this be? How old could this brat possibly be? Moria's mind swirled with a tempest of astonishment, a sensation he had not encountered in years. As he stood frozen in shock. The black box confining Rayia dissipated into thin air. Rayia directed a punch towards Moria's descending blade. The impact produced a resounding clash, akin to metal striking metal, with sparks flying dramatically through the air. Moria was propelled back several paces by the force, struggling to comprehend that Rayya's seemingly frail form harbored such immense strength. Cursed brat. Moria had not anticipated that a mere boy from Roger's ship could be so terrifying. Was it possible that all aboard were monsters? Yet, Moria would never concede that he could be bested by this child. That a frenzied surge of black energy coursed through his body as shadows coalesced within him, causing his physique to expand at a visible pace. Moria, already towering over 6 meters, transformed into a giant, dwarfing Rayia, who appeared diminutive in comparison. Die! He bellowed, raising his colossal foot. Rayia swiftly retreated, and with a thunderous crash, the earth bore the imprint of Moria's massive foot. In this state, Moria's strength seemed overwhelmingly terrifying. and Rayia dared not withstand such an onslaught. However, would Moria grant him that luxury? No. With a single step, Moria closed the distance, his enormous fist barreling towards Rayia. The air crackled with the sound of fierce winds. Caught off guard, Rayia was struck by the fist, a searing pain coursing through him as if engulfed in flames. Blood streamed from his nose, rendering him quite disheveled. Spitting blood from his mouth, Rayia looked up at Moria, who, seeing Rayia still alive, hoisted his massive foot, preparing to obliterate him in the face of imminent doom. Rayia bent his legs, coiling like a spring. With a resounding duong, he leaped into the air, his extraordinary jumping ability propelling him several meters high. This feat was nearly superhuman. After all, such heights were typically achievable only by those with the powers of a devil fruit. Rayia soared onto Moria's shoulder. Moria turned, aiming to swat Rayia off with his fist, but Rayia dashed along his shoulder, gripping his clothing firmly. "Get down, you little pest," Moria growled, shaking his body in an attempt to dislodge Rayia. Yet, Rayia stood resolutely atop him, grinning widely. He then raised his fist and delivered a powerful blow to Moria. The giant staggered, nearly toppling over from the force, his expression twisted in rage. If Rayia remained on him, eliminating the boy would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet Raya's movements were remarkably agile, akin to a fish swimming through water. "Cursed wretch," Moria shouted, unleashing a surge of black energy. The darkness grew denser, threatening to engulf Rayia. With a furrowed brow, Rayia leapt from Moria's back, instinctively sensing the looming danger of the shadows. True to his instincts, a tremendous explosion erupted as the dark energy detonated like a bomb, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The resulting waves crashed against nearby structures, which crumbled like tofu under the assault, debris scattering in all directions. That Moria's colossal fist, ablaze with black energy, pursued Rayia with relentless fury. The air crackled with sound as he moved at blinding speed. Rayia inhaled deeply, his biceps swelling to an impressive size, resembling a mound of dough. Veins bulged prominently across his muscles, and his fist shimmered with a metallic sheen, enveloped in a pearly light. With a thunderous impact, their fists collided, emitting a blinding brilliance at the point of contact. The shockwaves surged, lifting their hair and causing discomfort in their flesh. Their gazes locked, neither retreated. Rayia felt a gnawing pain in his fist, a result of Moria's devil fruit powers. Yet Moria was not unscathed. His blood surged violently, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. With a splatter, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, revealing that he too had been injured in this exchange. Without a moment's respite, they raised their heads, locking eyes, both ablaze with unyielding combat spirit. Moria's gaze glinted with an insatiable murderous intent. He was determined to eliminate this insufferable foe. Being wounded by a pirate so young filled him with a profound sense of humiliation and fury. Moria charged forward, each step sending tremors through the ground, reminiscent of an earthquake. His immense bulk bore down upon Rayia, and the sheer weight of his presence threatened to crush him into oblivion. Moria brandished his blade, aiming to strike Rayia down. As a bare-handed fighter, Rayia leaped away, opting not to engage Moria's sword with his fists. Such a tactic would be highly disadvantageous. After all, he possessed the swordsmanship of a grand swordsman. Nowhere to run. Moria believed that he was attempting to flee, and he bellowed as he gave chase, entirely oblivious to his original intention. Perhaps, at this moment, he had already lost his mind. Rayia dashed into a building. The entrance lay in ruins, but fortunately, there were no residents inside. His eyes scanned the interior rapidly. "Not here," Moria pursued relentlessly, swinging his blade downwards. Rayia rolled aside, narrowly escaping the spot where he had been standing, which now bore a terrifying gash in the ground, as if it had been split apart. Like a monkey, Rayia leaped from one structure to another, swiftly reaching the next building. "Not here, either." Moria continued his relentless pursuit. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless game of chase, not knowing how many houses they had dashed into. Finally, Rayia came to a halt inside one building. "Not running anymore? Is there nowhere left for you to escape? Can't flee any longer, can you?" Moria sneered viciously. Meanwhile, Rayia charged towards a corner of the room, where a knife lay ominously. It was a pitch-black blade, resting in the corner, seemingly coated with a layer of dust. The surroundings suggested that this was a storeroom, and it appeared that the knife had been there for quite some time. Moria's blade came crashing down upon him. He cared not what Rayia was doing. All he needed was to slice this detestable brat into 18 pieces to alleviate the hatred that plagued his heart. The sharp blade gleamed coldly. It seemed as if Moria could already envision Reia's body severed in two. And a smile spread across his face. However, the next moment, that smile abruptly vanished. Clang! Reia had somehow acquired a knife of his own, which gleamed with an ethereal light. The two blades collided, and in that instant, an explosive force radiated outward. What? So this fellow had been evading for so long merely to find a knife that in that moment. Moria grasped Reia's intention. But what of it? Just because you have an extra knife. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Yet, to his astonishment, it seemed that he could. Reia's gaze locked onto Moria, a radiant light flickering within his eyes. Moria found himself momentarily stung by that brilliance. Involuntarily stepping back. As they separated, Reia twirled the knife in a dazzling display. Suddenly, his aura shifted dramatically. Moria was taken aback. He could sense the presence of a master swordsman emanating from this little brat. How could this be? It must be an illusion. Moria could hardly believe that someone so young could possess the swordsmanship of a grandmaster, a practitioner of the blade. He understood all too well the immense difficulty in achieving mastery in swordsmanship. Even he had spent an extensive period honing his skills to reach his current level. Let me show you what true swordsmanship looks like. Reia grinned. The next moment, a brilliant white light flickered before him, and a terrifying wave of white sword energy manifested in the air. The moment that sword energy appeared, the atmosphere felt heavy, as if it were on the verge of collapsing under its weight. The sword energy, though seemingly slow, was in fact extraordinarily swift. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Moria. All he could perceive was a flash of white light before it descended upon him. With a soft thud, the white light struck him as if he were made of tofu. His body split apart with a resounding crash, leaving a deep gash upon him. Blood gushed from the wound. Pooling upon the ground in a horrifying display, Moria let out a pained scream, bewildered as to why Reia's blade could move with such speed. Yet, there were many things he did not understand. Reia leapt into the air, soaring like a great rock, exuding an air of authority. With a swift motion, the sharp edge of his knife was poised to descend upon Moria. Moria, despite his pain, was still a formidable opponent. He endured the agony coursing through him, knowing he had no time to assess his injuries. If he did not fend off Reia's onslaught, he would surely perish here. To die at the hands of such a mere child was something he had never contemplated. Nor did he wish to witness. He could not allow it. Otherwise, he would die with regrets. He raised his weapon. Clang! The two blades clashed once more, unleashing a wave of energy as they momentarily locked in a stalemate. Utilizing the force of gravity, Reia found himself unable to sever Moria's grip on his weapon. Perhaps it was due to Moria's grounding against the floor, which afforded him some additional leverage. However, their stalemate was soon shattered. The blades left trails of afterimages in the air, moving at a breathtaking speed, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. It was remarkable that Reia's newly acquired knife could hold its own for such an extended period. After all, it was merely something he had picked up at random. This revelation brought Reia a sense of surprise. Of course, he possessed the systematic reward of Grandmaster swordsmanship, which enhanced his skills, under normal circumstances. Moria would be vastly inferior to Reia in swordplay. Yet, whether it was due to a surge of potential or some other reason, Moria found himself evenly matched against Reia. They engaged in countless exchanges, their energies gradually waning. Only when both had exhausted much of their strength did they pull apart to catch their breath. After all, such an unending display of blade work was beyond the capacity of most individuals. Their bodies simply could not withstand such high-intensity movements. Each swing of the blade demanded the utmost exertion of their strength. While there were moments of technique involved, the overall toll on their stamina was immense. With their physical limits reached, neither was willing to continue the fight. They panted heavily, gazing at one another. Both of their eyes had turned a shade of crimson. At this point, they could truly be said to be caught in the heat of battle. What a thrill! Since the last battle with Barrett, it is the first time that Leah has wholeheartedly unleashed his strength. To his delight, he has significantly improved in the application of his power. Previously, during combat, he relied entirely on the attributes bestowed by the system. Now, however, he has gained complete mastery over these attributes. The force exerted in his attacks is neither excessive nor insufficient. It is precisely adequate. Achieving such a level of control has brought substantial benefits to Leah. In earlier confrontations, he would easily exhaust his stamina. Now, his endurance has markedly improved. After all, merely possessing the stamina provided by the system is insufficient for prolonged combat. At this moment, The colossal Moria is utterly astonished. The boy before him exudes a sense of growing strength with each engagement. Moreover, Moria's own stamina has reached its limits as a user of a devil fruit ability. He predominantly relies on his powers rather than enhancing his physical strength or endurance. Thus, in terms of stamina, Moria is far from Reia's match that he realizes that he cannot continue in this manner. He had let his emotions get the better of him earlier. If he persists in trading blows with Reiya, he is certain to be defeated. Moria possesses a clear understanding of his strengths, which do not lie in physical stamina or raw power, but rather in his exceptional devil fruit abilities. His ability to manipulate shadows is unparalleled in these vast seas, allowing him not only to infuse shadows into corpses to create zombies, but also to wield more advanced applications. Moria's dark harbor shimmers with an ominous light. Reiya senses something amiss and glances over, feeling an inexplicable surge of danger emanating from Moria. His expression turns grave as he contemplates what formidable move Moria might be concocting. To be frank, Reiya has encountered devil fruit users before, yet each ability is strikingly unique. Furthermore, the level of mastery each individual possesses over their powers varies greatly. Thus, Reiya remains uncertain of the extent of Moria's development of his abilities or whether he has yet to unveil any potent techniques. All he can do is remain vigilant. He has not been foolish enough to grow arrogant in battle. Unlike the likes of Roger, he cannot afford to be so reckless. Little brat, your strength is impressive, but attempting to obstruct me is the gravest mistake of your life. Moria's sharp voice resonates through the as he speaks. Dark energy crackles around him, while shadows surge towards him from all directions. These shadows resemble a dark wave, quickly enveloping the sky and plunging the surroundings into an ominous gloom, akin to the foreboding calm before a storm. Reiya is tense, fully aware that he cannot afford any carelessness at this juncture. A lapse in vigilance could lead to his demise. Moria's expression contorts with ferocity, tinged with pain, as if wielding this power inflicts unbearable strain on his body. Taste my attack, he bellows, and as his words fall, the dark shadows coalesce into a massive sphere of energy, creating an unsettling sense of spatial distortion around it. The colossal black orb hurtles towards Reiya with an apparent slowness, yet in the blink of an eye, it is upon him. Reiya raises the blade in his hand, his armed haki enveloping not only his weapon but also his entire form. However, he has yet to master the application of haki on his weapon. Should he manage to entwine it with the Conqueror's haki or cover his weapon with armed haki, he would no longer need to tread so carefully against Moria. Yet, as it stands, such hypotheticals remain moot. The immense black sphere collides with the blade, and upon mere contact, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the blade's surface. In the next moment, with a resounding shatter, the blade disintegrates into countless shards that glimmer as they rain down to the ground. The momentum of the black orb remains unabated. Reiya's expression shifts to one of horror. The power of the black orb far exceeds his expectations. With a thunderous crash, the orb strikes him, sending him hurtling backward as if crushed by an unseen force. He careens through the air, unaware of how many structures he has smashed through, each collapse creating gaping holes and leading to a catastrophic destruction of the buildings around him. In mere moments, countless structures are obliterated, and Reiya finally comes to a stop hundreds of meters away. The black orb before him begins to weaken before ultimately dissipating into the air. Yet, by this time, the scene is one of utter devastation, and Reiya collapses to the ground, buried beneath the rubble. Dealing with this boy is no easy feat. Moria trembles, his hands shaking as he realizes the toll this technique has taken on him, leaving numerous wounds across his body. Akin to a porcelain doll suddenly marred by cracks, it feels as though a single strike could shatter him entirely. Nevertheless, I'm still the victor. Moria attempts a grin, but the movement sends jolts of pain through his wounds. It is best to retreat. Otherwise, Roger will be on his tail. Moria is acutely aware that in his current state, he stands no chance against Roger. Even at his peak, the best strategy is to flee. Just as he turns to leave, the pile of rubble in the distance stirs unexpectedly. The sound of stones falling resonates sharply in the desolate surroundings. No way! Moria gasps in disbelief, slowly turning his head. Emerging from the debris is a figure, and his expression shifts in horror. This is impossible. You cannot possibly stand after that. Moria cannot believe his eyes. After all these years, no one has ever remained standing after enduring his attack. What manner of being is this? Faced with such an unknown, Moria feels a creeping sense of dread. If the figure before him is a monster, what should he do? If it is indeed a person, how could they possibly rise again after being knocked down time and time again, especially under such an assault? Reia's clothing is tattered, revealing his well-defined muscles beneath. Unlike his usual appearance, which may have appeared lean, he now exudes a formidable presence. Not bad at all. Finally, a technique worthy of the name. Reia spoke with a smile, yet Moria found that smile utterly detestable. Filled with mockery, Daiti was as if Reia was ridiculing Moria for being unable to defeat a mere brat from Roger's ship. Shadows swirled around him, and a multitude of bat-like silhouettes surged toward Reia. Resembling a flowing river of darkness, the scene was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Reia leaped into the air, his muscles glistening under the light, radiating a distinct bronze hue that exuded explosive power. With a mighty shout, a golden sheen enveloped his fist, and a gust of force radiated outward. Should an ordinary person witness that horrific aura, they would likely collapse in sheer terror. With a single punch, Reia struck the river of shadows, causing the dark bats to dissipate into the air, as if a segment of the river had been severed. In the wake of this, a faint yellow glow flickered around Reia, and under its illumination, the black river vanished at lightning speed. This, Moria gasped, his eyes widening. Had Reia's Conqueror's Haki truly reached such formidable heights? Reia cast a piercing glance at him, igniting a sensation akin to being trapped in an icy abyss. In an instant, Reia flashed forward, his golden-hued fist crashing down. Bang! Moria felt as though he had been struck by a maritime locomotive, unable to react in time as he began to topple backward. Shadows emanated from his body, causing him to shrink, as if he were withering away. Yet Reia had no intention of letting him escape. Pursuing victory was the most prudent course in battle. Allowing the enemy time to recover rendered prior attacks futile. Seeing this, Moria hastily retreated, but Reia pressed forward, delivering a swift blow to Moria's abdomen. The impact was akin to an explosion, eliciting a pained howl from Moria as shadows once again spilled forth. And his form diminished further. With a relentless series of attacks, Reia soon reduced Moria to his original size. After unleashing so many techniques, combined with Reia's onslaught, Moria's spirit waned considerably. Fear flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Reia, who had morphed into a demonic figure in his perception. Even with Reia's youthful visage still appearing somewhat innocent, it sent shivers down Moria's spine. With a sudden whoosh, an item of sea prism stone materialized on Reia's person, a pair of handcuffs. With a sharp click, they clamped onto Moria, causing the dark glow enveloping him to vanish instantly. He became noticeably weakened. The sea prism stone exerted a powerful restraint on users of devil fruit abilities. Once touched by the stone, they could neither wield their powers nor retain their full strength. Moria's threat diminished significantly. Reia had no intention of killing Moria. Doing so would yield no benefit for him. "I'll take you back to the captain," Reia murmured, and then, with a swift strike to the nape of Moria's neck, the latter fell unconscious before he could react. The zombie army encircling the Alabasta royal palace lost its leader. Resembling a disorganized horde, before Roger and his crew, they appeared as mere rabble. Witnessing the tide of battle turn, Cobra, hidden within the palace, issued orders without hesitation. "All soldiers, charge forth and eliminate those damned monstrosities." This is clearly the best opportunity. As King Cobra could not fail to notice the unfolding situation, and he felt an exhilarating surge of emotion. No one could comprehend the sensation of rising from despair to hope. Earlier, he had resigned himself to death within the palace, but fortune smiled upon them as a hero emerged to save their nation. Regardless of their identity, they had driven Moria away and vanquished the zombie army, a fact beyond dispute. As the palace's forces surged forth, the situation transformed into one of overwhelming advantage. The zombie army crumbled, most of the undead appearing to lose the shadows that animated them, becoming rigid and immobile. After all, their ability to move was entirely reliant on the shadows they possessed. Without them, they were akin to machines devoid of power. Roger and his crew refrained from intervening further, leaving the remaining tasks to the soldiers of Alabasta. Some matters could not be resolved all at once. Moreover, this was inherently their nation's affair, although Roger had, in a sense, saved them. Failing to allow them to resolve the remaining issues would, to some extent, undermine the dignity of this vast nation. Relying on outsiders to defeat the zombies would reflect poorly on the nation's capabilities. Was Alabasta a nation devoid of competence? Certainly not. This venerable country, standing steadfast amidst the sea with a rich history, could not be deemed powerless, not to mention its formidable army of 60,000. Even the populace alone constituted an astronomical figure. Had they not encountered such monstrous foes, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Individuals like Moria, capable of conjuring a zombie army, were exceedingly rare. Otherwise, typical pirates would think twice before confronting Alabasta. Even the most notorious pirates would weigh their options when faced with such a formidable nation. This vast country could not be subdued by a single individual. Furthermore, without a competent military force, it would be utterly impossible to challenge Alabasta. No matter how powerful a pirate may be, they have their limits. Should an army of 60,000 charge simultaneously, even a devil fruit user would struggle to withstand such an onslaught alone. Cobra and his ministers emerged from the palace, overwhelmed with gratitude. I truly do not know how to express my thanks, Cobra exclaimed, his face alight with emotion as he regarded Roger and his crew. Roger broke into a wide grin, revealing his pristine teeth. There is no need for excessive gratitude. Merely share some information with us. Upon hearing this, Cobra was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such a response from Roger. Meanwhile, the other pirates behind Roger facepalmed, incredulous. Captain, is it really appropriate to say that upon first meeting? Could you not be a bit more tactful? Perhaps wait for a more opportune moment to discuss such matters? However, Roger's manner of doing things has not been a recent development. Leia chuckled softly, but chose to remain silent. The other pirates took a deep breath. No longer concerned about the matter at hand. Fortunately, Cobra is, after all, a king, and he possesses a certain level of composure that he smiled and remarked. This hero truly has a sense of humor. Hero? Did he just call me a hero? Roger pointed at himself and shouted towards the pirates behind him, his face beaming with pride. Soon after, the sound of his laughter echoed through the air. The captain has actually become a hero. Ha ha ha. This king is quite amusing. In truth, he was not wrong. Had it not been for us, they would likely have fallen victim to those zombies, though. Indeed, it seems so, one of them replied. Cobra, however, remained unfazed, though some of the ministers behind him began to express their discontent. What kind of attitude is that? This is our king of Alabasta. One of them was about to continue speaking when Cobra interjected sharply. Silence. They are the heroes of our nation. What is wrong with that? Just moments ago, in a time of crisis, think about what you were doing. Not one of you stood up. You all acted like turtles retreating into their shells. You wouldn't dare confront those zombies. Yet when it came to offering strategies, all you could do was surrender. What contributions have you made? Cobra's words unleashed his pent-up frustration. The ministers lowered their heads in shame. My apologies for the embarrassment. Esteemed guests, Cobra turned to Roger and the others, expressing a hint of remorse. It's quite all right. Roger waved his hand dismissively. By the way, may I inquire about your names? Cobra suddenly realized he had yet to learn the identities of these benefactors. You can just call me Roger, Roger responded with a smile. Roger? Roger. A gasp escaped from one of the ministers. Indeed, Roger seemed unconcerned with denial, responding directly. The collective gasp filled the air, including Cobra, as the people of Alabasta inhaled sharply. They had encountered the legendary pirate. Some confused ministers spoke up. What is happening? Who is Roger? You don't know? The other ministers looked at him incredulously. Someone explained, he is an exceptionally famous pirate. A pirate? Does that not make him a villain? Will he not invade our nation like that previous fellow? Let me finish. Roger is the pirate who has sailed the farthest in the Grand Line and has the highest bounty currently. Just those two statements were enough to leave them astounded. The ministers felt as though their jaws might drop to the ground. They could hardly fathom that the savior of their nation was, in fact, a pirate, a legendary pirate at that, attacked by pirates, only to be rescued by pirates. What sort of absurdity is this? Not only the ministers, but even Cobra felt somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, Cobra was a man of reason. Despite their pirate status, Roger and his crew had undeniably saved their nation. That he simply needed to acknowledge this fact. Everything else was irrelevant to him, at the very least. The Roger he met now did not resemble those other malevolent pirates. I never expected it would be you, Cobra said with a wry smile. However, he quickly regained his composure. Yet, you are ultimately our benefactors and heroes. It is rather inconvenient to speak out here. Please, let us move inside. Cobra indeed was a man of resolve, capable of referring to pirates as heroes of his nation. He was likely the first to do so in these waters. After all, it could be forgiven that he was unaware of Roger's identity earlier. But now, knowing who he was, still daring to speak so boldly. What else could this be but courage? Huh? Thank you. However, please wait a moment, as he spoke. Roger's gaze suddenly shifted to the distance. Cobra and the others looked curiously in the direction he was watching. They soon spotted a figure slowly approaching them. The figure was not particularly tall, appearing somewhat like a miner. However, the person being dragged behind him sent shivers down Cobra's spine that it was a giant. Towering at an astonishing 6 meters. To be dragging such a being, one could only imagine the terrifying strength of the person leading him. As the figure came into focus, it was revealed to be Rayia, who had pursued Moria. Moria, Cobra exclaimed upon recognizing the giant's face. Captain, the mission has been successfully completed, Rayia stated without acknowledging Cobra and the others, stepping forward to address Roger. Roger extended a hand, attempting to ruffle Raya's hair. But Rayia sidestepped away. You rascal, Roger laughed, saying, you did well this time. I had anticipated you would defeat him. I was right not to underestimate you today, Captain. Roger was well aware of Rayya's strength. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Rayia to pursue Moria alone from the outset. And what should we do with this fellow? Roger gestured toward the unconscious Moria. Roger winced at the thought. Why don't you leave him to us? Cobra proposed, a hint of trepidation in his gaze as he looked at Roger. After all, this request felt somewhat like attempting to seize the spoils of war. Moria was a pirate with a bounty of 200 million on the high seas. Handing such a pirate over to the Navy could yield a substantial reward. Generally, pirates would not easily relinquish such opportunities. All right, you may handle it, Roger agreed readily. This was something Cobra had never anticipated. He felt as though he were dreaming, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. He sincerely said, I truly appreciate your generosity, Lord Roger, and no need for thanks, Roger replied. Now, let us not linger outside any longer. We shall leave the rest to our soldiers. Let us head inside. Guards, please welcome our esteemed guests into the palace. Cobra shouted. Thus, Roger and his companions followed him into the palace. The palace's interior was not particularly lavish. Buggy scanned the surroundings, failing to spot any treasures. What a shabby place. It hardly resembles a royal palace. He muttered to himself. Buggy, stop thinking about it. Even if they had treasures, they wouldn't keep them out in the open, Shanks teased. Buggy scoffed in response. Shanks turned to Rayia and remarked, your strength is truly growing. Soon, I'll find it hard to keep up, he spoke with an air of nostalgia. Rayia shook his head, looking somewhat exasperated, and said, you have the nerve to say that, considering you hardly trained at in terms of strength. There is a steady improvement. Shanks chuckled sheepishly. He indeed seldom trained while Rayia was diligently honing his skills. Typically, he would be off to the side, sipping a drink and indulging in meat. Opportunities to witness his training were exceedingly rare. Of course, this also speaks volumes about Shanks' formidable natural talent. So, how do you feel about dealing with those possessing devil fruit abilities? Shanks shifted the conversation that it's quite troublesome. Rayia furrowed his brow in response. The previous battle with Moria appeared deceptively simple. However, the actual danger involved was exceedingly high, particularly due to Moria's control over shadows. Were it not for his powerful soul, an ordinary person would have succumbed long ago. Furthermore, Moria's physical prowess, while not particularly impressive in speed or strength, was overshadowed by his heavy reliance on the abilities granted by the devil fruit. Otherwise, Rayia would have found it significantly more challenging to contend with him. Additionally, the attacks he endured earlier were remarkably lethal. Even now, Rayia bore numerous scars from those encounters. It was only thanks to the system that allowed him to grow stronger through taking hits that he could withstand such onslaughts. Had any one condition been absent, Moria could have easily utilized his devil fruit abilities to defeat him. One could say he was quite formidable in that regard, though. It seems that fellow is indeed a tough opponent. However, I am quite curious. Rayia, how did you manage to defeat him? Shanks continued to probe this moment. Buggy also turned his attention towards them. He had been keeping a close eye on Rayya's strength. And to say he felt no envy would be a blatant lie. Despite Buggy's constant proclamations of seeking out treasure maps without needing immense strength, he was well aware that without formidable power to back it up, safeguarding his discovered treasures would be a daunting task. After all, a common man is often punished for possessing something precious. As a pirate, Buggy understood this principle all too well. What else can I say? Just like you usually see, Rayia shrugged, indicating he was at a loss for words. Was he to boast about winning through taking a beating? That would certainly come across as somewhat ostentatious. You mean you kept getting beaten up? Shanks looked at him with a peculiar expression. Hey, What kind of look is that? Rayia said, somewhat disgruntled. No, 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 Rayia, I seriously suspect you may have a masochistic tendency, Shanks replied with utmost seriousness. Nearby. Buggy chimed in, absolutely right. I feel the same way. Rayya's mouth twitched in irritation. You too. He pretended to strike at them, but before he could act, Shanks swiftly vanished from sight. Buggy, Rayia gritted his teeth. Rayia, it's not me saying this. I have nothing to do with it. It's all Shanks' fault. Buggy exclaimed in a panic. Rayia, unable to catch Shanks, found it all too easy to apprehend Buggy, as he completely overshadowed him in strength. I don't care. You shall experience my fist of love. With that, Rayia darted forward, landing several blows to Buggy's head. Instantly, Buggy's head was adorned with several large welts. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Buggy moaned in agony, rubbing his head, faced with Rayya's relentless assault. What could Buggy do? To retaliate would be futile, given the vast difference in their strengths, and to argue back, that would only invite an even harsher beating. It was wiser for Buggy to remain silent in the face of such authority. Nonetheless, he retreated to a corner, muttering, that wretched Rayia, one day I will take my revenge. That time, I shall beat you until your head is swollen, until you weep and plead for mercy, striking your very core. Hey, Buggy, what are you mumbling about? Rayya's voice rang out. Buggy jolted, hastily replying, nothing, nothing. Before they realized it, they had arrived at the grand hall of the palace. The hall appeared notably splendid, adorned with intricate patterns. The lifelike carvings on the walls significantly elevated its grandeur. Towering columns soared towards the ceiling, imparting a sense of magnificence. This truly resembled a royal palace. Roger and his crew had traversed countless locations, including numerous palaces. Upon entering these grand establishments, they were seldom awestruck by their opulence. Everyone, thanks to your assistance, we have successfully overcome our trials. Please allow us to host you properly. With that, Cobra called out to his subordinates, have preparations made for a banquet. I want to treat these benefactors well. Yes, upon hearing this, the members of the Roger Pirates erupted in joyful cheers. Oh joy, another feast awaits, delicious food and fine wine. Here I come, splendid, I can hardly contain my hunger. Finally, a change of taste. Drinking rum every day has nearly driven me to the brink of disgust. Look at you. How come you were so enthusiastic about rum before? Was it because there were no other options? Under Cobra's guidance, they soon arrived at the palace dining hall. The dining area was exceptionally spacious. Perhaps the size of half a football field, with guards stationed around. For an ordinary person dining here, it would likely evoke some unease. However, for Roger's crew, not a single member could be judged by conventional standards. Once seated, these rascals gazed around, some even tempted to dismantle nearby decorations, for they were made of glistening gold. After all, this was a royal palace. If it lacked valuable items, it would inevitably seem rather shabby. The dishes were served promptly. Roger's crew hardly had to wait long. Steaming hot meals were brought forth, beginning with large pieces of meat still attached to the bone, their golden skin resembling a legendary treasure. Just the sight of it was enough to stir the appetite. Everyone, do not hold back. This is our local delicacy. Cobra enthusiastically introduced the dishes to Roger and his crew. However, almost the moment the plates were set down, they were instantly emptied. Roger and the other pirates stuffed their mouths with food. Cobra was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that these seemingly formidable pirates would behave in such a manner at this moment. Shouldn't the powerful display a certain poise? In Cobra's impression, a person of great stature should exude an aura of aloofness, possessing a quality that transcends the mundane, regardless of the circumstances. They remain as steadfast as a mountain amidst storms. At this moment, however, Roger and his crew have evidently shattered that perception. Surprisingly, this reality seems rather pleasant. The behavior of Roger and his companions is refreshingly down to earth, rendering them far more approachable. As a kingdom, the chefs in the kitchen must undoubtedly be of the highest caliber. Roger and his crew consume the food at an astonishing pace. Almost the instant the dishes are served, they are snatched away. Within mere seconds, the food has vanished into the bellies of these pirates. Not only are these individuals exceptional in strength, but their capacity for consumption is equally remarkable. Bring out the dishes, quickly, Cobra exclaimed. Is there any wine? A pirate inquired. Naturally, their greatest concern was fine wine, of course. As soon as the words left his lips, subordinates appeared with numerous jugs of wine, even though the wine was contained within sealed vessels. Its aroma seemed to leap forth, wafting through the air and creating an intoxicating atmosphere that invigorated the senses. This is mine. No one touch it. It's mine. You all stay away. You can have the food. The wine is mine. The wine that had just been served was swiftly devoured. Strikingly, it was Roger who clutched the most in his hands, beaming with delight as he held a jug. Hey, Captain, that's a bit excessive. Share some with us. Exactly, you can't drink it all yourself. If you want some, you'll have to snatch it. Fortunately, within such a grand kingdom, wine and food were not scarce commodities. Soon, a plethora of wine and meat was brought forth. While indulging in the pleasures brought by the exquisite food and drink, Roger and his crew seemed to have forgotten their primary objective for this visit, that of course, perhaps they were merely awaiting the right moment. Reia's conduct at the dining table was equally unrefined. After enduring numerous battles, his physical exertion was considerable, and at this moment, he required sustenance to replenish his strength. He needed more food, within seconds of its arrival. The food before him was consumed as if swept away by a tornado. Reia, I didn't realize you could eat so much, Buggy mumbled, his mouth stuffed with meat. Reia glanced at him and replied, if you fought as long as I did, you'd be able to eat this much too. With that, he returned his focus to the food in front of him. The endless stream of dishes continued to arrive, and Roger's crew consumed them with insatiable appetite. The guards nearby watched in astonishment at this spectacle that it was utterly terrifying. How could these ruffians behave so crudely within the palace? Was it humanly possible to consume such quantities? It was beyond belief. No wonder their strength was so formidable. If their eating prowess was already this extraordinary, how much more impressive were their other abilities? Come on, we cannot let them outdo us. The chef in the kitchen exclaimed, sweat pouring down his face. While they may not match Roger's crew in battle, as professional chefs, they were determined not to concede in their domain, even if it meant cooking for hours on end today. The other chefs echoed his sentiments, their voices brimming with determination. Ingredients were continually tossed into the pans, creating an atmosphere akin to a battle. Time passed, and on Roger's table, the empty plates began to pile up. Finally, they paused, the pirates comfortably settling into their chairs, their faces reflecting sheer satisfaction. This meal had undoubtedly been the most gratifying they had ever experienced. Out at sea, although they could eat heartily, they often had to be mindful of their rations. After all, should their supplies run out, they would find themselves in peril on the open ocean. Now, being able to dine without any concerns was nothing short of exhilarating. That I never expected you all to have such appetites. Cobra remarked with a smile. His expression was not one of derision, but rather a genuine reflection of astonishment. Roger grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. By the way, we actually came to Alabasta for an important matter. At last, Roger recalled the true purpose of their visit. Though Cobra looked at him, puzzled. His expression did not convey shock. He was not surprised that these pirates had ulterior motives for being here. After all, they likely wouldn't have come without a purpose. However, as long as their objective did not pose a significant threat to his country, Cobra was not overly concerned. If it were someone like Moria, Cobra would be unable to tolerate it. From another perspective, considering the motives of Roger's crew, it was unlikely they were after anything sinister. After all, had they truly intended to conquer his nation, they could have easily seized control while Moria was invading, without the need for rescue. The matter is quite simple. I'm not certain if you, King, are familiar with the Poneglyphs. Poneglyphs? Cobra was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Roger and his crew would inquire about such things. He fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, he looked up and said, I do know a little about the Poneglyphs. That's wonderful. We have come here to seek information regarding the Poneglyphs because we aspire to conquer these seas. The words, seemingly unremarkable, suddenly imbued Roger's demeanor with an air of authority. Cobra's heart raced. As a nation within the Grand Line, he was well aware of the immense challenges involved in conquering it. It was precisely this realization that left him astonished by Roger's ambition. But can you comprehend the inscriptions on the Poneglyphs? Cobra could not help but ask. He was acutely aware that the writings were not easily decipherable. It required specialized expertise. Unfortunately, such talent could not be found within Alabasta. We certainly have someone who can read them. This fellow is our ship's historian. As he spoke, Roger gestured toward the distant figure of Kazuki Oden. Cobra paused, examining Oden's attire. His brow furrowed as he inquired, who is this? His name is Kazuki Oden, hailing from Wano country. This revelation seemed to confirm Cobra's suspicions, causing him to tremble with astonishment. He had not expected someone from Wano country to be among them. Ko-Bula expressed profound sentiments that in the land of harmony, a semi-closed nation, the samurai rarely venture outside. Thus, should a samurai emerge from within, it would undoubtedly evoke astonishment among the populace. Indeed, our nation possesses historical texts. Ko-Bula remarked, these texts reside within the remnants of our kingdom. That's truly splendid. Your Majesty, please guide us there at once. Roger exclaimed with fervor. Armed with news of the historical texts, he felt invigorated in his pursuit of dreams. There's no rush. You should rest a while longer before I take you there, Ko-Bula replied. After all, you have only just finished your meal and no need for that. We can go right away, Roger insisted. Barely able to contain his excitement upon learning about the historical texts, his eagerness was palpable. Very well then. Seeing Roger's determination, Ko-Bula acquiesced. He rose and said, now, everyone, please follow me. Under Ko-Bula's guidance, they departed from the palace, heading towards a relatively secluded area. Although this place was not within the palace itself, it still fell under its jurisdiction. They traversed a lengthy corridor, flanked by ancient lamps that cast flickering light. We are bound for the remnants of our kingdom, Ko-Bula declared. Remnants of the kingdom? Roger inquired. Indeed, this was once our palace and the birthplace of our ancestors who established this nation, Ko-Bula elucidated. Normally, one would regard such significant sites with reverence, for the remnants of the kingdom symbolized the very essence of their nation. Here lies the glory of their forebears, and many founding ancestors rest in eternal slumber, rendering it akin to a sacred site. However, the solemnity of this place was disrupted by Roger and his companions. Upon emerging from the narrow, elongated corridor, their vistas suddenly expanded, revealing a scene of desolation. Before them lay a sight reminiscent of ruins, with crumbling walls and shattered remnants scattered about. Yet, these ruins bore inscriptions and motifs, each whispering tales of the nation's history. The journey to their current state had been fraught with untold hardships. Ko-Bula gazed at the ruins, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of nostalgia. Roger and his companions surveyed their surroundings. Besides the dilapidated walls, there stood towering trees, reaching towards the heavens. The verdant branches and intricately intertwined trunks spoke volumes of their ancient longevity. Some of the inscriptions on the ruins were legible to them, though many had succumbed to the ravages of time, their original forms obscured. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Roger and his companions from gleaning insights into the history of the nation. Where is the historical text? Their primary concern remained the text that chronicled the information regarding Lafudulu. Shanks, have you ever visited a place like this before? Rayia whispered. Shanks shook his head, responding, this is my first time. His memories of the past were scant, prompting him to seek answers from Shanks. We never actively sought out such places before, as even if we arrived, we would struggle to comprehend the inscriptions. He continued, while we might understand some of the simpler texts, anything more complex eludes our grasp, particularly the inscriptions of historical texts. So, now we have Odin to assist us in deciphering these inscriptions. Rayia posited, precisely. I believe that's why the captain is so eager to have Odin aboard. Shanks nodded. As they conversed, Ko-Bula continued to lead them forward. They navigated through the ruins until they arrived before a colossal stone tablet, adorned with numerous inscriptions resembling intricate characters. Rayia. These symbols appeared as mere gibberish. No wonder Shanks had remarked that even if they found something, it would be of little use to them. Historical text, Roger exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Odin, please approach and discern what it says. His gaze fell upon Kazuki Odin. Odin nodded, his expression earnest as he stepped forward towards the historical stone tablet. This stone tablet, inscribed with historical texts, was unlike the ordinary ones. Its material seemed unique, showing no signs of erosion from the passage of time. The inscriptions remained intact, appearing remarkably clear despite the years. Rayya's focus remained fixed on the historical text. Yet the unintelligible symbols began to induce a sense of dizziness. It was evident that such matters were best left to specialists. All eyes turned to Kazuki Odin, who approached the stone tablet deliberately. He did not rush to explain the inscriptions. Instead, he paused to caress the historical tablet, as if it were the smooth skin of a beloved. Roger and the others refrained from urging him. After a minute or two of contemplation, Odin began to examine the inscriptions closely. His expressions were animated, shifting from furrowed brows to moments of relief and pensive reflection. Hey, Odin, what does it say? Roger couldn't restrain himself from asking. After all this time, have you discerned anything? Odin turned to Roger, inhaling deeply. What is inscribed here is undoubtedly of great significance to us. Really? Roger and the others nodded, eager for Odin to elaborate. Kazuki Odin began to slowly explain the contents of the historical text inscribed upon the stone tablet. In the year 239 of the celestial calendar, Kasila conquered Alabasta as Kazuki Odin spoke. A palpable tremor swept through all present. This seemingly simple utterance appeared to harbor profound implications. The eyes of Roger and his companions flickered with a newfound intensity, their demeanor markedly different from their usual selves. Odin continued. In the year 260 of the celestial calendar, the Iron Empire ruled the Paytan dynasty. Names of nations they had never heard before emerged, leaving Roger and his crew bewildered. However, without sufficient supporting information, it proved impossible to uncover anything of use. The mention of the Paytan dynasty by Odin necessitated further inquiry from other sources. In the year 306 of the celestial calendar, the Elmar Temple was established. In the year 325, the hero man from Orshia arose. When Odin ceased his discourse, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. Their emotions were complex, leaving them uncertain how to react. Among them, the most astonished was perhaps Cobra as the king of Alabasta. He had been indoctrinated since childhood with the notion of safeguarding relics. He had attempted to enlist others to decipher the inscriptions, but to no avail. The script seemed to have been lost to time. Despite scouring the nation and even other islands, he found no one who could comprehend those characters. Over time, his curiosity regarding the inscriptions waned. For years, he had dutifully guarded this place without contemplating the significance of their protection or the meanings embedded in the inscriptions. That he followed the ancestral commandments, and had Roger and his crew not arrived, Alabasta would have remained forever ignorant of the true essence of the inscriptions. Now that he understood their meaning, Cobra's emotions grew even more intricate. It turned out that Alabasta had once been defeated in history. He pondered how their ancestors had weathered such adversity and what the future might hold. What secrets lay hidden within that blank history? These thoughts haunted not only Cobra, but also Roger and his companions, who were equally consumed by questions. Their curiosity about that obscured history transcended ordinary inquisitiveness. It was akin to a desire to overturn established beliefs. Beneath this history lay matters they had never contemplated. Those long-forgotten nations and dynasties. Had they vanished entirely from the world? Or did they exist in some distant corner? Perhaps they survived in some extraordinary form. Did those nations retain their original legacies? Did their cultures endure? Such myriad questions flooded their minds. Though the text was sparse, the information it contained was overwhelming. The realization dawned upon them that this was but one of many historical inscriptions scattered across the globe. An insatiable urge to unravel this mystery surged within them, so powerful that they felt an impulsive desire to leave immediately and seek answers, perhaps a manifestation of humanity's intrinsic quest for knowledge. Yet, ultimately, reason prevailed over impulse, and as time passed, their emotions began to settle. Where else might we find such inscriptions? Roger inquired, his expression unusually serious. I am uncertain. The inscriptions provide no specific details, Odin replied with a wry smile. Roger turned his gaze toward Cobra, who could only respond with a rueful smile. He was equally in the dark. The stone tablet they were safeguarding was a relic of their nation, and no one knew where else in the world similar historical inscriptions might exist. It seemed they were on the brink of a long journey ahead. Suddenly, Roger laughed. Since we have no immediate answers, let us embark on a quest for them. There's no need to fret over such matters. By the way, Captain, why is there no mention of the Grand Line on the inscriptions? One pirate queried. Roger rolled his eyes, responding, If you ask me, who would I inquire? If I knew, I would have already found the final island. The pirate, realizing the folly of his question, chuckled awkwardly. Among the crowd, Reia's eyes sparkled. He possessed perhaps a bit more knowledge about the historical texts than those present. The historical records not only chronicled events, but also contained information leading to the ultimate island of the Grand Line. Among the numerous historical inscriptions, a few red ones were particularly significant, bearing information about Raftel. However, this did not diminish the importance of other historical texts. All were crucial for unraveling the enigma of that blank century. The quest for these historical records was fraught with challenges, as many were in the possession of royal families in various nations, much like Cobra's own, had it not been for Roger and his crew's intervention in saving Alabasta. Cobra would not have so readily allowed them to examine the historical texts. Furthermore, some records were even submerged beneath the sea, accessible only with great difficulty to ordinary vessels, let alone to uncover the texts themselves. Of course, Rayia had no intention of divulging this information to Roger's crew. It wasn't that he was withholding it. Rather, the origins of this knowledge were difficult to explain. Yet, even without sharing this information, Roger would inevitably reach Raftel through normal progression. Rayia wished merely to witness how Roger would arrive at the final island and what treasures it might hold, after deciphering the historical texts. Their business in Alabasta was essentially concluded. Cobra did not dwell excessively on the matter of the historical records. As a king, he understood when to act and how to reciprocate Roger's crew for their assistance in saving the nation. For the next few days, Roger and his companions enjoyed unfettered hospitality in Alabasta. While the nation may not have been wealthy, provisions of food and drink were certainly abundant. Days passed swiftly. "Well, it is time for us to depart," Roger announced, looking at Cobra, who had come to see them off. "We sincerely thank you for everything you have done for Alabasta," Cobra said earnestly, bowing deeply. "Ha!" Roger laughed heartily. "Cobra, you've expressed that sentiment 100 times over these past few days. There is truly no need for it. Besides, you've already repaid us during our stay." Cobra shook his head. In his eyes, no amount of time could ever repay the gratitude he felt toward Roger and his crew. Such a debt of life cannot be settled so easily. Seeing his stubbornness, Roger felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. All right, we really must be going now. No need to see us off. As he spoke, Roger decisively turned and returned to his pirate ship. At that moment, Rayia and the others had already boarded the vessel. Standing on the deck, Roger waved farewell to Cobra, set sail. The grand pirate ship once again embarked upon its journey, sailing into the vast ocean, swiftly vanishing from Cobra's sight. "Roger, I believe you will one day conquer these seas," Cobra thought, his eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. Although their time together was brief, he could distinctly sense the unique charisma that emanated from Roger, something not found in other pirates. Following the direction of the Eternal Pointer, Roger's crew resumed their drifting across the ocean. What could this direction signify? The navigator furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the Eternal Pointer in his hand. "What's the matter?" The pirates gathered around him. To their astonishment, the pointer was currently indicating towards the sky. This left the pirates in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that there was an issue with the Eternal Pointer? The navigator shook his head, asserting that's not possible. Yet, the direction was undeniably peculiar. Could it be that their next island was in the air? The very notion seemed utterly absurd. However, as per the pointer's direction, they could not find a more plausible explanation. "Well, for now, we can only take it one step at a time." The navigator sighed. "What's wrong with you lot?" "It's just an Eternal Pointer," Roger interjected. "So what if it points to the sky? You all know this wondrous sea well. An island in the sky wouldn't be so strange." His words were delivered with a light-hearted tone, even harboring a hint of expectation in his gaze. The crew exchanged glances, rolling their eyes at their unreliable captain. An island in the sky. It was laughable to even consider. If such a place truly existed, how would their ship reach it? Fly up there? As if their vessel were capable of flight. Nevertheless, the pirates did not dwell too long on such matters after all. As the saying goes, the boat will get to the bridge when it gets there. They were inherently optimistic individuals, quickly casting aside these thoughts. Amidst the crowd, one person fell into deep contemplation. "The Eternal Pointer points to the sky? It seems Roger intends to head to Skypea," Rayia murmured to herself. Despite her thoughts, she too felt a flicker of excitement. The idea of a ship soaring into the sky was nothing short of miraculous. Before long, they spotted land. Upon seeing the emergence of land, the pirates erupted into a frenzy of excitement. "I told you. The pointer pointing to the sky was nonsense." We've arrived at the next island. "Hey, can we go buy some alcohol again?" Yes. We've nearly exhausted our previous supplies. You lot, the king of Alabasta sent us plenty of provisions that should have lasted us a while, but your extravagant wastefulness has led to it being consumed in less than half a month." Jabba's voice rang out. The pirates sheepishly stuck out their tongues in response. "All right, Jabba, don't fuss over such details as long as we're happy. Isn't that what matters?" "Exactly. The most important thing on this sea is freedom." "Indeed, if we don't even have the right to drink freely, that would be truly tragic." The pirates exchanged banter, their spirits high. Jabba's lips twitched in frustration, yet he clearly had no intention of pursuing the matter further. In truth, while their reasoning seemed nonsensical, it was not entirely unfounded. After all, weren't pirates meant to pursue freedom? Hey, look, this island seems quite peculiar." Rayya's voice rang out. The others hurried over to as the ship drew closer. They noticed that the island's shape was rather strange. Moreover, the entire island appeared to lack a sense of completeness, exuding an aura of incompleteness. Simultaneously, its size exceeded their expectations, not in terms of being vast, but rather, it was elongated and diminutive. They had encountered various bizarre islands throughout their journey, yet none had been quite like this one. Just as they marveled at the island's oddity, a strange sound echoed from the sky. Rayia looked up and spotted a small black dot high above, plummeting at a terrifying speed. "What is that? It looks like a ship," Rayia exclaimed, her pupils dilating in shock. "Something is falling from the sky." "Don't be ridiculous, Rayia. What could possibly fall from the sky?" Just as the pirates prepared to tease Rayia, splinters of wood began to rain down upon them. "What is happening?" They looked up, and the black was rapidly enlarging. It was indeed a ship. "Quick, get out of the way. We must avoid being struck by it." The pirates rushed to the helm. Under the navigator's guidance, they began to adjust the ship's course that a thunderous noise accompanied by a series of explosive winds filled the air. "What on earth is happening?" Roger exclaimed. At that moment, the black dot became fully visible. It was a battered ship, its hull in tatters, hardly recognizable in its original form. With a resounding crash, the dilapidated vessel landed beside Roger's ship. The pirates turned, their hearts pounding with trepidation as they processed the sudden crisis. "What should we do?" They looked to Roger for guidance. Stroking his chin, Roger pondered for a moment before declaring, "We need to salvage that ship." Soon, through the collective effort of the crew, the wreckage of the vessel was hauled aboard. Upon viewing the entirety of the ship, the pirates couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What kind of ordeal had this ship endured to end up in such a state? "The occupants aboard must have perished," they mused. "Let us piece it together and see what it looks like," someone suggested. With their combined efforts, the battered ship began to reveal its original form. It was a vessel with distinct features. "This appears to be an old ship." Keigetsu Odin suddenly spoke up. The crew turned their attention to him. "Do you recognize this ship?" Odin nodded, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, this ship should have set sail from the kingdom of Briss. And it seems there is a skull on board." His words drew the crew's gaze to the center of the ship, where a skull lay ominously displayed. The skull was cracked and appeared quite eerie. "What is going on? Why does the skull have 3 holes in it? Could it possibly not be a human skull? How long has this person been dead?" The numerous pirates gazed at the skull, their expressions rife with confusion. Clearly, they had long grown accustomed to such macabre sights. At that moment, Kurokas, standing nearby, spoke up. "This is a method previously employed for treating brain tumors." The crowd was left in bewilderment, their eyes turning towards Kurokas. That he continued, "This technique likely originated over 2 centuries ago in the realm of medical knowledge." None dared to question Kurokas. This ship has been sailing for more than 200 years. Rayleigh remarked. "Indeed, that seems plausible." Kazuki Odin replied. "As I mentioned earlier, this vessel has drifted across the seas for an inexplicable duration." Odin's understanding of history evidently surpassed that of the others aboard. But why did this ship fall from the sky? Could it be that islands truly exist in the heavens? Reflecting on the direction of the eternal pointer they had just encountered, the gathered individuals couldn't help but exclaim, "It is quite possible." Kazuki Odin produced a book, which contained records pertaining to this very history. Soon, he found the relevant content within its pages. It noted that, indeed, there seemed to be aerial islands in this maritime region. Though the terminology used was tentative, the specifics remained shrouded in mystery, as few had ever witnessed such phenomena or returned from such places. All eyes fell upon the historical tome, astonished. Could islands genuinely float in the sky? Such a notion surpassed their wildest imaginations. After hearing Odin's words, an unknown captain fell eerily silent. Suddenly, he broke into a wide grin, revealing his pristine teeth. "Then let us venture to the Sky Island." "But how? How do we ascend to this Sky Island?" "Our ship cannot fly," a pirate retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Even their navigator could not refrain from chiming in, voicing his skepticism that it sounded simple enough. Yet who truly knew how to reach such heights? Roger scratched his head, seemingly in agreement. That moment, the previously quiet Rayia finally spoke up. "If there is a possibility of an island in the sky, then surely there must be more than just this single ship that has sunk here over the years." His words jolted the other pirates into awareness. They smacked their foreheads in realization, exclaiming, "Of course. How did I not think of that?" "Rayia, your mind is sharp." With the prospect of many sunken vessels, excitement bubbled within the crew. Let us dive into the depths and search. Clearly, to uncover clues beneath the sea, they must plunge into its depths. Otherwise, the likelihood of finding anything was negligible. Leave this task to me, one enthusiastic individual beside Rayia declared, raising his hand. Buggy, when did you become so eager? Rayia questioned, taken aback by Buggy's enthusiasm. He probably wishes to hunt for treasure beneath the waves, Shanks remarked casually from the side. Nonsense. I merely intend to help everyone find clues to the Sky Island. Buggy was adamant in his denial. However, those familiar with his nature, like Rayia, quickly accepted Shanks' assertion that it was only during such moments that Buggy became fervently motivated. But how do we reach the ocean floor? Simply relying on their ability to hold their breath would surely prove insufficient for a deep dive. Since these wrecks had lain beneath the waves for so long, what did that imply? It meant that their locations must be at considerable depths. Breathing through sheer wool was not feasible for prolonged searches underwater. What should they do? The pirates found themselves in a quandary to extend their time submerged. They needed to resolve the issue of respiration. Though it sounded straightforward, the execution posed significant challenges. After all, they were not fish. If they were, they could dive indefinitely. Why don't we fashion a diving apparatus from barrels? Someone suddenly suggested. That seems like a viable option, a pirate agreed. But how could they create a barrel that would allow them to breathe underwater? Such questions only compounded their dilemma. Everyone, take a look at my design. How does it appear? Buggy's voice rang out, revealing a modified barrel he had crafted that it seemed he had procured a barrel from somewhere. With a flurry of movement, he transformed its appearance. The barrel now sported two straps resembling the sleeves of a garment. While the center featured a transparent glass-like pane that a long tube extended from a hole at the top of the barrel. The crew stared in bemusement at Buggy's contraption. Buggy, what is this? Buggy, hands on hips, proudly declared, this is a modified barrel diving suit. But how does it work? It's simple. We merely wear it. This pane allows us to see clearly underwater, Buggy explained, gesturing to the transparent section. And what purpose does this serve? A pirate inquired, holding the lengthy tube. Buggy grinned and elaborated, this is our breathing tube for underwater. While we can't breathe in the depths, as long as we keep it above water, we can breathe freely while submerged. Impressive, Buggy. Roger clapped Buggy on the shoulder, then swiftly donned the modified barrel without hesitation. In a flash, he leaped into the sea. Wait, hold on, the pirates shouted after him. Unfortunately, once submerged, Roger could not hear their calls. The crew sighed in exasperation. Meanwhile, Buggy had also donned his diving suit and approached the edge of the deck, preparing to leap in as well. Hey, Buggy, wait, make sure to prepare more for us, the pirates urgently called out. Buggy pointed towards the cabin, revealing that he had already crafted several modified barrels. The pirates exchanged glances, then scrambled towards them, evidently eager to explore the sunken ships. It was no wonder. Being cooped up on the ship had grown tiresome. Now that an exciting task had presented itself, they were determined not to let it slip away. Hey, Rayia, you're still young. You shouldn't dive in. Being one of the closest to Buggy, Rayia quickly secured a diving suit. Ignoring the admonitions of the surrounding pirates, he pressed on. He turned around and leaped into the air. With a splash, he plunged into the water. The sound echoed as he submerged, and Leah's vision blurred momentarily. The light beneath the ocean was nothing like that on land. It was dim and murky. Thankfully, thanks to the mirror atop the barrel, he could still vaguely discern the condition of the seabed. Not far from him, there was another figure clad in identical attire. Without a doubt, it was Baki. That fellow was straining to dive deeper, but unfortunately, he had not put much effort into building his strength. And his speed was decidedly lacking. Where's Roger? Leah recalled that there had been another person with them. His gaze swept the depths, and soon he caught a faint glimpse of a silhouette far below. In no time at all, Roger had descended to such depths. Leah, not wishing to linger, quickly adapted to the pressure surrounding him. The air pipes were sealed, which would prevent their barrels from flooding and ensure their oxygen supply. It must be said that Baki had some aptitude in this regard, though one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that this surge of potential was solely driven by his desire for treasure. This modified barrel suit could only cover the upper body, leaving the lower half free for swimming. Otherwise, they would find themselves immobile in the ocean. As Leah descended further, he began to feel the pressure weighing upon him. A result of the surrounding seawater. Engaging in activities beneath the waves meant confronting this water pressure, which impeded their speed. Fortunately, Leah had spent considerable time in the ocean before, so he was no stranger to such pressure. He quickly acclimated as their descent deepened. The pressure they faced increased. With Leia's physical strength, enduring this water pressure was hardly an issue. Yet, he wondered how Baki fared not far off. Fortunately, Baki appeared to be swimming slowly as well. Albeit significantly slower than Leia. It wasn't long before Leia caught up to him. Baki. Leia waved the sleeves of his barrel suit. However, Baki could only see him but not hear his words. Yet, being familiar with Leia, Baki was able to discern what Leia was saying through his lip movements. Cursed Leia? Baki thought bitterly, helplessly watching as Leia surpassed him. Thankfully, this guy seemed indifferent to treasures. Nevertheless, Baki knew he needed to hasten his pace. He clumsily paddled through the water. Moments later, several others donned in similar attire appeared behind him. They were the pirates who had descended from the ship. Naturally, they were unwilling to remain idle. How far had Roger gone? With his keen eyesight, Leia could only make out Roger's faint outline, appearing quite distant. The actual distance was likely even greater, given they were in the vast ocean rather than on land. After several minutes, Leia finally beheld the wreck of the sunken ship, which had broken apart in the middle. The wood from the vessel was scattered everywhere, yet he could still barely discern its original shape. As Leia approached the ship, it seemed that it had not been submerged for long, as the wood remained largely intact and had not yet succumbed to the corrosive effects of seawater. Under normal circumstances, wood submerged in such an environment would quickly deteriorate. Leia swam into the ship's interior, where the light grew even dimmer. He could only make out vague shapes. The inside of the cabin was in disarray, as though it had been ransacked. As he ventured deeper, Leia discovered signs of a struggle. What is this? He found himself in a corner where a drawer stood conspicuously. He reached out and pulled it open to reveal a piece of paper lying within. A map. Leia gasped, astonished to find a map in such a place. It was rare to encounter maps in the Grand Line, usually reserved for recording special locations or treasures, like the one Baki had always yearned for. Otherwise, they typically relied on eternal pointers. Leia tucked the map away and began searching elsewhere. Soon, he encountered Roger, who was examining some armor that appeared quite ancient. Upon seeing Leia, Roger waved him over. In the depths of the ocean, they were unable to converse verbally, relying instead on gestures. Roger indicated with his hands, and Leia took some time to comprehend his meaning. He was asking what Leia had discovered. After a moment's hesitation, Leia produced the map he had found. Roger's face lit up with surprise, yet he did not request Leia to hand it over. Instead, he signaled to wait until they returned to the ship. At that moment, Baki and the other pirates also arrived. Baki eagerly entered the ship's cabin, commencing a thorough search. Before long, his hands were filled with various items. A cup of indiscernible material, an ancient sword. Essentially, anything that appeared valuable aboard the ship was seized. After exploring the area thoroughly and finding no further clues, they began their journey back to the surface. Once they resurfaced, Leia exhaled deeply. The oppressive sensation of the deep sea was far more intense than that on land, where many things remained obscured. Most importantly, moving in the water was far from convenient, and the feeling of helplessness could easily induce a fear of the deep. They had returned. Sounds emanated from the pirate ship, and soon a rope was lowered. Leia and the others climbed back aboard. After shedding their modified barrel suits, Leia breathed a sigh of relief. Although the suits allowed them to breathe underwater, prolonged wear had left them feeling somewhat stifled. With a clatter, the group placed their findings onto the deck. To be frank, there were few valuable items among them. That ship must have been thoroughly looted, one pirate remarked. Roger nodded, replying, I noticed that as well. Did any of you find anything useful? Leia presented his discovery, and the collective gaze of the crew turned towards him. A map. They exclaimed in astonishment. Damn it! How did Leia get so lucky to find a map, while I ended up with this junk? Baki grumbled in frustration. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered making those modified suits. I could have gone alone and claimed everything for myself. Where does this map lead? Come take a look. The navigator aboard the ship signaled for Leia to hand over the map. In terms of mastery over the cartography, Leia was unequivocally inferior to the professional navigator. Upon receiving the map, the navigator furrowed his brow in concentration, only to soon relax. He turned to Roger and spoke in a grave tone. Captain, this is a map leading to the Sky Island. Such islands truly exist. My goodness, could it be real? Might there be abundant treasures upon the Sky Island? The one posing this question was none other than Buggy. Roger's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, Then we shall set sail for the Sky Island. Yet, the navigator lamented, But how shall we get there? Our current situation only grants us this map. Yet we remain unaware of the precise method. Besides, can our ship truly ascend to the skies? Even as a seasoned navigator, I cannot help but feel perplexed about such matters. After all, this is exceedingly bizarre. Then let us seek a solution. There lies an island ahead, and I am certain its inhabitants will possess some knowledge, Rayleigh interjected. Indeed, lingering in despair here serves no purpose. Let us first approach that island. Roger exclaimed, gesturing towards the distant landmass. Brothers, we shall embark anew. However, just as their ship prepared to depart, an enormous shadow suddenly emerged over the once azure and clear waters. The dark figure surged forth from the depths. Hiss! The crew collectively gasped in astonishment. What is that? A sea king, my heavens! This sea king is colossal. It was a tremendous turtle-like creature, its expression devoid of emotion, bearing sharp teeth from which dripped either saliva or seawater. Upon its emergence, the beast opened its maw, evidently intent on devouring Roger's vessel. What nonsense! You wish to consume my ship without my consent, Roger bellowed, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword at that moment. A shadowy figure leaped into the air, striking at the gigantic sea king. The figure's fist glimmered with a faint metallic sheen. With a resounding thud, the creature's head was struck, flesh tearing apart as it let out a deafening wail of agony. Hey, Rayia, you reckless fool, Jabba shouted from the ship. The assailant was none other than Rayia. Perplexed, Rayia gazed back at them. Meanwhile, the massive sea king thrashed about in pain, causing their vessel to sway perilously on the waves. Instilling a genuine fear of capsizing, it was no surprise that even Roger's pirate ship, classified as a large vessel, felt minuscule in comparison to the monstrous creature before them. Let me take care of this, Roger proclaimed, swiftly drawing the sword at his waist, its blade glowing with a crimson radiance. Divine avoidance. The moment the sword descended, the colossal sea king's movement ceased abruptly, leaving only a trail of red light in its wake. With a thunderous crash, the immense creature was cleaved in twain, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Rayia watched in silent astonishment. Though this was not his first encounter, each instance brought about a fresh wave of awe. Roger was truly formidable, in truth. Rayya's earlier strike had merely been an attempt to gauge the distance between himself and Roger. Now, he understood. He had much to strive for, with the Sea King vanquished. Their journey resumed uninterrupted. Soon, their ship reached a peculiar-shaped island. They did not hasten to disembark, instead circling the coastline to survey the vessels docked there. Should the Navy be present, they would certainly refrain from landing. Fortunately, the Navy had yet to extend its reach this far. Once assured of safety, they finally disembarked. Rayia handed the map to Roger. Their primary objectives for landing on this island were twofold: to procure supplies and to gather information regarding the Sky Island. After all, had their eternal log pointer not malfunctioned, their next destination would undoubtedly be in the skies. Upon discovering the map to the Sky Island, Roger appeared quite invigorated, seemingly disinterested in the notion of a broken pointer. Rayia was assigned to procure supplies, accompanied by Buggy, Shanks, and Barry. Hey, Rayia, is that map truly not a treasure map? Buggy persisted. Still preoccupied with the circumstances surrounding Rayya's acquisition of the map. It is not. Did the captain not clarify? It leads to the Sky Island. Sky Island, you say? Do you believe it truly exists? Buggy inquired. How should I know? Rayia shrugged. I believe it does exist. Shanks suddenly interjected. Buggy's gaze shifted eagerly. Consider it. If the Sky Island were non-existent, why would ships fall from the sky? Moreover, why would such a map exist? You make a valid point. Perhaps the Sky Island genuinely exists. Buggy nodded, seemingly convinced by Shanks' reasoning. I wonder if there are treasures upon that Sky Island. If so, that would be splendid, but we must first discover a way to reach it. Barrett, however, remained withdrawn from their discussion, which was hardly surprising. He had always been taciturn since boarding the ship. He engaged only in occasional contests with Rayia or sought to challenge Roger from time to time. As they conversed, they soon entered the town upon the island. The streets were bustling with residents. Although their arrival sparked some curiosity among the locals, none approached to inquire about them. After all, this was an island in the open sea, and encountering various individuals was not unusual. The first items they sought to procure were, of course, alcoholic beverages. They recalled the insistence of their crewmates before departure. Rayia, make sure to stock up on good wine. Indeed, one could manage without food, but not without drink. The ship's supply of alcohol was dwindling. Alcohol is the elixir of life. If Rayia returns without sufficient wine, those fellows might just skin him alive. Thus, their initial destination was inevitably the tavern within the town, typically the most conspicuous establishment. Before long, they found themselves before a quaint little house, its entrance adorned with 2 doors reaching the height of a person's chest. They stood outside, faintly able to glimpse the scenes within. A waft of alcohol lingered in the air from the small room, accompanied by the sound of clinking glasses. Clearly, they had not come to the wrong place. "Come on, let us enter," Rayia exclaimed as they pushed open the door. Almost immediately, they were enveloped by an atmosphere brimming with exuberance. Inside the small room, numerous patrons were seated, their tables adorned with an array of bottles. Many already emptied. Rayia made his way directly to the bar, plopping himself down on a stool. "Boss," he called out. "Coming right up," replied a sultry female bartender who emerged. Her beauty was striking, instantly uplifting the spirits of those who beheld her. It was no wonder the establishment attracted such a crowd. "What charming young gentlemen we have here." The bartender's smile was akin to that of a delicate flower, her teasing tone exuding an alluring charm. We wish to purchase some liquor," Rayia responded with a grin. It was difficult to maintain a stern demeanor in the presence of such a beautiful bartender, though some nearby managed to do so. Barrett's serious expression seemed eternally fixed, while Buggy appeared more intrigued by the treasure map. Shanks, on the other hand, wore an ever-present smile. "Are you all so young and already indulging in alcohol?" The bartender laughed. The other 3 looked merely like teenagers, despite their physiques being comparable to that of ordinary adults, their muscles even surpassing many. Yet, their youthful faces betrayed their true age. "Is there a rule against us drinking here?" Rayia inquired playfully. The bartender chuckled and replied, "Not at all, but it's not advisable for children to drink. You aren't of age yet, are you? But we are pirates. How can we not drink?" Buggy suddenly interjected. "Pirates?" The bartender paused, scrutinizing Rayia and his companions. Then, a smile broke on her face. "I've never seen such young pirates before." A regular customer nearby chimed in. Let them have their drinks." "Exactly. There's no need for them to declare themselves pirates." It was evident that many were skeptical of Rayia and his crew's claims, given their seemingly harmless appearances. One with a red nose, another with red hair, and one muscular fellow. Of course, the muscular one did seem more pirate-like than the others. "We wish to buy a substantial amount of alcohol. This liquor is the lifeblood of our journey at sea. If we don't procure enough, our crew will surely be displeased," Rayia casually stated, disregarding the skepticism. The bartender regarded Rayia with surprise. "You intend to purchase for your ship?" "Indeed," Rayia affirmed. "Whatever quantity you have, we shall take it." As he spoke, he produced a hefty stack of berries. He recalled the pained expression of Jabba when they had disembarked. Truly, one does not grasp the weight of responsibility until they shoulder it. As the ship's treasurer, managing the finances fell upon him. Were it not for Jabba, the funds aboard Roger's ship would have likely been depleted long ago, given the recklessness of their captain and the carelessness of the first mate. "Thank you for your hard work, Jabba," Rayia silently expressed his gratitude. Though he knew the money must be spent wisely, the bartender was taken aback by the considerable sum Rayia produced, leading her to believe his words. Yet, just as she prepared to gather the drinks for Rayia and his companions, the entrance swung open. A powerful aura suddenly enveloped the entire bar. What was happening? The patrons, who had been reveling moments ago, abruptly ceased their merriment, falling into a profound silence. The atmosphere grew so quiet that even the sound of a single breath could be distinctly heard. Rayia turned to see a figure standing at the entrance, radiating an overwhelming presence, adorned in striking crimson attire that sent chills down the spines of onlookers. The temperature in the bar seemed to drop significantly upon his arrival. "The Red Count. It is the Red Count." Someone gasped, recognizing the formidable swordsman. The crowd erupted into a flurry of excitement. "Have you heard of the Red Count, Lade?" Rayia glanced at Shanks, who was now fixated on the Red Count with an intensity that spoke of deep-seated battle fervor. "Hey, Shanks," Rayia nudged him. Shanks finally broke his gaze, excitement evident in his voice. "He is a world-class swordsman." Rayia shivered at the thought. A swordsman of such caliber could not be an ordinary man. The solitary Red. Shanks continued, "His strength is legendary, rivaling that of an entire pirate crew." "Wait, what?" Rayia questioned, bewildered by the implication. Shanks explained, "His prowess is such that he could stand against an entire crew single-handedly." "How could that be possible?" Rayia exclaimed. An average pirate crew typically consisted of 10 to 20 members, and while larger crews existed, the strength of a crew was not merely a matter of numbers. Many elite crews had few members. Yet each was exceptionally powerful. For instance, if Kazuki Oden were considered independently, he could easily command his own pirate crew. The same could be said for Rayleigh, not to mention the numerous potential talents aboard their ship. Reiya, Barrett, Shanks, and Jabba, none of whom were ordinary. They could easily handle multiple adversaries. To suggest that the Red Count could take on an entire crew seemed absurd. Could he face our pirate crew alone? Reiya asked. Shanks hesitated for a moment, then sighed. I really can't say for certain. After a pause, he added, he is a legendary figure. We've never crossed blades with him. However, his swordsmanship is exceptionally refined. And how does he compare to Oden? This Shanks pondered for a moment, then replied, he might even surpass him. Is he truly that formidable? Reiya's expression grew increasingly grave. He was acutely aware of Kazuki Oden's exceptional swordsmanship. It was undoubtedly among the finest in the world. If the Red Count, Lade, surpassed Oden in strength, one could only dread to imagine the extent of that power. Reiya found himself hesitant to contemplate it. Yet, deep within, he felt a simmering excitement akin to that of Shanks, a surge of fervor. Those who possess even a modicum of strength often yearn for a chance to test their mettle against such formidable beings. Perhaps in pursuit of fame, to gauge their own capabilities, or to seek a breakthrough. However, even with Shanks and Reiya's intentions to engage, this was not the opportune moment for reckless provocation. Resolving to attend to pressing matters first, Reiya nodded. Boss, please bring us some drinks. The female proprietor had been taken aback upon the appearance of the Red Count, but Reiya's call snapped her back to attention. Oh, just a moment. I'll be right there. Faced with a guest of Lade's stature, the barmaid could never dream of dismissing him. After all, this was an island along the Grand Line, accustomed to hosting pirates in considerable numbers. It would be unreasonable to adopt a different attitude simply because one was a legendary pirate. Fortunately, the Red Count seemed indifferent. After a cursory glance around, he chose a seat at random. However, the other patrons nearby hastily vacated their spots, creating several empty seats beside him. Clearly, the presence of such a legendary pirate instilled a sense of awe among the clientele. Soon, an array of drinks was placed before Reiya and his companions. Yet, due to their substantial order, they would need to wait. Would the map they had procured indeed lead them to the Sky Island? Buggy lifted a glass and gulped it down. Surely, it must be accurate. I wonder if the inhabitants of this island are aware of it. However, Captain Roger's might was undeniably formidable, despite spending years aboard the ship. Buggy recalled the immense sea creature that had been effortlessly cleaved in two with a single stroke. A hint of admiration flickered in Buggy's eyes, for it was likely that only Roger could elicit such reverence from him. After all, Buggy had never been one to prioritize strength, yet it did not impede his respect for those who wielded it. Their voices were unrestrained, and soon, another patron approached. Hey, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Are you members of the Roger Pirates? Of course, without a doubt. Buggy responded, thumping his chest. Roger is a symbol of power upon these seas. Moreover, it was not uncommon for some patrons in these bars to be pirates themselves, making their knowledge of Roger's name unsurprising. As expected, after Buggy's declaration, the man's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and his gaze towards Buggy and his companions transformed entirely. Reiya exchanged a glance with Shanks, both turning to find the source of their unease. A pair of indifferent eyes glinted with intensity. Red Count Lade. He rose and approached Reiya. Both Reiya and Shanks felt a foreboding sensation arise within them. Just then, with a swift motion, Lade vanished from sight, only to reappear before them in an instant. Let me go. Who are you? What do you want? Unbeknownst to them, Buggy had already found himself ensnared in Lade's grasp. Reiya and Shanks wore solemn expressions. They had been utterly unable to comprehend the sheer velocity of Lade. Beside them, Barrett seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, rising to fix his piercing gaze upon Lade. Reiya and Shanks mirrored his stance. To lay hands on their comrade before them was a blatant disregard for their presence. The three of them stood in defiance against the Red Count, the atmosphere of the bar thickening with tension. The patron who had previously spoken to Buggy recoiled in shock, while the other patrons regarded the scene with equal astonishment. Their trepidation stemmed from the speed exhibited by Lade. Had they been in his position, they would have been rendered utterly defenseless. Release him, Reiya commanded in a low voice. Lade seemed to disregard his words entirely, fixating his gaze on Buggy. Where's Roger? Clearly, their earlier conversation had reached his ears. Let me go, now. Buggy, his neck in a vice-like grip, had no thoughts of complying. He flailed his fists and kicked, attempting to strike Lade, but his reach fell short. I shall ask you once more, where is Roger? Lade's voice was as frigid as ice, sending a chill through Buggy, who suddenly grasped the overwhelming strength of the man before him. Yet Buggy was still Buggy. He would not yield so easily. Who are you? What do you want with our captain? Let me go, or you'll find our captain will not spare you. He retorted coldly. I would rather he did not spare me. You are his crew, correct? Take me to him. Lade chuckled, his pale visage rendering his smile unervingly sinister, reminiscent of a bloodless vampire. Release him. Seeing that Lade had no intention of relinquishing Buggy, Reia launched a punch at him. Lade's expression hardened. Reia's fist shimmered with a faint golden hue, an indication of his Hakai'd eye in response to Reia's assault. Lade sidestepped with apparent ease, as if he had anticipated Reia's move at that moment. Another figure materialized behind Lade, delivering a mighty punch aimed at his head. The colossal fist radiated a subtle glow, deceptively simple yet powerful. Lade, unfazed, extended a hand and seized the punch as if it were caught in a massive vice. What? Barrett's expression shifted. He had not expected his blow to be so effortlessly contained. Take that. Just then, another figure appeared beside Lade, wielding a blade. As the knife slashed through the air, a wave of white energy surged towards Lade. In a swift motion, Lade discarded Buggy and raised his fist to meet the oncoming attack. Boom! The collision of blade and fist erupted in a dazzling display of light, shattering several nearby bottles. Damn it! You dare treat me this way? Watch as I bring you to your knees. Baki rose from the ground, charging forward with fervor. Meanwhile, the patrons inside the bar were rendered utterly aghast. The sudden eruption of combat caught them completely off guard. None anticipated that the infamous Red Count, Lade, would suddenly turn his wrath upon a few children. However, it soon became clear through their conversations that these little rascals were, in fact, members of the Roger Pirates. This revelation brought a dawning realization upon them. Roger, being the pinnacle among all pirates, was indeed the preeminent figure of the Grand Line. After all, the Grand Line is known for its treacherous and lengthy voyages. Making it the closest realm to conquering such a formidable it was hardly surprising that pirates sought to challenge him, particularly those as formidable as the Red Count. Laid at that moment, Shanks, Barrett, Baki, and the nearby Reia all engaged Lade in fierce combat. It appeared that Lade was at a disadvantage, facing such a multitude alone. Nonetheless, not a single soul present dared to bet against him. Lade had earned his fearsome reputation, being a man who claimed to rival an entire pirate crew single-handedly. How could he possibly falter against a mere handful of adversaries? Shanks unleashed a flurry of sword energy, shimmering with an ethereal brilliance, striking towards Lade. Meanwhile, Barrett's fists, now free from Lade's grasp, surged forward with explosive force. Baki swung his fists with determination. Under normal circumstances, one would expect a person to be overwhelmed by such a barrage of attacks. Yet, Lade bore an unruffled demeanor, with a mere flick of his hand. He dispersed Shanks's sword energy to that juncture. Shanks's swordsmanship had yet to reach its zenith, and Barrett, akin to a human cannonball, barreled toward Lade with unrestrained ferocity. The power behind his punch was undeniably devastating. The earlier incident of Lade seizing his fist seemed to gnaw at Barrett's pride, prompting him to strike with unrelenting ferocity. Lade, confronted with Barrett's onslaught, could not help but feel a weight of seriousness. However, a sudden smile graced Lade's lips, inciting a moment of foreboding in the trio of attackers. In the blink of an eye, the air was filled with a whooshing sound as Lade's figure vanished from view. Baki felt an overwhelming force crash into his abdomen, as if it would tear him asunder, sending him hurtling backward with a resounding crash against the bar's wall. Without hesitation, Shanks swung his sword backward. And as fate would have it, Lade reappeared in that very spot. The collision of fist and blade erupted in a shower of sparks, yet Shanks did not revel in having withstood Lade's assault. Instead, a flicker of concern crossed his face as he sensed the increasing power behind Lade's punches. Shanks found himself pushed back several meters, struggling to regain his footing. After repelling Shanks, Lade unleashed another punch, this time targeting Barrett. Unyielding, Barrett raised his fist, which shimmered with a milky radiance, resembling a gauntlet enveloping his hand. In contrast, Lade's fist appeared unadorned yet. Having just experienced the earlier collision, Barrett dared not underestimate him. The two fists collided with a thunderous impact, resonating through the air like the shattering of bones that a shockwave radiated outward, shattering the bottles that adorned the tables, while the surrounding patrons, witnessing the ferocity of the brawl, instinctively recoiled from the epicenter of conflict, yet remained curious enough to observe from a distance. Amidst the chaos, the bar's proprietress was likely the most distraught, having merely stepped away to fetch drinks. She returned to find her establishment in utter disarray. How could such a brawl erupt in her bar? Her beautiful eyes reflected her anguish as she surveyed the wreckage of shattered bottles. Yet, this was not her first encounter with such turmoil. Quickly regaining her composure, she focused on the combatants, hoping fervently that no one would sustain injury amidst the fray, although she remained unaware of the cause of their conflict. Such occurrences were not uncommon in these waters, especially in an era rampant with piracy. After all, the majority of patrons in her bar were pirates, known for their unruly nature, making brawls a frequent occurrence. Damn it, Baki grumbled as he climbed back to his feet, glaring at the red count laid from a distance, his expression surprisingly devoid of fear. Planting his feet firmly, he charged once more. Shanks, too, had no intention of retreating. From the moment they laid eyes on Lade, an impulse to challenge him had ignited within them. Now that he had instigated a conflict, they would not cower in submission. It was the perfect opportunity to gauge their swordsmanship. Thus, Baki, Barrett, and Shanks united in their assault against the Red Count, while Rayia, standing aside, had become an observer. This was not due to a lack of desire to engage, but rather the impracticality of attacking a single individual amidst such a crowded skirmish. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, poised to strike should Lade reveal any weaknesses, embodying the role of a sentinel amidst the fray. The battle raged fiercely, with Lade appearing somewhat beleaguered under the onslaught of four assailants. This unexpected turn of events astounded the other patrons. In comparison to Lade, the likes of Rayia and his companions were relatively obscure. Merely managing to hold their ground against Lade was enough to elevate their status significantly. Truly remarkable youth, someone remarked with admiration. Meanwhile, Barrett, Shanks, and Baki, engaged in combat, felt a sting of indignation. After all, they were outnumbering Lade, and if they could not prevail under such circumstances, it would undoubtedly bruise their egos. Particularly for Barrett, who had set Roger as his benchmark, the emergence of such a formidable opponent threatened to distance him further from his aspirations of surpassing Roger. Thus, Barrett unleashed his full might. Each strike executed with lethal precision. Lade's strength was undeniably formidable, yet faced with Barrett's menacing attacks, he found himself compelled to evade, in no doubt. A worthy adversary from Roger's crew, Lade acknowledged with a hint of respect. Humph, don't get too cocky. I shall surely defeat you, Barrett remarked with a hint of irritation. I know this is not your true strength. Show me what you are capable of, Shanks interjected from the side. After such an extended battle, the sword of the Red Count, Reed, had yet to be drawn. At his waist hung a strangely shaped sword that emanated a formidable threat just by its appearance. After all, in this vast sea, weapons with such peculiar designs typically belong to users capable of unleashing powerful techniques. You want me to draw my sword? Let's see if you possess the ability to make me do so. The Red Count Reed clearly had no intention of unsheathing his blade. Then we shall fight until you are compelled to draw it, Shanks declared, his eyes burning with the spirit of combat. The sword in his hand suddenly seemed to come alive, launching itself toward the Red Count Reed. Faced with Shanks' rapid strikes, Reed found himself having to evade. The energy contained within Shanks' blade was not to be underestimated. A single misstep could lead to being pierced through by such force. If he were to falter, the reputation of the Red Count Reed might become a stepping stone for others. Nevertheless, at this moment, Shanks, Barrett, and even Buggy had gained the recognition of the onlookers for their prowess. After all, not everyone could contend with the Red Count Reed. As for Leah, due to her limited involvement, she appeared somewhat inconspicuous. Even the Red Count Reed perceived her presence as merely supportive, with the primary assault emanating from Barrett and Shanks. While Buggy's attacks were outright disregarded, if Buggy were aware of this, he would likely be filled with despair, perhaps even prompting him to begin enhancing his own strength from this day forth. However, in his current state of anger, his mind was devoid of distractions. Crackling sounds reverberated through the air as brilliant lights flickered above. These were the energy fluctuations generated by their battle. Fortunately, they seemed to consider the bar's situation, or perhaps the confined space within it dictated their movements. If they continued to fight unrestrained, it was likely the entire bar would be reduced to rubble. Thankfully, as the combat progressed, they found themselves outside the bar. Figures flickered across the ground, moving so swiftly that ordinary onlookers could barely catch a glimpse. They could only faintly hear the sounds of fists colliding with flesh from above. This guy is absurdly strong. To this point, aside from the attacks Reed had willingly received, none of the others had managed to graze him. It was as if he possessed a precognitive ability. Likely a high-level observation haki. Shanks had encountered observation haki before, but never to such an exaggerated extent. Are you wondering if I can read your thoughts? Reed commented while dodging an attack. How did you know? Shanks' face was etched with astonishment. I was born with this ability. I can easily access your innermost memories. Reed spoke with unwavering confidence, clearly unafraid of revealing his power. Barrett and Shanks exchanged grim glances. If he could read their memories, how could they continue to fight? As for Buggy, his role in the battle was rather minimal, given the vast disparity in strength between him and the other three. Were it not for Leah's support, Buggy would likely have already collapsed to the ground. Damn it. At that moment, Buggy felt a pang of regret for not exerting more effort in his training. As the saying goes, one regrets their lack of preparation when the time comes to act. Strength is no different. I'm done playing with you. Reed's expression shifted suddenly, becoming serious. Shanks and Barrett's faces grew solemn. Not because they were inferior to Reed, but rather because they were not yet in the same league. Reed was older than all present and at the peak of his physical capabilities, while Shanks, Barrett, and Leah were still in their developmental stages, unable to match Reed's prowess. Fortunately, they had the advantage in numbers. Yet even so, Reed's seriousness quickly exposed their inexperience. He raised his peculiar weapon, an umbrella with a bat-shaped handle. Suddenly, the sharp tip of the umbrella lunged forward, and Barrett felt a sharp pain as a gaping wound opened in his chest, blood gushing forth. Barrett's face paled. He had not even seen the attack coming before the agonizing pain struck him. Shanks' pupils constricted violently as he swung his sword through the air. Boom! His blade collided with Reed's umbrella, sparks flying as a powerful wave of energy erupted, resembling a vortex. The surrounding earth was lifted into the air. Violent gusts sweeping outward, toppling trees with ease. Shanks felt as though he were facing a mountain, the pressure nearly suffocating him. That moment, an additional surge of power emanated from the umbrella. What? Before Shanks could comprehend the situation, he was sent flying by the force. Simultaneously, Reed kicked Barrett away, and without Shanks and Barrett to shield him, Buggy fell in an instant. The tide of battle shifted in the blink of an eye. With Barrett, Buggy, and Shanks already defeated, Leah's expression grew serious as he sensed a potent threat from Reed's attack. It's your turn. Reed's gaze fell upon him, soon as the words left his lips. He vanished from sight. Without hesitation, Leah swung his fist into the air. Boom! A black umbrella materialized above, the tip clashing against his fist. Leah's punch radiated a pearlescent light, akin to a brilliant sun, while a faint metallic sheen shimmered on its surface. In contrast, the peculiar umbrella emanated a subtle black glow, not particularly pronounced, yet it stood firm against the white light, creating a standoff. At the center of this confrontation, an energy vortex akin to a whirlwind began to spread outward. The air surged, generating a formidable impact. Reed's face displayed a hint of surprise. This young man before him was able to withstand his attack. However, could he truly block it entirely? Immediately, the red count blade radiated with a brilliant light. Veins bulged on his body, and at the location of his weapon, there surged a nascent power, rushing towards Rayia. Caught off guard, Rayia was abruptly pushed back several steps by this force. Without lingering, he let out a loud roar, planted his feet firmly in a horse stance, stabilizing his form. Then, leveraging the ground's support, he charged forward like a leopard, his fist cut through the air, leaving a dazzling trail. Boom! Rayia and the red count blade became entangled in a fierce combat. No one had anticipated that Rayia would choose such a vigorous method to confront the red count blade in battle. Their clash was intensely fierce, punctuated by the explosive sounds of air bursting around them, as vast amounts of energy spilled outward. Otherwise, many bystanders would surely have been injured by the residual shockwaves of this energy. Cough, cough, cough. Shanks struggled to rise from the ground, one hand clutching his chest. At present, his entire being was in a tumultuous state that a noticeable trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that he had been injured by the red count blade during the recent onslaught. Meanwhile, Barrett appeared even more disheveled, with a grievous wound on his chest, his complexion pale with horror. What happened? Are you all right? Shanks inquired, gazing at Barrett. Barrett shook his head, signaling that he was fine. Among the three, Buggy was the least injured, Perhaps because the Red Count Lade had underestimated him and had not exerted much force. If Buggy were to learn of this, one could only imagine how incensed he might become. The Red Count Lade is truly formidable, Shanks exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. In the face of such a powerful adversary, one could only truly comprehend their might through direct confrontation. As the saying goes, there are no false heroes beneath a grand reputation. Should we go lend a hand? Buggy timidly approached and asked. Naturally, they had witnessed Reia's battle with the Red Count Lade. To be honest, leaving Reia to face the Red Count Lade alone made them feel somewhat ashamed. That guy probably does not need our assistance, Shanks remarked with a wry smile. Before them, Reia had seemingly established a stalemate with the Red Count Lade. However, could Reia truly contend with the Red Count Lade? Buggy expressed his concerns. He was well aware of the Red Count's unfathomable strength, akin to an iceberg. What they had encountered was merely the tip of the iceberg. Just look, and you'll understand. Besides, you've seen Reia's extraordinary abilities before. Shanks replied, that's true. That guy doesn't require our worry. All right, let's just be spectators. Buggy shrugged his shoulders. Indeed, in their current state, attempting to assist would likely only burden Reia. Barrett's eyes flickered, lost in thought. However, Shanks knew that once this battle concluded, Barrett would surely intensify his training. These individuals were all remarkably formidable. At this moment, Reia, engulfed in battle, had no time to ponder. The Red Count Lade was an absolute top-tier presence in terms of speed, strength, and endurance. Had Reia not undergone a period of honing, he might not have been able to keep pace with the Red Count Lade's rhythm. If he fell into the opponent's tempo, he would become the one receiving blows. Such a scenario was not one Reia wished to witness. After exchanging a punch with the Red Count Lade, he distanced himself, exhaling deeply as a powerful aura began to coalesce around him. Conqueror's Haki. The Red Count Lade's expression shifted in shock. This young fellow actually possessed Conqueror's Haki. No wonder he had the audacity to challenge me. Yet, do you truly believe that such a thing alone can defeat me? How naive. The Red Count Lade swiftly shook off the pressure brought on by the Conqueror's Haki. However, as Reia unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, the patrons in the nearby bar felt an immense weight descend upon them, as if an enormous mountain had suddenly manifested, rendering them breathless. What is this? Conqueror's Haki. Among the crowd, some recognized the technique. This young man has already reached such heights at such a tender age. Truly awe-inspiring. Indeed, at our age, I was still playing in the mud. This is a bit exaggerated. Who knows where these monsters come from? Their power is almost absurd. It's my first time witnessing someone battle the Red Count to this extent. The moment the Red Count vanished, Reia heightened his vigilance. In the blink of an eye, the Red Count appeared to his left, his umbrella resembling a sharp arrow, poised to pierce Reia's body. Reia quickly turned, launching a punch. Boom! What? He could actually perceive my attack. A fleeting expression of astonishment crossed the Red Count Lade's face. After blocking the Red Count's strike, Reia executed a backflip, landing in a different position. He then dove forward, his fist now as hard as metal. Useless. Your attacks are easily predictable to me. The Red Count Lade merely tilted his body slightly and evaded the assault. Reia's pupils constricted violently as he felt an explosive force coalesce in his abdomen. Akin to a bomb detonating. Gagging, his blood surged, a sweet metallic taste rising in his throat. Blood sprayed forth, tracing a vivid arc through the air. Bang! The Red Count Lade's foot flickered, leaving behind an afterimage in midair. Reia was propelled backward, crashing into a building, which immediately fractured, countless stones tumbling down. This exemplified the might of observation Haki. Shanks observed this scene with a grave expression that it was quite similar to what they had recently experienced. Moreover, the Red Count Lade's observation Haki was of an exceptional caliber, seemingly capable of reading their innermost thoughts. Damn it, does that mean Reia stands no chance against him? Buggy clenched his fists in frustration. Not necessarily. Do not forget what Reia excels at, Shanks countered. Buggy paused, then suddenly exclaimed, taking hits. Precisely. The more he endures such intense assaults, the stronger Reia becomes. It is a talent for growth in the midst of battle. As he spoke, Shanks's gaze held a hint of envy. This terrifying talent, in this wondrous sea, Reia truly is the first of his kind. Meanwhile, amidst the rubble, Reia slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Gazing at the Red Count Lade across from him, he provocatively declared, continue. This level of strength is insufficient to bring me down. Count Red, feeling utterly disdained, sensed the veins on his forehead bulging ominously. As you wish. With that utterance, he vanished in an instant. The next moment, a hand was already resting upon Reia's forehead. My observation haki is not something easily countered. A deep voice resonated in Reia's ear. In response, Reia launched a punch. Count Red had anticipated the direction of his attack and effortlessly evaded it. He was utilizing his observation haki to delve into Reia's memories, allowing him to discern Reia's weaknesses with remarkable ease. Consequently, this would make the confrontation rather uncomplicated. Unlike when he faced Shanks and Barrett, Count Red had not employed such tactics, indicating that Reia had now captured his attention. After all, not everyone could withstand such an assault and still rise unscathed. Remaining entirely unaffected. You wish to read my memories? Rather than attempting to thwart him, Reia's lips curled into a cold smile. This incited a disconcerting thought in Count Red's mind. Yet, in the next moment, regardless of how long his hand lingered on Reia's forehead, he remained unable to access Reia's inner memories. What? He was utterly astounded. This technique had never failed him before. The individual before him had managed to resist it? Impossible. Such a method was not something one could casually withstand. After all, it was an intangible force. Little did he know, Reia's soul was far more formidable than his own. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly glean Reia's memories? Seizing the opportunity while Count Red was momentarily stunned, Reia delivered a punch to his abdomen, causing Count Red's complexion to shift to a pallid hue, as if he had consumed bitter gall. Subsequently, he was propelled backwards several meters by the force of the blow. Reia pursued, landing a kick upon him. Count Red staggered, appearing precariously on the verge of collapse. Why? Why? The inability to access Reia's memories gnawed at him. As if he were bewitched, yearning to comprehend why. Defeat me, then? Reia flashed a grin. He would not grant his opponent a moment's respite. His fists moved like the wind, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Each blow landed upon Count Red, whose injuries became increasingly visible. The energy fluctuations from Reia's attacks wreaked havoc on the surroundings. Trees standing on the ground and stones lying flat shattered in the blink of an eye. Within mere minutes, the area was left in utter disarray. The destructive power of these two individuals was truly terrifying. Patrons in the distant bar were left in shock. Should we leave this place? If we remain, I fear we too may fall victim to their onslaught. Let us flee at once. With that, many began to move away hastily. In the epicenter of the battle, Count Red, who had withstood a flurry of Reia's attacks, was gradually regaining his composure. One could not deny his impressive resilience. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely collapsed under such a barrage that he glared coldly at Reia, who was poised to strike once more. As Reia's fist was about to connect with his face, Count Red extended a hand to block the blow. In the next instant, his other hand wielded the peculiar umbrella, thrusting it towards Reia's chest with remarkable speed. Creating sonic booms in the air, Reia countered with a kick, producing a resounding clash as the umbrella was forcibly deflected from its original trajectory. Neither combatant was willing to yield, and they resumed their fierce engagement. At this juncture, Count Red no longer regarded Reia as a mere weakling. This was a formidable adversary. However, no matter how powerful he was, he could not surpass my strength. Count Red's visage twisted into a grimace, emanating a peculiar radiance that seemed to harbor boundless energy. Instinctively, Reia took a step back. In the next moment, his pupils dilated in alarm. The strange umbrella in Count Red's hand crashed down upon the ground, creating a sizable crater. Almost immediately, several afterimages appeared in the air. With swift movements, Count Red thrust the umbrella multiple times. Reia executed a backflip to evade, leaving behind a series of deep pits where Count Red's attacks had landed. The depths of those holes were unfathomable, a testament to the formidable power of that umbrella. Reia exhaled deeply. Count Red's onslaught was beginning to take its toll. Before he could stabilize himself, he caught a glimpse of Count Red's figure vanishing once more from his sight. Danger! Reia instinctively recoiled, yet the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, the red-counted umbrella of Lade had penetrated his body by half an inch. Had it not been for the Armament Haki enveloping Reia, it would have surely pierced through him. Grasping the pointed end of the umbrella with one hand, he noted its slender frame, seemingly fragile and easily breakable. However, upon contact, he realized that it was remarkably sturdy, crafted from some extraordinary material. The slender, sharp umbrella soon drew blood from his hand, staining it crimson in mere moments. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, he forcefully extracted the umbrella's tip and pushed it away. Turning to face the red-counted Lade, he raised his fist and struck. His punch connected with Lade's face, causing it to swell instantly. To Reiya's punches were no trifling matter. Lade's eyes glinted with menace. His observation haki was not without the ability to predict Reiya's movements, yet the speed of Reiya's strike was too swift for him to evade. With a graceful spin, Lade shifted the umbrella to his other hand and thrust it towards Reiya's wounded chest. A second blow to the same injury would undoubtedly exacerbate the damage. In this critical moment, Reiya abruptly twisted his body, narrowly avoiding a fatal hit. The umbrella instead pierced his arm. Undeterred by the wound, he retaliated with a punch aimed at Lade's shoulder, seemingly willing to trade blows. Lade stumbled back a few steps to evade the strike, but Reiya pursued, his fist glowing with a milky radiance. Pushed against a building, Lade found himself with nowhere left to retreat. Gritting his teeth, he raised his fist, which gleamed with a faint metallic sheen, undoubtedly Armament Haki. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided, unleashing a brilliant explosion of light at the point of impact, dazzling to behold. While a powerful shockwave radiated outward, the once sturdy structure crumbled like a punctured balloon, disintegrating into countless fragments. Reiya and Lade locked eyes, their gazes crackling with electricity. As the air thickened with the acrid scent of gunpowder, in unison, they roared, their veins bulging, as the brilliance of their fists shone like the sun. At that moment, it was as if a bomb had detonated at their center. When the light dissipated, the onlookers in the distance were left aghast at the transformation of their surroundings. The once flat ground now bore enormous craters, unfathomably deep. Precisely where Reiya and Lade had clashed, they stood on either side of the pit, a distance of several meters separating them. Exchanging glances, Reiya was intent on obliterating this place. Shanks felt a throbbing headache. If Reiya and Lade continued their relentless assault, the entire island would soon resemble these craters. Without the land's support, the island would inevitably sink into the sea. What should we do? Buggy inquired. It was clear that stopping them was beyond their capabilities. They could only hope that their captain and the others would notice the situation soon. Shanks remarked that only Roger and his crew had the strength to halt the ongoing battle. They had no idea where Roger and the others were at the moment. Buggy gazed into the distance, confident that they would soon realize the impending destruction wrought by Reiya and Lade. If Roger had not caught on yet, it would indeed be improbable that it was merely a matter of time before they discovered it on either side of the pit. Reiya and Lade leapt into the air. The peculiar umbrella wielded by Lade radiated a mesmerizing crimson glow, while Reiya's fist cut through the air, leaving trails in its wake. The metallic sheen of his fist intertwined with the milky light, creating a striking spectacle. That moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies. The once dense clouds above slowly began to part, rolling ominously. "Look, the sky seems to be splitting apart," a resident exclaimed, the first to notice the phenomenon. Others quickly followed suit, their expressions shifting to shock. "What is happening? Is there a battle?" Just then, individuals emerged from the bar, shouting, "Everyone, run! This island is about to sink." "What? The island is sinking? Are you kidding? We've existed here for years without encountering such a scenario. I must be dreaming." No resident could fathom such a notion. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, causing some to lose their footing and collapse. "Why is there such a tremor? My goodness," someone cried. "They're fighting, and their clash may very well destroy this island." The returning patrons from the bar shouted in alarm, "Stop them!" Yet, in such circumstances, who among the ordinary residents possessed the power to intervene? Oh, among the crowd. A figure looked up towards the direction of the battle. "It seems a fierce fight is underway," Rayleigh remarked to Roger. "Indeed, but who could it be? Do you think it might be Reiya and those youngsters?" Roger replied with a chuckle. "It's certainly a possibility." Rayleigh acknowledged. "Let us go. We mustn't allow them to truly destroy this island," Roger declared, leading the charge towards the fray, with Rayleigh and the others following closely behind. Thus, a throng of individuals surged against the current of the crowd. "You may be stronger than your companions, but it's still insufficient to defeat me," Lade gasped, facing Reiya, who bore numerous wounds yet retained an indomitable spirit. Evidently unfazed by his injuries, how can one know without testing? In Leia's gaze, there resided an indomitable spirit of battle. The formidable prowess of the Red Count, Reed, served as a catalyst for his own burgeoning strength. Perhaps Reed himself was unaware that with each of his strikes upon Leia, the latter grew ever more powerful. It had been quite some time since Leia had experienced such rapid self-improvement. After all, his previous adversaries and their mundane attacks had scarcely provided him the opportunity for advancement. Of course, on ordinary occasions, he could have easily allowed Rayleigh or Roger to mercilessly pummel him, which would undoubtedly have accelerated his growth. However, such a method was far too overt, and Rayia would never resort to such tactics. Furthermore, it was only through life and death struggles that one could truly comprehend the profound essence of combat, thereby facilitating a more holistic enhancement rather than merely a physical one. That the enhancement of one's physical capabilities required Rayia to master the powers he wielded. Otherwise, possessing great strength without the ability to utilize it was of little consequence. Then let us begin. With those words, the red count reed transformed into a blur, vanishing in an instant. Come at me, Rayia exclaimed with excitement as he charged forward. The two engaged in a flurry of blows, their punches colliding with a cacophony of sound, leaving behind ephemeral trails in the air. Their speed rendered their movements nearly imperceptible, yet the continuous discharge of energy signaled to those nearby the ferocity of their clash. The environment bore witness to the intensity of their battle. They had been engaged for nearly 10 minutes without respite, and at this rate, it seemed they might continue for 3 days and nights. Bucky watched the fierce combat between Rayia and the red count reed with a furrowed brow. There's nothing we can do, Shanks shrugged, admitting his inability to intervene in such a fierce confrontation. But I believe Captain Roger should be arriving soon. Just as Shanks finished speaking, footsteps echoed behind them. The trio turned abruptly. Hey, Shanks, what are you guys up to? Roger's voice rang out. Captain Roger, it's truly wonderful that you've arrived. Bucky shouted with enthusiasm. The feeling of having a formidable ally was exhilarating. Rayia is battling with the red count reed. You must hurry and stop them. Oh, Roger and Rayleigh shifted their attention to the distant skirmish. Indeed, Rayya's strength has reached impressive heights, Roger remarked with admiration. One must consider who is training him, Rayleigh added, pride evident on his face. Frankly, without Rayleigh's guidance, Rayia would not have achieved such remarkable strength. All right, as if you're the only one. Roger waved dismissively. Meanwhile, the other members of the Roger Pirates wore expressions of astonishment. Although they were already aware of Rayya's prowess, they had not anticipated his growth to be so astonishingly swift. Did you not hear Shanks mention who is currently sparring with Rayia? The red count reed is reputed to rival an entire pirate crew single-handedly and is a legendary pirate in his own right. The fact that Rayia can hold his own against such a formidable figure speaks volumes. Enough already. If you continue, I might just have to engage in some devilish training myself. It's not a pleasant feeling to be surpassed by a junior. What other options do we have? Do you possess the same monstrous talent as Rayia? I think not. As they conversed, the ground trembled once more as Rayia and the red count reed's battle escalated. Roger's eyes gleamed as he observed, but before anyone could discern his movements, he vanished in an instant, reappearing before Rayia and Reed in a flash. Captain Roger, Rayia exclaimed in surprise. Roger smiled at him, saying, well done. He then turned his attention to the red count reed. Roger, Reed grinned widely. Yet even with an additional participant, neither seemed inclined to cease their conflict. However, at that moment, Roger shook his head, stepping forward to grasp Rayya's fist with one hand while drawing a blade from his waist with the other, effectively blocking Reed's umbrella. This sudden intervention brought their fierce battle to an abrupt halt. Surprising everyone present, as Roger tightened his grip on Rayya's fist, the latter felt a tempestuous turmoil within. It was as though a vice had clamped down on him, rendering him immobile. The sheer force emanating from Roger was overwhelming. Very well, let us end it here. Continuing would serve no purpose, Reed declared, sheathing his weapon with a huff. Roger chuckled. Your battle has reached its conclusion. At this rate, you'll obliterate this island. It was only then that Rayia realized the once vibrant island had been reduced to a ravaged, war-torn landscape. Roger, you've certainly acquired a remarkable subordinate, Reed remarked, his icy demeanor momentarily thawing as he offered a rare compliment. Our Rayia possesses unparalleled combat talent, Roger replied with a grin. That Reed's gaze fell upon Rayia. Young man, your strength is impressive. Why not join me, and together we can conquer this world? The astonishment among those who had yet to depart was palpable, as jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Was this truly the red count reed speaking, a man renowned for his solitary nature? As indicated by his title, extending an invitation to join him was an exceedingly rare occurrence. It was a testament to Rayya's strength and the acknowledgement from Reed himself. A truly extraordinary revelation. Never had they imagined witnessing the aloof Red Count seeking a companion. In response, Leia smirked and replied without hesitation, "Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Such audacious words, if uttered before his conflict with Reed, would have drawn derision. Yet now, no one doubted Leia's confidence, as the evidence of his formidable strength was laid bare. Reed snorted. Refraining from rebuttal, he understood well that the outcome of their previous exchanges had not yielded a clear victor. Most crucially, he had sensed Leia's continuous growth throughout their duel. Very well. The Red Count, Reed, turned to leave at AS for Roger. Should he wish to engage in battle once more, it would undoubtedly be ill-timed. After all, he had expended a considerable amount of energy during his prior confrontation with Leia. He was not a machine. Even the mightiest of beings possessed limits when it came to stamina. Most importantly, following this intense skirmish, he had no desire to plunge into another fierce conflict in the near future. It was not as if he had emerged from this battle entirely empty-handed. He needed time to digest the insights and experiences he had garnered. With Reed's departure, this monumental battle came to a close. The surrounding residents finally exhaled in relief, knowing their island was spared from annihilation. "Leia, you did remarkably well." Roger stepped forward and patted Leia on the shoulder. "Ouch, that hurts." Roger's hand had inadvertently struck Leia's wound. "Haha, my apologies." Roger quickly withdrew his hand, somewhat sheepishly. By the way, Captain Roger, do you have any information regarding our journey to Sky Island?" Upon mentioning this, Roger's demeanor grew serious. He shook his head and replied, "We do not yet have a concrete plan, but we have made some progress. We still haven't procured enough alcohol." Leia looked at Roger with a hint of regret. Knowing well that this task was assigned by him, it's nothing at all, just minor matters, Roger responded with a smile. "But how did you come to cross paths with the Red Count Reed?" His face lit up with curiosity as he gazed at Leia. At that moment, the other members of the pirate crew also gathered around. "Leia, are you all right? You did exceptionally well. Step aside, let me examine you." Kuroka's voice rang out. Few aboard the ship dared to contradict Kuroka's. Even Roger, if he attempted to intervene, would likely face a barrage of harsh words. Kuroka's emerged from the crowd and approached Leia. Extending his hand to inspect Leia's injuries, Leia readily allowed him to examine him, for Kuroka's medical skills were the finest he had encountered. Of course, given his limited exposure to doctors in these vast seas thus far, it did not diminish his appreciation for Kuroka's prowess. Your body seems to be growing stronger," Kuroka exclaimed, astonished. Though this was not their first examination, Leia consistently amazed him. Was this the physical condition one would expect of a human? After enduring such prolonged battles, Leia's body remained brimming with vitality, as if infused with a perpetual stimulant. Yet Kuroka knew that Leia had not resorted to such substances. He could only marvel at the extraordinary nature of Leia's physique. "Well, there are no major issues, just some minor injuries. A bit of treatment will suffice. However, the wound on your chest is somewhat troublesome and needs to be disinfected to prevent infection." Leia obediently sat on the ground, allowing Kuroka to tend to his injuries. Meanwhile, Shanks had already recounted the events to Roger and the crew. In a corner, someone was grumbling incessantly. "Why is no one concerned about my injuries? I fought the Red Count Reed too." Soon enough, Leia's wounds were treated. However, due to their failure to procure the necessary supplies and the peculiar state of their eternal log pointer, they would have to linger on this island for a while. Fortunately, the local tavern had not succumbed to the dust of destruction due to Leia's battle, providing them with a place to enjoy some drinks. Yet, as they entered the tavern in a grand procession, the patrons regarded them with expressions akin to those of monsters. The Roger pirates. Fear filled the gazes of the onlookers, many of whom were fixated on Leia, recalling the battle that had nearly obliterated the island, a memory they would likely never forget. Thankfully, the tavern's owner was not overly concerned with such matters. She was a remarkably gracious person. As the saying goes, all guests are welcome. "Please, have a seat." She gestured towards several vacant tables, which had been relinquished by patrons who, in light of the Roger pirates' formidable reputation, had willingly given up their spots. "Thank you." Roger beamed at those around him, his hearty smile seemingly lifting the tense atmosphere. "Boss, bring on the drinks," Rayleigh called out. "Just a moment. They'll be right up," the owner replied with a smile, appearing to find the pirates less intimidating than one might expect. The crew of the Roger pirates settled into their seats, and the tavern quickly filled with lively chatter. "Hey, Shanks, you just got injured. You can't drink. I'll just have a little. It won't hurt." "What are you doing, Buggy?" "I'm replenishing my strength." Buggy's mouth was stuffed with meat. Since they couldn't find the treasure map, he decided to channel his frustration into fortifying himself. Barrett sat silently beside Leia, drinking heavily. The previous battle must have dealt you quite a blow, Leia remarked. Turning to Barrett. Barrett was taken aback by Leia's sudden comment. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded that you're not wrong. As someone aspiring to challenge Roger and become the strongest man in the world, the appearance of the Red Count and my defeat indeed weighed heavily on me. It's only natural. Considering our age, we are much younger than them. So, when we reach their age, we will surely possess similar strength, Barrett replied, eyeing Leia quizzically. What's with that look? Weren't you just joking around? Barrett suddenly retorted, Doe. That was purely luck. Yes, luck. Normally, I wouldn't stand a chance against the Red Count. Leia hastily took a bite of meat to mask his embarrassment. Leia was clearly younger than Barrett, and claiming that youth precluded one from possessing great strength was utterly nonsensical. Yet, at that moment, Barrett clenched his fists, silently vowing to surpass Leia, outdo the Red Count Reed, and eclipse Roger. After several rounds of drinks, the table was strewn with empty bottles. Nevertheless, not a single member of the Roger pirates had succumbed to inebriation. They had long since developed a formidable tolerance for alcohol. So, what should we do now? A pirate spoke up. What should we do? Hasn't our eternal pointer gone awry? It's now pointing towards the sky. What could that possibly mean? Are we truly meant to ascend? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice interjected. Are you discussing the matter of the eternal pointer? The pirates turned to see an elderly man with a shock of white hair, seemingly having appeared from nowhere. Indeed, you are correct, sir. Do you possess any knowledge on this subject? Roger stepped forward eagerly, his face brimming with anticipation. Actually, I do know a thing or two about this, the old man replied solemnly. That is splendid news. Might I trouble you to share your insights? Roger exclaimed excitedly. They had been stranded on the island for the better part of the day, with no leads in sight, which had left them somewhat vexed. At last, they felt a glimmer of hope, akin to a path emerging through a seemingly insurmountable maze. Do not rejoice too soon. What I know may not be of great assistance to you, the old man remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Roger. Perhaps due to his many years, he exhibited no fear in the presence of these formidable pirates. Long ago, this island was not as it appears today. He began to recount. The island they currently occupied was called Gaia. In its earlier days, Gaia resembled the shape of a skull, its area vastly larger than it is now, and its population astonishingly high. However, one day, a powerful upward current suddenly emerged, sweeping away 2/3 of Gaia into the sky. Except for the teeth, the rest of the skull-shaped island was carried aloft, resulting in the bizarre form of Gaia that they beheld today. Is that airborne portion of the island still in existence? Reia inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. After all, how could an island remain suspended in the sky, or had it long since plummeted back to the sea? Vanishing without a trace, the old man regarded him thoughtfully before responding. I cannot say whether the remaining island exists, but according to records, our ancestors did attempt to seek it out. And what was the outcome? The old man shook his head and replied, there were no results. None of those who ventured out returned. Just as Reia and the others began to feel disheartened, the old man shifted his tone. However, every so often, something falls from the sky near Gaia. Reia suddenly recalled the shipwreck they had encountered when approaching the island. When we arrived, we nearly got struck by a ship that fell from the sky, he remarked. The old man continued. That indeed was a vessel that plummeted from above. We observed signs of plunder on that ship. Does that not suggest it was in that condition before its descent? If that is the case, at this point, Reia ventured a bold hypothesis. Could there be beings residing above? But how can you ascertain that it wasn't already looted while at sea? Roger interjected. That is certainly a possibility. Yet the items we discovered aboard the ship clearly indicate the former scenario is more plausible. Reia had not forgotten the myriad of unfamiliar objects they had found on that vessel. The old man continued. In this vicinity, every few decades, an upward current manifests. For centuries, some among us have sought to follow this current in search of the vanished island. Yet, there has been no word. Ascending against such a current is exceedingly difficult, beyond what ordinary ships can achieve, the old man concluded. Roger's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Let us ascend. Hey, Chief, did you not hear what they said? No ship has succeeded in years. Others chimed in. Indeed, indeed. Roger, grinning, paid no heed to their doubts. Not far off, the old man's face displayed a flicker of hesitation. Reia noticed this subtlety and asked, Grandfather, Is there something you haven't shared with us? After a moment's contemplation, the old man replied, Actually, 400 years ago, our ancestor Rolando discovered the fabled land of gold on Gaia. Grandfather, what did you say? The land of gold? Is it truly abundant in gold? Buggy exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he stepped closer to the old man, nearly grasping his collar in fervor. The old man regarded him seriously, affirming, Indeed, he paused before continuing. Long ago, there existed a city called Shandora on this island, where a vast accumulation of gold lay, hence its title as the Land of Gold. Upon hearing this, Buggy's eyes gleamed with fervor. He turned to Roger, declaring, Chief, we must uncover a way to reach the Land of Gold. Regardless of the obstacles ahead, I shall strive to overcome them. But Buggy, did you not just say that the Sky Islands are perilous? How have you changed your mind? A pirate jested. When did I ever say that? As long as it is your decision, Chief, I shall pursue it without hesitation. Even if it means meeting my demise, I shall not falter. The Land of Gold is merely an added bonus, Buggy proclaimed with righteous fervor, causing the surrounding pirates to erupt in laughter. But where exactly is this Land of Gold? The composed Rayleigh inquired. The old man shook his head, stating, I do not know, but according to my ancestors' records, the Land of Gold truly exists. Your ancestors? The gathered individuals exchanged astonished glances at the old man. Indeed, my ancestor was Rolando. Upon discovering the Land of Gold, he reported it to the king, yet failed to guide him there, and was executed for it. Even as he faced death, he maintained that the Land of Gold existed. As his descendant, I wish to prove him right. At this, the crowd regarded the old man with deep respect, aware that such a task was exceedingly arduous. To overturn the conclusions of events from centuries past is no simple feat. The Land of Gold must no longer reside in the sea, correct? It must be in the sky. The old man nodded, affirming, Indeed. I surmise that Shandora was swept into the sky along with the other half of Gaia. Then teach us how to reach the Sky Island. Roger urged with enthusiasm. Oh, you truly believe in my words? The old man looked at Roger with surprise, for such declarations would lead others to deem him a fool or a madman. Why should I not believe? Roger revealed his pearly white teeth and said with a smile. It seemed that his sincerity and warmth had touched those around him. The old man's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and no one could fathom the profound sorrow that lay hidden beneath these words. After all, to the ordinary person, such notions might appear fanciful and far-fetched. To voice them would merely invite ridicule. Very well, I shall strive with all my might to ensure your successful journey to the Sky Island. The old man's expression suddenly transformed, radiating resolve. The other pirates exchanged glances, each looking at the other. Since their captain had made such a resolute decision, they had no choice but to follow suit.